Chapter 1679 Giving Face but Not Receiving Face. A month later, Long Chen finally came out of seclusion. During this month, he had eaten medicinal pills like they were food. It went without saying that the swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability that Evilmoon had taught him was truly terrifying and worthy of being one of the strongest abilities of the dark evil dragon race. Long Chen's cultivation base had risen to the 4th heaven stage of soul transformation. The soul transformation realm focused on the Yuan spirit. At the same time as his Yuan spirit grew stronger, so did his spiritual Yuan. It was a kind of passive elevation, but considering that he had 4 Qi Cs, he had gained far more spiritual Yuan than others. The thing that delighted Long Chen the most though wasn't his cultivation base. It was that he had finally managed to merge the power of Starfall with the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. However, the failure of the merger was too high, with only a 30% chance of success. He was still groping about for how to do it, but the general progression was going in a good direction. All he needed was more time to experiment. After all, to create a perfect magical art required numerous revisions. This 1 month of seclusion gave Long Chen immense confidence. He finally felt like he had the power to back himself up again. During this 1 month, he had elevated practically every part of his arsenal. His cultivation base had risen to the 4th heaven stage, he had developed his World Annihilation Flame Lotus, and Huolong almost finished absorbing the power of the Black Illusion Dragon Flame. After absorbing the power of the Black Illusion Dragon Flame, Huolong finally attained a level of power capable of refining the giant divine flame crystals from the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Other than the one he had used in the spirit world as bait, he hadn't managed to use any of them up. Huolong's power hadn't been high enough to refine them, but now, its power had risen to the point that it could. Once it finished absorbing divine flame crystal's energy, it would be even more terrifying than the Black Illusion Dragon Flame. As for Lei Long, its power had also risen and it had finished devouring the divine lightning. Although completely refining that energy would still take some time, it already possessed some of the power of divine lightning. Finally, the old conner Evilmoon was no longer conning him. It had finished refining the purgatory evil dragon's energy and was able to help Long Chen fight. Evilmoon even promised to carry him to the greatest heights. In this 1 month, Long Chen had completely transformed. His combat power was completely different from when he had gone into seclusion. "Boss, you're finally out. Our Xuantian Dao sect is being drowned by other people's spit." Long Chen had just come out when Guo Ran came running over angrily. "What's going on?" Long Chen was startled. "Fuck, it's those idiots of Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and the Zon beasts. They're as arrogant as ever. Even Senior Ku Jianying is being pressured immensely by them. All of them are encouraging the experts of the righteous path to impeach her," said Guo Ran. "It's that serious. Let's walk and talk." Long Chen started walking while listening to Guo Ran's explanation of what had been happening in the outside world. When he heard that the elusive music Immortal Palace was acting like a good person, taking the initiative to offer to hold the southern Zon region's devil abyss while pushing the responsibility onto him, Long Chen's gaze turned cold. He understood Ziyan. She definitely wouldn't do something so shameless. In other words, this had to be the decision of the elusive music. Immortal Palace's higher-ups, he hadn't expected them to be so shameless. He had had no enmity with Shen Baijin before she had hunted him down across regions. He knew this was definitely arranged by the elusive music Immortal Palace. Now that Shen Baijin died, they put all her sins on his head. That made him disappointed in the elusive music Immortal Palace, as well as angry. The elusive music Immortal Palace had pushed the responsibility onto Long Chen, and the Ancient Family Alliance had capitalized on that. Under the banner of fighting for the innocent Ancient Family experts who had died to Long Chen, they demanded Long Chen be killed as vengeance for those disciples. Thus, they managed to point their spears at Long Chen while still standing on the moral high ground. With the elusive music Immortal Palace leading the way and the Ancient Family Alliance working hand in hand with them, Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the Zon beasts all came out, adding pressure on Ku Jianying. "I don't get it, the Pill Fairy saw everything. Considering her relationship with you, why doesn't she say anything? If she just... Guo Ran, you really are foolish. The Pill Fairy might be my friend, but Pill Valley wants to destroy me. If you were her, would you help me or her father?" Long Chen shook his head. "I'd help you," declared Guo Ran without hesitation. "TCH, scram. You're not the Pill Fairy, so what's the point? Furthermore, Even if she wanted to help me, it's her father's word that counts. She doesn't have the authority to speak. However, your words have reminded me. Maybe Xian is the same as the pill fairy, and neither have the freedom to do what they want to do, sighed Long Chen. Boss, it's not just that. A bunch of so-called justice warriors have come from other regions under the signboard of eliminating a threat to society. They're constantly condemning you, saying you. Well, I'm not going to repeat their words, because they're too infuriating. We haven't done anything to them, but 10 days ago, these idiots directly ran over to our Xuantian Dao sect to curse at us in front of our very gates. I really want to slaughter them all. Guo Ran became angrier as he spoke. That's a bit much. Did the Zan Master say anything? The Zan Master just said to ignore them and wait for you to come out of seclusion before doing anything. That's why I've been waiting for you every day. Brat, you couldn't have just been waiting without doing anything, right? You have to raise your own power. Long Chen glared at Guo Ran. Of course I raised my power as high as I could. I've reached a bottleneck, and if I force my way through too quickly, it might not be a steady advancement. I'm worried about a heart devil. Guo Ran hastily shook his head. TCH, what heart devil? I bet you feel like you're already badass enough and want to go show off first. Fine, gather everyone. I'll test their power in a bit, but I'm going to have a chat with the Zan Master first. Since these people want to be so shameless, I'll just have to slap them in the face again. Long Chen went off to see Li Tianxuan. Upon finding him, he didn't say a word. He just took out 2 photographic jades. When Li Tianxuan saw the photographic jades, he jumped in shock. He had no idea how Long Chen had managed to do this. He had recorded everything that had happened back then without anyone being aware. It had to be known that activating photographic jades caused spatial fluctuations. They were fragile existences that could be broken by the slightest shockwave. In an intense battle, it was impossible to record anything with a photographic jade unless they were activated at an extreme distance. But at such distances, things were too blurry to recognize. Usually, it was only possible to estimate who was fighting based on their techniques. That was why most photographic jades weren't very valuable. Without being able to see the faces clearly, it was impossible to be sure who the person being recorded was. It was all too easy to make up a fake blurry recording. However, these 2 photographic jades of Long Chen's were shockingly clear. Each exchange in the battle was recorded clearly. It was completely unimaginable. Furthermore, he had also recorded how he had killed Di Long's clone. Originally, I wasn't planning on revealing these. I didn't want to be too hard on the elusive music Immortal Palace or the Ancient Family Alliance. However, since they refused to give me the same face, I have no need to give them face either. Tomorrow, I will go talk to Zheng Wenlong. I trust that these 2 photographic jades will spread throughout the entire Martial Heaven continent in just a few days. At that time, I want to see how the elusive music Immortal Palace explains its actions, and how the Ancient Family Alliance explains how they abused their position. Di Long hates me for destroying his clone, yet he came up with such a sanctimonious excuse and criticized the Martial Heaven Alliance as if he was the virtuous one. It seems the last slap I gave him wasn't resounding enough. This time, I'll make sure it's a bit more vicious. I wonder if he'll still have the face to lead his alliance afterward. Due to Mo Nian, Long Chen hadn't planned on getting too close to the Ancient Family Alliance. The one that infuriated him the most was the elusive music Immortal Palace. A so-called sacred land, one of the protectors of the marital heaven continent, an existence countless people looked up toward, was actually so vile. Long Chen was almost unable to believe it. The reason why he hadn't completely exposed Shen Baijian's sinister and malicious actions was because he didn't want to become mortal enemies with the elusive music Immortal Palace. Perhaps in his heart, he didn't wish to be enemies with Ziyan and didn't want to make things hard on her. In the Grand Han, she had held back. He knew that, in truth, even if she hadn't held back, all he would have needed was to use a bit of his divine lightning to kill her. However, he didn't think that Ziyan knew that he had such a trump card. In that kind of scenario, she had still held back and left her life in his hands. At that time, his heart had ached because he had seen the look in her eyes. That expression was one of release. She had actually wished to die to his hands. At the same time as he had felt pain, he had vaguely felt a touch of shame. Even he didn't know why he would feel shame because he had never owed her anything. If he forced the argument, then he supposed the only thing was that he had failed to live up to her feelings. During that battle, He had ruthlessly rejected her feelings. He hadn't spread the photographic jade of Shen Baijian's actions because inside, he hoped this would make up for what he had done to Ziyan. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that it was a way of comforting his own heart. However, since the elusive music immortal palace was so shameless, and this had even implicated Ku Jianying, he had no choice. If he still didn't strike back, he wouldn't be Long Chen. Alright, these 2 photographic jades of yours can definitely deal a mortal blow to the elusive music immortal palace and ancient family alliance. All the rumors will naturally be put to rest, praised Li Tianxuan. Since you have no objection, then I'll go do it. As for those people outside the gates, probed Long Chen. Do what you want, they can no longer do anything to us. Li Tianxuan smiled. Long Chen also smiled. He naturally knew what Li Tianxuan was thinking, as it was also what he was thinking. He left, going straight to the Xuantian Plaza. He loudly announced, brothers and sisters of the Xuantian Dao sect. Everyone, come out. Today, I'll lead you out for some fun. Chapter 1680 Kill them all. There was a sea of people outside the Xuantian Dao sect's main gate. They were the genius disciples of the other regions. They had completely blocked the entrance, and any disciples or elders of the Xuantian Dao sect who needed to come or go were cursed by them. They said that the Martial Heaven Alliance was harboring a killer, while the Xuantian Dao sect itself was unable to distinguish right from wrong. Sooner or later Long Chen would cause the Xuantian Dao sect's destruction. Some even said Li Tianxuan was muddle-headed and tyrannical, while Ku Jianying appointed people due to favoritism. As for Long Chen, he was the black sheep of the entire righteous path. In the face of all that cursing, the Xuantian Dao sect's members were infuriated. These fellows were clearly being used by others to infuriate them. Right now, the continent's public opinion was controlled by Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and the Zon beasts. If there was just one person saying something, then people wouldn't believe it. But if a million people said it at the same time, then even if what they said was false, it would become true. Furthermore, did they only have a million people? Not even a billion would be enough if you counted their members. They didn't give Long Chen any chance to retort, as they were drowning him with their spit. Even with Ku Jianying testified that Long Chen was innocent, regretfully she was his senior. This kind of testimony was naturally lacking weight, especially with Pill Valley secretly controlling the majority of the Righteous Path's forces. Even if those righteous sects didn't dare to go against Ku Jianying, they could still secretly support this public opinion without Ku Jianying being able to punish them. In the face of all of that, Li Tianxuan had ordered the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples not to cause any trouble. If they couldn't handle that, then they could just stay inside. In any case, the Xuantian Dao sect had a grand formation protecting it, and it completely blocked their words. Li Tianxuan's patience encouraged those people even further, making them even more arrogant. Some of them even began turning their cursing into incredibly infuriating songs. Fuck, in the face of the corrupt path, they turn into little sheep, but they're better than anyone at internal fighting. How did the righteous path raise these kinds of idiots? Demanded one of the guards at the gate. Others couldn't hear these people's cursing, but the guards at the gate had to listen to it all day, making them feel like they would explode. Having to listen to their insults while not being allowed to strike back was a kind of torment. Ignore them. Once senior apprentice brother Long Chen and the others come out of seclusion, there'll be a good show to watch. They won't be here for much longer. I'm sure you know senior apprentice brother Long Chen's methods, laughed another disciple evilly. I really don't understand these people. Are they really idiots? Do they not realize how easily senior apprentice brother Long Chen could crush them? Another one of them shook his head. These people were nothing but a mob. Although there were a few Empyreans hidden amongst them, Long Chen was known to kill ordinary Empyreans like killing chickens. Just what were these people thinking? The majority of these people were hired to come here, while another portion has enmity with the Xuantian Dao sect or senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The remaining portion are the real idiots who were duped into coming here. The reason they were duped is due to their jealousy of him, said another disciple. Jealousy? What right do they have to be jealous? Snorted the previous disciple. These people didn't even have the qualifications to look at Long Chen, let alone be jealous of him. How could they not be jealous? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen managed to climb his way to the peak of heavenly geniuses without any master or powerful background. Well, he did that by risking his life time and time again. In any case, other than admiration, I don't feel anything else toward him. Hee, That's because we both came from normal backgrounds. But what about those fellows that are above others from birth, that have powerful families and amazing masters? Those fellows might be born with a divine item in hand, with their foundation being built while they were still a fetus in their mother's bellies. They were born with the best talent, the best cultivation environment, the best masters, but despite getting such a head start, senior apprentice brother Long Chen had already thrown them into the distance. Do you think they like it? Even if they can't beat him, do you think they'll pass up the chance to give him a bloody nose? Then they'll be paying a big price for that bloody nose. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is no peaceful Buddha. Just as the disciples guarding the gates were discussing things quietly, the gates slowly opened, causing them to jump in shock. It had to be known that the Xuantian Dao sect's members also came and went from the smaller side door beside the main gate. This was the first time the actual main gates were opened since the reconstruction of the Xuantian Dao sect. The huge gates slowly opened, revealing Long Chen, the Dragonblood warriors, as well as the other elite disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect. Those experts hurling abuse against the gates instantly fell silent. These hundreds of thousands of experts went quiet like a blade had severed their throats. Long Chen's name and fame had already spread throughout the martial heaven continent. When they actually saw him, they felt a chill. Looking at him was like looking at a death god. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Those guards hastily bowed. It's been hard on you. Long Chen knew that they had had to endure a great deal during this time. He coldly looked at the crowd. There are many kinds of death, and the most annoying one is when the person dying has to irritate you right before death. However, I, Long Chen, am already used to it, and I'm not picky about who I kill. As long as someone wishes to be killed, I won't let them down. I'll give you all 1 incense stick's worth of time. If you don't want to die, then scram. After an incense stick's worth of time, anyone within 100,000 miles of the Xuantian Dao sect will be killed to the last. Long Chen took out an incense stick. It was a completely ordinary stick of incense, and he jabbed it onto the staircase and lit it. Long Chen's arrival shocked all these experts. Those people that had been cursing so eloquently had their mouths clamped tight. The guards looked at them disdainfully. Weren't these people so arrogant just now? But as soon as they saw senior apprentice brother Long Chen, they became mute. Long Chen. So you still have the face to come out? If I were you, I'd have long since killed myself out of shame. You slaughtered countless innocents. You're even worse than a devil. How dare you stay in the righteous path? Shouted a rank 9 celestial. Although he shouted loudly, his voice was clearly quivering, showing his nervousness. There were quite a few syllables that he stumbled upon. Guo Ran snorted and raised his hand, but he was stopped by Long Chen. He looked at the disciple who was hiding behind others and holding a talisman tightly. He shook his head. Clearly, this person was one of the leaders. He wanted to provoke everyone's hatred. If Guo Ran really attacked, he would immediately flee using the talisman in his hand. A talisman is unable to protect your life. At most, it can make you feel a bit more secure. But that feeling of safety will be what makes you lose your life, said Long Chen indifferently. Laughable. Since I came here, I never thought about leaving alive. Do you think others are as afraid of death as you? Do you think everyone else is the same as you and tramples over other people's lives just for their own? Let me tell you, this is a blood explosion talisman, a trump card I prepared for fighting you to the death. Even if I can't beat you, I'll show you what's called righteousness. I would rather die than submit. Compared to me, you are garbage, shouted that rank 9 celestial. His words impressed countless others. Who would have thought that this person was so unyielding and upright? Quite a few people felt their blood heating up. What a joke. That's clearly a 7-star aimless teleportation talisman. As long as you crush it, you'll immediately scram and leave a bunch of idiots sending themselves to their deaths. For there to be someone so shameless in this world, my eyes have truly been opened. Let me put it this way. This person is a talisman cultivator and skilled in all kinds of talismans. If I'm wrong, I will cut off my own head and give it to you. How's that? Behind Long Chen, a white-robed man walked forward. He was also an Empyrean and was one of the new members of the Xuantian Dao sect. This immediately caused an uproar. Everyone looked toward the rank 9 celestial. The rank 9 celestial panicked. He didn't know how to reply. From within the crowd, another Empyrean walked up to him. It was a woman. She sneered, although I'm not a talisman cultivator, I know a bit about them. Don't you think having your own people decide what a talisman does is a bit conceited? The white-robed man's expression sank. This woman was actually questioning him. He was about to speak when Long Chen waved his hand. They're just trying to stall for time. Let them do as they please. In any case, there's still a bit of time left. Only then did everyone realize that in that tense atmosphere, they had forgotten the incense stick. There was only an inch left. Some people were finally afraid. With their understanding of Long Chen, they knew that staying was death. Following a portion of them fleeing, the remaining people were thrown into chaos. Haha, run then. I won't run. I don't believe Long Chen dares to do so. If he did, then Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and the Zon beasts would have a righteous reason for tearing the Xuantian Dao sect up by its roots. What reason does he have to kill us all? Sneered that woman. Correct. Long Chen definitely wouldn't dare to do so. If he did, he would implicate the Xuantian Dao sect and they would be exterminated along with him. He's just trying to intimidate you, shouted another Empyrean. He stood at the front of the crowd. With one expert after another standing up, a portion of the people that had run returned, feeling that these Empyreans made sense. Long Chen didn't say anything. When the incense stick finally burned out, he finally opened his mouth. Kill them all. Chapter 1681. Let me send you on your way. Everyone, don't be afraid. He's just trying to scare. A rank 9 celestial was in the midst of shouting when a black light pierced his head, instantly killing him. Idiot, in all my years of following boss, I've never seen him trying to scare people, sneered Guo Ran. He was the one who had killed the rank 9 celestial. However, he was so fast that no one even saw him move before that person was dead. Following Long Chen's shout, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples charged out, excluding the Dragonblood Legion. They were like a flood slaughtering those experts. These were the elites of the Xuantian Dao sect, and their opponents weren't even a match for them. 5 Empyreans flew out from the Xuantian Dao sect, fighting the Empyreans of the other side. In a 1 against 1, they fought evenly. The other Empyreans of the Xuantian Dao sect didn't fight. They were standing beside Long Chen. They didn't want to attack the other experts, and they didn't want to gang up on the opposing Empyreans. Even if they won, it would be meaningless. Haha, Long Chen, you've done it this time. You and your Xuantian Dao sect have nowhere to run now. Just wait to be destroyed, laughed the rank 9 celestial with the talisman in his hand. After laughing, he immediately crushed his talisman. His body rapidly faded and intense spatial fluctuations appeared, showing that it was clearly a teleportation talisman. Bastard, you tricked us, shouted quite a few experts in fury. However, just as the rank 9 celestial was about to vanish, space twisted again, and his body, which had almost vanished, reappeared. What's going on? That rank 9 celestial's smile vanished, replaced with horror. I said that this teleportation talisman of yours wouldn't be able to protect your life. Now, do you believe me? Long Chen looked at the shocked celestial indifferently. Your plan was to dupe a bunch of idiots into provoking me so that I kill them, and then that Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and the Zon beasts would have a justifiable reason to kill me and destroy the Xuantian Dao sect. I really suspect whether you people even have a brain. Do you think others are as stupid as you? The rank 9 celestial's head flew into the air. He had no idea how his talisman had failed. I really hate these kinds of bastards. Tang Wan-er's hands came out of a seal. Just now, she had used a magical art to seal the space around the rank 9 celestial and prevent him from fleeing with his talisman. She had obtained the wind inheritance of the Jade Lake sacred land. Her wind energy could now be silent and almost motionless, creeping up on someone without them even noticing. That rank 9 celestial hadn't even noticed that he was already within the domain of Tang Wan-er's magical art. The rank 9 celestial's head exploded in midair, showering those below him with blood. Tang Wan-er's silent, invisible energy gave others goosebumps. Long Chen, we were tricked. We don't want to be enemies with you. Please, let us go. Seeing the situation immediately turn on them, people began to beg for mercy. Up in the sky, 10 Empyreans were fighting an intense battle. Neither side was able to get an advantage over the other. However, there were still so many Empyreans on the side of the Xuantian Dao sect that hadn't done anything yet, as well as Long Chen's Dragonblood Legion. They were all just indifferently watching them, as if they were in complete control over the situation. The ones attacking were just the disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect, but even they were too strong for this mob of people. How could a mob of random disciples from various regions be able to block the attack of the elites of the Xuantian Dao sect? In just a few breaths' time, tens of thousands of experts were slain. In front of the Xuantian Dao sect's elites, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. In the distance, over 3,000 people were watching. They were both rejoiceful as well as filled with lingering fear. Their guts had been comparatively smaller and they had fled before Long Chen's incense stick was up. Originally, there had been over 10,000 of them to flee, but a portion came back due to the conning of others. The choice to flee while they could had saved these people's lives. Seeing the Xuantian Dao sect's experts cut down their opponents so easily gave them chills. Their numbers constantly dwindled. They despaired. Long Chen was only watching them indifferently, completely unmoved by their pleading. Long Chen, you slaughterer, a bloodthirsty fiend like you isn't even human. We're innocent. Just wait, even in death, we'll become ghouls that haunt you for eternity. Cursed one disciple upon seeing that they couldn't escape. Long Chen glanced at that person lightly. You're innocent. Do you even believe your own lie? You insulted me, the Xuantian Dao sect, and every single one of our disciples. What? Did you not realize that you were fed lies? Does that make you free from the responsibility of your own actions? Fine, then after we kill you, I'll also apologize to you by saying sorry, I had no idea you were innocent at the time. But you know we're innocent right now. Why do you have to kill? Another disciple roared, but before he could finish speaking, his head was severed from the rest of his body. Right now, I really don't know if you are innocent or not. If I let you off this time, who knows whether you'll be duped again and used against me. In my eyes, you are a weapon aiming to harm my Xuantian Dao sect, so there's no such thing as innocent or not. Long Chen shook his head. No, I don't want to die. Don't kill me, I surrender. Death cries rang out one by one, but none of these cries could stop the fury of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Fuck, you cursed us so happily while blocking our gate. You even included our fathers, mothers, wives. You can all die, cowards. After having to endure these people's cursing for so long, they had long since been filled with fury. A supreme sect like the Xuantian Dao sect had actually had a bunch of trash come to their gates and curse them. They definitely wouldn't have mercy. In fact, some of them even began to pick up the pace for fear that Long Chen would accept their surrender. Just a dozen breaths later, all the experts were slain. They had really killed them all. Refreshing, so refreshing. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples all had excited expressions. Their bellies full of fire had finally been released. Suddenly, a divine item shook the sky. A woman holding a sword forced her opponent back. Long Chen, I really admire you. You really are just as bloody and domineering as the stories. Regretfully, you've signed your death warrant. So sorry, but since my mission is complete, I won't accompany you any longer. The woman took out a jade plate and crushed it. A large spatial channel appeared in the sky, and she stepped into it. This spatial channel was gigantic and formed with its own spatial barrier. It was much more difficult for external power to damage it. In fact, the fluctuations coming from it showed that it was connected to her divine item. There were also other divine fluctuations. Clearly, this was a channel formed through two divine items, the one she was holding and one on the other side. As long as she entered, she would appear where the other divine item was. Perhaps that place was her sect. If you left just like this, it would make the Xuantian Dao sect appear rude. Let me send you on your way. Yu Zifeng suddenly stepped forward. His sword came out of its sheath, and without even seeing his sword, people felt like the world had suddenly been cut in two. The spatial channel exploded, a flash of light fell, and that woman only had time to let out a startled cry. Before she was killed, not even her Yuan spirit managed to flee. This sword came without any warning. It hadn't had any fluctuations and had struck like lightning. Both friends and foes were stunned by this one attack. Yu Zifeng's sword slowly returned to his sheath. It was like a quiet dragon cry, and it sounded like two cries on top of each other. The sound of his sword coming out and going in came at practically the same time. Has his sword already broken the restrictions of time? Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? All the Empyreans present were completely shocked. This attack had been absolutely bizarre. If Yu Zifeng wanted to kill any of them, just how would they resist? Such a terrifying speed and killing power didn't allow others to react. They could only wait for their own death just like that woman. It was an attack that created despair. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and Lu Ruyan exchanged a look. Just as Long Chen had said, Yu Zifeng had abandoned defensive power to obtain the highest offensive might. Such a sharp sword was practically impossible to block. This was using offense instead of defense. That woman was slain, and her divine sword transformed into a ray of light that instantly fled. The remaining 4 Empyreans' expressions changed. They also forced back their own opponents, preparing to summon their own methods of escape. Suddenly, a golden spear appeared in the sky, emitting blazing light. It pierced toward one of the Empyreans. Chapter 1682, Taking Wickedness to New Heights. The spear was like a prison, completely locking down its target. It was clearly just an ancestral item, and yet it was thrumming with power. It was like a strike from a coiling dragon. Hence, that Empyrean hastily blocked with his divine item. The spear exploded, and the Empyrean was blown apart. His divine item was sent flying, while his Yuan spirit emerged from the dust. Suddenly, a hand caught his Yuan spirit. Ji Yu Yang's large figure appeared, his hand covered in divine light. With all the effort of a single breath, that Empyrean's Yuan spirit was blown apart, turning into a rain of light. Ji Yu Yang's attack was just as shocking as Yu Zifeng's. Yu Zifeng had been so fast that things had been over before they had even started. However, with Ji Yu Yang, they saw it clearly, which was why they were so shocked. Ji Yu Yang had used an ancestral item to knock away a divine item and destroy his opponent's physical body. If he had been in possession of a divine item, wouldn't he have killed his opponent in one move without any suspense? In the blink of an eye, 2 Empyreans were slain. The remaining 3 Empyreans were finally terrified. 2 of them had given up on building a spatial formation and ran. They could see that a spatial formation could no longer save them. Hence, they split up in 2 different directions, quick as lightning. 2 walls suddenly appeared in front of them. Those earthen walls possessed an incredibly thick air and sparkled with a golden luster. Those 2 Empyreans crashed into them and exploded. Everyone's jaws dropped. 2 Empyreans had died from smashing into a wall. That was something they had trouble believing even though they had personally witnessed it. After all, an Empyrean's body was so tough that even if a mountain crashed into them, they would just fly straight through it. However, these earthen walls didn't shake at all. It was like 2 eggs had been thrown into a stone wall. The toughness of these earthen walls was practically a match for divine items. 2 Yuan spirits flew out of the mess of blood. However, they had just appeared when 2 golden thorns came out of the wall and stabbed their heads. No, those 2 Empyreans let out unwilling cries, but that couldn't change their miserable fates. Their Yuan spirits quickly withered until they turned to dust. Li Qi and Songming Yuan had finished refining the earth essence now. They had not only obtained its pure earth energy, but they had also obtained the Jade Lake Venerate's earth inheritance. They were no longer their old selves, and their power could only be described as terrifying. Just as Li Qi and Songming Yuan killed their targets, a spatial channel appeared. The remaining Empyrean stepped into it. Long Chen just looked on without stopping him. Just as the latter stepped through, a ray of light flew over. "Hey, don't be in such a rush to leave. This is a small present for your sect. I'll trouble you to give it to your sect leader. It's just a small token of my respect for you," called out Guo Ran. It was a fist-sized ball and vanished along with the Empyrean. The Empyrean came out of the spatial channel and saw that he had returned to his sect. Thinking he had escaped death, he rejoiced. That Empyrean had just sighed with relief when he suddenly saw that a ball had appeared beside him. That ball's runes were rapidly changing color. The ball exploded like a blazing sun. Its immense power devoured the entire sect, destroying it. "Brat, you are really evil." Long Chen gave Guo Ran a thumbs up. He had known that Guo Ran wouldn't give up such a chance to show off. He would definitely take one of the 5 targets. However, Long Chen hadn't expected that this little fellow would have learned how to be low-key in order to show off even more effectively. Guo Ran had waited silently to con that Empyrean. He had timed everything perfectly. That ball's power was definitely terrifying. It wouldn't just kill that Empyrean, it would probably bring down his sect with him. That move was definitely vicious, so Long Chen gave Guo Ran a thumbs up. "Boss, I was just learning from you. I still have much to learn. I will strive to reach the same height as you one day," said Guo Ran devoutly. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others were speechless. As expected, a subordinate learned from their leader. These 2 fellows were both evil. In the future, they would take wickedness to new heights. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the battlefield was empty. The opponents were all slain. However, the Xuantian Dao sect's experts were still filled with shock. Even Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Wang Zhen, and the others were stunned. Without even realizing it, the Dragonblood Legion's power had erupted to a shocking level once more. Even Empyreans with divine items protecting themselves weren't able to flee in front of them. Most shocking of all, only Ji Yu Yang had used his manifestation. The others hadn't even used their full power. Moreover, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and Guo Ran hadn't used any martial weapons, while Ji Yu Yang and Yu Zifeng didn't have divine items. Yu Zifeng might have been too fast for them to see his sword, but those fluctuations weren't of a divine item. His sword didn't even have the fluctuations of an ancestral item. They killed 5 Empyreans with casual waves of their hands. How could the others not be shocked? How could they not revere such power? I'm still lacking compared to Zifeng. I had to sacrifice my weapon, said Ji Yu Yang despondently. You're a power-type fighter. Having a good heavy weapon would increase your combat power by at least 30%. However, Guo Ran still can't forge divine items, so it'll be up to luck. I'll try to get you one decent weapon later, consoled Long Chen. Long Chen was also a power-type fighter, and he personally knew how irritating it was not to have a good weapon. Despite having immense power, you would be unable to use it to fight. That was too stifling. Alright, since the fight's done, we're done for the day. Next time, if there's anyone annoying, there's no need to be courteous. Just kill them. Long Chen clapped his hands, about to leave. Long Chen, have we fallen into their trap by doing this? Asked Chu Yao worriedly. The old man often teaches that in front of absolute power, all schemes are useless. Plus, this isn't a trap to us. I've already dealt with it, so don't worry, said Long Chen. He turned to the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Brothers, sisters, you've now seen that our Xuantian Dao sect is surrounded by enemies. You've also seen their expressions toward us. No one wishes for our Xuantian Dao sect to soar. So if we want to reach the peak of the martial heaven continent, we'll have to face countless obstacles. There will be different kinds of obstacles. Some will be clear and above board, while some will be hidden pitfalls. There will also be some that, knowing they can't stop you, will still wipe their snot on you just to irritate you. This is the path of cultivation, one of no return, one where there is no right or wrong, a completely heartless path. If we want to rise, we have to climb over the corpses of our enemies. If your heart holds mercy, it will only result in you being the one whose corpse is climbed over. That is why I never care about my opponent's point of view or other people's slander, because anyone who has stepped onto the cultivation path is no longer completely innocent or pure. What I do care about are my brothers, my sisters, my parents, my family. For them, I cannot pause in front of obstacles, nor can I retreat. The current Xuantian Dao sect looks grand and majestic, but I will tell you that this is just a start. As long as we don't fall, the Xuantian Dao sect will definitely become one of the overlords of the martial heaven continent. Sometimes fate is just like this. Only when you are willing to share honor and disgrace are you true life and death brothers, just like my Dragonblood Legion. The reason you cannot join the Dragonblood Legion isn't because you aren't outstanding or righteous enough. It's the opposite. I see many among you who are worthy of being my life and death brothers. However, that time has already passed. The Dragonblood Legion is no longer accepting new members. That is because our memories of walking from the eastern wasteland to the central plains will forever be engraved in our minds. Those years cannot be relived, and those emotions cannot be replaced. The current Xuantian Dao sect is similar. This is a special time, where danger and opportunity exist together. If you wish to stay in the Xuantian Dao sect, you might prosper with it and leave your names in history. You also might be destroyed along with the Xuantian Dao sect and become an unremarkable ripple in the river of time. This is a gamble where you bet your life. I ask you, do you have the bravery to follow my Xuantian Dao sect? Do you dare to make a grand gamble with me against our powerful enemies that surround us on the martial heaven continent? We dare. All the experts felt their blood boiling with a grand, heroic feeling. Their excitement from killing the enemy invaders had yet to fade before Long Chen's words further stimulated them. Life itself was a series of gambles. You won some, you lost some. Each choice was a gamble, and before you reached the end, no one could say whether you won or lost. However, they all trusted Long Chen because Long Chen was a legend, a miracle. They firmly believed that whether he won or lost, this gamble would be exceptionally brilliant. Good. Then everyone, prepare yourself. The Devil Abyss's eruption is nearing, and we will first use that battle to signify the rise of our Xuantian Dao sect. Let us fight shoulder to shoulder, slaughtering our enemies. All the Xuantian Dao sects. Disciples cheered. They finally had a chance to fight alongside Long Chen. To them, this was a glory that they had been waiting for. He really knows how to raise morale. In the Xuantain Tower, Li Tianxuan couldn't help sighing emotionally. Chapter 1683. One move to reverse the tides. Haha, good. Long Chen finally couldn't endure it any longer. Now we can justify the destruction of the Xuantian Dao sect. Even if Ku Jianying wanted to protect him, it would be useless this time. Long Chen and the Xuantian Dao sect are doomed. Immediately gather all our troops. Everyone is to move out. This time, we're going to completely eliminate this scourge. When news that Long Chen had killed the experts from various forces sent to blockade the Xuantian Dao sect spread throughout the continent, Pill Valley, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Ancient Races, the Zon Beasts, and other top-tier powers began to gather their forces. This blockade's true purpose had been to antagonize Long Chen and provoke him into killing them. It was a shameless move that had no possible counter. Being shameless made it exceptionally effective. They knew that Long Chen's temper was explosive and he killed people decisively. He definitely wouldn't permit others to insult his people, especially his women. If that happened, his anger would be fully provoked. However, the Dragonblood Legion had been in seclusion during this time. It was only when Long Chen came out that the opportunity came. However, they didn't even have to antagonize him for him to kill them. The only thing that surprised them was that the experts that they had sent to fan the flames of the crowd had all been killed. Only one returned to his sect alive, and as a result, he ended up bringing along a mysterious sphere that exploded, killing him and destroying his sect. A first-rate sect was damaged to its core just like that. However, 5 Empyreans weren't a big deal to them. That was because the Empyreans came from sects that were subordinate to them. All they needed to do was crush the Xuantian Dao sect as revenge for them and then give them a bit of compensation. That way, their enemies would be eliminated, their reputation would grow, and they would get richer. This was a shameless move, so shameless that there was no way to neutralize it. If they endured, the Xuantian Dao sect would become the laughingstock of the continent. If they didn't endure, they would give their opponents a reason to join together to destroy them. Unfortunately for them, this shameless move was so shameless that Long Chen had no choice but to be even more shameless. He had directly flipped the board, refusing to play this game with them. Just as they were gathering their forces and a rising storm brewed over the continent, a piece of news struck the continent like lightning, blowing apart those storm clouds. This news was transmitted through 2 photographic jades. The day after Long Chen had exterminated those experts, the news spread like a contagious virus. The elusive music Immortal Palace's Shen Baijin was actually so shameless. Heavens, I can barely believe it. Who cares about that? The head of the Ancient Family Alliance was slapped by Long Chen, and his clone was destroyed. I don't dare to believe it. Those photographic jades are too clear to be fake. In other words, everything is actually true. Who would have thought that Shen Baijin was trying to kill Long Chen from the start? She was just feigning love to make it so others wouldn't punish her too hard for her actions. Her acting was so good that even the elusive music Immortal Palace blamed Long Chen. For one of the protectors of the continent to do such a thing, how disappointing. The disappointing one isn't just the elusive music Immortal Palace. Di Long abused his position to avenge a personal enmity. He actually made up a sanctimonious reason to target Long Chen and the Xuantian Dao sect. Furthermore, Pill Valley, the Ancient Races, the Zon Beasts, and others all supported them. Could they really not have known the truth? That's thought-provoking. Ever since those 2 photographic jades spread throughout the martial heaven continent, countless experts were discussing them. Anywhere there were people, there were also the Huayan sect's businessmen. These 2 photographic jades were quickly spread. Everyone quickly learned the truth. This was Long Chen's silent strike back. Originally, all the Central Plains forces were denouncing the Xuantian Dao sect and Ku Jianying, but now their mouths were shut. People realized that they had been used. They had been used as a public opinion weapon. The only thing worth celebrating for them was that they hadn't been like those people who had charged over to the Xuantian Dao sect to curse them. Otherwise, they also would have been unable to ever return. These 2 photographic jades startled everyone awake. Some people even furiously demanded an explanation from the elusive music Immortal Palace and the Ancient Family Alliance. They cursed the latter for being shameless, for using other people's emotions. They were a bunch of cheats. Those powers that had been gathering forces and filled with excitement immediately turned cold from head to toe once those photographic jades appeared. The elusive music Immortal Palace, Ancient Family Alliance, and Pill Valley in particular were struck dumb, not knowing what to do. Within the elusive music immortal palace, the palace master's expression was heavy. In front of her was the 7-string C-suppressing zither. There was a thumb-sized black scar on it now. That was the result of when Long Chen had used divine lightning to send it flying. The 7-string C-suppressing zither had been unable to protect Shen Baijin, so it had returned to the elusive music immortal palace once Shen Baijin was killed. However, even after all this time, the black mark on it had yet to fully recover. The power of that thunder force had harmed its core. I never expected Long Chen to have such a strange ability. He recorded everything that happened back then, sighed the palace master. Back when the palace master had faced Ku Jianying's confrontation, she had refused to admit that she had sent Shen Baijin to kill Long Chen. She clung to her story that Long Chen had scorned Shen Baijin's feelings, resulting in Shen Baijin going crazy. However, now that lie was useless. In fact, it had even transformed into a kind of insult. Even the words Long Chen and Shen Baijin had exchanged spiritually were recorded. The story of love transforming into hatred was a huge joke. The reason she had refused to admit to this at first was because there was no proof to be found. Shen Baijin was dead, and by saying that Long Chen's testimony was completely biased, it was easy to make his story baseless. Now though, Long Chen had brought out his ironclad proof. She was no longer able to continue with this lie. Furthermore, the reason all these powers were targeting Long Chen was because the elusive music immortal palace had taken the lead. Now the palace master had a splitting headache. Shen Baijin's heart was too narrow. She was fierce but lacked any nobility. It was fated that she couldn't hold an important position. As for Ziyan, she fulfills all the other requirements, but she doesn't have a killing heart. Only by killing the person she loves the most can her eyes be opened to her true nature. However, the heavens toy with people. That Long Chen is too powerful and has many factors that make me uneasy. Even I was injured. As for that saber he has, it's a powerful killing weapon. You have to be careful. The 7-string C-suppressing zither's voice was gentle like immortal music. It was like a woman was speaking while playing the zither. I can't think that far into the future at the moment. This matter has implicated the state of the entire continent. If I handle this badly, the elusive music immortal palace's name will be ruined. Furthermore, those seniors will definitely punish me. The palace master rubbed her head as she muttered. You can't rush this matter. It would be better to temporarily take a step back. Although you are doing this all for Ziyan, you should remember that Ziyan's devil star cannot be meddled with. When you first sent Shen Baijin to kill Long Chen, I felt like it was a bad idea. Now reality proves me right. If this matter gets any bigger and startles those ancestors, ignoring your position as palace master, even Ziyan will be implicated. You know those ancestors' decisive characters. They definitely won't give Ziyan any breathing room. Either Long Chen dies, or Ziyan dies. That will obviously push Ziyan toward death, said the 7-string C-suppressing zither. The palace master nodded. Then I can only do this. For Ziyan, I'll bear all the responsibility. You're planning on. No matter what, I have to give an explanation or it'll be difficult to handle everyone's criticism. Just at this moment, a disciple ran in and bowed toward the palace master. Reporting to the palace master, Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and a dozen other powers have sent emissaries asking to see you. The palace master smiled bitterly. What do they want from me? Could it be they really want me to stubbornly insist that those photographic jades are fake? Am I supposed to thicken my skin and let them drag me down into their depravity and go destroy the Xuantian Dao sect? Tell them to go back to wherever they came from. I will take responsibility for my own actions. The second day after the photographic jades appeared, another shocking piece of news spread. The elusive music immortal palace's master announced that she had made a grievous mistake and wrongly accused a good person. She could not run from her sins. She went onto the elusive music immortal palace's punishment stage and punished herself with 49 strikes of heavenly lightning as an apology to the world. When that news spread, the continent was shaken. The position of palace master of the elusive music immortal palace was a grand and noble one, but even she was capable of admitting her own mistakes and punishing herself. That made countless people feel respect. This was a real expert, someone who dared to face their own mistakes. In comparison to the palace master, Di Long was looked down upon even more. One dared to own up to her mistakes, while the other one refused to admit that he had made any mistakes at all. This self-punishment from the palace master was the final nail in the coffin for the powers gathering their forces. They disbanded like smoke in the wind, no longer having the slightest reason to target the Xuantian Dao sect. Di Long was absolutely infuriated. Long Chen's photographic jades were another slap in his face, while the palace master's self-punishment was an even more resounding slap. He definitely refused to admit that he was wrong. He wished to tear Long Chen to pieces, but regretfully, he had no way to do so. What infuriated him the most was that the Devil Abyss's eruption was imminent. If he still didn't support the Martial Heaven Alliance, he would be viewed as a selfish, petty little person who didn't care about the big picture. However, if he did support them, it would be admitting that he was wrong. However, under the immense pressure, he had no choice but to swallow his anger in the end. He agreed to temporarily cooperate with the Martial Heaven Alliance to handle the Devil Abyss together. This move of Long Chen's was immensely refreshing to Ku Jianying. It was incredibly satisfying. Seeing Di Long look like he had just swallowed dogshit yet acting like nothing had happened, Ku Jianying laughed maniacally inside. On this day, Ku Jianying came to the Xuantian Dao sect and called Long Chen over. "Little fellow, this time, you have to win me some face. You must enter the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter rankings for me." Chapter 1684 Devil Slaughter Rankings. The Devil Slaughter Rankings. What's that? Within the Xuantian Dao sect, Ku Jianying, the Patriarch, Li Tianxuan, and Long Chen were sitting together. Long Chen looked at Ku Jianying blankly. Li Tianxuan said, "The so-called Devil Slaughter Rankings are determined each time the Devil Abyss erupts as a whole. The Martial Heaven Continent's young experts will kill the Devil experts, and each Devil expert they slay gives them a certain number of kill points. They are recorded with the Heaven-watching Divine Jades, and that information is sent back to the Devil Slaughtering Divine Tablet in the Martial Heaven Alliance's main headquarters in the Central Zon region. The Devil Slaughtering Divine Tablet will rank each disciple according to the number and strength of the Devil experts they kill. That's the Devil Slaughter Rankings. Although each time the Devil Abyss erupts the Martial Heaven Alliance is the main force holding them back, the embarrassing thing is that we haven't been able to produce any geniuses that enter the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter Rankings. Even those who can reach the top 30 are rare. Because, Li Tianxuan hesitated, pondering how to reply. It's because of the helplessness of the Martial Heaven Alliance. We haven't been able to produce many good geniuses. Each time, the top 10 is occupied by the ancient races, Zon Beasts, Bloodkill Hall, and the Corrupt Path's experts, said Ku Jianying gloomily. How is that possible? Why would the Corrupt Path work together with us? Don't misunderstand. They aren't helping us out of the kindness in their hearts. They're just trying to give a blow to our morale. They will only send a few experts who they are confident in, and they enter the core of the battlefield through other entrances with their only goal being to get into the top 10. They don't allow my Martial Heaven Alliance or the Ancient Family Alliance's experts to enter the top 10. The Righteous Path's morale has never been high, and one reason is because we can't get into the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter Rankings. Even getting into the top 30 would depend on luck, sighed Ku Jianying. Then can't you just not let them enter? Asked Long Chen. HMPH, being powerless myself, how am I supposed to prevent the competition from joining in? If I allowed the Righteous Path to get such a big head and grow so conceited, the entire Righteous Path would be disbanded within 1,000 years. Don't be so silly, raged Ku Jianying. Hee, I didn't think of that, laughed Long Chen. Ku Jianying's considerations were reasonable. With the Righteous Path's irrational pride, feeling inferior was definitely better than feeling superior. That's why, you have to enter the top 10 for me, or I'll skin you for all the trouble you gave me. Don't think I've forgotten what you did. I've written it all in a book. If you do well, then I can write it off with one stroke, but if not, hee. Ku Jianying smiled threateningly. Most likely, Long Chen wouldn't have any more good days if he couldn't achieve this. Why not first place? Asked Long Chen. Ku Jianying laughed. Little brat, do you think others are all useless? I don't want to give you a blow, but if you could enter the top 10, I'd already light incense as thanks. You have no idea how big the continent is, or how many experts there are. You also don't know how great the difference is between the Central Zon region and the other 4 regions. Most importantly, just because you have high combat power doesn't mean you'll have killing efficiency. With just one saber, even if you could slash straight through the entire battlefield, you wouldn't necessarily be able to enter the top 10. This isn't a competition of battle power but how many you can kill. There are many experts who might lose in a fight against you, but have amazing area attacks that can instantly kill as many devil experts as you can kill in several hours. Not only that, but other than the sects that you know of, some existences that have been hiding for countless years and have almost been forgotten or reviving with the descent of the Great Era. Those ancient sects possess terrifying inheritances. Furthermore, they aren't technically part of the Martial Heaven Alliance, so even if their people got in the top 10, it wouldn't have the slightest relation to us. All kinds of monster-class geniuses will come out during the Devil Abyss's eruption this time. They all want to leave their name on the Devil Slaughter rankings. The competition will be exceptionally intense, and it will be unimaginably savage. You should just give up on first place. Just entering the top 10 would satisfy me, sighed Ku Jianying. The reason why the Martial Heaven Alliance could lead the righteous path wasn't because the Martial Heaven Alliance itself was so powerful, but because the righteous path needed protection and to unite against the corrupt path. As for sects that were strong enough, they disdained joining any alliance. No one dared to provoke them, so those sects' disciples could be monstrously powerful. Although Ku Jianying was hopeful for Long Chen, she was also worried. As the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, she wished she could raise his people's morale and vent years of frustration. Even if she died, she could die in peace then. If that's the case, then it's not a problem. Even if I can't, there should be no problem with my people entering. Contrary to Ku Jianying, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. He might not specialize in group killing arts, but plenty within the Dragonblood Legion did. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as one of you can enter the top 10, it will be good. The Devil Abyss is starting to grow more intense. You should prepare yourself faster, as the eruption this time will be on an unprecedented scale. However, let me give you just one order. You cannot press forward out of greed. You have to fight while making sure the Devil Abyss's creatures cannot charge onto the continent. Although it's a bit unfair to you, nothing can be done about it. We can't let the Devil Race's creatures slaughter the continent's people. Otherwise, even if you got first, it would be a disgrace. Understood, demanded Ku Jianying. Long Chen suddenly understood. This was probably the main reason the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples were unable to get a good ranking. Others could charge deeper into the Devil Abyss and slaughter as many as they pleased, while the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples had to stay back and defend. Don't worry, I'm confident. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. I'm confident in you doing bad things, but I am really worried when it comes to you doing good things. Ku Jianying looked at Long Chen helplessly. Ku Jianying was extremely busy, and after giving Long Chen his instructions, she left immediately to handle her other duties. Once Ku Jianying left, Long Chen went to see Wild. Wild was still sleeping, but he was no longer the same as before. A thunderous snoring came from him. He was emitting a terrifying aura, one that wasn't similar to a human at all. It was more like an ancient beast's aura. Long Chen examined Wild and found that his body was finally starting the slow process of reviving. His cells, which had been completely asleep, were starting to awaken. It seemed it wouldn't be long now. However, he had to awaken naturally. If he was forcibly awakened, it would definitely be detrimental to his body. Li Tianxuan gave a map of the Devil Abyss's channels to Long Chen. The Devil Abyss was the result of a channel opened in a spatial wall in the underground of the Martial Heaven continent. The Devil Race's experts invaded the Martial Heaven continent through that channel. In the ancient era, almighty experts had modified the channel, splitting it into 5 regions, the eastern, western, southern, northern, and central regions. Those 5 channels had then been split into millions of tiny channels that led to the various large sects. The Xuantian Dao sect was one of them. Wouldn't there be even more in the core region? Won't they have a huge advantage over us like that? Asked Long Chen. No, the core region also has a formation. Whether it's the geniuses of the Martial Heaven Alliance or the genius of other powers, they can only occupy one of the positions around the core region and attack from there. If they go too far, they will be suppressed by the spatial channel, and it will weaken them. They might die within the sea of devils like that. Don't look down on these devil creatures. I suspect that they have also produced higher-level experts due to the Great Era. Their top geniuses are no weaker than our human geniuses. No one knows what will happen, so don't be careless. A single mistake will bring calamity to the Eastern Zon region. This eruption came at the wrong time for us. The Xuantian Dao sect's defensive formation has not been fully built. Otherwise, you would be able to go forward without any misgivings, sighed Li Tianxuan. The Xuantian Dao sect looked like it had been fully built, but only Long Chen, Li Tianxuan, and the patriarch knew that the current Xuantian Dao sect was just a fancy frame at the moment. Only once the main formation was completed could it be capable of its true offensive and defensive powers. Don't worry, I'm more confident than other time for this Devil Abyss eruption. I definitely won't allow the devil creatures to charge above ground, and I definitely will accomplish the Alliance head's mission. Long Chen was extremely confident. The current Dragonblood Legion had completely transformed. Their power had reached a level that even he couldn't estimate. He wanted to leave the Dragonblood Legion's name on the Devil Slaughter rankings, so that the entire continent would know their power. In fact, he was almost unable to suppress his own excitement. He wished the Devil Abyss would erupt earlier. Alright, since you're so confident, I'm at ease. Li Tianxuan was more confident in Long Chen than anyone else. What he had been worried about wasn't Long Chen's safety, but that Long Chen would be careless due to his youth and allow some of the devil creatures to charge above ground. Those devil creatures were all bloodthirsty fiends. Once they charged onto the continent, they would slaughter all life. There had been such a baptism in the past. Millions of those devil creatures had managed to charge onto the continent. They had rapidly spread out in every direction. Despite the various powers hunting them down, it took 7 days to kill them all. In just 7 days, thousands of cities had been annihilated, and countless innocent commoners had been killed. It was a true calamity. That was the result of one sect's disciples being too arrogant and treating the devil creatures as nothing. They had charged forward to rack up points, resulting in this tragedy. Those disciples were executed by their sect in the end, and the sect leader killed himself as an apology to the world. That had given the entire continent a warning. So Ku Jianying reminded Long Chen of this, and Li Tianxuan also couldn't help reminding him again since he knew Long Chen's character. Time passed slowly. On the 8th day, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples gathered. The Devil Abyss had suddenly turned silent. It was about to erupt, and an immense battle was about to start. Chapter 1685. Once more descending into the Devil Abyss. The Xuantian Dao sect's plaza was filled with 180,000 inner sect disciples. These disciples were all soul transformation experts. Even the weakest amongst them were rank 7 celestials. Within the entire Eastern Zon region, there was no force as great as them. The Xuantian Dao sect was no longer the old Xuantian Dao sect. It had reached an unprecedented level of strength and now had the potential to be an overlord-level existence. If even half of these disciples could reach the Life Star realm, then the Xuantian Dao sect's position would be unshakable. It would be enough to stand on the same level as Pill Valley, the ancient races, or the ancient family alliance as a whole. That was why those powers were doing their best to suppress the Xuantian Dao sect's growth. Not only did the Xuantian Dao sect now have a nether passage expert, but it also had countless geniuses soaring. That made them very uneasy. However, today the atmosphere was tense. They were about to enter the Devil Abyss and face a fierce battle with the devil creatures from another world. This would be a true life and death battle. Although they were experts, none of them could say for sure whether they would return alive. However, they were profoundly aware that experts had to experience treading the line between life and death. Only by undergoing the baptism of blood and fire would they become true experts. That was the essence of cultivation that they had felt from each of the Dragonblood warriors. Every cultivator thirsted to grow stronger. However, there were no shortcuts. If they wanted to get stronger, they had to have the courage to face death. Fortunately, they had Long Chen. His existence was extremely comforting. Having such a peerless expert gave them endless drive. They also felt a thirst to fight alongside him. They saw that every warrior of the Dragonblood Legion was calm without the slightest nervousness. It was as if they didn't view the upcoming life and death battle as anything important. That kind of heroism formed an echo within them. Li Tianxuan stood in front of the Xuantian Tower. I won't say too much. This is a battle to protect humanity, your family, and the Martial Heaven continent. Each of you is a warrior of the Martial Heaven continent. This is a responsibility that cannot be shirked, and it is also the duty of a disciple of the Xuantian Dao sect. I know that in this battle, some people will forever rest within the Devil Abyss, but your names will be engraved in the memory of the continent. Once you return alive, you will be true brave warriors of the continent. You'll leave behind your own page on history. I wish you good luck. Fight for the Martial Heaven continent, fight for the Xuantian Dao sect. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples cheered. In that instant, they felt like they had received a divine mission. That feeling made them forget the fear in their hearts. Their eyes became sharper. Long Chen, you are the commander for this battle. Come and say a few words, said Li Tianxuan. Me, there's nothing to say, it's about time, so let's move out. My brothers are already getting impatient, laughed Long Chen. A few chuckles rang out in the crowd. In this kind of heavy atmosphere, perhaps only Long Chen would dare to say such a thing. The tense atmosphere lightened slightly. All right, then move out, ordered Li Tianxuan helplessly. The transportation formation was activated, and Long Chen and his group vanished. There were too many people here, and although the transportation formations had been built much larger in the reconstruction, the fact they were sole transformation experts limited the number that could be transported at one time. At most, only 5,000 could be transported at a time. Long Chen's group was the first to be transported. Just to be safe, the strongest group was taking the lead. One batch after another vanished. In the end, all the disciples in the plaza vanished. That little fellow Long Chen, I was so worried that I even further encouraged them, and he didn't even say a word, said Li Tianxuan a bit irritably as he looked at the empty plaza. If he had wanted to, Li Tianxuan definitely could have said some better words. However, thinking of how he was in front of a Connor Grandmaster like Long Chen, he had felt that his attempt might make Long Chen laugh at him, so he had left this opportunity to Long Chen, but he hadn't expected Long Chen to actually not say anything. Long Chen has his own methods. Furthermore, with his charisma, he has no need for such things. I've found that the current world is no longer something you or I can control. In fact, even the Xuantian Dao sect is growing out of our control. This is a new era, and they are the true main characters. We are just some supporting actors, said the patriarch from behind Li Tianxuan. He looked up at the sky emotionally. Long Chen's photographic jades had deeply affected him. A soul transformation expert had actually managed to kill a Nether Passage expert's clone. Long Chen could only be a monster. However, now it was unknown how many monsters just as powerful as Long Chen were hidden on the Martial Heaven continent. That was what made the patriarch sigh emotionally. Being a supporting actor isn't bad either. We get to watch from a spectator's viewpoint and enjoy the sight of heavenly geniuses rising together. This is also a blessing. I look forward to seeing how Long Chen and the others do on the Devil Slaughter rankings. A huge stone tablet suddenly appeared on the plaza. It was 300 meters tall and glossy like a mirror. It didn't look particularly conspicuous. It wasn't a true stone tablet but a projection. Once the Devil Abyss's eruption started, it would display the rankings of the disciples' kill points. However, the Devil Slaughter rankings only showed the top 10,000 disciples. If you wanted to appear on the rankings, you would have to work hard to get into the top 10,000. Before entering the Devil Abyss, each disciple had extracted a drop of their purest essence blood and placed it onto a special jade plate. Those jade plates had been issued from the Martial Heaven Alliance. The jade plates were connected to the Devil Slaughter rankings. They were what recorded how many devil creatures a person killed. It was shockingly accurate. Rumor was that the divine tablet recording the Devil Slaughter rankings was personally made by the first-generation sovereign, Yun Shang. It had the blessing of a sovereign, so it couldn't be mistaken. It was the only divine item left behind by a sovereign on this continent. The only regretful thing was that it was only used to count points. It had no offensive or defensive power on its own. The projection of it was now established. However, there were no names on it yet. The battle had yet to truly start. The entire Xuantian Dao sect essentially closed down. All the disciples and elders came to the plaza to watch the projection. They were calmly waiting to see the names appear on it. It wasn't just the Xuantian Dao sect. All sects belonging to the Martial Heaven Alliance and Ancient Family Alliance were capable of summoning this projection. Countless eyes were staring at it now. This was a chance to witness the rise of heavenly geniuses. Which monsters would fight to the front of the pack? This was a dark and gloomy world, looking like it was always dusk. There was no sunlight. The ground was an unending barren land of mountains. The smell of blood hung in the air. It was unknown just how many lives had been lost on this battlefield. Some were from the devil race, some were the Martial Heaven continent's brave warriors. It was possible to see broken skeletons scattered about. Some were as large as a mountain. Despite having died who knew how many years ago, those bones still emitted immense pressure. Long Chen led the Xuantian Dao sect's army forward. This was the channel the Xuantian Dao sect protected, and up ahead was the main channel of the entire eastern Zan region. This time, the Xuantian Dao sect was about to block the entire eastern Zan region's devil creatures. They had to advance to the end of the channel. Long Chen, do you want to make any deployment arrangements? I'm noticing quite a few nervous disciples, whispered Hua Xiu. The space here felt very oppressive. Furthermore, there were broken skeletons everywhere. These disciples might be powerful, but many were lacking battle experience. For some, this was their first time stepping foot on such a terrifying battlefield. Their tense nerves sharply lowered their confidence. If Long Chen could say some words of encouragement now or arrange for them to busy themselves with something, it would improve their morale a bit. I'll tell you the truth. You definitely can't tell this to them, said Long Chen gravely. What is it? Hua Xiu jumped in fright upon seeing his expression. In truth, I'm also incredibly nervous. Long Chen clutched his stomach pitifully. Stop messing around, raged Hua Xiu, angrily punching him. Just how many heaven-shaking things had Long Chen done in the past? Not even a ghost would believe he was really nervous. Fortunately, Meng Qi and the others were very familiar with Hua Xiu, so they simply laughed and watched. I really am nervous. I'm afraid, said Long Chen innocently. What are you afraid of? I don't believe you. I'm afraid there aren't enough devil creatures for me to get in the top 10. If I don't get in the top 10, the Alliance head will punish me. Tell me, how can I not be afraid? Long Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't too quiet either. Quite a few people heard it. Guo Ran laughed. Boss, don't worry, you just sit and drink tea. I'll take first place for you. That would depend on your abilities. However, I'm not holding back this time. The devil creatures have something I need, so I'll be killing them, said Lu Ruyan coldly before waiting for Long Chen to reply. I'm also going for first, declared Tang Wan. She had long since been waiting for a chance to test her power and have her own name shake the continent. In truth, Tang Wan was extremely competitive. It seems I have no affinity with the devil slaughter rankings. Ji Yu Yang scowled. Guo Ran, Lu Ruyan, and Tang Wan all had terrifying massive area attacks. With his single spear, it would take him years to catch up to them. Their relaxed aura infected the other disciples. The pressure weighing on them lightened. They had just reached the end of the Eastern Zon region's channel when the world began to fiercely tremble. Ferocious roaring rang out. From the front, an endless tide of black figures charged over. Gulping sounds came from the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. The life and death battle had finally started. Chapter 1686 Earth and Divine Wall. Li Qi, Ming Yuan, seal the path. Ruyan, you are free to do as you please, ordered Long Chen without even glancing at those devil creatures. Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan had long since been prepared. With a cry, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to explode. The ground began to rise rapidly, forming two earthen giants. Those two earthen giants caused the world to shake, divine runes covering their bodies. Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan were standing on their heads. They formed quick hand seals, and the earth giants they had summoned followed along. Earthen divine wall, Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan shouted at the same time. Their earth giants slammed their hands on the ground, and a huge mountain range began to rise out of the ground. This was a kind of incomparable energy, the power of the earth. In front of it, everything else wasn't even worth mentioning. The huge mountain range slowly grew until it exploded, revealing a thick and sturdy wall within it. The wall towered over everyone, completely blocking the channel behind them. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples all looked at this giant wall in shock. This kind of power was something they had never dared to imagine possessing. It was a kind of power that sparked despair. It was simply too powerful. Even Long Chen was stunned. The thickness and height of this wall could truly cause an attacker to despair. As expected, the reason Earth cultivators were known for being number one in terms of defense was not for nothing. The Earth giants exploded. Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan were both covered in sweat. Clearly, creating such an unbreakable defense was very taxing. You two should go rest. Now it's time to drill the troops. The real battle will come later, so make sure to be fully recovered by then, said Long Chen. All right, Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan nodded. They quickly began to recover their energy. Their combined power had resolved their worry of the devil creatures charging onto the martial heaven continent. As for the offense, in the distance, a giant willow appeared, its roots digging deep into the ground and its leaves covering the sky. The willow leaves looked delicate and light, yet they were actually life-reaping chains. Those devil creatures were torn to pieces before they could get anywhere close. Long Chen suddenly clapped his hands, drawing everyone's stunned gazes. As you can see, the path behind has been sealed. We have cut off our own path of retreat. It's either they die or we die. In this kind of life and death battle, only the ruthless ones will survive. As for those who are afraid of death, the more afraid they are, the faster they die. A battle is naturally very dangerous, however, I'm telling you that as long as you can see the danger, it's not really dangerous, only invisible danger is fatal. Without experiencing these battles, you will never understand the meaning of life, nor will you feel true gratitude and respect for life. To you, this is a chance to transform yourselves. In truth, other than my Dragonblood Legion, I haven't met many true experts on the continent. What makes you an expert isn't your cultivation base or combat power or talent. It's whether you know why you want to get stronger. Long Chen's voice resounded through the air, and behind him was the sight of Lu Ruyan slaughtering their enemies. His figure was set off by a rain of black blood in the background. The majority of you come from decent backgrounds. You got whatever you wanted as a youth. To tell you the truth, I don't envy you one bit. Instead, I feel pity. The more your parents gave you, the less you had. Although my parents didn't leave me any treasures, they taught me respect and gratitude, as well as a work ethic. Your parents and your seniors gave you the best conditions for growth, while my parents didn't give me anything like that. However, they left me endless room for growth. When I left the Phoenix Cry Empire, I was just a blood condensation rookie. I had nothing except my determination to continue advancing. When I cut my way through my thorn-covered path, when my steps stumbled, I didn't complain. It was in the most challenging times that I gained my brothers and sisters. They've become my conviction. When I am helpless, when I am lost, when I am at my worst, they are what support me, what gives me the drive to continue forward. They remind me at every moment why I need to get stronger. Only by getting stronger will I be able to protect everything I have. All the Dragonblood warriors clenched their fists. Their bond with Long Chen was forged through blood and fire, and their emotions were something only they could comprehend. As for you, you are geniuses, pampered since birth and raised as the future hope of a family or sect. As for your parents, they don't understand that true experts are not raised. When you say that you want to get stronger, it's just a catchphrase, something your elders taught you. But you don't really know why you have to get stronger. Is it to pick up girls? Is it to trample over others? Is it to show off? If that's what drives you to get stronger, then it's a limited motivation. Do you know what your motivation to get stronger is? Long Chen looked out at the 180,000 disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect. Our motivation to get stronger is to live, to defend, to protect the things in our hearts from being snatched away by the cruel reality. I know that many of you don't truly understand what it means to protect, but I'm sure you have things you cherish in your heart as well. Perhaps it's your parents, your masters, or your lovers. In truth, what many people love is just themselves. Let me put it to you this way. If what is in your heart is solely yourself, then that will give rise to one kind of emotion, fear. Fear of death. Before, I said that the more someone fears death, the faster they die. Now the battle is about to start. Find what you have to protect inside your heart. Imagine it being killed right here in front of you. These monsters from a devil world are attacking the continent. Imagine your loved ones dying to their claws, their fangs. What kind of tragedy would such a reality be? That's why now, you have to raise your butcher's blade. Cut off these monsters' heads. Let their sins come to an end with you. In the middle of Long Chen's speech, these disciples felt like they had been drawn into a world of blood. As Long Chen spoke, this world became clearer, and they even saw the people closest to them dying to the devil creatures. Their eyes all turned red. They tightly clenched their weapons. Meng Qi and Chu Yao exchanged a glance. Long Chen's spiritual strength was truly frightening. Just relying on it to convey his emotions, he was able to form a resonance with 180,000 experts. It was similar to a hypnotic art, but Long Chen hadn't used any techniques. He had relied purely on his spiritual strength to transmit his emotions, and even the Empyreans were affected. This emotional transmission made them forget their fear. By making them think of the ones they loved the most, they could summon the greatest power. At this moment, a large batch of the devil creatures charged past Lu Ruyan's blockade and toward them. "What are you waiting for? Release your fury, kill them all," shouted Long Chen. 180,000 experts roared at the same time. They looked at the devil creatures like the latter had personally slain their parents. 180,000 experts attacked at the same time. Sword light sword, saber images slashed, and countless runes wreaked havoc. These devil creatures were like lizards covered in thick scales. Their claws were like hooks, and their teeth were jagged. They weren't particularly powerful, only equivalent to the human race's foundation forging realm. However, their sharp claws and teeth would be troublesome if landed. Long Chen, don't you think this is inappropriate? They're too angry right now. If they start out at full strength, they won't be able to maintain it for very long. This is too much. Hua Xiu frowned. First, let them kill for a bit and vent. This will allow them to enter a combat state at the fastest speed. Once they're accustomed to the battle, split them into 2 rotations. I'll leave that to you, said Long Chen. Long Chen was leaving Hua Xiu in charge of directing this battle. This would increase her reputation and prestige, making it easier for her to lead them in the future. Hua Xiu was extremely powerful, and she had the aptitude to be a leader. She had already won the trust of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Then what will you be doing? Asked Hua Xiu. I've already said what they need to hear. Now, I'm just going to eat, drink and enjoy the battle. Long Chen shrugged. Don't worry about it. Based on past precedents, this eruption of the Devil Abyss will last at least a month and up to half a year. At the start, the devil creatures aren't very powerful. It just so happens that they're suitable for drilling the troops. For now, my Dragonblood Legion won't participate. There probably aren't many kill points to earn either, so we won't waste our time. This was a long battle, and the most frightening enemies would come at the end. Since Long Chen had finished raising morale and reducing their nervousness and fear, the rest could be left to Hua Xiu. Am I really qualified? Hua Xiu was uneasy. Although she had a certain influence in the Xuantian Dao sect, it was a far cry from Long Chen. It'll be fine. Just close your eyes and randomly order them around. No matter what happens, we'll be here, so what are you afraid of? Long Chen waved his hand and returned to the Dragonblood Legion's side in the back. As expected, they were already discussing something excitedly. Boss, so many monsters have appeared this time. Guo Ran cried out excitedly. He handed a jade plate to Long Chen for him to take a look. Long Chen was also startled. Absolutely monstrous. Chapter 1687 Sha Chen dominates the rankings. Long Chen's eyes were instantly drawn to one name. East, Xuantian Dao Sect Chu Yao, rank 13. This rank wasn't won by Chu Yao, but by Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was Chu Yao's contractual housemate, and their souls were linked. That was why the devil creatures Lu Ruyan killed counted for Chu Yao. How ridiculous. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Lu Ruyan had been unleashing large area attacks ever since the devil creatures appeared. She had never stopped killing. However, she was only rank 13. That wasn't even in the top 10. Each person had a jade plate, and the rankings they saw were the same. Chu Yao had 3,107 kill points, while first place had already surpassed 10,000. Ruyan's calculated it and says that for these devil creatures, killing 10,000 counts as 1 point, said Chu Yao. Her expression was solemn. No wonder Ku Jianying had said that she didn't have much confidence in Long Chen entering the top 10. It seemed the martial heaven continent was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. These monstrous figures were coming out now, taking this chance to make their names shake the continent. 10,000 is just 1 point. In other words, Big Sister Ruyan has already killed 30 million of them. As for first place, how terrifying! Exclaimed one of the wood cultivators. First place is someone called Sha Chen. Why does that name sound familiar? Wondered Ji Yu Yong. First place was recorded as East, Grand Sha's Sha Chen. The first word referred to what region he was in, with East representing the Eastern Zon region. The second term was what power he belonged to, and then it was his name. It's not strange that he would be first. Long Chen smiled upon seeing that name. That mysterious fellow had finally appeared. Long Chen was also very curious about Sha Chen. Just what kind of person was he? Sha Yunchong had said that he came from a branch of the Grand Sha, but they didn't have any real details about him. He was too mysterious. Now he had shown his head, using the status of a member of the Grand Sha ancient nation to dominate the Devil Slaughter rankings. Perhaps it was to make the Grand Sha's name shake the continent. How can he be so terrifying? Ruyan has never paused her attacks. Is his attack range and killing power even greater than Ruyan's? Demanded Tang Wan competitively. I don't know if his killing power is above Ruyan, but his attack range is definitely beyond your imagination. That's why it's not strange that he would be first place, said Long Chen. Because he's a formation cultivator. That's practically cheating. All he has to do is establish a formation that kills all the devil creatures that enter it. In terms of area attack, he can make it as big as he wants. No one else can compare to him. What the fuck, that's definitely cheating. However, I'm not going to lose in terms of cheating, hee. Laughed Guo Ran. That evil, sinister expression of his gave others goosebumps. Sha Chen's clearly a member of the Eastern Zon region. Why isn't he fighting with us? Asked Tang Wan. Isn't it simple? He's afraid of us taking his kills, so he entered the core region where no one would fight over kills with him. He can then kill indiscriminately, said Long Chen lazily. This was the benefit of being alone. Unfortunately, Long Chen couldn't be a solitary hero. Isn't he afraid that we won't be able to hold back the devil creatures? If the devil creatures charged into the Grand Sha, wouldn't it be too late for him to regret his actions? Demanded Tang Wan. Long Chen gently pinched Tang Wan's stubborn nose. Do you have so little confidence in me? This fellow clearly knows that we'll have no problem defending our side, so he went out alone. Even a stranger has more confidence in me than you. Ah, I was wrong, Long Chen. Don't get angry. Tang Wan laughed, putting on a cute expression. However, that cute expression of hers didn't look like the expression of someone admitting they were wrong no matter how you looked at it. Ranks 2 to 9 are all from the Central Zon region. It seems the Central Zon region really is powerful, said Meng Qi as she observed the rankings. 10th place was someone from the Southern Zon region, which surprised everyone. Hadn't the Southern Zon region's experts been annihilated? However, when they thought about it, some sects were so powerful that they didn't even care about the Jade Lake pageant, or perhaps there was nothing inside the Jade Lake sacred land that they wanted, so they hadn't participated. Hu Jianying had also said that some sects had been very low-key for many years. They hadn't had any disciples come out in hundreds or even thousands of years. However, that didn't mean that they would be silent forever. They were waiting for one opportunity to soar and restore their former glory. Sister Chu Yao's name has risen again. It's 12th now, exclaimed Tang Wan. The kill points on the rankings were constantly increasing. Ruyan hadn't paused from the start. She killed the majority of the devil creatures, while only allowing a few to charge out as training for the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Tang Wan regretfully said, if Ruyan fought all out, Chu Yao could definitely get in the top 10. This is just the start. These rankings are essentially meaningless for now. What matters is the last half month. If you use up all your energy at the start, not only will you lose your ranking, but you might also lose your life. Don't treat this battle as a game, and don't worry about these early rankings. All we need to do is save our energy for the final eruption, and we'll definitely surpass the others. Don't worry, first place will definitely belong to Guo Ran. His position cannot be touched by anyone, said Long Chen confidently. Really? Tang Wan glanced at Guo Ran. At some point, Guo Ran had taken out a table. He was sitting there, holding a translucent cup with wine in it. He was swirling the amber wine gently. This little fellow had finally learned how to act reserved in order to show off. Seeing everyone look at him, Guo Ran sighed, perhaps you didn't realize, but ever since I joined the Dragonblood Legion, I've been hiding my true power. However, now the martial heaven continent is in danger. Millions of lives are at risk. I feel like I can no longer be low-key. I have no choice but to take on the mantle of savior of the world and make the Dragonblood Legion's name resound through the cosmos. Guo Ran slowly drank the wine after speaking. He then crushed the cup, turning it to dust. Just watch. I, Guo Ran, will reveal my true power. My light will drown out all others. Ha 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 ha. Guo Ran's crazy laughter caused quite a few people to retreat from him. They looked at him warily. Some were covering their own butts. Boss Guo Ran couldn't have gone crazy again, right? Everyone, watch out for your butts, warned the Dragonblood warrior who had had his butt bitten by Guo Ran last time. Guo Ran coughed up a mouthful of blood. His crazy fit last time was now a permanent stain on his life. Even now, he had an urge to find a hole to bury himself in. It's too bad I don't see Sister Zichiu. I wonder if she's participating this time. I miss her. Tang Wan suddenly thought of Yi Zichiu. The sad scene of her sacrificing herself to save Long Chen reappeared in her mind. Don't worry, she'll definitely come. However, the Divine Ice Palace is equally as famous as the elusive Music Immortal Palace, and it is also one of the protectors of the continent. They aren't under the administration of the Martial Heaven Alliance, so we can't receive much news of her. Once the real battle starts, the real experts will reveal themselves. Only at that time will it be possible to see who the truly powerful geniuses are, said Long Chen. Time passed bit by bit. Hua Xiu was growing more confident with directing the army, and the disciples' cooperation also improved. The Empyreans were each leading a portion of the experts. They had formed 8 groups, all eagerly attacking. They had lost their previous fear and were able to face the battle head-on. However, despite that, hundreds of disciples had still died after one day. This was unavoidable. Many people were like greenhouse flowers who only knew how to cultivate, but not how to fight life and death battles. For them to instantly adapt to such a harsh environment was very difficult. There wasn't enough time for them to get used to battle. Those unable to cope were cut down by the devil creatures, claws. Only now did they realize how terrifying these creatures were. Their claws and teeth were highly toxic and could directly extinguish a person's yuan spirit. For only a few hundred people to die out of 180,000 experts was already an extremely remarkable result. Hua Xiu had definite talent when it came to leadership. Long Chen, are you raising Hua Xiu as your successor? Asked Meng Qi. Long Chen was sitting there, occasionally tossing medicinal pills into his mouth. He vaguely answered, it's not really raising her. Hua Xiu is strong-minded and has some brains. Furthermore, she kills decisively and has the air of a general. If I'm not in the Xuantian Dao sect, she will definitely be capable of leading everyone. It was my arrival that changed her fate. I'm just returning the position that should have belonged to her. Is this insurance for the Xuantian Dao sect? Asked Meng Qi again. Long Chen was solemnly quiet for a moment. I suppose. In truth, I feel some kind of crisis is about to descend. I don't know the source of that feeling, so I don't know how to deal with it. The Xuantian Dao sect is my home, so I don't want to implicate it. I have to make preparations for it. Ever since advancing to the soul transformation realm, Long Chen had felt like there was a shadow on his heart. It was like a pair of invisible hands were approaching him from behind and might clamp down on his neck at any moment. That feeling of danger made it difficult for him to breathe. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chu Yao's name finally reached rank 10. Most likely, some people had used up too much energy at the start and so they were surpassed by Lu Ruyan, who was fighting very steadily. On the 7th day, strange cries rang out from the distance, drawing out startled cries from the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Chapter 1688 Compassion cannot lead troops. The numbers of devil creatures had grown explosively, and giant beetles had suddenly appeared amongst them as well. These beetles were covered in golden armor. Each of them was only 3 meters. They mixed in with the previous giant lizards. The lizards possessed dangerous killing power, while these golden beetles were the opposite, with immense defensive strength. Now that the two of them appeared at once, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were thrown into slight confusion. Should I interfere? Asked Meng Qi. As a soul cultivator, she instantly saw that these golden beetles' fatal defensive flaw was their spiritual defense. If she attacked, they would all collapse. No need. This is their battlefield. Long Chen shook his head. The Empyreans naturally didn't feel any pressure from these beetles. Rank 9 Celestials also didn't feel much threat. However, the pressure on the rank 7 and rank 8 Celestials increased. Quite a few people were injured in their panic, and casualties appeared. The strong survive. This is the law of this world. It's cruel. Even if you help them now, you wouldn't be able to help them for a lifetime. Each person has to fight for their own fate, said Long Chen. This cruel reality was something each person from the Dragonblood Legion had already experienced. As for the greenhouse flowers in front of them, they had to experience it too. Whoever's life was tougher would be the one to survive. Hua Xiu immediately grew anxious upon seeing the casualties. Her panic caused her to make several errors with her orders, resulting in more casualties. Long Chen, shouted Hua Xiu, sweating. Compassion cannot lead troops. Long Chen shook his head and only indifferently said one thing. It wasn't that he had a heart of stone, but that if he wanted Hua Xiu to grow up as fast as possible, she had to experience some setbacks. These golden beetles just have a slightly better defense. They look like a good combination with the lizards. However, in front of the Dragonblood Legion, they aren't worth crap. Any member of the Dragonblood Legion could have slaughtered them easily at the Foundation Forging realm. The reason you're panicking is because you don't know what a real battle is, and what true slaughter is. If you hold a saber or sword and then brainlessly hack with it, that's not a real battle. You're just wasting your energy and lives. Zhao Lin, shouted Long Chen. Present. The one who responded to his call was actually a woman, a wood cultivator who didn't specialize in fighting amongst the Dragonblood Legion. She was a healer and she walked over with a wooden staff. Go and demonstrate what a real battle is. Long Chen gestured to the battlefield. Yes. Zhao Lin shot past the formation of the Xuantian Dao sects with just a few graceful steps, charging straight into the army of devil creatures. Seeing Zhao Lin charge into that mass of devil creatures with a wooden staff, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were dumbfounded. Was she going to fight a physical battle with the devil creatures? The strong should hold the line. Let the others watch closely, shouted Long Chen. Zhao Lin charged in, and a golden beetle attacked her first. When it approached her, it curled into its shell and used its body to directly smash into her. This was the most irritating thing about these golden beetles. Even if you killed it with your weapon while it was hurling itself at you, the power of this impact was enough to stagger a person and open them to the lizard's attacks. What startled people was that as the golden beetle crashed toward her, Zhao Lin didn't use her staff to attack it. Instead, she lithely jumped up and pressed on the edge of its shell with her foot. The golden beetle easily flipped over, and Zhao Lin lightly pressed her staff down on its head. Its head instantly exploded. Just as the golden beetle was killed in one attack, several of the lizards charged toward Zhao Lin. Her staff struck like a viper, striking a protrusion right below the front claws of the lizards. With just a press of her wooden staff, those lizards instantly stiffened and fell to the ground. They died just like that. Zhao Lin's figure continued to weave through the mass of devil creatures. Her staff accurately struck repeatedly. She was like a small boat soaring through the wild waves of a sea. But no matter how turbulent the sea grew, it was unable to sink her. On the contrary, it was the devil creatures that were constantly slain by her. A small mountain of devil creatures, corpses appeared beneath Zhao Lin's feet as more and more of them charged at her. She easily dodged all their attacks without leaving her mountain, not forgetting to make the mountain grow continuously larger. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were filled with reverence and worship for Zhao Lin upon seeing her kill the devil creatures so easily. She hadn't even summoned her manifestation. Just relying on a wooden staff, she killed the devil creatures easily. Your current method of fighting is the most primitive type. All you know how to do is foolishly strike with your full power instead of looking for your opponent's weak points. Not only does that waste energy, but it will also put you in danger. All lifeforms have their own weaknesses. If you can grasp that, then even a terrifying enemy will become a rabbit. Other than that, fighting and killing are two completely different concepts. When you fight, you are protecting yourself. When you kill, you are putting your life on the line to take another life. I previously said that those who fear death the most die the easiest. Only when you forget your fear of death can you fight to your full potential. But just saying this, it's merely theories and principles. If you can't understand it, then you probably won't understand it even in death. This is the precious experience obtained by the Dragonblood Legion after walking the line between life and death. Zhao Lin, come back. This is your battlefield. If you want to become experts, if you want to reach the peak of the martial path, you have to overcome your fear of death. There are no shortcuts to this path. If you want to become an expert, this is something you'll have to face. The reason you aren't as strong as the Dragonblood warriors is because you are restricted by your fear, while they managed to overcome it years ago. If you are really afraid of death, you can still retreat. The Dragonblood Legion will block these enemies. But if you want to become experts like us or even surpass us, then you can only go all out. Zhao Lin slammed her staff on the ground, and countless wooden stakes shot out of the ground, turning the devil creatures into shish kebabs. The wooden stakes then moved away, opening a path through the devil creatures. Just like that, Zhao Lin walked back to the Dragonblood Legion. Kill. I'm going to become a real expert. Even a woman dared to put her life on the line. If we didn't dare to, would we even be men? Why do we cultivate? Isn't it to become peerless experts that can step into even higher realms, to see a world that currently only exists in our imaginations? Zhao Lin's actions fully stimulated these geniuses. A wood cultivator was actually able to charge into a sea of devil creatures without even summoning her manifestation and had slaughtered them as easily as drinking a cup of water. On the other hand, they were still quivering in fear. Some were so affected that they were injured and died. That was too embarrassing. A woman like Zhao Lin was able to overcome her fear of death, while they were still cowards. That made them hate themselves for being weak. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were fully provoked, and they started a furious slaughter. It was like their entire being had been ignited. Furthermore, they found that once they abandoned their apprehensions, their spiritual perception greatly improved. It felt like they had a subtle control of the surroundings that they hadn't had before. Because of their fear, their nerves had been tense. They were only able to act based on the attack right in front of them. After abandoning their fear, their field of view expanded. They could easily sense attacks coming even from behind them and easily dodge. In truth, these people had been geniuses from the start. They quickly entered a true battle state after being stimulated by Jiaolin and forgetting their fear. Their combat power crazily grew. Their power wasn't actually rising. They were originally this strong, but their fear had restricted them. Even when they had felt like they were fighting all out, it was a misperception. Compared to before, their combat power was completely different. That made them feel even more reverence for Long Chen. Having entered this state, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were like a sharpened blade. They finally had the air of experts about them. If Li Tianxuan saw this, he would definitely be moved. Perhaps only Long Chen had the ability to make people enter such a state so quickly. Don't randomly hack around. Use the least energy and price to kill your opponents. Furthermore, pay attention to attacking and retreating. Make it a cycle, and it will allow you to fight longer. Also, make sure to reserve some energy for life-protecting measures against anything unexpected. Long Chen's voice echoed through the air. Seeing these disciples fighting like this, his own hands grew itchy. He also wished to fight. Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and the others had long since started rubbing their fists in impatience. Guo Ran especially wanted to charge out. He couldn't hold back from showing off much longer. However, Long Chen had not permitted them to fight. These devil creatures were too weak. This was the only good chance for the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples to train. It was also their only chance to understand the essence of battle before it was too late. This was the only way to effectively reduce the number of casualties when the battle progressed to its latter stages. If he allowed Guo Ran to show off now, these disciples would have to pay the price with their lives. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were constantly learning battle techniques under Long Chen's directions. Their progress was extremely quick as they had been geniuses from the start. Through this battle, they felt like they had completely transformed. More and more of the devil creatures appeared, but to these elite disciples, they were still nothing. Furthermore, the number of casualties dropped day by day, until on the most recent day, not a single disciple died. Long Chen, quick, take a look. Sister Zicho's name has appeared, shouted Tang Waner, who had been watching the devil slaughter rankings the entire time. Chapter 1689, The Ice Fairy. In the depths of the Devil Abyss, on the battlefield belonging to the northern Zan region, countless experts were fighting the devil creatures. This was the northern Zan region's first line of defense. This battlefield was at the main channel, and they blocked the devil creatures from charging past them to the branches leading to individual sects. However, some heavenly geniuses had grown impatient and charged out beyond the battle line. Those who could come here were the best and most famous geniuses of their sects. Their goal was to enter the devil slaughter rankings. Over 100,000 experts were fighting right now, blocking the endless horde of devil creatures. However, it wasn't taxing on them at all. On the edge of the battlefield was a group of a few dozen experts sitting with their eyes closed. They weren't interested in the battle ahead at all. These people's auras were heavy. The power of the heavenly Daos revolved around them, and the space around them was twisted just from their existence. However, just based on their heavenly Dao fluctuations, they had to be Empyreans, and even had to be outstanding even amongst other Empyreans at that. They had no intention of participating in the current battle. Clearly, they disdained killing these devil creatures. They also knew that now wasn't the right time to charge onto the devil slaughter rankings. Just as these experts were indifferently sitting there, a white-robed woman walked out. She was like a fairy from another world, and she appeared without the slightest sound. When she walked out, the entire battlefield suddenly dropped in temperature. It was like winter had suddenly come. The woman gracefully walked forward. With each step she took, a flower like ice crystal bloomed. Wherever she went became a world of ice. The earth was frozen, and snow fluttered in the sky. It was like an ice goddess had descended into the world. The ice fairy Yi Ziqiu. Why would she come out this early? Those Empyreans sitting outside the battlefield were greatly shocked. They all recognized this ice fairy, who was known as the Divine Ice Palace's most outstanding disciple. She was their top expert in the junior generation and possessed her own legendary story. Rumor was that she had once died in battle, but experts had used an ice seed to freeze her soul in place. Using her soul as the bridge and her body as the lure, they had allowed her to undergo nirvanic rebirth, which had also awakened her ice spirit body. Although Yi Zichou's name had long since resounded throughout the northern Zan region, that was only because she was known as the Divine Ice Palace's most outstanding disciple. Only a few people had ever seen her, let alone seen her fight. Without summoning her manifestation, without activating any magical arts, she froze heaven and earth with just her aura. That was something only the legendary ice spirit body could accomplish. What a beautiful ice beauty. It's too bad she's too cold, sighed an Empyrean emotionally. Yi Ziqiu was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Her white robes were like snow, while her black hair fell to her waist. However, when her beauty was described as suffocating, it wasn't just a description. It was reality. Just looking at her would make someone feel like their soul was about to freeze. Weaker disciples felt stabbing pain in their souls from taking a glance at her. That shocked everyone. If just looking at her caused this, wouldn't being looked at by her freeze you to death? Yi Zichou's face looked like a jade carving. It was flawless, a masterpiece of the heavens. However, this beautiful face didn't have the slightest emotion on it. If you had to say what kind of expressions she had, then she only had two. One was icy, and one was icier. Her face hadn't changed at all from when she was in the eastern wasteland. However, her eyes had become frighteningly icy. No one dared to look her in the eyes. As she gracefully walked forward, the experts fighting immediately opened a path up for her. Just like that, she slowly walked toward the devil creatures. The area around Yi Ziqiu was covered in ice. Those howling devil creatures were instantly frozen solid as soon as they entered her ice domain. Countless ice statues appeared as Yi Ziqiu walked forward. Those statues were in charging postures. It was a strange sight. No devil creatures could even get close to her before being turned into ice statues. Even the Empyrean's expressions changed. Although these devil creatures were nothing in their eyes, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill them so easily with just their auras. What terrifying ice chi, sighed an Empyrean. This was a kind of power that caused despair. She was truly worthy of possessing the legendary ice spirit body. She was practically an unrivaled existence. Yi Ziqiu continued forward, leaving a path of ice statues. She quickly arrived at the place the devil creatures were charging out of. This place had a formation preventing her from going any further. This battlefield had been created to be in the shape of a funnel. The exit was smaller, creating a bottleneck that blocked the devil creatures and made it easier to defend against them. As for Yi Ziqiu, she was not standing at the widest part of the funnel. A huge ice crystal appeared and instantly exploded, shrouding the world in ice. Heavens, what kind of move is this? The battlefield had been instantly turned into a world of ice. All the devil creatures present had been turned into ice statues. All the roaring that filled the air came to a sudden stop. The world was deathly silent. It was as if it wasn't just the devil creatures that were frozen, but even time and space. In the next instant, the frozen statues exploded into ice fragments. There wasn't a trace of the devil creatures left. The huge battlefield was emptied in an instant. The only one standing at the core of the battlefield was Yi Ziqiu. That sight stunned all the northern Zan region's disciples. With one move, she had emptied the battlefield. Was there any move more terrifying in this world? Yi Ziqiu slowly walked toward a corner of the battlefield. As she walked away, the ice and snow in the world faded. Very quickly, more devil creatures charged out as if nothing had happened. The place Yi Ziqiu had moved to quickly became a world of ice. A giant ice palace condensed around her. Yi Ziqiu sat on the throne. When she looked at the jade plate she held in her hand, finally a trace of emotion appeared in her eyes. However, that emotion wasn't something anyone else could read. 7th. Yi Zichou's amazing. What did she do to instantly charge to the front? Tang Wan'er cried out excitedly. What excited her wasn't that Yi Ziqiu was so strong, but that they had finally received some news about her. Ziqiu is giving us a greeting. Long Chen was also emotional as he looked at the jade plate. Although they had no way of meeting each other yet, Yi Ziqiu was clearly transmitting her emotions this way. Then I'll return it. Meng Qi smiled. Cloud suddenly transformed into her true body and Meng Qi jumped onto her back. Like a bolt of lightning, they flew to the core of the battlefield. The devil creatures that appeared on the battlefield only grew stronger. Some of them had 8 arms and were comparable to ordinary life star experts. At the start, 10,000 of the weak devil creatures were only worth 1 point. Now, one of these more powerful devil creatures was worth 1 point. Meng Qi stood in the air. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind her. She pointed at the sky, and a miniature version of her appeared. It was her Yuan spirit. After condensing her yuan spirit a second time, Meng Qi's spiritual strength had grown even more terrifying. Soul extinguishes life. A ripple spread from Meng Qi, like a ripple on a smooth lake. Those devil creatures stiffened and fell to the ground just like that, their souls extinguished. The battlefield was emptied here as well. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples looked at Meng Qi with shock. If she were an enemy, how many of them could she kill with just one attack? Fortunately, Meng Qi was on their side. 8th. Meng Qi's name also appeared on the Devil Slaughter rankings. Chu Yao was originally 9th, but Yi Ziqiu had pushed her to 10th, and now Meng Qi had pushed her to 11th. That wasn't because Lu Ruyan wasn't strong enough, but because Long Chen had told her to control the battlefield. She was giving the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples a chance to train. Otherwise, if Lu Ruyan used her full power, Chu Yao's ranking would be even higher. In the northern Zan region, Yi Ziqiu saw that familiar name appear on her jade plate, and a trace of warmth appeared in her icy eyes. Yi Ziqiu extended a hand, and her ice domain slowly shrank until it formed a small, ice world around her. She was now isolated from the outside world. She had already achieved her goal, so for now, she didn't need to do anything else. Long Chen, you were right. The best time to get on the Devil Slaughter rankings really is at the end. The ones at the start were all people without real power who just wanted to draw some attention to themselves while they could, said Tang Wan. This was evident from how Meng Qi and Yi Ziqiu had charged onto the rankings so easily. That's not certain. For example, Sha Chen has maintained first place the entire time. He's definitely powerful. Long Chen pointed to Sha Chen's name. That's true. After so many days, other people's ranks are constantly changing, but no one has managed to shake his position. Perhaps he's a very conceited person who wants to maintain first place from start to end, guessed Ji Yuyong. I don't care who's first place. As long as one of us can get into the top 10, it'll be accomplishing the Alliance head's mission. Otherwise, my butt might end up being beaten red, said Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen, you don't want to fight for first? Asked Tang Wan. Not really. Fame has its price. I don't want to be stared at by so many people. Long Chen shook his head. This kind of meaningless fame was just that, meaningless. Boss, how about I go fight right now? Asked Guo Ran impatiently. It's still too early. Wait for Mo Nian to appear. You can fight when he appears. Long Chen laughed. He knew that Mo Nian definitely wouldn't let this chance to show off get away. Chapter 1694 Armed Devil Creatures. Day after day passed. Other than Sha Chen, whose position was unshakable, the top 10 on the Devil Slaughter rankings constantly changed. Chu Yao's name hovered between 9th and 13th. It could be seen how intense the fight for the top 10 was. As time passed, more devil creatures appeared, and they only grew stronger. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples clenched their teeth and bitterly fought. In a month, they had lost 23,000 people. By this time, the devil creatures had grown strong enough to threaten even their strongest members. Furthermore, more and more varieties of them appeared, some with strange fighting methods. Each time new varieties appeared, it would catch a few people off guard. The majority of those who died were sacrificed during those times. Some managed to escape with their yuan spirits once their physical bodies were destroyed. Long Chen ordered those disciples to immediately return to the Xuantian Dao sect. However, some disciples refused to leave even after being reduced to their yuan spirits. They continued to fight to the death. Seeing the companions fall one by one filled them with hatred, and they swore to avenge their fallen companions. The battlefield was the easiest place to form emotional ties with your comrades, especially when you saw them die. The emotions people hid inside them would instantly erupt, and their own lives wouldn't even feel that important anymore. However, they only had their yuan spirits left, and they weren't Empyreans, so their yuan spirits weren't very powerful. Staying here was suicide. Long Chen had Meng Qi forcibly send those people away. Having undergone the baptism of blood and fire, they had completely transformed into true warriors. As long as they didn't die, they would become pillars of the Xuantian Dao sect. After a month of life and death battle, they had taken the first step. Even though they had lost their bodies, that wasn't too bad. Each sect had secret arts that allowed experts to recreate a physical body. It was simply that those bodies wouldn't suit them as well as their original bodies. However, as long as you had money and were willing to spend it, then it was a different matter. In this world, there were very few things that money couldn't solve. Otherwise, Pill Valley wouldn't be glaring at the Wyan sect all the time while being helpless to do anything to them. The Wyan sect's attitude was always one of competing with whoever had the most money. For the people that had lost their physical bodies, the Xuantian Dao sect would be willing to spend a fortune to create a new physical body for them, one that definitely wouldn't be inferior to their old body. In fact, this new body might even be a bit better and wouldn't affect their talent. Suddenly, faint cracks appeared in the space ahead. It was like glass that was finally starting to break under immense pressure. Dragonblood Legion, prepare to move out. The real battle's starting. You're the main characters of this battle, so make sure you warm up and let our brothers learn what a real battle is," shouted Long Chen. This place was one where the martial heaven continent's space mixed with another world. For space to be torn apart like this, the spatial pressure had to have increased. In other words, even stronger devil creatures were about to appear. "Ha ha ha, it's finally my turn. My blade has long since grown thirsty for blood," laughed Guo Ran heroically. Space exploded, and the channel where the devil creatures were coming from grew by several times. A black flood poured out of it. That was a sea of countless large creatures. When they saw those devil creatures, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples, expressions changed completely. These devil creatures actually looked humanoid. They were 10 meters tall with 4 arms that were bulging with muscles. They looked like iron, as if their bodies possessed so much power that it was exploding out of them. This was clearly a power-type devil creature. Each of them possessed a frightening aura. When it came to power, they definitely weren't weaker than them. Now, they were charging out like a flood, and that sight sparked despair. Just as that despair was sparked, Guo Ran charged forward in his golden armor. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back, and he had golden sabers. He shot out like a shooting star toward them, and a metallic voice rang out. "The one who swept the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth, the one whose invincible dual sabers slaughters devils and demons, Guo Ran, is here." A golden light smashed through the army of 4-armed devil creatures. Guo Ran's dual sabers and wings flashed with divine light that transformed into 4 sharp saber images. Each was dozens of miles long and cut right through them. Any devil creatures touched by his saber images were torn apart. The entire sea of devil creatures was split by him. Following Guo Ran, the Dragonblood warriors who had been thirsting for battle also charged out, pouncing on their enemies like wolves. Over 10,000 Dragonblood warriors advanced. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. These Dragonblood warriors advanced in a straight line formation, using this weak formation to directly crush their opponents. Not only did they stop their opponents, but they pushed them back as well. Before the battle, Long Chen had arranged for multiple battle lines and had the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples guard their own sections. However, each time new variants of devil creatures appeared, they would cause confusion that forced the battle lines back. By now, they had already been backed up against the wall Li Qi and Songming Yuan had created. Now the Dragonblood Legion was forcing the battle lines forward. As blood filled the air, the Dragonblood warriors were like machines, reaping their opponents' lives. They quickly won back all the ground the disciples had lost. The Dragonblood warriors' efficiency, their explosive power, the speed of their refined attacks, and their perfect cooperation amazed all the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Although these disciples had also done their best to cooperate with others while fighting, they fought mainly while thinking of themselves. But now they saw the Dragonblood warriors fighting. They were a perfect unit of over 10,000 people working together seamlessly. Those terrifying 4-armed devil creatures were cut down like tofu in front of their perfect cooperation. Shockingly, the Dragonblood warriors hadn't even summoned their manifestations. Just this cooperation was enough for them to effortlessly slaughter these 4-armed devil creatures. I always thought that group battles were limited and that the more people fighting together, the lower their overall power would drop. But now, I'm really amazed, praised an Empyrean who was watching with respect. Experts disdained working together with each other. Furthermore, when 2 people worked together, their actual combat power wouldn't be 1 + 1 = 2. It might very likely still be 1 or even less than 1. To work together required trust. That was too rare. No one liked entrusting their lives into other people's hands. Remember, in this world, there is nothing that can survive on its own. At this moment, Long Chen walked over to those amazed disciples. A single drop of water would quickly vanish on its own. It must merge with the sea, using the power of the sea to resist the whittling of the heavens. As for the sea, it can't exist on its own or it would dry up sooner or later. It has to rely on the sustenance of the rivers flowing from the land, relying on the cycle of the elements to replenish itself. Stars can't exist on their own. They need to merge with the cosmos and live with the cycle of the cosmos. As for the cosmos, it definitely can't exist on its own either. As for what it relies on, that's not something people like us can figure out. The drop of water must trust the sea to live forever, the sea must trust the stars to survive eras, and the stars must cycle along the will of the cosmos to not extinguish. People have never been alone, or there wouldn't be fathers, mothers, husbands and wives. Trust is the foundation of a person getting stronger. If you don't trust others, you won't gain other people's trust. Sincerity must be won with sincerity. Right now, you lack trust, so you can't get stronger. Why not try entrusting your lives to your companions once? When you feel other people entrust their lives to you, you'll understand the true meaning of life. All experts must possess their own convictions. Conviction. This world was like a hammer striking the hearts of these disciples. To entrust their own lives to others, that was something they had never thought of. That went against the instincts of a cultivator. However, they looked at the Dragonblood warriors. Their absolute trust in each other deeply shook them. Could the trust between two people really reach the level where they would entrust their most precious lives to each other? Suddenly, roaring filled the air. Guo Ran had made a beautiful arc in the air and then descended again, slaughtering more of the devil creatures. As Guo Ran swept through them, each time forming a large path in the sea of devil creatures, his rank rapidly rose. He quickly reached 28th place. At the same time, Chu Yao's name dropped to 17th. Many foreign names suddenly appeared on the devil slaughter rankings. That meant that the appearance of the four-armed devil creatures had caused quite a few experts to come out. They were all starting to use their real power. Brothers, no need to go so all out. Leave a path. Even if you take all the meat, you have to leave some soup for the others. Shouted Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors laughed and opened a path in the middle, allowing a small portion of the devil creatures to get past. Brothers, your lives are mine, and my life is yours. We'll fight shoulder to shoulder today. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples charged into the battlefield that the Dragonblood Legion had left them. Affected by Long Chen and the Dragonblood warriors, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples also tried the same kind of cooperation. They clearly felt an increase in their combat power this time. In this kind of chaotic battle, working as a team was extremely important. If they were instead like scattered grains of sand, rather than fighting 10 against 1, they would be fighting 1 against 10. It wouldn't be long before they were individually taken out. In the central Zon region's battlefield, in an extremely unremarkable region, a violet-robed man scowled. He held a six-sided magic cube in his hand. He softly prayed, "It's already been a month. Please, stop joking around with me. Give me a powerful helper now, or it'll be too late." After saying that, the man tossed the cube. It spun in the air, slowly coming to a stop. One side of it lit up. "Ha ha ha, yes, I, Hu Feng, will definitely take a place in the top 10. Laughed the man. Chapter 1691 Hu Feng. On the battlefield, the Dragonblood warriors and the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were constantly killing devil creatures. As the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples learned how to cooperate, they did form a kind of life and death trust. They started to unleash the real power that experts on their level should possess. In truth, these disciples were all extremely talented. The Xuantian Dao sect's requirement criteria for the new disciple were very stringent. Someone who wasn't a genius wasn't even qualified to join. It was just that many of those people were greenhouse flowers who would die from a winter's breeze. Those who had been unable to adapt had already died, while those still persevering were now true warriors. If you were to say that they could only use half their power when they first came and were suppressed by their fear, then now they were using 120% of their power. That was due to their cooperation. Each person protected each other, each person fought for others to recover, each person created opportunities for the others. They were in complete control now. No matter how large a person's lung capacity was, they wouldn't be able to last forever underwater. However, if there were people switching off with them and each person had time to breathe, then they would be able to last forever. In this kind of huge battle where they had no idea when things would end, winning breathing room for each other was enough to decide whether they would live or die. From rookies who didn't even know how to fight, they had transformed into true warriors in just a month. The cruelty of the battlefield meant that you either adapted or died. There was no third path. Seeing them, I'm reminded of the Dragonblood Legion's early stages. Perhaps they will also become amazing warriors. Meng Qi stood by Long Chen's side, looking at the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples that were fighting intensely. Yes, in truth, they're already not bad. It's just that they were misguided by a bunch of idiots. I trust that after this battle, they'll have an even deeper understanding of life. Then they can truly grow. Long Chen nodded. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were fighting more and more fiercely, but instead of growing weary, they only became more refreshed. As for the Dragonblood warriors, they were the cornerstone of this battle. They controlled the tempo. Once they pushed back the devil creatures to the front lines, Long Chen ordered them to simply hold there. He had to give these disciples the maximum possible time to adapt. Once the real battle descended, they had to have grown even stronger. That was the only way to minimize the casualties. Without the first month of training, if they had encountered a battle on this level, then other than the Empyreans, the rest of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples would have all died. Long Chen was doing his best to give them time to grow. The most excited person on the battlefield was Guo Ran. The runes around his butt activated, and he shot back and forth like a bolt of golden lightning. He was like a hard-working farmer cutting through the weeds. Wherever Guo Ran went, the devil beasts collapsed. Guo Ran had been more than prepared this time. He had piles of resources that he could use to kill the devil creatures. It feels amazing to have money. Guo Ran laughed grandly. That arrogant appearance of his made others want to give him a beating so that he would fall from the sky. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. Emotionally, that golden armor of Guo Ran's was also a money-burning toy. Of the money that Long Chen had gathered during this time, at least 200 to 300 spirit crystals had been used on it. However, Guo Ran's ability at transforming money into combat power was marvelous. In this cultivation world, money would always rank first. Innately, Guo Ran didn't have any talent. However, relying on his head, he made many bizarre inventions. With Long Chen's wealth added into the mix, he was soaring forcibly. This time, Guo Ran had decided to fully reveal his amazing skill. "What's Guo Ran's rank?" asked Long Chen. "He's already 7th. His speed's not bad," praised Tang Wan. On the edge of the battlefield, Lu Ruyan was still killing devil creatures, neither slowly nor quickly. After they died, their flesh was absorbed by Lu Ruyan's roots. Faint black mist had appeared around her giant body. Lu Ruyan had said that their flesh was useful to her. She wasn't fighting for ranking, but for that flesh. Her roots were spread throughout the battlefield. No matter who killed the devil beast, their flesh would be absorbed by her. Her aura was growing increasingly frightening. Chu Yao told Long Chen that this was one of the Undying Willow race's divine abilities. They could kill experts to strengthen themselves. That made the Undying Willow race very warlike. However, they were worthy of trust, so there was no need to worry. Lu Ruyan had left the core of the battlefield to them now. She was killing devil creatures in the corner, causing Chu Yao's ranking to fall to 549. It could be seen how intense the fighting was now that the various experts had stepped in. Guo Ran danced through the battlefield like he was playing. But his efficiency was shocking. He was like a killing machine. The battlefield rocked, and each time he passed through the tide of devil creatures, it was unknown how many he killed. It looked completely effortless, as if he was just playing around. At this time, people finally realized why Guo Ran had been so arrogant as to say he would get in the top 10. This kind of killing efficiency wasn't something others could compare to. "Long Chen, look, this person, how is he rising so quickly?" exclaimed Tang Wan suddenly. On the jade plate, one name was rapidly flashing. Normally, a single flash meant that a person's ranking had advanced, but this name had repeatedly flashed as soon as it had appeared. From under the 500, it charged into the top 100 in just a few breaths' time, and even in the top 100, his name continued to rapidly flash and climb. Hu Feng, an expert from the southern Zan region. How come I've never heard of such an expert in the southern Zan region? Long Chen was startled. This kind of crazy rise in ranking had to be because of unleashing huge attacks and racking up kills. For example, Yi Ziqiu and Meng Qi had unleashed large area attacks to show their names on the rankings for an instant. However, now the devil creatures were incredibly powerful, and some even had a strange immunity to certain magical arts. It was now very difficult to wipe them all out. According to reason, such a crazy speed was impossible now. 50. 27. 15. 9. Heavens, how is his rank rising so quickly? Ji Yu Yong also exclaimed in shock. Just how was Hu Feng doing this? In an instant, his name actually rose to the second rank. However, after reaching the second rank, his name stopped flashing. Even he was unable to shake Sha Chen's first place ranking. The sudden appearance of a dark horse like Hu Feng shocked even Long Chen. He didn't understand what this guy was thinking. For him to charge up the rankings so quickly, he had to be a top expert. But for such a top expert to attack at this time seemed off. Hu Jianying had already warned him about this. The Devil Abyss's eruption could be split into two portions. In the first portion, only weak creatures would appear with limited combat power. He was to preserve his energy for the second portion, the true bloody battle. The real experts were all waiting for that time. However, this Hu Feng had suddenly appeared. It was befuddling. Is he aiming at Sha Chen? Wondered people. Did this Hu Feng dislike Sha Chen, so he wanted to kick him out of first place? I don't know, but it's fine. The real battle has yet to start. At this time, we must still fight steadily. Long Chen also couldn't understand what this Hu Feng was thinking, but in any case, they could just continue according to the plan. Fuck, is he forcing me to unleash my ultimate moves? Cursed Guo ran. He had just gotten to rank 7 when he fell back to rank 8 because of Hu Feng, angering him. Hurry up and get to your work, raged Long Chen. Releasing his ultimate moves at this time was exactly the opposite of what Long Chen had just said. Only then did Guo Ran suppress his anger and continue killing. After 3 days, Guo Ran hadn't just taken his spot back but had also advanced to rank 6. Guo Ran was smiling brightly. The entire Martial Heaven continent was paying close attention to the Devil Slaughter rankings. How many eyes were staring at him right now, discussing his identity? Thinking of that, Guo Ran's smile threatened to split his face. Now, his fame would really shake the heavens. How amazing was that? Even after 3 days, Hu Feng's position didn't change. It didn't drop, nor did it rise. Sha Chen's position as rank 1 was unshakable. Why did this person's name suddenly turn dark? Exclaimed Tang Wan. The name of an expert who had climbed into the top 10 suddenly started to dim. It then vanished. It means that person's dead, said Long Chen flatly. But how is that possible? Such a powerful person, how did they die to these devil creatures? Tang Wan couldn't believe it. Who said that they had to have died to the devil creatures? Wait, you mean, but isn't it unpermitted to fight amongst each other in the devil abyss? Foolish girl, rules are nothing more than a joke. Some people exist above the rules because they are strong enough that the rules can't restrict them. This person was likely killed by someone they had offended. I would even guess that the culprit is most likely the Bloodkill Hall. Only the Bloodkill Hall's experts have killing power sufficient to eliminate such a powerful existence without them being able to escape. Long Chen smiled faintly. His sixth sense was telling him that the Bloodkill Hall was starting to grow active again. Then it's a good thing that we're the only ones in the Eastern Zon region. At least, we won't be sneak attacked by others, said Ji Yuyong. Just as they were talking, space began to explode, and terrifying auras rose. It felt like the world would collapse. Xuantian Dao sect disciples, retreat. Dragonblood Legion, form the dual-wing killing formation. The real battle starts now. Long Chen's expression turned serious as he looked at the crumbling space ahead. The second portion of the eruption had come. Chapter 1692 Heavenly Geniuses reveal themselves. Space exploded, and a huge hole appeared in the void. Large figures began to rush out of that hole. They were humanoid giants holding giant bone clubs. They charged at the Dragonblood Legion, and their bronze eyes filled with furious killing intent. Heavens, this is the legendary giant devil race, a high-level race even amongst the devil race. Their bloodline is extremely pure, and their power is heaven-shaking. They're comparable to rank 9 celestials. Startled cries rang out. These giants were recorded in the history of the continent. In the previous dark eras, these terrifying devils had caused endless grief to the continent. Although they had been eliminated in the end, the damage they had done in a short 100 years had made their name pass down in stories. Some elders even used the name of the giant devils to frighten children. They were demons from nightmares. They were insanely powerful and extremely bloodthirsty. They ate living humans and were said to be able to devour all lifeforms in order to replenish their energy and increase their power. Just looking at their large mouths and teeth gave people goosebumps. Their bone clubs and sharp teeth were their powerful martial weapons. They were just as hard as ancestral items, and in a 1 against 1, a rank 9 celestial would have to pay a definite price to kill one of them. Isn't it said that they are the final power of the devil race? Each time they appear, their numbers are limited to under 100,000. But this time, seeing the endless giant devils pouring out of the spatial channel, the disciples felt a chill. Their numbers would probably have to be counted in the hundreds of millions. Ha ha ha, the meat has finally come. Brothers, don't blame me for being rude and eating first. Guo Ran laughed excitedly. He put away his dual sabers and flew into the sky. Huge spheres fell from his hands, landing amongst the giant devils. Each sphere was 30 meters thick. They exploded when they landed, leaving giant holes in the ground. However, it wasn't the power of their explosion that was so frightening. No, the frightening part was that every time they exploded, small broken fragments would shoot out in every direction. Those small fragments were incredibly sharp. They easily pierced the bodies of the giant devils as if their tough bodies were paper. Each fragment would fly through hundreds of their bodies before the momentum was cancelled out. Wherever they exploded, all the giant devils in 1,000 miles would collapse. Those giant devils let out miserable cries when they were pierced by the fragments. Their bodies twitched and then stiffened. By the time they fell to the ground, they were dead from pain. Those fragments were the chains and blades Long Chen had taken from the skinners of purgatory. They had been turned into weapons by Guo Ran. They contained the air of purgatory and caused immense pain. However, unexpectedly, these giant devils had even less resistance to pain than humans. That was a pleasant surprise to Guo Ran. Ha ha ha, I'm taking first place, laughed Guo Ran as he continued chucking more of the giant spheres. With Guo Ran at the front bombing them indiscriminately, over half the giant devils were occupied. The remaining portion came for the Dragonblood Legion. The Dragonblood warriors were fighting seriously now. They had formed two giant circular formations, slaughtering the giant devils like spinning circular saws. Brothers, this is the real battle. There's no need for you to bother with the Dragonblood Legion's side, but if you don't want to just watch, go over to Lu Ruyan's side and work with her. However, you should remember that what came before was just practice. This is the real life and death battle. Take care. I hope that when we return, I can drink with you once more. Brothers. Kill, shouted Long Chen. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were filled with confidence seeing Guo Ran take care of so many of the giant devils and the Dragonblood Legion's sharp killing movements. Adding on Long Chen's encouragement, they charged toward Lu Ruyan's side. Here, Lu Ruyan was in control. Her leaves were constantly slaying the giant devils. Having the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples work with her was the best tactic. Long Chen, look, the devil slaughter rankings have completely transformed, shouted Tang Wan. Guo Ran's rank 4, but other than Sha Chen, Hu Feng, and Guo Ran, the other top 10 have all been replaced by new names, said Ji Yuyong. The devil slaughter rankings revealed that rank 1, Sha Chen, had accumulated 1,400,000,000 kill points. Hu Feng was at 900 million. The third was a new name, an expert from the central Zan region with 400 million kill points. Guo Ran was close behind him with 380 million kill points. The previously calm devil slaughter rankings were thrown into chaos. All the top 5,000 spots were crazily flashing as new experts entered the mix. The real experts have finally started to appear. Everyone recognized that the appearance of the giant devils meant that the real start of the battle had come. The true experts that had been lying in wait were waiting precisely for this moment. Di Xin has appeared. Tang Wan let out a startled cry. Di Xin had appeared at rank 17. That bastard really has a tough life. He actually didn't die. Long Chen coldly smiled as he looked at Di Xin's name. In a deep abyss of the central Zan region, an endless raging sea of black water was constantly crushing the giant devils. The water was like ink, and it spread at a rapid rate. The amount of water was shocking. Long Chen, I've fully absorbed the water inheritance. This time, I'll make you die a miserable death. If you have the guts, then just come at me. Let's see just who takes first place. Within the center of the sea, Di Xin's originally handsome face was twisted into a sinister expression. Heroes of the southern Zan region, thank you for your support before. Leave this battlefield to my elusive music immortal palace. In the abyss of the southern Zan region, hundreds of thousands of experts retreated, replaced with thousands of women. They descended from the sky like transcendent fairies. Zither music rang out, but it no longer sounded beautiful. Instead, it was filled with killing intent. Sound waves spread, and any giant devils touched by them would stiffen. Their bodies would then rapidly inflate and finally explode. A jade hand lightly touched a string of the 7-string sea-suppressing zither. A giant ripple spread and covered half the battlefield, killing countless giant devils. The entire battlefield became empty. Ziyan stood in the sky, looking into the distance. She sighed. Long Chen, is this our fate? In the northern Zan region, ice covered the battlefield, and countless devil creatures were slain. The human experts stared in shock at the distant white-robed woman. Yi Ziqiu was like an ice goddess, sacred and noble. Beneath her feet, a ripple of ice spread, turning the charging devil creatures into beautiful ice crystals that filled the air. As for the giant devils, they charged at her wave after wave. As a result, wave after wave became encased in ice and exploded. 10 years I wandered with my bow, my arrows causing heaven and earth to shake. The 9 heavens, 10 lands, and all the universe will revolve around me. Only I, Mo Nian, will rise to glory. Cough, it seems after not showing off for so many years, my skill in it has regressed. My beautiful lines no longer have the same flavor as back then. Mo Nian stood atop a tall rock. A hood covered the majority of his face. He wanted to shout loudly, but for some reason, he found that he couldn't. His voice was drowned out by the roaring of devil creatures and the sounds of slaughter. Fuck, this is my first failure in showing off. It seems I've been away from the rest of the world for too long. People have already forgotten my legend. Time to show myself off. Mo Nian couldn't help but feel irritated upon seeing that his actions couldn't draw any attention from the other experts. A 5-colored bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the string with his right hand, and it instantly arced perfectly. The world began to shake. As Mo Nian pulled his bowstring, 5-colored light soared into the sky, causing resonance with heaven and earth. Astral wind surged out of him. It was like a giant 5-colored dragon was enveloping him. He instantly drew the attention of all the experts. Suddenly, a 5-colored arrow flew out of his bow. Its resplendent divine light looked like all the stars of the sky were shooting out with it. The arrow exploded in the center of the devil creatures, its light devouring the majority of the battlefield. Anything touched by its divine light was turned to nothingness, even the giant devils. Sorry, I'll have to borrow this place from everyone. It took me a long time to find a place with such nice feng shui. To avoid any misunderstandings, I'll ask everyone to retreat to a safe distance. With one arrow, Mo Nian shook the heavens, the earth, and all the experts present. They immediately retreated, some people going to find another region to fight. Long Chen, I've shown myself. What are you still waiting for? After so many years apart, are you no longer able to keep up with me? Everyone's expression satisfied Mo Nian greatly. He looked at his jade plate with a smile. Di Xin, Ziyan, Yi Ziqiu, Mo Nian, and other names finally appeared on the devil slaughter rankings. Long Chen took a deep breath. Since they had all come out, he couldn't be too lazy. Let's go, we'll give a greeting to our old friends. Long Chen waved his hand, moving toward the front of the battlefield with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yu Zifeng, and the others. Chapter 1693. Everyone coming out to fight. Tang Wan and the others had been waiting for a long time. Now, their chance had come, and they charged out individually into the sea of devil creatures. Wherever Tang Wan went, space would twist ever so slightly. Any devil creatures close to her would be torn to shreds by invisible blades. That sight was strange and terrifying. Tang Wan wind blades had already reached a practically heaven-defying level, a realm where movement turned into stillness. She killed her enemies without them even sensing her attack. Cloud transformed into the true body of a cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Rainbow runes revolved around her. She opened her mouth, and a black line of light shot through the battlefield. Anything touched by the black light turned into nothingness. This was a divine ability of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Anything touched by the black light would vanish. Meng Qi didn't participate, staying by Long Chen. Chu Yao smiled and said, "Big sister, go ahead and attack. I'll make sure to look after everyone." Chu Yao knew that in any large battle, there had to be someone controlling the overall battlefield. Although the Dragonblood Legion didn't need someone to look after them, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were still in danger in a fight of this level. Those disciples were the pillars Long Chen had left to uphold the Xuantian Dao sect. He wanted as many of them to return alive as possible. That was why there needed to be someone staying back to help them. Meng Qi shook her head. "You should go instead. These giant devils' spiritual fluctuations are strange. I can't kill them all instantly like before unless I waste a huge amount of my soul energy. It would be better for you to go attack. Your wood attacks cost less and are so sharp. Plus, with you and Ruyan working together, it will be easier for you to charge onto the devil. Slaughter rankings. In the face of these strange devil creatures, my own killing power is reduced, but causing a few of them to lose their minds temporarily is still easily done. I'm the one most suitable for controlling the entire battlefield. When Meng Qi put it like this, Chu Yao looked at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled. Let's just do as Meng Qi says. Chu Yao nodded and chose a region for herself. Wooden stakes appeared out of the ground like sharp nails. The devil creatures in her region ran into calamity. This seems a bit terrifying. I feel a cold breeze down below. Seeing that the trap Chu Yao had arranged was destroying the lower bodies of the devil creatures, Ji Yuyong shivered. It really does look a bit painful. Let's just not look, said Long Chen. The earth birthed wood. Having her wooden stakes grow out of the ground was the most energy-efficient way for Chu Yao to attack. That way, she could draw out spiritual qi from the earth to replenish her spiritual yuan. She was practically not using any energy to kill them at all. However, a beautiful woman constantly causing the lower bodies of the devil creatures to explode was a bit difficult to watch. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan also charged into the fray. Ji Yuyong charged through the devil creatures with a spear, while Li Qi and Song Mingyuan simply summoned their spirits of the earth, which were those earthen giants they had summoned at the start. They pummeled the devil creatures. Each step of the earth giants caused a shockwave to spread through the ground. Those shockwaves blew apart the devil creatures. Zifeng, there's no need for you to attack. Just preserve your energy. Actually, if you can project the devil slaughter rankings into the sky, it will be easier for us to keep track of what's going on, said Long Chen. Yu Zifeng's attacks were incomparably sharp. However, they were like a torrential storm. His attacks were powerful, but he couldn't repeatedly use his strongest attacks over a long period. He was unsuitable for this kind of battle. Alright, Yu Zifeng took out his jade plate and sent his spiritual strength into it. A projection of it appeared in the sky with the current rankings. First place was still Sha Chen, with 2 billion kill points. As for second place, it was no longer Hu Feng, but Di Xin. He was just 100 million kill points off of catching up to Sha Chen. It seems that the water inheritance has been fully refined by Di Xin, allowing his power to grow. HMPH, such a good treasure was wasted on a pig like him. Long Chen spat on the ground. Just thinking of Di Xin disgusted him. Hu Feng was third, while fourth was Guo Ran. Fifth was actually Zi Yan. Long Chen knew that Zi Yan's power, when combined with the 7-string C suppressing zither, was absolutely terrifying. Her musical attacks could kill devil creatures in huge numbers. Sixth was a foreign name, someone who came from the central Zan region. Their name was Qin Shaoxi, a woman's name. When he saw 7th place, Long Chen was startled. At some point, the Pill Fairy's name had silently risen through the rankings. I suppose there's nothing curious about it. Pill Valley definitely wouldn't give up this chance to show their power. If they didn't get a good ranking, they would lose face, thought Long Chen. He had clashed with Pill Valley several times now. Each time, he had made them leave after a crushing defeat, which had caused their prestige to drop. Pill Valley needed to win back that face. It seemed that this heavy mission had been entrusted to the Pill Fairy. 8th place was another expert from the central Zan region that he didn't recognize. 9th was Yi Ziqiu. She was extremely powerful to actually be 9th. When he saw 10th place, Long Chen smiled. That fellow Mo Nian had managed to kill his way there. Long Chen knew that Mo Nian didn't specialize in huge area attacks. However, he still managed to get into the top 10. He had to be working hard. With Chu Yao joining in, combined with Lu Ruyan's kills going to her ranking was rapidly rising. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan had joined in a bit late, so for now, they couldn't get into the top 500. As for Ji Yuyong, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to look. Who knew what kind of last place ranking he was fighting for right now? Boss, have we gone above and beyond for the mission this time? Shouted Guo Ran as he constantly threw his bombs. It went without saying that Guo Ran was truly skilled when it came to forging. He had some kind of magnetic item on him that would pull the sharp fragments back to him after they exploded. He then added them into new bombs and tossed them out again. You're thinking too simply. Just wait, in a bit, you'll all be knocked down. Long Chen shook his head and didn't pay any more attention to Guo Ran. He flew off toward the source of the Devil Abyss's eruption. The battlefield was constantly being forced to expand by the spatial pressure here. Before, the Dragonblood Legion had been able to hold back the flood. However, now, as the battlefield grew larger, the Dragonblood Legion had no choice but to retreat into the channel. One reason was because they couldn't allow the devil creatures to attack the wall behind them, while another was to protect the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. They had to make their preparations for a long-term battle. No one knew when this battle would end. Now Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and the others had joined the battle. They were all handling their own regions, unleashing huge area attacks that blocked the majority of the devil creatures. As they were controlling the tempo of the battle, there was no need for Long Chen to worry about them yet. As for the Dragonblood warriors, this kind of battle wasn't anything to them considering their experience. It was also unable to threaten their lives. Without having to worry about this, Long Chen shot past the battlefield, diving past the sea of devil creatures to where they were coming from. Li Tianxuan had given Long Chen a detailed explanation of the structure of the Devil Abyss. There was a giant spatial node in the Martial Heaven continent's underground. This was a place where the Martial Heaven continent met a devil world. The devil creatures were coming from the devil world, but thanks to the restrictions of the formations left behind by ancient almighty experts, they could only invade through 5 spatial openings. This way, a giant flood was split in 5. Rumor was that the central Zon region was there to draw the focus of the devil creatures, so 40% of the devil creatures were drawn there. The rest were evenly divided between the east, west, north, and south. The formations gave the Martial Heaven continent's experts breathing room. They wouldn't be immediately overwhelmed by a huge flood of devil creatures. If it weren't for the formations left behind by those ancient experts, the Martial Heaven continent might have been devastated by the devil creatures already. Here, Long Chen could see a giant spatial opening. There were countless runes here, and it was like a giant whirlpool. The devil creatures were coming out of the center of that whirlpool. When Long Chen arrived, countless devil creatures attacked him, but he merely snorted and summoned golden flames around him. Any devil creatures that entered his flame domain would be turned to ash in less than a breath's time. That surprised him a bit. He hadn't expected the heaven incinerating flame to be so effective against these devil creatures. It had to be known that they were no weaker than ordinary rank 9 celestials, but they weren't able to block the heaven incinerating flame. They had to be weak to it. Long Chen ignored the devil creatures and continued examining the whirlpool. He stretched his divine sense inside. His divine sense passed the whirlpool. Inside was a giant spatial channel tens of thousands of miles wide. When he saw the situation in the other world, he couldn't help gasping. Damn, there are actually this many more. At the end of the channel, he saw countless devil creatures. Furthermore, there were even more varieties of them. He saw birds, apes, humanoid creatures with snake tails, etc. He also saw a golden sea up in the air. That golden sea was a giant pack of inch-long mosquitoes. They looked like they had been made of gold, except their mouth was pitch black. Fuck, these are the legendary shadowless golden mosquitoes. Long Chen jumped. Legend was that these creatures could activate their golden runes to fade into the air and vanish from sight. Their mouths were extremely sharp, and once they stabbed a person's flesh, they would instantly poison them. A person's body would instantly rot, with not even their bones surviving. If their Yuan spirit didn't run fast enough, it would also die. They were renowned creatures. These devil creatures were attacking the channel with all their might. It seemed they were trying to make it larger, or break it down so that they could all enter at once. The giant devils that had entered the channel so far were nothing more than a drop in the ocean compared to this giant army. I can't just wait. I need to take some initiative. Long Chen summoned a golden flame sphere. It instantly grew to thousands of meters until it was like a blazing star. He sent it into the channel. It was like a shooting star as it went against the flow of the devil creatures. Any devil creatures in its path were killed. It shot straight to the end of the channel. The devil creatures were in the midst of attacking the channel when this sphere flew out of it, stunning them. It seemed they didn't sense any danger from the sphere. Chapter 1694 One move to stun the world. The golden shooting star shot through the spatial channel and exploded amongst a sea of devil creatures. The golden flames devoured them. On the other side of the channel, the devil creatures were packed even high into the air. The explosion covered an extraordinary number of them. The golden mosquitoes were instantly turned to ash. The shadowless golden mosquitoes were weak to fire. With this one-star fall, Long Chen's kill points instantly rose to over 30 million. He charged into the top 500 just like that. I have to eliminate these shadowless golden mosquitoes as fast as possible. If they get through, it'll be troublesome. Long Chen knew that when the shadowless golden mosquitoes entered a battle state, they would hide themselves in the air, making themselves imperceptible to a person's eyes and their spiritual senses. They possessed frightening killing power. The other devil creatures could be ignored, but the shadowless golden mosquitoes had to be eliminated as soon as possible. This channel was created by ancient experts. The devil creatures were constantly attacking it, and each time they succeeded in breaking it a bit, it would grow larger, allowing more powerful devil creatures to charge in. Currently, only the giant devils were capable of passing through. It seemed the others were being restricted by something and couldn't enter. In the past, the Devil Abyss's eruption was split into two portions, the first eruption and the second eruption. The second eruption was when the real battle started. However, Hu Jianying had said that the descent of a great era threw those past precedents in the garbage. This time, the Devil Abyss's eruption would be on an unprecedented scale. Based on what he saw, there would at least be another eruption. If the channel was forced any larger, these devil creatures would all instantly charge in. Perhaps the Dragonblood Legion would be able to handle it, but the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples would take heavy losses. This channel was extremely strange. Long Chen found that he couldn't charge through it. He could only launch attacks from the other side. Of course, this had benefits as well. He could attack them, but the devil creatures on the other side couldn't strike back. 9 star beads. Long Chen formed hand seals, and 9 flame spheres shot out in a straight line. They exploded on the other side. A single sphere exploded into 9 smaller ones, and those smaller flame spheres would explode and condense into 9 more smaller spheres. This would occur 9 times. This was a magical art he had learned in Pill Valley, however, he had modified it to make its power absolutely monstrous. This move actually didn't have much killing power on its own. However, it was huge in scale and allowed him to devour the world on the other side in the heaven incinerating flames. Its area of effect was huge, but naturally the larger the area of effect, the weaker an attack would be. The more powerful devil creatures wailed upon being burned, however, the flames would go out in a few seconds on their bodies. The flames alone couldn't kill them. Long Chen had expected that from the start. His target wasn't those devil creatures. It was the endless shadowless golden mosquitoes in the air. They were extremely weak to his flames, and once ignited, it was like the flames would enter their stomachs. They would explode. After this move, there was no trace of anything golden in the air. What the fuck? Boss, calm down. You've taken first place with 2,600,000,000 kill points. Shouted Guo Ran. Long Chen was startled. He hastily looked over to see the devil slaughter rankings in the sky. He had actually appeared in first place, while second place was now Sha Chen. The kill points awarded are based on the target's killing power. These shadowless golden mosquitoes must be worth a huge number of points each, meaning they were really frightening. Long Chen patted himself on the back for killing them. If he had allowed them to attack everyone, it would have been really dangerous. Unless a person killed the mosquitoes as they attacked, it was almost impossible to kill them while they were hidden. Taking first place instantly wasn't something he had expected, however, this actually raised his wariness. He absolutely couldn't be careless, or the slightest mistake would lead to huge losses. Boss, why have you stopped? Keep killing, said Guo Ran. You kill for me, you're the main force. Long Chen waved his hand. Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, stop attacking for now. Set up some powerful fortifications, the kind that can be used for both offense and defense. Long Chen called over Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. He pointed to over 10 places where forts could be built in the channel they were defending. Boss, why bother? Li Qi and Song Mingyuan didn't understand. As long as everyone fought, killing these devil creatures wasn't difficult. It's just in case, and a path of retreat for the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. They can't compare to the Dragonblood warriors, so having something they can depend on is very important for them, said Long Chen solemnly. Once the fortifications were built, Long Chen called over the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. He had Hua Xiu teach them how to use the forts, offensive and defensive measures. Long Chen, did something happen? Meng Qi was the first to realize something was wrong, and she sent a message to Long Chen. Long Chen replied, just now, I saw some winged devils on the other side. I got a bad feeling. Hu Jianying's words might really come to pass. This eruption of the Devil Abyss will be unprecedented in history. Winged devils? You mean? Yes, just like those winged devils we've seen before. I don't know if it was a misperception or not, but I feel very uneasy. Tell everyone to be careful at all times. Make sure they save their energy to handle anything unexpected. An even larger battle will come soon. As for the disciples of the Xuantian Dao sect, don't tell them this to avoid them getting nervous. Meng Qi nodded and passed Long Chen's orders to everyone. After learning that there were even more terrifying devil creatures in the rear, the Dragonblood warriors weren't affected at all. Instead, they were filled with battle intent. Guo Ran especially was shouting excitedly and fought even more energetically. After attacking once, Long Chen didn't attack again. However, his name had instantly taken the top spot of the Devil Slaughter rankings. That had shaken the martial heaven continent. Countless people stared at that name with disbelief. Long Chen, you really have some skill. You're truly powerful. Within an abyss, a man who appeared to be in his early 20s was sitting lotus-style on the ground. His complexion was fair and delicate. He had a foot-long square formation board. No one knew that this seemingly delicate, scholarly man was the one who had dominated first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings for over a month, Sha Chen. From an aerial viewpoint, a petal-like image was on the ground. The petal was huge, covering 100,000 miles. This image had countless wooden pillars stuck in the ground within it. Those stone pillars were flashing with countless runes. They constantly interwove, forming a giant formation. Any devil creatures that entered the formation were blown apart. The stone pillars would merely light up slightly to kill them, and anything of value on their bodies, be it their bone clubs, teeth, and claws, would vanish, sucked into a spatial ring possessed by Sha Chen. This was an absolutely terrifying formation. Sha Chen was just sitting there, and he completely blocked this exit. He was like an idle trapmaster, just waiting for the devil creatures to come to him. If people saw this, they would definitely be so angered as to cough up blood. This was practically cheating. Others were risking their lives and working as hard as possible to kill the devil creatures, while he was calmly sitting there, waiting for his prey to come to him. He looked far too relaxed. Seeing that his first place had been taken, Sha Chen merely smiled. He didn't seem to care that much. Long Chen, I'm taking first. Although you've helped my Grand Sha a lot, I'm not very willing to see my spot on the Devil Slaughter ranking be taken. Sha Chen smiled slightly. He was full of confidence. He closed his eyes, not doing anything. He completely ignored the devil creatures that were still charging forward to their deaths. Long Chen, you bastard, you're definitely cheating, roared Di Xin. His face was twisted with hatred. In an effort to get first place, Di Xin was unwilling to guard one place. He was going in every direction, attacking wherever the most devil creatures were. Quite a few experts were forced away because of him. He had been very close to surpassing Sha Chen. As long as he found another place with many devil creatures, he would have taken first place. However, Long Chen had suddenly appeared, instantly taking first place as if it was as easy as breathing to him. Compared to Long Chen, his frantic rush to kill devil creatures was embarrassing. Even if he did take first place, it wouldn't have any glory to it. Long Chen took first place like he was playing around. That had a huge impact on others. Di Xin, in particular, couldn't accept it. He was clenching his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Bastard, don't get too arrogant. Let's see if you can be so pleased when the strongest devil creatures appear in the end. Sneered Di Xin. He took first place just like that. I, Mo Nian, can only admire such showing off. Mo Nian was also shocked by Long Chen's sudden climb on the Devil Slaughter rankings. The Western Zan region was different from the Eastern Zan region. The Eastern Zan region had one direct channel, but the Western Zan region had many channels, with people defending each one. They couldn't sense the huge army of devil creatures lying in wait behind the main spatial channel. Long Chen had accidentally shown off when he had just been trying to kill the shadowless golden mosquitoes. Mo Nian might not be aware of what was happening in the Eastern Zan region, but with his understanding of Long Chen, he was sure he had to have run into a coincidental opportunity. After taking that one opportunity, Long Chen's kill points didn't go up again. Without any other knowledge of what had happened, it looked like Long Chen had let out a random attack, taken first place, and then felt like the battle was too boring, so he couldn't be bothered to keep fighting. That was why Mo Nian could only say that he admired Long Chen's showing off. He didn't know how many people's jaws had fallen to the ground because of Long Chen's one attack. In the depths of the Devil Abyss, in an unremarkable corner, there was a very pretty girl wrapped in a black cloak. Although only the lower part of her face was revealed under her hood, she looked like a refined porcelain doll. Big brother Long Chen, I wonder if you'll remember that little girl when you see my name. Perhaps you've long since forgotten my name. The teenage girl gently rubbed a jade plate, or more accurately, the name on the jade plate that was first place. She couldn't help sighing. Chapter 1695 Unleashing a Big Move. The entire Devil Abyss shook. The channel ahead grew explosively once more, widening by several times. A horde of devil creatures poured forth. This time, dozens of new kinds of devil creatures appeared. There were leopards, tigers, snakes, and all kinds of other creatures the size of small mountains. The third eruption. Ji Yu Yang's heart was a bit heavy as he witnessed the horde of devil creatures pour forth. In the past, the Devil Abyss would only erupt twice before ending. But now, a third eruption had occurred. These new devil creatures were even stronger. In a 1-against-1, even most rank 9 Celestials would find it very difficult to fight them. Furthermore, with the current proportion of humans to devil creatures, one person was fighting dozens of them at once. No wonder Boss wanted us to put up more forts. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan exchanged a glance. Long Chen had known that even more terrifying devil creatures were coming. Everyone, work together with the forts. Your mission is no longer to kill devil creatures, but to make sure your necks stay attached, shouted Long Chen to the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. After so much fighting, their numbers had dwindled to under 130,000. It could be seen how bitter this fight had been. This was the cruelty of cultivation. Even if you were talented, even if you were determined, even if you weren't afraid of dying, the heavenly Daos would ensure some were mercilessly eliminated no matter what. No one could change this reality. However, not one person had died in the Dragonblood Legion. Let alone deaths, none had even been injured yet. This showed just how terrifying the combat power of the Dragonblood Legion was. There was a giant gulf between them and the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Dragonblood warriors, hear my orders. Switch to the defensive circular arc formation. Don't focus on killing more devil creatures. Conserve your energy and make sure you stay alive, ordered Long Chen. Boss, they still have plenty of energy. Isn't this too conservative? Asked Ji Yu Yang. After all, the Dragonblood Legion had been completely transformed after using the Blood Essence Stone and Blood Soul Stone. Whether it was in terms of their physical bodies or their Yuan spirits, they were completely different. Even the Dragonblood warriors themselves didn't know just how strong they were right now, and so they wanted a battle that would take their full power in order to test themselves. However, Long Chen had made them hold back their strength from the start. The huge tide of devil creatures had just made their eyes light up when he told them to focus on defense. This eruption is on a level beyond anyone's expectations. Each bit of power we can preserve is another trump card protecting our lives. When lives are compared to showing off, which one is more important? Demanded Long Chen. Sorry boss, it wasn't to show off. I know. Don't worry about it, this will definitely be a bitter battle. In the end, you won't be able to hold back even if you want to. Fight steadily. Ji Yu Yang rushed to the front of the battle, and his Empyrean manifestation appeared behind him. His spear unleashed a huge spear image that pierced through the devil creature army. Flesh and blood flew through the air. What shocked people was that Ji Yu Yang's attack had lost effect. Before this, any devil creature struck by his attack would instantly die. Ji Yu Yang's attacks didn't cover a huge area, but because their power was concentrated, they were extremely powerful. However, now, only half of the devil creatures died. The other half were only injured. The devil creatures have gotten even stronger. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples couldn't help but feel fear. In all of history, there had never been a third eruption. The auras of these devil creatures sparked despair. Even the Empyreans felt afraid. Furthermore, looking up at the devil slaughter rankings projected in the air, they saw many names that flashed a few times and then dimmed. That meant that powerful heavenly geniuses were dying. Anyone capable of getting into the devil slaughter rankings was a top genius. Even experts like that were unable to keep themselves alive. For them to feel afraid was normal. The only thing that comforted them was that from start to finish, Long Chen's expression was extremely calm. It was like everything was within his expectations. Furthermore, once Long Chen ordered a switch to a defensive formation, they felt even safer. Their confidence grew. Long Chen was like a mental pillar for them. As long as he was here, they would be fine. Following the third eruption, Meng Qi also went out to fight. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples had already taken a position of absolute defense, and no longer needed her. Before this, Meng Qi's defense had been limited to any large number of devil creatures that broke through the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples' defense. In such a large-scale battle, even she was unable to look after each and every person. Now, she no longer needed to look after them and went out to fight just like Chu Yao, Tang Wan Lu Ruyan, Cloud, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan. They were all skilled in long-range wide-area attacks. As they were all attacking their own regions, only a portion of the devil creatures was able to squeeze past the cracks between their attacks. Then they faced the defensive line of the Dragonblood warriors. Only a few fish that escaped the net would be able to reach the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. By that point, those disciples were easily able to kill them. "Boss, my ranking keeps falling," cried Guo Ran, looking over at Long Chen. He had already dropped to rank 67. The fighting for the higher rankings was too vicious, and each of the experts was monstrous. 6 hours after the third eruption, Guo Ran's name was being trampled. "You deserve it. Didn't I tell you the real fight started at the end? But you just had to show off early. If you had kept those things until now, first place would definitely be you," said Long Chen irritably. Guo Ran's shrapnel bombs were killer, and Long Chen had told him to save them and rely on his sabers instead. There was no need to rush his showing off. However, Guo Ran's heart had been itching, and seeing others show off, he hadn't been able to hold it any longer. He completely forgot Long Chen's instructions. These items that came from purgatory definitely had terrifying offensive power. However, their energy was not limitless. When those fragments stabbed through a person's body, it would cause immense pain, but each time they activated, it would cost some of their energy. Eventually, they would turn to scrap. Although the fragments had yet to turn to scrap, Guo Ran had used them thousands of times now. Their effect was already greatly reduced. Now, each bomb would only kill a portion of the devil creatures caught in the center of the explosion. As for the fragments that flew in every direction, the devil creatures struck would just roar a bit and then keep going. So although Guo Ran was still doing his best to indiscriminately bomb the devil creatures, his ranking continued to fall. It was falling so much that Guo Ran was starting to question his life. As for Long Chen's ranking, he hadn't attacked again, so his first place ranking had already fallen to 23. After the third eruption, his ranking continued to tumble down. Sha Chen had taken back his first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings, holding steady with 5,300,000,000 kill points. Second was Di Xin, with 4,800,000,000 kill points. He was putting in work with the third eruption. Third place was Ziyan. Her attacks were truly terrifying. She was close to surpassing Di Xin. Their kill points were less than 100 million apart. However, Mo Nian, Hu Feng, the Pill Fairy, and Yi Zichou's names had fallen out of the top 10. They were completely replaced with experts from the central Zan region. Long Chen was first startled, but then realized that these people were either comparatively low-key or had been preserving for their strength for a final burst. That, or they were like him, and needed to look after other experts, meaning they couldn't fight freely. After all, not everyone was like Di Xin, simple-mindedly caring only about his ranking. "Boss, take a look. Don't you think?" Guo Ran suddenly smiled in a strange way. "Scram, are you starting to get itchy again? You've already finished your showing off, so you better behave now," warned Long Chen. "Boss, just look, not one of us is in the top 10. If you don't want me to use that, then you can just attack instead. Take back first place, or you'll just be bored," cajoled Guo Ran. Guo Ran was truly powerful, but compared to the most powerful existences on the Devil Slaughter rankings, his mass-killing techniques were still lacking. Take Ji Yu Yong for example. He had killed so many devil creatures, but his name had yet to appear on the Devil Slaughter rankings at all. So Guo Ran knew that if he didn't use some trump cards, he wouldn't be able to get into the top 10 again. However, Long Chen didn't let him use those trump cards. Killing these devil creatures one at a time was too slow. "You want to get a high ranking this much?" Long Chen suddenly eyed Guo Ran. "Of course, I'm fighting for the glory of the Xuantian Dao sect, the Dragonblood Legion, and of course for you," said Guo Ran solemnly. "If your eyes weren't so wretched, I might believe you. We don't need you to fight for our glory. Fight for yourself. I have a method that can allow you to quickly get in the top 10, but it might be a bit dangerous. Do you want to try it? In this world, there is a responsibility, a duty that cannot be shirked. For the Xuantian Dao sect, the Dragonblood Legion, for boss. Alright, is there any need to act like that when there aren't outsiders around? This might be a bit dangerous, but I feel like you shouldn't have a problem with your armor. However, you must promise me that unless your life is threatened, you won't use your trump cards to show off, warned Long Chen again. Yes, boss. Guo Ran smiled excitedly. Long Chen brought Guo Ran through the sea of devil creatures. Golden flames were around him, setting anything that came close to him ablaze. However, these devil creatures didn't die and instead ran away from him. At the end, where the spatial channel was, Long Chen came to a pause. Boss, are you going to unleash another big move? Guo Ran looked at him excitedly. The devil creatures were the most concentrated here. If he could kill them all, he would definitely rise in ranking. Yes, I am. Summon your armor and activate its strongest defensive state. I'm going to unleash a big move. Guo Ran directly summoned divine runes that revolved around his golden armor, protecting him. Prepare yourself. Here comes my big move. Long Chen ruthlessly kicked Guo Ran in the butt. Guo Ran yelped as Long Chen's kick sent him flying into the spatial channel. Chapter 1696 Guo Ran's Distress. What the fuck? Boss, you conned me. Guo Ran let out a startled cry, not having expected Long Chen to suddenly kick him into the spatial channel. When he passed through the opening, he immediately felt like millions of giant mountains were crushing him from every direction. Guo Ran hastily sent more energy to his protective runes, but he still felt that terrifying pressure. This channel was supposed to be a one-way street. The reason it had been done like that was to maximize the channel's strength. A one-way channel was 10 times more stable than one that went both ways. Although magical arts could go through, physical bodies couldn't. Furthermore, even magical arts couldn't be used so easily. It would consume a terrifying amount of spiritual strength to send them through without them weakening from the pressure of the channel. Long Chen's previous attacks, especially the 9-star beads, had taken up a huge amount of his spiritual strength to send through the channel. This kind of consumption was too much. To make sure a magical art's power didn't drop while going through this long, crushing channel was too much for him to do repeatedly. If he did, it would affect his combat power, so he hadn't added any more attacks after the 9-star beads. Even with his powerful physical body, he didn't dare to test going in. However, Guo Ran was different. He had his armor protecting him. Even if he didn't succeed, he would at most be injured. He would run as soon as he felt his armor was at its limit. However, if he succeeded, Long Chen knew Guo Ran far too well. This risk was definitely worth it. Guo Ran coughed up blood despite his powerful golden armor and his body having been upgraded by the blood essence stone. Just as he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer and was preparing to turn back, he saw that he wasn't far from the exit on the other side. There were blood-colored devil creatures packed there. This variety hasn't appeared outside yet. They must be worth a lot of kill points. Fuck, I'm risking it. This suffering will definitely lead to some amazing posing. Guo Ran clenched his teeth. Certain pieces of his armor on his butt lifted up, and fierce flames spat out of them. He shot out like a cannonball. The closer he got, the greater the spatial pressure grew. He repeatedly coughed up blood, but he stubbornly persevered. This channel was extremely strange. Going with the flow was easy, but going against it brought with it an incredible amount of pressure. Guo Ran, what makes you so brave? What makes you risk your life to advance? What is your motivation? I'll tell you, it's showing off, showing off, showing off. I want to make sure the entire world remembers my name. Guo Ran roared, refusing to give up even as his armor began to distort and cracks appeared in his shoulder blades. Suddenly, with an explosive sound, he reached the end. The terrifying pressure instantly vanished. He was delighted to see that the devil creatures were packed at a greater density than on the other side. They were crazily attacking the border of the spatial channel, wanting to break its defensive runes. Each time one of its defensive runes shattered, the channel would grow a bit larger, and more of the devil creatures would charge through. Only once he was through did he see a bunch of blood-colored humanoids. They looked the same size as humans as well. Their bodies were covered in blood runes, they had large claws and were attacking the channel with immense power. Those devil creatures immediately erupted into furious roars when they saw Guo Ran appear. Seeing so many devil creatures charging at him, Guo Ran was shocked and immediately tossed out hundreds of bombs. Consecutive explosive sounds rang out, blowing the devil creatures to blood mist. At the same time, Fragments flew out in every direction. When those fragments pierced the blood-colored humanoids, they let out howls and fell to the ground. Fuck, what did I just do? These fragments are so powerful. Just kill me now. Guo Ran had tossed out hundreds of the bombs that Long Chen had told him to keep as trump cards to protect their lives. Originally, he had made over 8,000 of these bombs. According to Long Chen's instructions, he was supposed to keep at least 3,000 for the worst-case scenario. However, while he had been showing off, he had forgotten about those instructions. By the time he had remembered, he had only had 500 some left. The other bombs had been used, repeatedly. Hence, they had lost all their killing power. Now, Guo Ran was using half of the precious fresh bombs that hadn't been used yet, and their power was so immense that all the devil creatures around him were killed. That wasted killing power made Guo Ran want to weep. How could you not listen to boss? Guo Ran, you really are a pig. Cursed Guo Ran. If he had kept his bombs for now, wouldn't he easily take first place? He glanced at his jade plate and let out a painful howl that was even more pained than those devil creatures. With this one attack, he had taken 9th place. This channel had a strange ability to distinguish the power of the devil creatures. The stronger species needed to wait until their attacks weakened the channel to get through it. This kind of step-by-step increase in power had been designed by the ancient experts of the human race who had left a buffer for their descendants. This allowed their descendants to train without making the devil abyss too dangerous. That was the original intent of the experts that had created this channel. As for how the formations were able to distinguish the combat power of these devil creatures, outsiders didn't know. The wisdom of the ancients wasn't something people of the current era could comprehend. Others were still handling the ones that got through the channel, but now Guo Ran had been tossed into the source and was crazily killing the devil creatures. More bombs flew out of him. He was constantly gathering the fragments and making new bombs. These bombs had 2 layers, with the outer layer preventing outside forces from destroying them. They were simple in design, and it only took a few seconds to pack an empty bomb with fragments. Yet, the endless tide of devil creatures here poured toward him. Sometimes, he didn't have time to throw a bomb and was struck by an attack from those blood-colored humanoids. What shocked Guo Ran was that their sharp claws contained even greater power than a rank 9 celestial, and he couldn't allow their attacks to indiscriminately land on him. Most shocking of all was that their claws, despite not managing to penetrate his armor, left behind long marks on it. This armor was made of the best ancestral item material and was composed of multiple ancestral items. It could be said that it was the strongest armor at the ancestral item level. It could even block an attack from a quasi-divine item. Ordinary ancestral items wouldn't even be able to leave a mark on his armor. However, these creatures' claws were. They were shockingly powerful. Come, have a taste of how amazing your daddy Guo Ran is. Guo Ran didn't dare to be careless. He increased his speed, dodging and weaving within this limited space, constantly unleashing his bombs. Seeing his kill points rapidly rising, he was extremely motivated. Long Chen, on the other side, saw that Guo Ran had made it through. He sighed with relief. Going over there was difficult, but coming back was easy. Guo Ran could return whenever he wanted. Long Chen, where did you send Guo Ran? Seeing Long Chen return when he and Guo Ran had mysteriously charged away, Meng Qi asked him curiously. Guo Ran's ranking was rapidly rising. I sent him somewhere he can profit. Let him show off as much as he wants there. Conveniently, he can be a sentry for us, laughed Long Chen. Guo Ran was fighting intensely, while the fight on the outside was just as intense. However, the forts were like solid boulders, and no matter how many devil creatures appeared, they were unable to break the forts. Third, Guo Ran's amazing. Ji Yu Yong let out a startled cry. It had only been a moment, but Guo Ran had reached 3rd on the devil slaughter rankings. By this point, rising in ranking was difficult as the devil creatures were growing incredibly powerful. Wanting to kill a huge number of them in one blow was growing increasingly difficult. Second, after 4 hours, Li Qi also let out a startled cry as Guo Ran's name surpassed Di Xin's. On the 14th hour, Guo Ran took 1st place. The Dragonblood Legion cheered. Not only had Long Chen taken 1st, but even Guo Ran had done so. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples also cheered. Long Chen and Guo Ran took 1st place like they were just messing around. Within this world filled with slaughter as well as heroic ideology, their actions were especially shocking. To be able to fight alongside such peerless experts, what was there to be afraid of? What was there to fear? First place. Ah, but I want to die. Guo Ran was howling with grief as he dodged the devil creatures' attacks. His heart was in pain. He had now taken first place, but as he used the fragments over and over again, their effect continued to drop. Their killing power was greatly reduced now. Guo Ran was filled with regret. If he hadn't wasted so many before and had instead unleashed them here, he would have far surpassed everyone else. He wouldn't even be able to see them behind him. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. When the bombs lost all effect, he would only be able to fight with his dual sabers. Suddenly, space shook violently. A group of black figures appeared, causing Guo Ran's expression to change. Chapter 1697 Golden Claw Blood Devil. Just as the Dragonblood Legion and the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were fighting very steadily, a golden figure flew out of the distant channel. Everyone jumped in shock. That figure was Guo Ran. The current Guo Ran looked to be in a very sorry state. His originally majestic golden armor was now covered in scars. Boss! Guo Ran flew straight toward Long Chen. Boss, some terrifying monsters have appeared inside. Their power is so great that even 1 against 1, I can't beat them. I almost lost my life. Take a look. Guo Ran pointed to a hole in the shoulder of his armor. Blood was slowly flowing out. Shockingly, this injury was caused by a claw. Guo Ran's armor was composed of dozens of ancestral items that were joined together into a perfect formation. Damaging any area meant having to break the defenses of all the other regions. It was completely unexpected for Guo Ran's armor to be pierced straight through by a claw. At first, only one of those golden-clawed monsters appeared. I activated the mechanism on my chest that caught it by surprise and heavily injured it. That allowed me to kill it. However, then 5 of them appeared at once. I almost pissed myself. I ran for my life. If Guo Ran had been surrounded by those monsters, his armor wouldn't have lasted very long before being destroyed by their claws. Without his armor, he would be doomed. What did they look like? Asked Long Chen. They are very similar to humans. Their bodies are covered in blood-colored runes, and they have a bone spur on their back and a horn on their head. Their golden claws are giant and extremely sharp. Then it should be the Golden Claw Blood Devils from Legends. Long Chen nodded. The legends said that the Golden Claw Blood Devils were a high-level race amongst the devil race. They weren't mindless killing machines like the devil creatures they were currently killing. They had their own intelligence. Their golden claws grew straight out of their flesh. Those claws were their divine ability, possessing a special power that allowed them to break through defenses. Adding on their power and speed, their combat power was not one bit inferior to an Empyrean. Guo Ran wouldn't even be worried about an ordinary Empyrean, but the Golden Claw Blood Devil's claws could tear through his defense. Without his armor, he had no confidence. If the Golden Claw Blood Devils have appeared, then the channel won't be able to endure for much longer before it grows again. It really is an unprecedented eruption. We've entered our great era, but our opponents have entered their great era as well. We can only face them head-on, said Long Chen. Originally, he had been hoping to bring back more of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples when this was over. However, that hope vanished. Brothers of the Dao sect, when the big fight starts, we will take the front. The Dragonblood warriors will defend you, while you are to defend the final wall behind you. Do you understand what that wall signifies? If it is broken, the devil creatures will flood the channel. They will charge their way into all the various large sects. Once they break their seals, they'll slaughter countless innocent people. The Eastern Zon region and the Martial Heaven continent as a whole will face a calamity. I think that all of you know what must be done. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't worry. We will also be powerful heroes. We aren't cowards afraid of death. I've already had the blood of so many of my brothers spill on this ground. We won't let their blood be spilled for nothing. Even if we have to die, we will defend this channel. We won't give a single inch. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples roared, their blood burning inside them. Having seen the disciples beside them die one by one, they were filled with fury and killing intent. They had just learned how to trust their companions. This was their first time entrusting their lives to others. Many of them had sacrificed their lives so that others could live. That filled the survivors with grief, as well as hatred for these devil creatures. Explosive sounds suddenly came from the distant channel. It grew larger once more, and an endless flood of blood-colored devil creatures poured onto the battlefield. These blood-colored devil creatures were even more bloodthirsty and ruthless. Their fellow devil creatures that were in their way would be directly trampled or torn apart to make a path for themselves. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Wan Cloud, Ruyan, Li Qi, Ming Yuan, push the battle line forward and guard the entrance. Together, you will hold back the flood. Guo Ran, get out your giant crossbow and support them from long range. Pay special attention to the Golden Claw Blood Devils. Ji Yuyong, you lead the Dragonblood Legion and create the second defensive line. Zifeng, I'll leave the Golden Claw Blood Devils to you. Their attacks are extremely sharp, and they're fast. Take care. Long Chen quickly made a new deployment in the face of this change. Alright, Yu Zifeng, who had yet to fight, nodded. Without waiting for Meng Qi or the others, he sprang forward to the very front of the battlefield, targeting one of the Golden Claw Blood Devils. That Golden Claw Blood Devil roared and slashed its claws at him. Its immense power and its terrifying speed made its claws emit an ear-piercing whistle. Golden light exploded. It was like space could not endure the power of its claws. The distant Empyreans were stunned. This Golden Claw Blood Devil's attack seemed to be on par with one of their full-strength attacks based on its pressure. Within that blinding golden light, a sword came out of its sheath. A flash of sword light appeared. The golden light instantly vanished. The roaring Golden Claw Blood Devil stiffened, and its body split into two halves. It was evenly split from head to toe. Even its claw was perfectly cut in two. That precision was unbelievable. That Golden Claw Blood Devil was killed. Yu Zifeng was already gone before its body began to split apart, charging toward another Golden Claw Blood Devil. People only saw another flash of sword light before that Golden Claw Blood Devil was also killed. Yu Zifeng moved toward the third Golden Claw Blood Devil. What terrifying attack power! No wonder it's said that sword cultivators are number one in terms of offense. The sword is his god. That's a true sword cultivator. Other than Long Chen, everyone present was stunned by Yu Zifeng's attacks. Those terrifying Golden Claw Blood Devils were unable to resist in front of him. Even Guo Ran, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Ji Yuyong, and the others familiar with Yu Zifeng had not expected his attacks to have reached such a level. Zifeng's sword arts have once more improved. This offensive power truly is stunning, sighed Long Chen emotionally. The reason Yu Zifeng was so strong was because of his firm and unyielding drive as well as his infatuation with the sword. Yu Zifeng's current sword was not an ancestral item. It wasn't even a king item. It was just an ordinary weapon. It was something he had obtained from Ling Yunzi in the Heavenly Sword Gate. Ling Yunzi had said that true sword cultivators didn't rely on a divine weapon to improve their attacks. That was a kind of blasphemy to the sword. Yu Zifeng was holding a completely normal sword, yet his attacks were unstoppable. It was a kind of incomprehensible divine ability. Following Yu Zifeng, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, and the others also charged forward. While passing a suitable location, Li Qi slammed his hands on the ground, summoning a square platform that soared into the sky. Guo Ran flew onto it, placing a giant golden crossbow on it. It was dozens of meters wide. This was a bow he had made along with his armor. It represented his highest achievements on the forging Dao. Both the armor and the crossbow were the masterpieces he was most pleased with. Li Qi had given him a good platform to shoot from. Here, his arrows could reach anywhere on the battlefield. This crossbow was something he had named Army Breaker, so its full name was the Army Breaker Divine Bow, in reference to his old bow. The Army Breaker Divine Bow's runes lit up, and a ray of golden light shot out, striking a Golden Claw Blood Devil in the distance. It was too fast for anyone to react to. People were only able to see a flash of golden light before that Golden Claw Blood Devil exploded. It was impossible to track the trajectory of the arrow. This crossbow was an extremely sinister invention of Guo Ran's. It combined spatial and illusionary runes. By the time people saw the arrow leave the bow, the arrow would have already struck. That was because Guo Ran would activate the illusion to make it seem he was shooting, when in reality, he had already shot. Due to the concealment of the illusion runes, there was the misperception of a fraction of a second. That slight difference was enough for his attack to land before others could see his strike. When Guo Ran had first made a demonstration for Long Chen had praised Guo Ran for this invention, saying it was a divine conning ability, one that would kill people without them even realizing how they died. Fuck, so a Golden Claw Blood Devil is actually worth 50 million points. Guo Ran was delighted to realize this. While he had killed another one before on the other side of the channel, It had been too dangerous and he hadn't had time to look. Just as he said this, a hand clapped him on the back of his head. Long Chen's roar rang out. Focus on the task at hand. Long Chen had appeared behind Guo Ran without him even realizing it. Seeing that this little fellow was actually so bored as to take a peek at the Devil Slaughter rankings, Long Chen had an urge to throw him back to the other side of the channel. Oh, my bad. Guo Ran hastily focused himself. He slowly turned the Army Breaker Divine Bow. Due to its immense size, the turning wasn't so nimble, and he needed it to be immobile to be accurate. Chu Yao, Tang Wan Lu Ruyan, Li Qi, and Song Ming Yuan were unleashing large area attacks, limiting the movements of the Golden Claw Blood Devils. That gave Guo Ran enough time to attack. He killed one with each arrow, delighting him. Boss, take a look. Have I managed to take back first place? Shouted Guo Ran excitedly as he shot. Chapter 1698 Fighting for the front of the pack. Guo Ran had been first, but after his shrapnel fragments had lost effect, his ranking had rapidly fallen since he had relied purely on his dual sabers to kill. Despite how hard he had tried, his ranking had still fallen, driving him crazy. By the time Guo Ran had come out of the channel, he had fallen to 5th place. That couldn't be blamed on him. He had already done very well. The only thing that could be said was that his competitors were all monsters. Now that he was killing a Golden Claw Blood Devil every few seconds with his arrows, he should be able to quickly climb above others. After all, each Golden Claw Blood Devil was worth 50 million kill points. As for one of those ordinary blood-colored devil creatures, they were only worth 1,000 kill points. One Golden Claw Blood Devil was equivalent to slaughtering all the blood-colored devil creatures here. With Guo Ran's reminder, Long Chen looked at his jade plate. When he saw the rankings, his pupils shrank. He was silent for a long time. Boss, did I manage to take first place or not? Asked Guo Ran. You've already fallen to rank 21. No, rank 22. Guo Ran was so shocked that he missed his shot. He hastily released another arrow, killing a Golden Claw Blood Devil being restricted by Lu Ruyan. Boss, how is that possible? Long Chen looked at the expert in first place. He felt a slight chill. The Bloodkill Hall's Dong Mingyu. If it was an expert from somewhere else, he wouldn't be too shocked. However, this name made him feel a vague sense of unease. The Bloodkill Hall did not possess area attacks. They killed their targets one by one. This Dong Mingyu had to have been waiting for this moment. They were targeting the Golden Claw Blood Devils, using their single target killing arts to quickly eliminate them. It had only been 2 hours since the third eruption started, but Dong Mingyu's kill points had surpassed 19 billion. That meant she had to have killed close to 400 Golden Claw Blood Devils in 2 hours. These Golden Claw Blood Devils were on the same level as Empyreans, yet this Dong Mingyu killed them so easily. Considering his enmity with the Bloodkill Hall and how he had destroyed their statue of the Killing God, Long Chen was mortal enemies with them. He might not be afraid of them, but he was worried about them targeting the people beside him. However, knowing that the Bloodkill Hall had such a terrifying figure meant that he was at least prepared. It was better than not knowing at all. When Long Chen saw second place, a strange expression crept over his face. A beautiful face appeared in his mind. It was a face that was so perfect that it shouldn't exist in this world. Even each hair of her eyebrows was perfectly symmetrical. There was no flaw to pick out. She was a woman whose beauty could cause the downfall of a nation. She was a woman who was merciless, becoming hostile in the blink of an eye. She was a woman who was a vicious, ruthless killer. She was a woman whose thoughts Long Chen could never read. There was no prefix to this name. There was only an image of a fierce human skeleton. That was the mark of the corrupt path. Leng Yuyan was actually participating in this battle of the Devil Abyss. Hu Jianying had said that even the corrupt path would participate. They normally wouldn't attack the weaker devil creatures and would instead kill the strongest ones to get first place. That was to suppress the righteous path. Back then, Long Chen hadn't understood. Only later had he learned that if the Devil Abyss's creatures managed to charge onto the continent, the most dangerous ones weren't the strong ones, but instead the weak ones that charged out in hordes. The powerful ones would be quickly found by divine items and killed. However, the weaker ones were limitless, and if they charged onto the continent, it would be a cataclysmic blow. Their numbers were too great. Even if only one slipped through the net, they could destroy a whole city. So even though the corrupt path was enemies with the righteous path, they would come in to kill the powerful devil creatures. It was a competition of morale. It was a mark of their future reputation and prestige, and that was very important to any large power. Lang Yuan was second, with over 19 billion kill points as well. She was right on Dong Mingyu's tail. However, their kill points were crazily rising with every second, showing how quickly they were killing the Golden Claw Blood Devils. Monstrous, absolutely monstrous. What am I supposed to do? Guo Ran was enraged. He had thought that he was competing for first place, only to find out he had been completely trampled. Shut up and get to work. Long Chen kicked Guo Ran in the butt. Even at this time, he was competing over such useless things. Lu Ruyan, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others were all fighting with their full power. They were using their strongest area attacks. Guo Ran shot arrows whenever he saw a good chance, alleviating quite a bit of pressure on them. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan controlled the terrain of the battlefield. As soon as a dangerous situation appeared, they would work together, causing the ground to crumble along with a portion of the devil creatures. They staggered the Golden Claw Blood Devils. If dozens of them charged at once, it would be dangerous. With Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Lu Ruyan, Cloud, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan working together, the majority of the Golden Claw Blood Devils were stopped and killed. Only a small portion of them managed to get by them and reach the second line, the Dragonblood Warriors. Ji Yu Yong was there, picking off the Golden Claw Blood Devils. Some of them still managed to charge into the regular Dragonblood Warriors. However, they were easily killed by 3 Dragonblood Warriors working together. The Dragonblood Warriors were incredibly powerful now. As for the ordinary blood-colored devil creatures, they were like cabbage rolling toward them. They were killed without the slightest effort. The Dragonblood Warriors were unstoppable. This scene fired up the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Those powerful blood-colored devil creatures were nothing in front of them. Even the Golden Claw Blood Devils could be instantly killed by them. This was a real fight. Compared to the Dragonblood Legion, their fighting was child's play. Affected by that sight, the Dao sect's disciples grew more confident and began to fight like them. Even if they died, being able to fight in such a battle meant that they hadn't wasted their lives. Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Wang Zhen, Mu Qingshan, Su Mo, and the other Empyreans were fighting with the Dragonblood Warriors, helping them defend the second line. Even when the Golden Claw Blood Devils managed to get in, the defensive line didn't shake at all. The Dao sect's disciples worked with the forts to attack the blood-colored devil creatures that got close. It was incredibly easy for them. The Empyreans fighting alongside the Dragonblood Warriors couldn't help but feel a kind of regret. They regretted not running into Long Chen earlier. Although the Dragonblood Warriors were just rank 9 Celestials, their combat power and killing efficiency were many times greater than theirs. This kind of life and death battle could rapidly mature and strengthen people. If they had the Dragonblood Warriors' killing power or combat experience, perhaps they could have also charged forward to the front to fight alongside Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and the others, handling a whole region on their own. Although they also had an urge to compete for the Devil Slaughter rankings, they knew inside that they didn't have that power. Without the power to kill the Golden Claw Blood Devils in one attack, it was too dangerous. If they were attacked by 3 Golden Claw Blood Devils at once, they might lose their lives. What inspired them the most was that Long Chen was just standing on the platform, overlooking the battlefield with a calm expression. That not only increased their confidence, but it also raised their expectations. They even hoped that the devil creatures would get a bit stronger so that they could witness Long Chen's attacks. To use the Dragonblood Warriors' words, only when they saw the boss fighting was it a real fight. They were just fighting a small scuffle in comparison. If Long Chen knew what those people were thinking, he would definitely be caught between laughter and tears. A life and death battle was not a show. Long Chen was currently looking at his jade plate, keeping track of the Devil Slaughter rankings. Lang Yuan had now taken first place, with Dong Mingyu following in second. They were both at 20 billion kill points, and their names were constantly flashing as they overtook each other. Dong Mingyu would be first place for a moment, then it would be Lang Yuan. There had never been such intense competition for first place. Third was an expert from the Zon Beasts. When he saw that name, Long Chen shook his head. True Immortal Jiaoqi. In front of his name was a Zon character. This person was from the Zon Beasts. However, for him to dare to call himself True Immortal, he was definitely too arrogant. It was said that the titles of True Immortals, Heavenly Immortals, and such were given to people on the verge of ascending back in the Immortal era. Only experts that had touched upon the barrier to godhood or immortality would be given such a name. This was the Devil Abyss, and those that could enter were only at the soul transformation realm. For someone in the soul transformation realm to dare to call themselves true immortal, it was unknown if he was just too arrogant or trying to insult the human race. He's probably just another idiot. Long Chen's lips curled into a sneer. Just from this name, he knew that this fellow was another idiot who considered everyone else beneath him. A normal person wouldn't give themselves such a name. Long Chen continued looking. He smiled. Mo Nian was quite powerful. He was ranked 4th, and his kill points were close behind True Immortal Jiaoqi. True Immortal Jiaoqi was at 14,700,000,000 kill points, while Mo Nian was at 14,500,000,000 kill points. Work hard. Beat that idiot. Long Chen cheered for Mo Nian before continuing to look. 5th was someone from the central Zan region called Zhao Shuihan. This name was rather genderless, so he couldn't tell if they were a man or woman. Whoever it was, their kill points were at 12.5 billion. There was quite a distance from Mo Nian and True Immortal Jiaoqi. Catching up would be difficult. Right now, 1st and 2nd place were constantly changing, while everyone else had been thrown into the distance. Mo Nian and True Immortal Jiaoqi were already very far from them, while 5th place was also very far from the two of them. At this time, a person's true power was shown. There were no longer any tricks available. When Long Chen saw 6th place, he couldn't help being startled. How had he appeared again? Chapter 1699 Gate to the Devil World. Hu Feng. This name had appeared once again. He had previously managed to threaten Sha Chen's position, but not long after, he had silently vanished from the rankings. Long Chen felt it was somewhat inconceivable for his name to reappear at such a time. Logically, the people dominating the rankings now had to be people skilled in killing single targets very quickly. Area or group attacks were not very effective at this time, as the Golden Claw Blood Devils were too strong to be killed that way. That was why Long Chen couldn't understand what this fellow was doing. If he was strong, his name would have stayed at the front the entire time. If he wasn't strong, then there was no way for his name to appear now. Long Chen continued looking. 7th place was the previous 1st place, Sha Chen. His kill points had just broken past 10 billion. He was clearly lagging behind now. It was unknown if he didn't have the power or if he was holding back. Experts on this level mostly had divine items on them. If they activated those divine items, their power would multiply by several times. However, that wasn't something that could be used for such a long battle. They wouldn't use such measures until the final moment. One reason was to keep it as a trump card to compete for rankings, while another reason was to keep it as a life-saving measure. Although Long Chen couldn't see the situation with other people, he knew that they had to be fighting with their own power. No idiot would use divine items at this time. 8th place was Yu Zifeng. It went without saying that sword cultivators were truly terrifying. Those Golden Claw Blood Devils were all killed in just one attack from him. Their powerful flesh was as weak as tofu in front of Yu Zifeng's sword. Furthermore, Long Chen noticed a mysterious light enveloping Yu Zifeng's sword. Back in the Grand Han, that light had also been present. However, it had only covered the blade, not the entire sword. That light made his sword incomparably sharp. It was unstoppable. It was like his sword had been blessed. That made Long Chen even more suspicious that this world really had a sword god in it. Yu Zifeng was currently the strongest one on the battlefield. Almost half the Golden Claw Blood Devils that appeared were killed by him. 9th place was someone from the ancient races, Shang Yunfei. It seemed they were also a terrifying expert. Their name hadn't appeared before, but they had charged into the top 10 at this time. Their kill points were narrowly behind Yu Zifeng's. That made Long Chen sigh. The martial heaven continent was truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even someone like Yu Zifeng had powerful competitors that might surpass him at any time. The ancient races, experts couldn't be underestimated. 10th place was the Pill Fairy. That surprised Long Chen. He still didn't know much about the Pill Fairy's true combat powers. If she had managed to enter the top 10 without using the Daynite Furnace, then she had to have been conserving her power in the Jade Lake Sacred Land, or her combat power had to have risen greatly after returning. 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th place were all from the Central Zan region. In 15th place, he saw Yi Zichou's name and then another large batch of experts from the Central Zan region. He also saw Zi Yan's name in 21st place. Guo Ran had originally been 21st, and then Ziyan had taken his place. Ranks 20 to rank 50 were mostly from the Central Zon region. It could be seen that the Central Zon region was truly a land filled with experts. In 53rd place, he saw Chu Yao's name. After all, Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan's kills counted for one person. Even though Lu Ruyan was focused more on defending, the two of them still managed to enter the top 100. When Long Chen saw the person in 62nd place, a faint sneer came across his face. It was Di Shen. Previously, he had almost taken first, but now he had fallen this far. With his character, he was probably so angry that he might vomit up the male cow milk again. That was especially true since he was now chasing Guo Ran's butt. Guo Ran just happened to be ranked 61st. Having fought against Di Shen, Long Chen knew that he was a water attribute expert, one who used his powerful domain to crush his opponents. In a 1-against-1, his opponents would suffer as soon as they were caught in his domain. As for his group-killing arts, they might be excellent against some ants, but there was no way to use them against the powerful Golden Claw Blood Devils. He would have to face them one-on-one. His divine item had been destroyed, while his precious flesh-eating fish had also been poisoned to death. Long Chen could imagine how furious he was. There was no one else from the Dragonblood Legion in the top 100. As for his own name, he didn't know where it had fallen to, but he was too lazy to check. Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi had a decent ranking, while Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan weren't even able to get in the top 200. However, to even have their name appear in the midst of all these monstrous geniuses was already not bad. In any case, as long as one person from the Dragonblood Legion could occupy a position in the top 10, then Ku Jianying's mission would be accomplished. At the very least, she and Li Tianxuan wouldn't have to be too worried based on the current rankings. After looking over the names on the Devil Slaughter rankings, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Ku Jianying had said that the Central Zon region was where geniuses gathered. Seeing so many of the top names being from the Central Zon region was quite a blow. As time passed, more and more of the Golden Claw Blood Devils appeared. Originally, only one of them would appear for every 10,000 blood-colored devil creatures, but after a few hours, their proportion increased by 10 times. The pressure on the battlefield grew increasingly great. Suddenly, explosive sounds rang out and the entire world quivered. It was like heaven and earth were about to collapse. Long Chen looked toward the channel. His eyes blazed with light. As expected, the Golden Claw Blood Devils weren't the strongest opponents this time. There were even stronger monsters crazily attacking the channel. The channel's runes were rapidly dimming. The channel completely exploded. It vanished, leaving behind a giant whirlpool that was like a gate that had been opened wide. The channel has crumbled. It seems the 5 regions will have to face the gate to the Devil World directly. Long Chen's expression turned serious. He could see an endless army of the Devil World from the gate. Originally, there should have only been one gate to this world. Long Chen had no idea what had happened for another gate to appear here. After all, according to reason, this gate should have been located in the Central Zon region, and then a formation would distribute the devil creatures to the other 4 regions. However, now that the spatial channel had vanished, what replaced it was another gate. In other words, they would be directly facing the Devil World's army. The gate shuddered, spreading ripples that blew apart the ground. A vast killing intent filled the air. "Everyone, retreat!" shouted Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors pulled back, shrinking their formation. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others also fell back, protecting the Dragonblood warriors. Guo Ran also left his platform. Now, the only one left standing at the front was Long Chen, who stared coldly at the gate to the Devil World. The gate was a translucent whirlpool. He could see an endless horde within it. The devil creatures inside had a pair of giant bat-like wings. Other than that, they looked similar to humans. Their bodies were large and they held bone swords. Each of them had a single blood-colored rune shining in their eyes that was constantly revolving. A frightening bloody air immediately assaulted the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. The winged devils. However, they're not the same variant. Long Chen recognized these devils. Back in the Julie secret realm in the eastern wasteland, he had seen the skeletons of the winged devils. However, those winged devils' skeletons had been giant. In Devil Spirit Mountain, he had also encountered the winged devils. Their bodies had been about the size of an average person. These devil creatures were 50% larger than a normal person. The blood-colored rune in their eyes was also extremely strange. Now, Long Chen was experiencing just how many varieties of winged devils there were. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, it couldn't be judged based on their size. Regretfully, Yu Xiaochen wasn't here. With her knowledge, she would definitely be able to tell what kind of variety they were. The rumbling and explosive sounds from the gate grew weaker. It would take some time to stabilize. Before it was stabilized, neither Long Chen nor the opposing devil army could cross through. Inferior human race, I see the fear in your eyes. A cowardly, filthy race like you should never have existed in this world. What shocked the Dragonblood warriors and the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples was that these devil creatures were able to speak. Their intelligence was not inferior to humans at all. Long Chen smiled disdainfully. He suddenly took out Evilmoon and unleashed a sharp saber image at the spatial gate. Shockingly, this attack passed through the unstable gate and crashed through the devil army. A dozen winged devils were slain. As expected, the sixth form of Split the Heavens contains the power to pass through all barriers. It really is a divine technique. Long Chen had just wanted to try and see if the sixth form of Split the Heavens could break through the restrictions of this spatial gate, but he hadn't expected it to actually work. Long Chen had unleashed an attack that had passed through the unstable spatial gate and killed the winged devil that had spoken. The Dragonblood warriors exploded into cheering. Long Chen was finally fighting. Chapter 1700 Empyrean Winged Blood Devils. The sixth form of Split the Heavens had many profundities. Long Chen knew how to use it, but he didn't know the reason why it worked the way it did. When he had asked questions about its principles to the old man's explanation had been very vague. After Long Chen had asked a few too many questions, the old man angrily beat him, telling him to do it as the old man was teaching him to do it. Where did so many questions come from? At that time, Long Chen realized that even the old man didn't know the principles behind this technique. He would need to figure them out himself. Long Chen's attack infuriated the winged devils. They roared and charged forward. The ones at the front were instantly blown to bits upon striking the spatial gate. The rest hastily retreated. However, in just that one instant, thousands of them had been killed by the explosive spatial power. That made them roar even more furiously. Don't be so impatient. Once the spatial gate is opened, annihilate the human race. They might be filthy pigs, but their blood is the best sacrificial offering. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and it caused the winged devils to calm down. A black-haired man in violet robes appeared amongst the winged devils. As soon as he appeared, the other winged devils went respectfully silent. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples looked at him in shock. Other than his eyes having blood-colored runes, this man looked the same as the human race. However, his aura was absolutely terrifying. They could vaguely see some blood-colored images appear behind him. It looked like a roaring fiend emotionlessly looking down on them. This fellow is powerful. Guo ran and the others jumped in shock. This man's aura was so oppressive that it was hard for them to breathe. Those ordinary winged devils already had somewhat frightening auras, but this black-haired man's aura was dozens of times stronger than theirs, maybe even over 100 times stronger. Even experts like Chu Yao and Ji Yuyong felt a chill on their backs. Behind him was a large group of people. If they weren't standing amongst the winged devils, Long Chen would have thought that they were humans. Seeing those people, Long Chen's pupils narrowed. Although he didn't know the cultivation realms of the winged devils, other than the black-haired man, the rest of these people had cultivation bases on the level of the Life Star realm. That feeling was clear. That made his heart shake. If those people really charged over, then Long Chen and the others might not be able to hold them. These winged devils were even stronger than the Golden Claw Blood Devils, and they were also different from the previous devil creatures. This was an army full of winged devils without any other species. If they all charged forward, then even with the Dragonblood Legion's power, there might be huge casualties. As for the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples, they might all be wiped out. However, the thing that drew Long Chen's attention was a certain thing that the man had said. Sacrificial offering. Who are you offering sacrifice to? Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder. They were viewed as sacrificial offerings. That made him grasp a possible crux of the situation. You'll know once you're dead, sneered the black-haired man. He didn't fall for Long Chen's bait. If you think you can learn secrets from my mouth, you should save your effort. All you need to know is that you are pigs that should obediently be killed. Struggling will only make things more painful for you. This man was so arrogant as to view them as pigs for the slaughter. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples, fury was instantly ignited. Then I won't waste the effort. Once I cut off your head and do a soul search, I'll naturally know, said Long Chen indifferently. Ha ha ha, the man laughed. His laughter shook people's ears even through the spatial gate, causing the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples' expressions to change. He was truly terrifying. I can sense the aura of winged devils from your body. You must have killed winged devils before. However, amongst the over 3,600 branches of the winged devils, my Empyrean winged blood devil race is ranked 7th. Based on your aura, you should be in the human race's soul transformation realm. That's the same level as my winged devil race's blood transformation realm. In other words, we're in the same realm. Once the spatial gate opens, I'll show you that in front of the Empyrean winged blood devil race, humans are weaklings that can only wait to be killed. Following his sneering, the winged devils parted, revealing countless Empyrean winged blood devils. It seemed that the ordinary winged devils were just cannon fodder, while the Empyrean winged blood devils were the true fighters. Seeing the huge army of Empyrean winged blood devils, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples despaired. If they were just fighting hundreds of thousands or even maybe a few million, they would still have the ability to fight. However, an endless number of winged devils could be seen here. Their numbers had to be counted in the hundreds of millions. This was a hopeless battle. Even Ji Yuyong, Meng Qi, and the others gasped. Although the battle had yet to start, just based on their auras, the ordinary winged devils were already stronger than the golden claw blood devils. On top of that were the Empyrean winged blood devils, which were even stronger than the regular winged devils. They were the true elites. Even the Dragonblood Legion who had fought alongside Long Chen for so long had never faced such a huge power disparity. There's no way for us to win. Unless we draw them above ground and have the Patriarch use the Xuantian Tower to kill them, there's no chance. Hua Xiu was pale. Everyone's nerves were tense. That's not a possibility. If we fail to defend this location, only a portion will follow us back to the Xuantian Dao sect. The rest will go to the other sects. They'll rapidly spread out. Do you feel like those sects would be able to handle them? If even one sect can't stop them, then a giant horde of devil creatures will rampage across the continent. Long Chen won't allow such a thing, said Meng Qi. There were many sects connected to this channel. Some of those had been destroyed by Long Chen. The devil creatures could charge right through them. Drawing all of them to the Xuantian Dao sect was impossible. Furthermore, they weren't mindless creatures. They had the same level of intelligence as humans. Don't worry, Long Chen definitely has a way to handle them. Don't you see that he's still calm? Pointed out Meng Qi. They looked toward Long Chen who was still standing on the platform. Seeing his calm expression, the immense pressure on their hearts lightened. Long Chen was a godlike existence in the eyes of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. As long as he was present, anything was possible. Time passed bit by bit until the remaining devil creatures on the battlefield were eliminated. There were mountains of corpses, and a thick scent of blood permeated the air. Suddenly, the whirlpool that was the spatial gate stopped revolving. It had been fully stabilized. The winged devils roared and charged forward. Kill the human race. The ones at the front were the winged devils. The runes in their eyes brightened, emitting a strange bloodthirsty light. Long Chen slashed his saber parallel to the ground. A huge black saber image appeared, one that looked like a crescent moon fang. The crescent fang grew larger and larger as it flew until it covered the majority of the battlefield. When it reached its peak state, heaven and earth rumbled. This was the true sixth form of Split the Heavens. The crescent fang slashed through the attacks of the winged devils and then devoured the winged devils themselves. This crescent fang was filled with a domineering will, one that said it was unstoppable, unbeatable. The first winged devils were all slain with this one attack. Boss is in 8th place, exclaimed Guo Ran. Aiya, he had just opened his mouth when Tang Wan kicked him. Even at this time, he was distracted by the devil slaughter rankings. Having wiped away the first wave of devil creatures with a single attack, Long Chen stood on the platform, facing the spatial gate like a divine guardian. Evilmoon, you're finally willing to help. Long Chen smiled. Evilmoon was finally no longer being a conner. Long Chen no longer needed to use his own energy to activate Evilmoon's divine runes, wasting a huge amount of spiritual yuan. Evilmoon was now unleashing a portion of its own power with Long Chen's attacks without him needing to give it more energy. Not only did this save Long Chen's energy, but it also raised the power of Split the Heavens to the peak. Hehe, fight as you please, I'll accompany you. I guarantee that at the very least, you'll be able to fight 10 times as long as before, laughed Evilmoon, filled with battle intent. It seemed that Evilmoon had also felt stifled for a long time and thirsted for a real battle. If Long Chen would have needed 10,000 units of spiritual yuan to unleash the sixth form of Split the Heavens before, then now with Evilmoon's assistance, he only needed 1,000. Furthermore, its power was even greater. That filled him with confidence. Long Chen attacked 3 more times, slaughtering all the winged devils that charged out. They didn't even have a chance. The Dragonblood warriors cheered along with the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Now that Long Chen had joined the fray, he exceeded all their expectations. On his own, he blocked millions and millions of winged devils. "Human, don't get too arrogant," roared an Empyrean winged blood devil. Thousands of them charged into the gate. Chapter 1701. Please begin your show. Long Chen once more slashed with his saber. The Empyrean winged blood devils let out unwilling roars as they were annihilated within the channel. The gate between the Devil World and the Martial Heaven continent looked gigantic, but in terms of an area that could actually be passed through, there was only a 300-meter channel. This channel was where the laws of 2 worlds clashed. Within it, those Empyrean winged blood devils were only able to unleash a portion of their power. Long Chen had already found the trick to it. He no longer needed to use the sixth form of Split the Heavens now. The winged devils were slain wave by wave as he defended the exit. Although he didn't kill as many as he did with the sixth form of Split the Heavens, it saved him energy, and he simply attacked repeatedly. With him blocking the exit, they couldn't charge out, infuriating the Empyrean winged blood devils. "Despicable human race, if you have guts, then let us through and have a real fight with us. If you want to fight with me, that's not a problem. I'll help you out." Long Chen rested his saber on his shoulder, looking disdainfully at the Empyrean winged blood devils. "HMPH, you're the one who said that." The Empyrean winged blood devils were delighted and hastily charged through. As a result, before they could exit, Long Chen attacked again. "You despicable liar." The saber image completely annihilated the Empyrean winged blood devils who had charged through. "Idiot, I said I'd help you out, not that I wouldn't attack. When I said I would help you out, I mean I'd help you by killing you. You can't blame your poor comprehension skills on me." Long Chen shrugged innocently. The Empyrean winged blood devils were infuriated, but with Long Chen blocking the exit and their combat powers suppressed within the channel, they couldn't get through. "Guo Ran, has Long Chen taken first place?" Meng Qi saw that Guo Ran was still focusing on the devil slaughter rankings despite being kicked by Tang Wan. "Monstrous." Guo Ran could only sigh. "He's first?" asked Ji Yu Yong. "No, I'm talking about Lang Yuyan. Her kill points have already surpassed 1 trillion. Furthermore, after breaking past 1 trillion, the number representing her kill points became violet gold and turned to 1. Her kill points are going to be measured in the trillions." "Then what about Boss?" "Boss, let me check. Rank 37. How is that possible? Boss is handling all of them on his own, and he has killed so many. How can his ranking not be in the top 10? Didn't he take 7th place just before? Are the devil slaughter rankings wrong?" Ji Yu Yong couldn't believe his ears. It's impossible for the devil slaughter rankings to be wrong. That means the other regions have also started a bloody battle. "It's normal that Long Chen has been surpassed," said Meng Qi. "I still don't get it," said Ji Yu Yong. Meng Qi explained, "The Eastern Zon region only has Long Chen killing the Empyrean winged blood devils right now, but he has made them too scared to come out. As for the other regions, they won't just foolishly defend the channel. They'll retreat to their sects, strongholds and then use divine items to slaughter them. Even the Southern Zon region can do this, as Long Chen only killed most of their junior generation, and their seniors are still alive and well. Although the elusive Music Immortal Palace said that they would handle it, those sects will still be prepared. After all, this is a major affair. So those disciples in the other regions will mostly retreat as their sects don't want to see immense casualties amongst their disciples. Only the absolute top experts will remain. Without others to worry about, they can unleash their own ultimate moves or divine items to slaughter the Empyrean winged blood devils. So those top experts are surrounded by a sea of Empyrean winged blood devils, while Long Chen is blocking the channel on his own, not letting them come through. It's normal that he has been surpassed. Only now did everyone understand. The reason he had taken 7th place at the start was because he had struck early. Once the gate was stabilized, the other geniuses had also started attacking. Those geniuses had plenty of enemies to choose from, while Long Chen was blocking the channel, not letting the enemies through. The amount that he was killing was shrinking as they grew more cowed. Not good, those bastards are up to something. Suddenly, they saw that some ancient Empyrean winged blood devils had appeared. They were forming some kind of formation. The long-haired man that had spoken to Long Chen was enveloped in that formation, along with thousands of the Empyrean winged blood devils. Suddenly, they vanished. They're using a secret art to directly pass through the gate, shouted Ji Yu Yong. Space shook. Long Chen's divine ring appeared, and he slashed Evilmoon directly where the spatial fluctuations were concentrated. He wanted to annihilate them before they could pass through. In this instant, space was definitely in disorder. With this attack, Long Chen was confident in at least heavily injuring that long-haired man. He even had a chance of killing him instantly. However, just as his saber slashed down, his expression changed. The spatial fluctuations vanished. Spatial displacement. Long Chen was startled and hastily swung his saber behind him. 3,000 meters away, space began to twist once more. The bodies of the long-haired man and the Empyrean winged blood devils had just appeared when Long Chen's sharp attack mercilessly arrived. The long-haired man was a bit surprised at Long Chen's reaction speed. He held a white bone spear, and it unleashed a ray of light. The powerful divine fluctuations showed that it was also a powerful divine weapon. With an explosive sound, the black saber image and white light collided. The powerful divine fluctuations struck the Empyrean winged blood devils hard, and the majority were killed. The ones who survived were half dead and wildly coughed up blood. Long Chen was stunned by the long-haired man's power. That white spear had unleashed immense power, and now his arm was a bit numb. It seemed that the long-haired man also specialized in power. The long-haired man had thought that he would have been able to heavily injure Long Chen with his attack, as Long Chen had been forced to change targets midway, causing his power to drop. However, Long Chen's attack had been so powerful that the long-haired man had almost lost his grip on his spear. A blood rune appeared on his forehead and spread throughout his body. This was a secret art to raise his power. So you have some power. But no matter how strong a pig is, it can't change its fate of being slaughtered. The long-haired man suddenly spread his bat-like wings, and the blood-colored runes surrounding his body exploded, revealing countless divine runes on his wings. Divine light exploded from his wings, and his voice resounded throughout the air. The wings of the Empyrean winged blood devils are known as heavenly wings. We are born with the heavenly runes on them. When our wings appear, the heavenly Taos follow. The land is beneath my feet, the great sea is in my heart. All manifestations of heaven and earth are mine. Just as the long-haired man's aura was constantly rising as his voice grew louder, a hand struck his face at a strange angle, interrupting him and sending him flying. His saber attacked right after, slashing at the long-haired man's waist. He had slapped him with his left hand and was using his right hand to slash with his saber. It was a seamless combination. Long Chen's divine face slapping art was unique to him and had no match in this world. Whether it was a human or devil, as long as it was their first time encountering it, it would be very difficult for them to dodge. An attack without any killing intent was difficult to sense. However, if this slap landed, then the killing blow would follow. Just as Evilmoon was about to strike, the runes on his wings lit up, and his body vanished. Long Chen's saber slashed through empty air. The long-haired man suddenly appeared behind Long Chen, the white-bone spear in his hand whistling toward him. Long Chen hastily blocked with his saber and was sent flying by the spear. The long-haired man let out a heaven-shaking roar. Clearly, this slap had infuriated him. Based on this, it seemed a face slap was humiliating to both humans and devils. All the runes on his wings lit up. The space around him collapsed as a terrifying pressure locked onto Long Chen. The white-bone spear began to rumble, its sound filling heaven and earth. This attack was undodgeable. The long-haired man was completely infuriated now and wanted to kill Long Chen with this move. Long Chen closed his eyes for a moment. When he reopened them, 5 stars were revolving within them, and the 5-point star in his divine ring ignited. A pillar of light soared into the sky. You're the one who's going to die. Long Chen felt all his energy erupting out of him. With his 5-star battle armor, he slashed his saber at the long-haired man. When their 2 divine weapons collided, the Devil Abyss's land exploded. Huge cracks appeared in every direction. The corpses of the devil creatures on the ground were blown to bits. When it comes to power, you are still lacking. The long-haired man was looking at Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen's foot struck like lightning, landing on the long-haired man's abdomen. He was sent flying. Long Chen glanced at how the battlefield had changed since he had become entangled with his opponent. There was an endless tide of Empyrean winged blood devils charging out. They had yet to reach the Tao sect's disciples, but those disciples had already formed a tight formation. These disciples clenched their teeth, ready for their death. There was no way they could survive today. However, even if they had to die, they would draw a few devil creatures down with them. Guo Ran, there's no need to hold back any longer. Please start your show, called out Long Chen. Ha ha ha, good, brothers, cheer and shout. The savior always comes at the last moment. Guo Ran suddenly laughed and charged into the army of Empyrean winged blood devils. Chapter 1702. I'm a clairvoyant. Seeing Guo Ran charge into the Empyrean winged blood devils on his own, all the Tao sect's disciples let out startled cries. Even the dragonblood warriors jumped in fright. The Empyrean winged blood devils were so strong that even Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, and the others working together found it difficult to hold back their charge. They had forcibly formed a defensive line to keep them from charging past. If a large number of Empyrean winged blood devils charged through, then even the dragonblood warriors would start dying, and if they reached the Tao sect's disciples, it would be like a tiger was let loose amongst a flock of sheep. That was why Meng Qi and the others had formed a line to keep them back. The Empyrean winged blood devils crashed against their defensive line like angry waves. The pressure on them was immense. Only a small portion of the Empyrean winged blood devils managed to get by and reach the dragonblood warriors. The number of Empyrean winged blood devils that reached the dragonblood warriors was low enough that with their skillful cooperation, they were able to kill them quickly. This moment showed the dragonblood warriors' truly terrifying aspect. They used the smallest price to kill the Empyrean winged blood devils, exchanging injuries for lives. That ruthlessness shook the hearts of the Tao sect's disciples. Even if they were injured, the healing experts would quickly use a healing art on them, instantly healing them. Hua Xiu, Mu Qingxian, Zhao Zian, Wang Zhen, and the other Empyreans formed another defensive line behind the Dragonblood Legion. They were also top geniuses with their own pride. Even in death, they were unwilling to be the useless cowards everyone else was defending. Without Hua Xiu's orders, the stronger rank 9 Celestials also came forward. They launched long-range attacks, alleviating some of the pressure on the warriors ahead of them. Although the Empyrean winged blood devils were very powerful, they were unable to break through their defenses. However, at this time, Guo Ran flew forward on his own, shocking everyone. If he was caught in the midst of the Empyrean winged blood devils, then no matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough. I swept through the 4 seas. Shut up, will you die if you don't pose? Get to work. Guo Ran had just cleared his throat and started chanting his trademark phrase when he was cursed by Long Chen. He forcibly swallowed the following lines. Long Chen was still fighting intensely against the long-haired man in the sky. A black saber and white bone spear repeatedly clashed. Their battle was exceptionally fierce, but Long Chen was still keeping an eye on the battlefield. Yes, boss. Guo Ran didn't tarry. He suddenly spread his wings and put away his sabers. 6 holes appeared on his wings. At the same time, a 1-inch hole appeared on the armor on his palms and soles. From those 10 holes, jets of black water shot out. As Guo Ran flew through the air, a rain of black water fell. When the black water landed on the Empyrean winged blood devils, they let out mournful cries. Each drop corroded a large hole in their bodies. It was like they were snowmen meeting boiling rain. Giant holes instantly appeared in them. What is this? Ah! The black rain made the Empyrean winged blood devils roar with pain. The black water was especially effective when it landed on their heads. That would almost instantly kill them. Guo Ran flew back and forth, releasing the black rain. The Empyrean winged blood devils quickly collapsed, and this scene stunned everyone. Heavens, Boss Guo Ran still had such a terrifying trump card. But he managed to hold it all the way until now. That's out of character, said one Dragonblood warrior. Just what was this black water? How could it be so terrifying that even the bone swords of the Empyrean winged blood devils would corrode upon contact? In the end, the Empyrean winged blood devils corroded into nothing, leaving behind only a fist-sized bone from their heads. It was a strange kind of crystal core. Devil cores. Startled cries rang out. High-ranking experts of the devil race would concentrate their lives' cultivation into a devil core, similar to a magical beast's crystal core. This kind of devil core was extremely valuable. It could be used in formations. Due to their special internal structure, they would automatically absorb energy from the air to support the formation, reducing the need for spending spiritual stones on maintaining it. They were priceless treasures that could keep a formation activated forever. The bodies of the Empyrean winged blood devils weren't able to resist the black water, but these devil cores weren't harmed. They were preserved in perfect condition. Big Sister Chu Yao, help me gather these devil cores. Those are treasures, shouted Guo Ran as he sprayed more black water. The pressure on the others instantly lessened from his attack. Let me. That black water is toxic, and you shouldn't touch it so easily. That bastard Guo Ran, he knew that if he told me to do it directly, I'd ignore him, so he asked you to. How loathsome. Chu Yao was just about to gather the devil cores when Lu Ruyan stopped her. The black water had touched everything, and that death chi would definitely harm Chu Yao if she used her wood energy to touch it. As for Lu Ruyan, she was an undying willow and possessed a great resistance to this kind of death energy. When Long Chen's black soil had annihilated other tree demons, it hadn't been able to kill her. Countless roots silently came out of the ground and wrapped around the devil cores like tentacles, pulling them away. Boss Guo Ran is mighty. He's first place, shouted a Dragonblood warrior. He has 7 kill points, with each one representing 1 trillion. Since each Empyrean winged blood devil is worth 100 million points, he has already killed almost 70,000 of them. Meng Qi sighed emotionally. Long Chen and Guo Ran are both scoundrels. They had such a powerful move but didn't tell us. It really was frightening just now, said Tang Wan'er hatefully. There had been so many Empyrean winged blood devils that it had caused despair. Yet, as soon as Guo Ran unleashed this black water, killing them felt easier than breathing. However, neither of them had told the others about this trump card, making Tang Wan'er worry for nothing. With an explosive sound, the long-haired man smashed into the ground like a shooting star. Long Chen quickly followed him, slashing with his saber. The long-haired man was forced back once more. You should worry about yourself. Long Chen lazily smiled at the long-haired man. In their battle, the two of them had fought evenly. It went without saying that this long-haired man's combat power was truly terrifying. However, he was unable to suppress Long Chen. Seeing Guo Ran unleash a trump card that annihilated the Empyrean winged blood devils, the long-haired man had tried to fly toward Guo Ran, but he had been blocked by Long Chen. Bastard, you're really provoking me. The long-haired man suddenly roared. Divine light came from his head, covering his entire body. As he spread his wings, space tore apart and he vanished. He was using the previous ability he had used, something similar to teleportation. He was moving within space without anyone being able to track him. Long Chen sneered and suddenly slashed Evilmoon behind him. Just as he slashed his saber, a figure appeared. It was the long-haired man that had just vanished. It was like Long Chen had long since known his location and was welcoming him. The long-haired man was shocked. His hasty block resulted in him coughing up blood and miserably flying back. Impossible. The heavenly winged space tear divine ability has no flaws. How could you tell where I would appear? Raged the long-haired man. Sorry to tell you this, but I'm a clairvoyant. I know the heavens, I know the earth, and I know everything in between. As soon as you clench your butt, I know what kind of fart you're about to release. So everything about you is within my control. I couldn't control when you were born, but I can control when you'll die. It's just up to my mood, said Long Chen lightly. Bullshit. The long-haired man spread his heavenly wings and vanished once more. Long Chen sneered and slashed his saber to the left, a bit ahead of him. Space tore open in front of his saber, revealing the long-haired man. Half his arm was now gone, and blood covered his upper body. This time, the saber had struck him while he was traveling through space, and it destroyed the space where he was going. If he hadn't been strong enough, he would have been cut in two by this attack. Now do you believe it? Each of your movements, each of your actions is within my control. In front of me, you have no chance, said Long Chen indifferently, pointing Evilmoon at him. The long-haired man was caught between shock and rage. He was confident in his divine ability, but Long Chen was actually able to track him. He found it inconceivable. Long Chen, your bragging ability is unrivaled. Your face doesn't even turn red. I have to admire how shameless you are. And this fellow really is an idiot. Does he not notice the black energy enveloping this space? Said Evilmoon. Long Chen, a clairvoyant. That was naturally nonsense. He had stealthily spread the black illusion dragon flames energy throughout the space. This underground world was already full of darkness and ferocity, similar to the black illusion dragon flame. With how stealthy and how weak he spread it, the long-haired man hadn't noticed it at all. Every spatial fluctuation within this space was easily sensed by Long Chen thanks to this. That was the only reason he was able to track the long-haired man. However, the long-haired man had no idea, so he was simply stunned by Long Chen's words. As for Long Chen, he didn't act lazy. He once more attacked. The long-haired man was repeatedly forced back by Long Chen's attacks. He was a bit timid and suppressed now. In the sky, Long Chen had suppressed the long-haired man, while down below, Guo Ran was suppressing the Empyrean winged blood devils. A shocking reversal had occurred on the battlefield. Chapter 1703 There's piss, you want it. Guo Ran flew through the air, unleashing a constant rain of black water. Even the Empyrean winged blood devils were unable to do anything to the black rain. No matter what divine abilities they unleashed, no matter how they summoned winds to blow the water away, the rain would ignore their attacks and land on their bodies. Countless Empyrean winged blood devils died, wailing without the slightest ability to resist. Guo Ran felt like flowers were blooming inside his heart. His gratitude toward Long Chen came in an unending stream. Long Chen had given him all the death spirit water he had brought out of the netherworld. This kind of efficient killing was better than any other move. This was a safe, fast, painless, high-end, imposing, and superior killing art. Long Chen had given Guo Ran the ability to show off like this. How could Guo Ran not be grateful? He almost shed tears of gratitude. Guo Ran caused chaos amongst the Empyrean winged blood devils wherever he went. They tried to dodge, but there was black rain everywhere. Nowhere was safe. Kill him. Once his defenses are broken, he won't be able to handle the black water either. From the other side of the gate came a roar. The roar came from a group of Empyrean winged blood devils, but their cultivation bases were too high to pass through the channel. They could only stand and watch. No more Empyrean winged blood devils were charging through the gate, as they all saw that they were unable to do anything to Guo Ran. The number of devils that went through would become the number of devils who died. Nothing could be done. Their strongest fighter, the long-haired man, was completely entangled with Long Chen and couldn't target Guo Ran. However, the seniors of the Empyrean winged blood devils had keen eyesight, and they saw a porcelain luster coming from Guo Ran's body. That was what was protecting his armor. Obviously, without that layer of protection, even Guo Ran wouldn't be able to endure the black water. So right now, the main point was whether or not they could break that defense. Come at me, let's see if you can break it. Guo Ran sneered at a mass of Empyrean winged blood devils that charged at him regardless of the danger. He suddenly took out a cannon. A water ball shot out of the cannon and exploded amongst the Empyrean winged blood devils. Hundreds of Empyrean winged blood devils were devoured by the black water and instantly killed. Come. Another cannon appeared in Guo Ran's other hand. He shot at some Empyrean winged blood devils that were hiding in the distance. Black water exploded in that area. There was nowhere to dodge or run. Anything in this region was within Guo Ran's reach. The current Guo Ran was like the reincarnation of a war god, slaughtering those Empyrean winged blood devils until they were like chickens and dogs. A portion of the Empyrean winged blood devils were smart and tried to attack the Dao sect's disciples. Guo Ran wouldn't dare to shoot in that direction. However, as soon as they got close, Meng Qi would form a hand seal, and her manifestation would unleash a powerful spiritual attack. After that, the Empyrean winged blood devils would feel a burst of pain in their souls, causing a brief bout of dizziness. In that single moment, sharp wooden stakes and earthen spears would fly out of the ground, striking them with such power that their bodies exploded. With Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, Li Qi, and Song Ming Yuan joining hands, none of those Empyrean winged blood devils could get close. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples cheered. Before this, Meng Qi and the others had already appeared so terrifying, but now these disciples saw that they had yet to reveal their true power. Tens of thousands of Empyrean winged blood devils were dead or dying. Adding on the sight of Meng Qi and the others using their full power for the first time, the disciples felt their blood blazing within them. The Dragonblood Legion was full of monsters. Each of them was so powerful that it sparked disbelief. Guo Ran was unleashing a rain of black water that was annihilating countless Empyrean winged blood devils, while Meng Qi and the others revealed a stunning combination attack. This showed the disciples what true experts were. They felt immense veneration and admiration toward each member of the Dragonblood Legion. Each of them was a real warrior. Guo Ran, will bring a stop to the wild ambitions of you evil creatures. Little ants, remember the name of Guo Ran. This godly name requires no title or nickname, yet it is like a blazing sun, an ear-splitting name that will resound through the ages. In front of me, Guo Ran, you can only crawl beneath my feet. Tremble before me, weep your tears ah. Guo Ran was in the midst of unleashing his rain of black water, feeling like he was growing more and more badass. However, just as he was bragging wildly, his expression changed. The moment he tried to shoot his cannon again, it was no longer a water ball that flew out. Instead, it was a tiny little trickle that dribbled out. When he tried again, instead of a black water ball, the cannon exploded. That sound was similar to a fart. Guo Ran's bragging came to a sudden stop. The Dragonblood warriors and the Empyrean winged blood devils all looked at him. What are you looking at? Do you think I'm out of stock? HMPH, I'm telling you that I have plenty more where that came from. Do you dare to come and test me? Raged Guo Ran upon seeing the Empyrean winged blood devils looking at him eagerly. Guo Ran's attempt at intimidation resulted in all the surviving Empyrean winged blood devils on the battlefield charging at him. They didn't fall for his bluff at all. Fuck, I'm telling you that I still have plenty left. You'll regret it in a bit, shouted Guo Ran severely. Die, who do you think you're trying to fool? The Empyrean winged blood devils slashed their bone swords at Guo Ran, and he hastily switched out armaments, summoning his strongest armor and switching to his golden sabers. The first Empyrean winged blood devil was sent flying by Guo Ran. With his golden armor, Guo Ran's power was even greater than Ji Yuyang's. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't use his golden armor to unleash magical arts, his combat power would be even greater. Seeing the first Empyrean winged blood devil was sent flying, the others confirmed that Guo Ran was out of the black water. They surrounded him. Bastards, just wait a moment. I really do have plenty of stock left. If you scram now, it won't be too late. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you, shouted Guo Ran. Do you think we're idiots? The Empyrean winged blood devils roared angrily. They naturally wouldn't believe such a lie. They attacked Guo Ran, not giving him a chance to breathe. Guo Ran, don't panic. I'll save you, shouted Long Chen, forcing away the long-haired man and flying toward Guo Ran. Keep dreaming. Bloodlight barrier. The long-haired man suddenly unleashed 10,000 runes from his wings. They connected, forming a giant net that blocked Long Chen. Long Chen slashed his saber at it, but the net's runes lit up and bent along with his attack. It was too flexible and tough for him to break. The Bloodlight barrier is one of my Empyrean winged blood devil race's top divine abilities. Why don't you see if you can destroy it? Laughed the long-haired man. Long Chen repeatedly slashed his saber without being able to break it. He could only fall back. If he didn't, the net would trap him. Guo Ran, don't panic. Once I kill this fellow, I'll come save you, shouted Long Chen, once more attacking the long-haired man. Since Long Chen was unable to help him, Guo Ran fell into desperate straits. Meng Qi and the others were about to go help when a horde of Empyrean winged blood devils poured out of the spatial gate. Don't worry about me, defend, shouted Guo Ran. He suddenly flew into the air. Unable to block so many Empyrean winged blood devils, he switched to running. Idiot, the sky belongs to the Empyrean winged blood devils race. The huge Empyrean winged blood devil army chased after Guo Ran. After all, they hated him to the bone and wanted him dead now. The senior Empyrean winged blood devils on the other side of the gate were giving out orders, telling the ones capable of getting through the channel to charge and eliminate their enemies. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the entire battlefield was filled with Empyrean winged blood devils. They were on the ground, they were in the air, their numbers were simply incalculable. They unleashed berserk attacks. Hey, wait a moment and listen to me. We're all civilized, so what's the point of fighting? Why not sit down and amicably drink a few cups of tea? Guo Ran was like a golden shooting star as he pushed his speed to its peak, weaving back and forth through the Empyrean winged blood devils. They were unable to catch him. The only thing we want to drink is your blood. Using my boss's words, there's no blood, but there's piss. Do you want it? Laughed Guo Ran. Countless Empyrean winged blood devils roared furiously. The majority of them were chasing Guo Ran, while another portion was fighting with the Dragonblood Legion. The pressure on that side was starting to grow too intense. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, and the others were fighting all out. Other than Yu Zifeng, they had all summoned their manifestations. Lu Ruyan in particular was ferocious. In the body of an undying willow, her leaves were like celestial spears raining down on the Empyrean winged blood devils. This was the true battle. More and more Empyrean winged blood devils appeared, crashing down on their defensive lines wave after wave. That's about enough. Guo ran, go ahead. Long Chen's originally panicked expression suddenly vanished. The Empyrean winged blood devils, as well as the old fellows on the other side of the gate, all stiffened. Chapter 1704. Where is heaven's logic? You idiots, I tried to advise you so much, but you refused to believe me. Well, that's fine, I will kindly send you to another world. Guo Ran suddenly changed tones. Dozens of thumb-sized holes opened in his armor, and small balls of black water shot out of them. Those small water balls exploded amongst the Empyrean winged blood devils attacking him. They had no time to dodge and miserably howled as they fell from the sky. The other Empyrean winged blood devils retreated. With one attack, Guo Ran forced back the Empyrean winged blood devils. A layer of porcelain-like material covered his armor once again. This was the special porcelain he was using to block the black spirit water from damaging himself. Only porcelain and jade were capable of blocking its corrosion. Other objects, even divine items, would corrode on contact. Face your deaths. Fully armed once more, Guo Ran's dual sabers vanished, replaced with cannons again. He started shooting once more. The Empyrean winged blood devils howled as they fled in every direction. Guo Ran was once more unmatched. A rain of death spirit water shot out of him. How is it? Is it refreshing like rainfall after a long drought? Correct, I'm a celestial god that came to relieve you of your drought. Under my divine nectar, you will obtain rebirth. Don't be afraid, don't run, it will only be painful for a moment. Once the pain passes, you will be reborn in the flames of another world. There's no need to thank me, this is simply what I should do as a man. Guo Ran was constantly chattering away as he unleashed the black water. Fuck, we got duped, roared an Empyrean winged blood devil. They finally realized that Guo Ran had just been acting like he had run out of the black water to trick more of them into coming. You weren't the only ones to fall for it. We got duped as well. Those scoundrels Long Chen and Guo Ran, I got so scared just now, raged Tang Wan with embarrassment. Endless waves of wind blades were coming out of the manifestation behind her. No matter how those Empyrean winged blood devils charged at her, they were unable to shake her at all. You already know how evil Long Chen is. His panicked expression tricked everyone. Chu Yao also shook her head. However, it was because their acting was so good that they had so easily tricked their opponents. Guo Ran took back first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings. With this breather, everyone saw that Guo Ran, who was once more sprinkling his divine nectar, had managed to take back first place after dropping to fifth. Before, his black water was so powerful that the Empyrean winged blood devils hadn't dared to go through the gate to fight, resulting in him not being able to rise in points. After briefly taking first place, he had quickly been surpassed by others. It had been Leng Yuyan who had taken first, with Dong Mingyu being a close second. The two were essentially even. Dong Mingyu would occasionally look like she might take first place, but she was just off by a little bit from surpassing Leng Yuyan. Third had been the arrogant fellow from the Zon Beasts, true immortal Zhaoqi. Mo Nian had been fourth. However, since Guo Ran had taken back first place, they all fell back by a rank. Now, sixth place was that person called Hu Feng. Seventh was Zhao Shuihan. Eighth was Shang Yunfei, an expert from the ancient races. Ninth place was Ziyan, while 10th place was the Pill Fairy, Yu Qingshan. Yi Ziqiu was ranked 11th, unable to get into the top 10. As for the original first place Sha Chen, he had fallen to 12th. It could be seen how intense the competition for the top 10 was. However, along with that intense struggle was a cruel reality. Names would occasionally disappear from it, showing that top heavenly geniuses had just died. After all, this was a true battle, not a game. The people who were in the rankings and died were all amazing experts in their own right. That was because following the arrival of the Empyrean winged blood devils, only top experts could possibly dare to fight in that horde of enemies. The ordinary experts were unable to resist such terrifying opponents and had long since retreated to their sects. With their sects, formations and divine items, combined with their sect leaders and elders, they could slaughter the devil creatures as they came out of the channel. Thus, the majority of those dying were experts near the top rankings. This principle was similar to the fact that it was more often those who knew how to swim that ended up drowning. It was their arrogance that brought their downfall. The devil slaughter rankings weren't so easy. Even top experts could die. Li Qi, do you sense anything strange? Song Mingyuan suddenly turned to Li Qi as he controlled his earthen giant. What? Li Qi was startled. I feel like the wall we built is a bit loose. Should we reinforce it? Song Mingyuan looked back at the giant defensive wall behind them. You're overthinking it. The Empyrean winged blood devils haven't had any chance to attack the wall. Just the shockwaves of the battle aren't able to shake it. Plus, now isn't the time to get distracted. These fellows are like panicked rabbits because of Guo Ran, and they'll attack us crazily. We can investigate once this wave is over, said Li Qi. Song Mingyuan nodded. The Empyrean winged blood devils were now trapped here and being slaughtered by Guo Ran. As the gate was a one-way street, they were now attacking with no regard to their own lives, so the disciples couldn't be careless. Not long after that quiet conversation, a transparent figure appeared out of the earthen wall that Li Qi and Song Mingyuan had constructed. This figure was essentially invisible, nothing more than thin air. It silently passed through the wall. With everyone fighting the Empyrean winged blood devils, no one noticed that something strange had appeared behind them. This almost invisible figure didn't cause any damage to the wall when it passed through it. Instead, it slowly sank into the ground, vanishing without a sound. In the depths of the devil abyss, where an endless horde of devil creatures had formed a giant flood, a woman in provocative clothes with a bone sword repeatedly attacked. Each time she swung her bone sword, it would unleash a brilliant explosion of light. Wherever her sword light passed, the devil creatures would collapse. This woman was the corrupt path's genius, Lang Yuyan. She was alone, dominating this channel herself. The corpses of the Empyrean winged blood devils had already piled into mountains. Furthermore, Lang Yuyan held the head of a white-haired man. If Long Chen could see it, he would recognize it. This man's aura was almost identical to the man that he was fighting. He should be a king amongst the Empyrean winged blood devil race, someone with an exceptional bloodline that gave him immense combat power. However, his head was lifeless in Lang Yuyan's hand. His eyes were still filled with shock. Lang Yuyan slashed her sword a few times, the sharp sword light wiping out the majority of the Empyrean winged blood devils near her. She put away the head and frowned. Just what kind of ability does this Guo Ran have to repeatedly take first place? In a similar place, there was a cloaked girl with a dagger. Within the manifestation behind her was a giant figure holding a massive sickle. The sickle was larger than a mountain, but it was sweeping through the Empyrean winged blood devils before her without her needing to do anything. Anything that touched the terrifying sickle would explode. The rate at which she killed her enemies was astonishing. This girl had once taken first place on the devil slaughter rankings for a while. Now, she was chasing Lang Yuyan. She was Dong Mingyu from the Bloodkill Hall. The girl was holding a dagger with one hand and a jade plate with the other. Guo Ran, that fellow who hides in a turtle shell all day and doesn't dare to face others. How could he be so strong? The girl muttered to herself, unable to comprehend how Guo Ran's killing speed could actually be greater than herself and Lang Yuyan's. A furious roar shook the heavens. A sound wave blew apart the Empyrean winged blood devils that had just charged over. There was a giant figure in the sky. It was an ancient beast covered in scales, similar to a qilin. However, it also possessed a long tail. It was the tail of a drake. That giant tail smashed apart the ground with a casual swing. It was like a godly whip capable of bringing down the stars. It was unknown how many Empyrean winged blood devils were killed with a casual swing of it. Guo Ran, what thing is that? Whatever it is, anyone who dares to take first place from me will die eventually. This giant figure was currently ranked third on the devil slaughter rankings, true immortal Jiaoqi from the Zon beasts. If someone saw his body, they would immediately understand why he called himself Jiaoqi. He was actually in possession of two ancient bloodlines, the Jiao, also known as the Drake, as well as the Qilin. It was no wonder he dared to call himself true immortal. However, this true immortal Jiaoqi was filled with fury. He had already summoned his true body and unleashed his strongest area attacks, but he was unable to get higher than third place the entire time. He was actually surpassed by two humans. Then, Guo Ran, who looked like he was practically cheating, had shot from fifth place to first place in an instant, making his ranking drop. How could he not be angry? Regretfully, his anger had no use. All he could do was focus on killing the Empyrean winged blood devils, or his ranking might fall even more. There was another human right on his tail in terms of points. What the fuck, what kind of drug did that fellow eat? Mo Nian was holding a 5-colored bow. With each blink of an eye, dozens of arrows would shoot out. Each arrow would explode amongst the Empyrean winged blood devils, slaughtering them. His attack speed and efficiency were dumbfounding. No one had ever seen such an archer with such speed. It was impossible to even see his shooting movements. However, even with such speed and power, he was unable to catch up to the true immortal Jiaoqi in front of him. But that wasn't what confused him. What he found completely incomprehensible was that even that wretched fellow Guo Ran was able to so easily take first place. Where is heaven's logic? Mo Nian let out a mournful sigh. This was a huge blow to him, but he couldn't slow down, or he'd quickly be surpassed by the others behind him. Chapter 1705 Being Sabotaged. What a group of monsters. I've gotten good rolls 3 times in a row, and I still can't pass them. In the depths of the devil abyss, a man stood on the ground. Beside him was a giant black dragon unleashing its breath, annihilating the Empyrean winged blood devils. This black dragon was 30,000 meters long and had 3 heads unleashing dragon breath at the same time, killing any Empyrean winged blood devils in the vicinity. Although its aura was only around the 10th tier, its killing power was astonishing. However, even with this dragon, the man couldn't help but sigh upon seeing his kill points. This person was Hu Feng, a dark horse in the devil slaughter rankings. His ranking was consistently inconsistent, however, he did manage to stay in the top 10 at this time. Nevertheless, when he looked at the first place Guo Ran, he despaired. Guo Ran's kill points were almost double Leng Yuan's, who was in second place. His current number was 103. In other words, 103 trillion kill points. Each Empyrean winged blood devil that was killed was worth 100 million kill points, so Guo Ran had killed around 1 million Empyrean winged blood devils. As for Hu Feng, he was only at 37. The difference was immense. Isn't the Eastern Zan region's strongest expert called Long Chen? How is this Guo Ran first? Hu Feng didn't understand, but it didn't matter. He continued directing the black dragon to fight. He had to maintain his current position. If he slowed down, he might get passed by others. Monsters, all monsters. How am I supposed to compete against them? The sky was filled with exploding runes, raining down from a huge formation. Those runes exploded, blasting the Empyrean winged blood devils to pieces. Within this huge formation was a man with a helpless expression. He was looking at the jade plate in his hand. This man was Sha Chen, the person who had dominated the devil slaughter rankings for over a month. However, now he was bitter. He had already fallen out of the top 10. He had to make a painful decision. Do I force it or not? Sha Chen mulled it over. He stared at the devil slaughter rankings for a long time before shaking his head. No, I should save what little I have. If I pack up now, I won't have lost out, although I won't have made anything either. However, if I spend everything I have and still don't get into the top 10, that would be the worst case scenario. How unlucky, how did I encounter so many monsters? I thought I'd get in the top 3 at least. Looks like I overestimated myself and underestimated others. Sha Chen was a bit unwilling, but in the end, the huge formation vanished. Sha Chen's figure also vanished amongst the endless devil creatures. Less than a breath's time after he left, his ranking fell 1 spot. 3 breaths later, he fell out of the top 20. An incense stick's worth of time later, he was out of the top 100. From this, one could see how intense the competition of the devil slaughter rankings was. No one could stop or slow down, or they'd be passed by others. In the Eastern Zan region's devil abyss, the Empyrean winged blood devils were still falling in droves. With each passing breath, thousands of them died. This wasn't even a battle anymore. It was a one-sided slaughter. The Empyrean winged blood devils had no ability to resist in front of Guo Ran. Their deaths were only a matter of time. Behind them was the spatial gate that they couldn't go back through, while in front of them was the rock-solid defense of Meng Qi and the others that they couldn't break through. In the sky, Guo Ran was the Devil King, constantly reaping their lives. There was nowhere for them to go. On the other side of the spatial gate were countless Empyrean winged blood devils. Their auras were on the level of the human race's life star realm, however, despite that power, they could only roar unwillingly. They were unable to pass through the gate, as it didn't allow such powerful creatures to pass. They could only watch as their fellows were killed. Despicable human race, you won't have a good death. Cursed the Empyrean winged blood devils on the other side. Regretfully for them, Cursing couldn't change the results. The number of winged devils on the battlefield rapidly dropped. They soon became sparse. Guo Ran had managed to rack up 317 kill points, over 180 more than Leng Yuyan. Guo Ran was still crazily unleashing the black water when he suddenly realized he had used it all up. Fuck, did I really? Guo Ran instantly became dumbfounded. This time, he really had used it all up. He had been feeling too amazing and hadn't checked how much of the death spirit water he had. Long Chen had previously told him not to mess around. At any time, keeping some backup plans was necessary to handle unexpected things. However, he had used it all up while he was lost in the ecstasy of seeing his kill points soar. He had no idea how he was supposed to explain himself to Long Chen, or what he should do now that he was just floating in the air. Seeing Guo Ran stop, the Empyrean winged blood devils that were running away from him came to a stop as well. He really should be out of it now. Don't fall for it, be careful. I agree, the human race is so sinister, be careful of their ploys. The Empyrean winged blood devils had become cautious after being fooled before. Guo Ran didn't move, and they didn't move either. They didn't attack Guo Ran nor Meng Qi and the others. The battlefield became strange. Just at this moment, the spatial gate shuddered and began to shrink. Ha ha ha, the spatial gate is finally closing. We've won, shouted Guo Ran excitedly. The spatial gate had a time limit to it. This intense shuddering meant that it was about to close. Seeing that, the Empyrean winged blood devils' expressions changed. Once the gate closed, they would really be trapped here. Suddenly, the long-haired man fighting Long Chen folded his wings and formed a giant blade with them that slashed at Long Chen, forcing him back. The long-haired man vanished. Want to run? Keep dreaming. Long Chen suddenly formed hand seals, and countless lightning runes appeared in the space around him. His figure also vanished. When he reappeared, he was punching thin air. The space there exploded, revealing the long-haired man's fleeing figure. He coughed up blood. Long Chen's celestial lightning body blink allowed him to catch up instantly. His punch broke the long-haired man's shoulder. At the same time, Evilmoon slashed toward the long-haired man's arm. It severed his arm at the elbow. Long Chen then sent out a kick. This attack wasn't aimed at the long-haired man but his white bone spear. From using the celestial lightning body blink, figuring out his location, punching, slashing, and kicking, his movements were smooth and perfectly connected, not giving the long-haired man any chance to react. Thank you, boss, shouted Ji Yu Yong as he caught the white bone spear that was flying toward him. Clearly, Long Chen was sending him a divine weapon. However, the white bone spear was so heavy that Ji Yu Yong couldn't even catch it properly. He held onto it as he tumbled into the distance with it, even coughing up a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't care about that. This bone spear was now his. However, Ji Yu Yang's expression suddenly changed. Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, help me out. It wants to run. The bone spear's runes had lit up. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan hastily grabbed it as well, the three of them working together to bind it. Heavenly Wing Tear. The long-haired man tried to use his connection with the bone spear to summon it back to him, but Ji Yu Yong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan were preventing that. As for Long Chen, he was already coming for him. Clenching his teeth, he could only face Long Chen directly. However, he had just formed a hand seal and had yet to fully activate his magical art when Long Chen appeared in front of him like a phantom, slapping him across the face. He staggered back. Blood Devil. The long-haired man tried to use another magical art when he was interrupted by another slap. Having his techniques interrupted repeatedly caused the long-haired man to cough up a mouthful of blood. Having energy condense in his body and then being interrupted before he could unleash it resulted in that energy exploding inside him. If it weren't for his immense talent and powerful bloodline, his body would have exploded. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He had fought this long with the long-haired man precisely for this one opportunity to capture him alive. Long Chen didn't care whether this man lived or died, but he did care about what secrets the latter was holding in his head. This fellow had a special status and had to know some secrets. To defeat him would have been easy, and killing him would not have been too hard for Long Chen. However, capturing him alive was far too difficult. As soon as this guy sensed something wrong, he might just kill himself, leaving Long Chen with nothing. Through this long battle, Long Chen had been examining his fighting style, as well as the tempo of his magical arts. His habits, the changes in his aura, his hand seals, Long Chen had memorized them all. Seeing that the channel was about to close, Long Chen knew that now was his chance. Otherwise, he might run. This fellow's status was not ordinary. Most likely, those old fellows on the other side would use some special art to bring him back just like the one they had used to send him through. That was why Long Chen unleashed his full power to catch him off guard, interrupting his magical arts and causing a backlash. He was now heavily injured. Long Chen's hand reached toward the long-haired man's head. He wanted to take his crystal core and then use his spiritual strength to fully suppress the long-haired man. That way, he would be able to go through his memories. However, just as he was grasping this golden opportunity, a figure appeared in front of the spatial gate. That figure took out a miniature pagoda that sparkled like jade. The air of a grand Tao appeared along with surging primal chaos. Not good. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He immediately abandoned the long-haired man and charged toward that figure. Hee, too late, you can all go die. That figure laughed and suddenly tossed the pagoda into the spatial gate. It suddenly grew larger and then exploded. Countless runes appeared on the channel. The spatial gate, which had been in the midst of shrinking, explosively grew. The entire world began to shake, and the ground was collapsing. It was like the end of the world had come. Chapter 1706 Surging Fury. Long Chen had reacted immediately, but he was still one step too slow. That person still managed to toss the pagoda into the spatial gate. Long Chen was enraged. He hadn't expected someone to be able to sneak their way here without him even sensing it. Although he didn't know what that person was doing, it definitely wasn't something good. In his fury, he slashed Evilmoon at the figure. Long Chen, patiently await your death, ha ha ha. That figure was enveloped by divine runes that covered his true face. However, he sounded masculine and young. Those runes around him began to fade in the face of Long Chen's saber. His entire body faded along with them, vanishing. Long Chen was startled. He had clearly locked onto this fellow, but the latter had instantly escaped his lock. This was his first time encountering such a thing. Without even thinking about it, as his saber landed on nothing, Long Chen raised his left hand, unleashing starfall toward the space not far from him. Space exploded, revealing the figure that had already fled 100 miles. He was forced out of hiding by Long Chen's attack. Long Chen formed one-handed seals, and golden flames condensed in the distance, forming a giant cage. Your reactions are fast, but unfortunately, you still can't hold me. That figure suddenly began to shine, and 8 strange symbols appeared around him. When those symbols appeared, the energy of heaven and earth began to move slower. Long Chen hastily forced the raging flame prison to close, but it was still a bit too slow. That person suddenly took out a sword, which was inscribed with countless tiny runes. It was like a ruler used by a tailor. That sword swung through the air, causing countless runes to explode in the air. Long Chen was surprised. Explode. Long Chen directly detonated the raging flame prison, causing flames to devour that space, crumbling it. Within those flames, that figure coughed up blood, not having expected Long Chen to do such a thing. Long Chen had no idea what kind of magical art this person was using, but he had already managed to sneak his way out from between the chains of the raging flame prison. That was why Long Chen had been forced to detonate it first. Heavenly Fate Island. You really are courting death. Long Chen finally guessed this person's identity. Only the people from Heavenly Fate Island could screen themselves from fate while still disturbing the lines of karma. It was no wonder the 9-star hegemon body art also didn't manage to sense them. As for that strange sword, it was no sword. It was actually a ruler, a special one used to appraise the very heavens. It was the specific weapon of Heavenly Fate Island. This ruler was covered in runes used to read the lines of fate. Whether it was for attacking or defending, it would calculate the weakest aspect of an opponent's attack or defense, allowing the user to easily dodge or counterattack. The appearance of the sword was just to cover up the fact that it was a ruler. However, while making it look like a sword might be able to trick others, it couldn't escape Long Chen's sixth sense. Don't you think saying that is already meaningless? You should think about how you plan on dying instead. That person didn't argue with Long Chen's declaration. Instead, he cut a cross in the air with his ruler, tearing through space and vanishing within it. That ruler was something capable of measuring the heavens, the earth, and all things in between. To be able to easily find spatial nodes within this turbulent space was something only Heavenly Fate Island's experts were capable of. This time, he hadn't used some kind of teleportation art but a true spatial transfer. Even if Long Chen caused the surrounding space to explode, he wouldn't be able to drag that expert out. He had already fled an extremely great distance. That expert had vanished. Far away from Long Chen, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, and the others joined hands to attack the long-haired man. He was now charging toward the widened spatial channel. Lu Ruyan formed hand seals, sending a heaven-encompassing net of willow branches. No matter how the long-haired man tried, he couldn't get out. However, just as he was about to be captured, the long-haired man ended up roaring furiously. His wings and crystal core unleashed blinding light as he self-detonated. His detonation blew apart Lu Ruyan's branches. "Boss, what do we do?" Guo Ran and the others flew over. They were looking at the spatial gate that was still growing larger. They had no idea what to do. Just at this moment, cracks began to appear in the space around the spatial gate. The void began to explode, and web-like cracks spread. The entire underground space collapsed. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan slammed their earthen giants' hands on the ground, forming a huge bubble that covered everyone. Within the earthen bubble, they felt like they were a tiny boat on an angry sea. They were constantly flung about with such power that they almost coughed up blood. Finally, a particularly powerful blow caused the earthen bubble to explode. Some disciples were thrown into the distance. Where above ground, people were shocked to see the sun again. The underground space had collapsed. However, they weren't able to feel the slightest bit warm. They could still see the spatial gate. It was still growing larger, and its fluctuations were starting to stabilize. Once it stabilized, the new spatial channel that had been expanded would be able to allow those Empyrean winged blood devils that were on the level of the Life Star realm to pass through. Before this, just the soul transformation level Empyrean winged blood devils had already been terrifying enough. If it hadn't been for Guo Ran's black water, it was unknown how many of them would have died. If the Empyrean winged blood devils on the Life Star level came through, then who would be able to stop them? They were a whole major realm above the disciples. The Empyrean winged blood devils were already gathering and organizing themselves. They were just waiting for the spatial gate to stabilize. It was unknown what material that pagoda had been made out of for its explosion to actually damage the spatial gate's structure. It had caused this side's spatial energy to become incredibly weak, while the other side's spatial energy had grown incredibly powerful. This imbalance was what would allow the higher-ranking devil creatures to cross through. "Can you put out the call for reinforcements?" asked Long Chen. His expression was dark. Heavenly Fate Island had managed to scheme against them. "Boss, we've already sent out the call, but we haven't received any response," said Guo Ran, looking at a formation tablet in his hand. "Then there's no need to waste any more effort on it. Those bastards really know how to scheme. Since they've made their move, they're confident in getting us killed. They won't allow the Zon Master to come save us," said Long Chen. He knew that a trap made by Heavenly Fate Island wouldn't be as simple as it appeared. "Boss, what do we do?" asked Guo Ran. They were all out of ideas. Long Chen took a deep breath. "Have the Dao sect's disciples retreat back to the Xuantian Dao sect. The Dragonblood Legion will stay behind." "No, senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you can't push us away. We're also disciples of the Dao sect. We will face death together." "That's right, we're not leaving. We'll fight too. To have fought alongside you and the Dragonblood warriors, we'll be able to die without regrets." Long Chen had just spoken when the Dao sect's disciples immediately began to shout objections, their eyes red. Long Chen was clearly planning on making a last stand against the Empyrean winged blood devils with the Dragonblood Legion. He might even be prepared to have sacrificed them along with himself. These disciples had been fighting in the Devil Abyss for so long. They had brushed past death repeatedly during this time. Under the intense pressure, they had formed solid bonds with their comrades. In the face of this bond, even their life didn't feel as important as before. Perhaps this was what it meant to love others as much as you loved yourself. HMPH, we're not dying, so don't get so emotional. I, Long Chen, am more afraid of death than anyone, so I naturally have my own arrangements, said Long Chen with a smile. Perhaps the battlefield was the place to form the fastest and strongest bonds. After this life and death battle, the Dao sect's hearts had been united. Of course, don't mess around and return to the Dao sect immediately. I'm guessing that the Dao sect has been isolated from the rest of the world, which is why they can't receive our distress signal. You must go back and report the situation as fast as possible. We will do our best to hold this position as long as possible. We'll entrust our lives to you, said Long Chen. Hearing this, The disciples nodded. They immediately took out their maps and sped in the direction of the Tao sect. Only once they took out their maps did they realize that this was a barren land. There were no cities and no transportation formations in the surroundings. They could only use their own legs. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, it won't take that many people to report this. We feel like our combat power isn't bad. Let us stay and fight alongside you, pleaded a rank 9 celestial. You're too naive. Our enemies arranged this trap, so they won't let us receive assistance so easily. Who knows whether or not there will be enemies on the way back to the Tao sect. That's why you all have to go. Don't separate. Hurry up, shouted Long Chen. All the Tao sect's disciples began to rush toward the Xuantian Tao sect under the lead of Hua Xiu, Wang Zhen, and the others. Only the Dragonblood Legion remained on the battlefield. Long Chen laughed. Brothers, now it's just us. We can fight all out now. Ha ha ha, we've been itching for this moment. The Dragonblood warriors also laughed. Because of the Tao sect's disciples behind them, they hadn't been able to fight freely. Now, it was only them. Get into formation. Don't let them charge past. Long Chen immediately arranged the Dragonblood warriors into a defensive line, blocking the path. Although the gate had been expanded, the actual path through was still the same size. It was just that it would allow Life Star level Empyrean winged blood devils through. Whether or not they could win would be decided by whether they could defend the channel's exit. As soon as their enemies broke past the exit, they would be surrounded by enemies from the front and back. Boss, why is this central area empty? Once all the Dragonblood warriors stood in their position, they found that there was a giant empty space. Guo Ran couldn't help asking what that was for. Before Long Chen could reply, the spatial gate shook. It was now fully stabilized, and the channel within it was open. Countless Empyrean winged blood devils charged through. Those Empyrean winged blood devils had just charged into the channel when Long Chen crushed a talisman disc. A large group of people appeared in front of the channel, filling the previously empty space. Ha ha ha, warriors of the heaven-splitting battle sect, it must have been tough to hold back for so long. Don't blame me for it. I've left the best for you, laughed Long Chen. Chapter 1707 Defending the Channel. A group of large men appeared in front of the spatial gate, and they all had huge broadswords. The ones at the front were Bao Buping and Chong Hao. The disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect had come. Haha, I thought that you had forgotten about us. Bao Buping looked at the endless Empyrean winged blood devils charging through the channel. Brothers, time to get to work. Chong Hao raised his broadsword. A huge sword image slashed out. 1,000 disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect followed Chong Hao, raising all their broadswords together. 1,000 attacks merged into one giant arc that slashed through the Empyrean winged blood devils. The Empyrean winged blood devils roared furiously as they resisted, but despite that, this one attack killed the majority of them. These Empyrean winged blood devils were on the Life Star level, and their wings had bone-like supports growing out of them. Their defensive power was clearly much greater, but even they were unable to resist the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples' merged attack. This merged attack even shocked Long Chen. He had never thought of the possibility of split the heavens being able to merge. For the power of 1,000 people to merge together so perfectly was extremely difficult. We just got here and directly ran into some tough bones. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were surprised that they hadn't managed to kill all the Empyrean winged blood devils in the channel. They were very clear on how powerful this merged attack was. Of course, this ability to merge split the heavens was one reason the heaven-splitting battle sect had once been the head of the three great sects. Originally, Bao Buping and Chong Hao had been planning on giving Long Chen a nice surprise by slaughtering them all, but their expected perfect result never appeared. Of course, if they weren't tough, why would I call you? Everyone else, prepare yourselves. Assist the brothers from the heaven-splitting battle sect in killing the Empyrean winged blood devils. Make sure no fish slip out of the net, shouted Long Chen. At this moment, the Empyrean winged blood devils had recollected themselves and were attempting another charge. The channel wasn't very long. They could cross it in just a few seconds. The first attackers retreated one step, while another 1,000 disciples replaced them, unleashing an identical attack. This time, the Empyrean winged blood devils were prepared. The ones at the front were killed, but the others behind managed to endure the impact and charge through. In their defensive states, they were too tough to kill. Half were killed, but half managed to charge through. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Wan Rian, Cloud, and Zifeng attacked together. "Win us some buffer room," shouted Long Chen. Following his orders, the 6 of them attacked at the same time. 6 long-range attacks exploded through the spatial channel. Those Empyrean winged blood devils were instantly killed, with no one managing to survive. This made Bao Buping and Chong Hao's expressions twitch. 1,000 of them hadn't been as powerful as the 6 of them. That was too embarrassing. "What are you lazy fellows doing? Summon your manifestations. Are you holding back your spiritual yuan until you have kids?" shouted Bao Buping. The heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples roared and summoned their manifestations. These 3,000 disciples were all rank 9 celestials. These 3,000 disciples were the elites of the heaven-splitting battle sect. The heaven-splitting battle sect hadn't had that many disciples originally, but now that the world's karmic luck was changing, the old man had spent all that karmic luck on these 3,000 disciples. The power of these 3,000 elites was truly terrifying. Originally, Bao Buping and Chong Hao had been planning on going into the Devil Abyss with Long Chen, but after Long Chen had learned how powerful these disciples were, he had decided to keep them back as a trump card. Hence, he had Zheng Wenlong send him a long-distance transportation formation disc. Long Chen had made Bao Buping and Chong Hao wait on standby as a killer trump card. He had predicted that there was a high chance of him being sneak attacked during this battle. After all, there were plenty of channels within the Devil Abyss that led to all the large sects. Anyone could go through any of them to sneak attack the Dragonblood Legion. That was why Long Chen had arranged warning indicators around the area they had been defending in the Devil Abyss. As long as a large number of experts got close to them, he would immediately be alerted of it. He had thought that the sneak attackers would be from the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Races, or the Zon Beasts. However, it had ended up being Heavenly Fate Island. If experts from Heavenly Fate Island wanted to sneak attack him, then those preparations he had made would be useless. As a result, the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples had come into play. When they unleashed their full power, their killing prowess exploded. The 3,000 disciples divided into 3 waves, cycling their attacks. At the same time, Meng Qi and the others were assisting. All of them forcibly blocked the channel. This is not a solution. Although we're only using the 5th form of Split the Heavens, it's still using up too much energy. It's only a matter of time until we're out of energy. After an incense stick's worth of time, each of the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples had used the 5th form of Split the Heavens over 10 times. The exhaustion was starting to grow. There's no way around it. We're stalling. This channel doesn't look like it will close for several hours. We have to defend it until the Zon Master comes. "Boss, if this continues, I'm going to be the first one to be unable to endure," said Guo Ran bitterly. He saw that his kill points were stagnating, while others were still crazily gaining points. It wouldn't be long before they surpassed him. "What are you thinking about at such a critical time?" raged Long Chen, wanting to kick him. The channel had been forcibly opened, so it would need a long time to close again. It could be imagined how the monstrous existences on the Devil Slaughter rankings were going all out to get a higher rank. Just as everyone was crazily defending the channel, cracking sounds appeared. Shockingly, 2 more channels opened around the main channel. There are supreme experts on the other side using the unbalanced spatial energy to tear open 2 more channels. Shouted Meng Qi. Die. Those channels had just opened when hundreds of Empyrean winged blood devils charged through. The Dragonblood Legion will defend the left channel, while the heaven-splitting battle sect will defend the right channel, ordered Long Chen. "What about the main central channel?" shouted Bao Buping. "You guys just need to defend your channel. Leave this place to me." With Evilmoon in hand, Long Chen charged over to the main channel on his own. Everyone jumped in shock, but the situation was too urgent for them to bother with it. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others rushed over to the left side. There were already hundreds of Empyrean winged blood devils here. They needed to be immediately killed. As their numbers increased, it would be more difficult to block the channel. Lu Ruyan and Chu Yao unleashed a combination move. It was one of their ultimate moves. Countless wooden stakes and willow branches came from above and below, killing the Empyrean winged blood devils. Bao Buping and Chong Hao led their people over to the right channel. The power of the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples showed itself now. In the face of hundreds of Empyrean winged blood devils, the 3,000 disciples unleashed Split the Heavens 3 times. Their 3 attacks crashed down like 3 waves, slaughtering their opponents and allowing them to quickly block the channel. They had just blocked their channel when Meng Qi and the others also managed to kill their Empyrean winged blood devils and start blocking their channel. Golden flames exploded out of Long Chen, covering the space around the channel. The Empyrean winged blood devils had no choice but to fly through the flames. However, these flames were the heaven incinerating flame. Although these Empyrean winged blood devils were on the life star level, meaning it was no longer lethal against them, it didn't mean that it was completely ineffective. At the very least, it blocked their sight. The Empyrean winged blood devils could only charge through blindly. That naturally wasn't as effective. The main thing though was that Long Chen was standing within this flame domain. Evilmoon was in his hand, and its runes began to shine. A faint blood-colored light appeared on its edge. Evilmoon was also fighting alongside him. Saber images flew through the air, killing the Empyrean winged blood devils that were blindly charging through. Long Chen's saber chi was so sharp that it cut through them like tofu. Evilmoon, you're not bad, praised Long Chen. He hadn't expected Evilmoon, which was clearly a heavy-style martial weapon, to be able to unleash such sharp attacks. It seemed he only knew very little about its abilities. Evilmoon was finally in possession of a bit of its own power and could help Long Chen. This bit of help made Long Chen's attacks incredibly powerful. However, this help exhausted its energy, so unless it was an important moment, Evilmoon also wouldn't be willing to do this. It was still sealed, meaning it couldn't recover its energy. Every bit it used up would be gone, and it would be difficult to replenish it. So the reason Evilmoon didn't help much wasn't because it was stingy, but because it had no choice. Long Chen had no need to charge through the channel. If he went any further, the channel's power would suppress him. All he had to do was stand outside it, unleashing a rain of attack that killed any Empyrean winged blood devils that attempted to charge past him. However, as he killed and killed, Long Chen began to feel that something was wrong. The number of Empyrean winged blood devils coming through the main channel was starting to drop. Suddenly, an explosive sound came from the back, and Long Chen heard some familiar startled cries. Abandoning his channel, he hastily flew out to witness an infuriating sight. Chapter 1708 The Power of the Double Dragons. At some point, a horde of magical beasts had appeared. They were charging at Long Chen and the others. These magical beasts were all at the 11th rank, equivalent to the human life star realm. However, their offensive power was many times greater than ordinary life star experts. Also, those magical beasts with ancient bloodlines were in possession of their terrifying divine abilities. An army of tens of thousands of magical beasts had now launched a surprise attack, surrounding the Dragonblood Legion and the Heaven-Spitting Battle Sect. With the threat of the magical beast army behind them, they were no longer able to block the channel. The Empyrean winged blood devils were concentrated on the two side channels at this moment, and now over 10,000 of them had come through. To force them back and block the channel again was essentially impossible now. Fuck, how did these magical beasts get here? Roared Ji Yu Yang. If this was during normal times, he wouldn't even care about these magical beasts. However, at this critical time, they had come to disrupt their tempo. It was a fatal blow. Their souls are being controlled by someone. Someone has gathered them to attack us. Meng Qi immediately recognized some clues. These magical beasts were in formation and working together. That wasn't something normal magical beasts did. They had to be controlled by an expert. Furthermore, they even unleashed suicidal attacks immediately, disregarding their own lives. That was why Meng Qi was sure that this was another plot. Long Chen's expression was dark. The first wave of magical beasts had already injured some of the Dragonblood warriors. These magical beasts were crazy, and some directly detonated themselves. With the magical beasts behind them and the Empyrean winged blood devils in front of them, the Dragonblood Legion's situation instantly became tense. It wouldn't be long before casualties started to appear. Abandon the channels and retreat. Long Chen immediately gave orders to give up on defending. If they forced it, each second would cost lives. Long Chen was filled with fury inside. This was his first time being schemed against without having the slightest ability to resist. It was infuriating. The Dragonblood Legion and Heaven-Splitting Battle Sect immediately banded together, forming a circular formation to block the attacks that were coming from all sides. The magical beasts were completely crazy. They attacked whoever they saw, including the Empyrean winged blood devils. As for the Empyrean winged blood devils, they also didn't care why the magical beasts had come. They tore through anything in their way. The entire battlefield was chaotic. Meng Qi had her eyes closed while surrounded by people. She suddenly opened her eyes. Long Chen, I've found the culprit. Eliminate him. Long Chen pressed a hand against Meng Qi's back. His spiritual strength poured into her, and through her soul, he saw an elder in a black cloak forming hand seals. That was the person controlling the magical beasts. The elder's expression suddenly changed. He dispelled his spiritual strength, but it was too late. The elder's head instantly exploded. His soul, including his yuan spirit, was wiped out of existence. This blood, it was someone from the Zan beasts. Through Meng Qi's soul, Long Chen saw the scene of the elder's head exploding. His expression grew uglier. It was no wonder this person had possessed the ability to control so many magical beasts. Perhaps only the Zan beasts, the top of the beast races, could do such a thing. Before this, it had been a sneak attack from Heavenly Fate Island, and now it was another sneak attack from the Zan beasts. The Dragonblood Legion was in danger now. Fortunately, Meng Qi's soul arts were strong enough to track down this person through the souls of the magical beasts he had been controlling. Adding on Long Chen's assistance, she had managed to kill him from afar. However, if it hadn't been for Long Chen's help, she wouldn't have been able to kill that fellow. More and more Empyrean winged blood devils appeared. The magical beasts regained their minds the instant that Elder was slain, and they immediately fled the battlefield. The magical beast army was gone, but there was now a veritable sea of Empyrean winged blood devils around Dragonblood Legion. They were surrounded, and more enemies were coming out of the 3 channels. This was a rare chance for the Empyrean winged blood devils, and they were clearly taking advantage of it. Each of them was on the life star level, and their power was easily comparable to a rank 9 celestial. Even the Dragonblood warriors and the elites of the heaven-splitting battle sect were having great difficulty defending against them. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I would have kept the black water for now. Guo Ran cursed himself. If he had kept some of the black water, perhaps he would have been able to extinguish their current crisis. He was filled with regret. No wonder Long Chen said that he always had to keep a trump card at all times as a life-saving measure. Now Guo Ran could only fight with his 2 sabers. The thing that made him feel the worst was that he had now fallen to 3rd place. Leng Yuyan and Dong Mingyu had already surpassed him. However, he didn't cry or complain. At this time, he was probably the only person in the mood to check the Devil Slaughter rankings. Long Chen repeatedly slashed Evilmoon, unleashing waves of saber images that slaughtered the Empyrean winged blood devils. Evilmoon was so sharp that even the Empyrean winged blood devils on the life star level were unable to resist. However, no matter how fast he killed, he couldn't keep up with the Empyrean winged blood devils that were charging out of the channels. It had just been a few seconds, but this entire space had been occupied by them. There was no way to count their numbers. Their numbers were enough to cause despair. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others were fighting all out. However, even their attacks no longer appeared so sharp against these Empyrean winged blood devils. Cloud was in the form of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. She had been crazily devouring them, but toward the end, she had been forced to spit them back out. Even the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, claimed to be able to swallow heaven and earth, had a limit. Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Ji Yuyong, and the others were already starting to run out of energy. Yu Zifeng in particular had lost the original sharpness of his attacks. He wasn't an Empyrean, and he recovered energy slower than the others. Right now, the only one still in their peak condition was Lu Ruyan, with Chu Yao in second. It was the 2 of them that were blocking the majority of the attacks. Lu Ruyan in particular was amazing. She had endless willow branches everywhere, protecting everyone. Without her, everyone would have been forced to endure many more attacks. Fuck, all you bastards, just wait for me. Long Chen suddenly clenched his teeth. He formed a hand seal, and the roaring of 2 dragons shook the sky. A black flame dragon and a 5-colored lightning dragon appeared, coiling around each other. The void around them completely exploded, as if their existences broke the laws of heaven and earth. A sacred aura appeared, one that seemed to shake even the will of the world. These 2 dragons seemed to be in defiance of the heavens. Boss's dragons have appeared, but why do they look different from before? The Dragonblood warriors were familiar with Lei Long and Huo Long, but they had never seen a black flame dragon. As for the lightning dragon, it possessed a hallowed aura to it, one that was difficult to resist. It gave them an urge to kneel in reverence. Go! Double dragon destruction. Long Chen waved his hand, and the 2 dragons charged through the Empyrean winged blood devils. The 2 dragons were 30,000 meters long. They now joined together from head to tail, forming a ring around the Dragonblood Legion and heaven-splitting battle sect. The Empyrean winged blood devils charging toward them would instantly turn to ash when they struck either Huolong or Lei Long. The current Huolong was not using the power of the heaven incinerating flame. It was using the berserk power of the black illusion dragon flame. Those Empyrean winged blood devils that touched it exploded instantly as if their fuses had been lit. As for Lei Long, it had fully devoured the divine lightning from Long Chen's last tribulation and finally possessed the power of divine lightning. That kind of power could destroy heaven and earth. It was especially effective against the Empyrean winged blood devils. Cheering rang out. No matter how those Empyrean winged blood devils tried to attack, they were unable to take half a step through the two dragons. The number that tried was the number that died. However, Long Chen's expression was still dark. With Evilmoon on his shoulder, he roared, "You idiots hiding in the dark, come out if you have the guts. No matter what you try, your Grandpa Long will crush it." Long Chen's voice echoed through the air, resounding throughout the barren land. Long Chen knew that they were within Heavenly Fate Island's trap. First, one of their people had used some kind of secret art to enlarge the spatial gate, extending it to above ground and allowing life star level devil creatures to pass through. Seeing that Long Chen and the others were still able to block the wave, someone else then brought over magical beasts to attack. This was all perfectly coordinated. It was like this was a chessboard, and the other side still had many moves they could make. The only reason they hadn't made those yet was to see how Long Chen reacted to their previous move, so they could decide on the most effective move to kill him. Each bit of power he exposed right now was giving his enemies more information that was being used to attack him more effectively. That was extremely bad for him. The more he exposed, the more dangerous their situation would grow. Long Chen couldn't sense any outsiders in the surroundings, but he knew that everything happening here had to be watched by his enemies. They wouldn't reveal themselves until they were absolutely sure that they could kill Long Chen and the others. If even a portion of them got away, their scheme would be exposed. Hence, they had no choice but to be careful. Long Chen's words were both a provocation as well as intimidation. Long Chen wanted the other side to hesitate. Right now, what he needed most of all was time. Chapter 1709 Divine Art, Contract Release. Long Chen, don't get arrogant. Today is the day of your death. Suddenly, space twisted, and dozens of elders appeared in the sky, wearing the robes of the corrupt path. These corrupt experts were all late life star experts based on their powerful auras. Furthermore, each of them was holding a divine item that was unleashing its own immense pressure. An evil air spread from them, enveloping the world in a dark haze. This haze felt so heavy that it was hard to breathe. These were evil and powerful divine items. Long Chen, you slaughtered countless disciples of my corrupt path. Today, you'll die a miserable death. As soon as those elders appeared, dozens of divine items were activated at once, unleashing rays of divine light at Long Chen. These corrupt elders were rather crafty and concentrated their attacks on Long Chen. They completely ignored the Empyrean winged blood devils. The Empyrean winged blood devils didn't understand why these people were attacking Long Chen, but they also didn't care. They attacked crazily. The attack of dozens of divine items sent Long Chen flying. Despite blocking with his full power, he still coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, it was the corrupt experts that were stunned. For Long Chen to only cough up a mouthful of blood after all their attacks landed, that was far from what they had expected. They had thought that he would be at least heavily injured. Long Chen was infuriated. These were quasi-divine items, the weakest of all divine items. However, their divine power was still extremely powerful. According to reason, having multiple divine items work together like this was extremely difficult. Each of their fluctuations would interfere with the others. Their power was so great that they would cause the surrounding space to crumble, resulting in them interfering with each other's attacks. That wasn't the case here. These people had attacked so smoothly, so they had to have spent a great deal of time training to achieve such a thing. Clearly, this was a specially prepared trap. Perhaps it was a trap that they had been preparing for a long time to have trained to this extent. To be able to make such precise predictions, perhaps only Heavenly Fate Island was capable of it. Attack again, shouted one of the corrupt experts. The second wave of attacks immediately shot toward Long Chen while he was still injured. However, just at this moment, Guo Ran let out a furious roar. All the Dragonblood warriors' armor began to shine. The armor of over 12,000 warriors formed a giant formation. Light congregated around Guo Ran, and he crossed his dual sabers. A huge, X slashed toward the corrupt experts. Not good. Those corrupt experts were stunned and hastily blocked. But this attack was extremely fast. The huge X instantly killed 7 of them. Their attention had been focused entirely on Long Chen because other than Long Chen, no one else in the Dragonblood Legion possessed a divine item. However, this overconfidence had led to their doom. After this one attack, all the Dragonblood warriors' armor dimmed, and the warriors were slightly pale. That one attack had taken a large amount of their spiritual yuan. Taking advantage of this, Long Chen flew back, slashing with his saber. One of the corrupt experts was slain, his divine item exploding along with him. Don't let your formation get chaotic. Brothers of the battle sect, all have to trouble you. Long Chen started attacking the other corrupt experts. His divine ring and 5-star battle armor were both activated. The Dragonblood Cross Slash was the strongest combination attack of the Dragonblood warrior. However, it wasn't a powerful area attack. All its power was concentrated in the center of the cross. Of course, that was also why their power was enough to slay even these powerful corrupt experts with their divine items. This move's power was practically heaven-defying. However, it had sucked away the majority of their spiritual yuan as well. They were only able to unleash this attack once. The Dragonblood Legion's combat power dropped immensely after this one attack, so Long Chen needed Bao Buping and the others to make up for it. Although Lei Long and Huo Long were blocking the Empyrean Winged Blood Devils, they were still coming from the sky. With Evilmoon in his hand, those quasi-divine items were nothing to Long Chen. Leaving the army to Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others to protect, he charged at the corrupt experts. Stop him! One of the corrupt experts had just roared when Long Chen's figure vanished like a ghost. The Black Evilmoon was like the Grim Reaper's life-reaping scythe. Even when that expert blocked with his full power, his divine item was broken and he was killed. Fuck, his saber is definitely on the half-step divine item level. But how can he activate the power of a half-step divine item? The corrupt experts were unable to believe that their quasi-divine items were being broken so easily. Only a half-step divine item at full power could do such a thing. However, those capable of unleashing the full power of a half-step divine item were at least at the Nether Passage realm. Without that level of control, there wasn't that much difference between a quasi-divine item and a half-step divine item's power. Despite that, Long Chen, a soul transformation disciple, was destroying their quasi-divine items so easily. Each slash of his saber seemed ordinary, yet each slash was so powerful. Evilmoon's aura completely sealed any paths of retreat for these corrupt experts, so they could only face it head-on. Trying to dodge only increased the speed at which they would die, while resisting won them an extra eye blink of life. It wasn't able to change the result. These corrupt experts had managed to injure Long Chen with their combination attack at the start. However, the World Tree's life energy had managed to instantly heal him without affecting his combat power. On the other hand, the corrupt experts were in disorder after the Dragonblood Cross Slash. Long Chen had then taken advantage of that to charge into their midst and cause more chaos. Their divine items were being broken one by one. They could almost hear the mournful cries of their divine items as they were destroyed. As this boss's power, he kills Life Star experts with divine items like their dogs. The Dragonblood warriors watched as Long Chen dominated the corrupt experts. Flashing lightning runes surrounded the area around him. Any target he locked onto wouldn't even have a chance to run. No matter how they roared, they couldn't escape their fate of being killed. Long Chen was truly infuriated. These people were too despicable to attack them at such a moment. If the Dragonblood warriors weren't able to defend the channel, the Empyrean Winged Blood Devils would charge onto the continent. Who knew how many innocent lives they would take? Those were lives, yet in front of the condescending Heavenly Fate Island, it seemed that they had no value at all. If they had the ability, then they could charge at him directly and he would accompany them. However, they had decided to throw all those innocent lives into danger. Long Chen might not be afraid of death, but he still respected life. He couldn't accept their despicable actions. Everyone, scatter. Long Chen had killed 6 of the corrupt experts without any of them being able to react. The person who gave the order to scatter was quickly cut down after shouting. He was cut in 2 along with his blood-colored halberd. The faint lightning runes in the air allowed Long Chen to come and go like a flash. The corrupt experts' divine items were evil, and there was no way Long Chen could use them, so he made sure not to let them off. Evilmoon stabbed through an elder's back, also stabbing through the hook he held. However, that hook exploded. The corrupt expert had ordered his divine item to explode right as he died. The detonation of a divine item possessed terrifying power. Long Chen was at the core of the explosion, and he was instantly blown into the distance. Heaven-raising willow branches. Lu Ruyan summoned giant willow branches above the Dragonblood warriors' heads. Despite that, the power of a divine item's explosion was immense. It struck the shield like a mountain, blowing it apart. The impact continued to strike the Dragonblood warriors. The immense power caused the ground beneath them to sink. The Dragonblood warriors all coughed up blood. Some fainted from the impact. Everyone, attack! Long Chen, don't you care about your people? Then let's see how you act when your brothers die right in front of you. Shouted one of the corrupt elders. Another divine item exploded. Although Long Chen activated the celestial lightning body blink, he only had time to kill that elder. He was still one step too late in stopping his divine item from exploding. This time, Lu Ruyan, Chu Yao, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan defended together. Wooden and earthen shields combined, blocking the divine item's explosion. However, the four of them coughed up a mouthful of blood right after that. Detonating a divine item was definitely the most scoundrel-like method of fighting. It fully released all the energy of the divine item and was not limited by the master's power. The other corrupt experts saw this and seemed to go cray. They actually ignited all their divine items together. The detonation of over 10 divine items was incoming. Long Chen, we don't mind dying with you. Ha ha ha, the corrupt experts laughed crazily. When so many divine items exploded together, their power could destroy heaven and earth. There wouldn't be a single person alive within tens of thousands of miles. Divine art, contract release. Just as Long Chen was powerless to stop them, a clear voice rang out. Chapter 17 10 Devil Slaughter Rank. The divine items of those corrupt experts had been blazing with light, on the verge of exploding with their divine power. However, following that voice, a majestic divine pressure filled the world. It was like a god's blessing had descended. Those divine items, exploding auras were suppressed. The corrupt experts' expressions completely changed as they found that their divine items had been released from their spiritual contracts. Those divine items became turncoats, killing their own masters. They pierced through their heads and transformed into rays of light that vanished into the sky. Long Chen and the others were stunned. Then, they saw a graceful and slender woman in the sky. The woman wore a veil that covered her face, but just her eyes were so beautiful that they looked like they could cleanse the world. Being looked at by her would make a person's heartbeat quicken involuntarily. Shao, Long Chen let out a startled cry. Don't talk, act like you don't know me. I'll help you. That woman interrupted him with a spiritual message. Suddenly, light began to shine from her forehead, and a divine aura spread. An immortal character appeared on her forehead, Devil. When that devil character appeared, the world rumbled. Immortal light spread, illuminating the entire battlefield. Those Empyrean winged blood devils immediately let out howls of pain. Under the illumination of the immortal light, their bodies began to stiffen. Their flesh even began to bubble as if this immortal light was their bane. Quick, kill them all in one go. I can only hold them for a single breath's time, said the woman. Long Chen nodded. To Li Qi and Song Mingyuan, he said, go underground with everyone, as deep as possible. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan had no idea who this woman was, but hearing this order, they knew that Long Chen was about to unleash a big move. They didn't dare to tarry. The ground instantly sank, bringing everyone away. More earth flowed over, covering the area that had sunk. Long Chen formed a hand seal. Lei Long and Huo Long returned to him, intertwining. They then slammed into the ground. Flames and lightning spread in every direction, devouring the entire battlefield. Anything touched by the flame and lightning energy was turned into nothingness. The Empyrean winged blood devils had been eradicated. When the dust settled, Long Chen was floating in the air, panting. The battlefield had been completely emptied. Even the 3 spatial channels were empty. This attack's power and range was so great that it had even charged through the 3 channels and wiped away the enemies there as well. The only one left was Long Chen. The veiled woman had vanished. The ground split open and countless willow branches shot out. The undying willow was the first to come out, followed by Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and the others. When they saw that the battlefield was empty, they were stunned. Look, I, Long Chen, am exhausted. Do any of you godless idiots dare to come and fight? Long Chen shouted into the air. His voice was backed by his spiritual yuan and was as loud as lightning. His voice echoed through the air, but no one else responded. Everything was silent. At this time, on the other side of the spatial channels, more Empyrean winged blood devils appeared. However, they simply stared in shock at Long Chen, not daring to charge through. Suddenly, the void exploded and a huge object appeared in front of them. The Dragonblood warriors in the heaven. Splitting battle sect's disciples sighed with relief. The lofty Xuantian tower had come, and it slowly landed on the ground. The patriarch flew out. When he saw the battlefield, even he gasped. This scene was too shocking. There's no need to shout. They've already run. It's been hard on you. The patriarch walked over to Long Chen. It wasn't too bad. If you hadn't personally come, perhaps they would have attacked. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He didn't know how those people had hidden themselves, but he was 100% sure that they had been lying in wait for an opportunity. The reason they hadn't taken action was because they weren't confident in killing him. One reason was because they didn't want to give Long Chen any evidence he could use against them. After all, Long Chen had no concrete evidence to say that someone from Heavenly Fate Island had been the one to sabotage him. Even if he recognized that ruler, so what? Ruler-type weapons might be rare, but it wasn't as if there were none. Using a single ruler to prove that the culprit was Heavenly Fate Island was far from enough. Heavenly Fate Island could easily deny his accusations and even mock him. If someone with a similar weapon to Long Chen killed someone, was that enough for them to accuse him as the killer? Heavenly Fate Island hadn't left anything for Long Chen to use against them. Even knowing it was done by them, he couldn't do anything. As for the corrupt path, they were already enemies with the righteous path. Mortal enemies could use any means necessary against each other, so Long Chen had nothing he could use against them. However, his shouting had scared away his opponents. They had no assurance in being able to kill him. Even if they killed the Dragonblood warriors and the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples, if Long Chen escaped, he would become their nightmare. Someone with nothing left to lose was the most worrisome. His shouting had been part of a psychological battle. He was telling them that he was confident. At the very least, this attitude made them feel worried that Long Chen had another trump card that could allow him to escape. Was the Dao sect struck by a sneak attack? Asked Long Chen. Yes. 3 top experts of the corrupt path attacked at the same time. Fortunately, the Grand Formation plus the Xuantian Tower are linked, and we were able to heavily injure those top experts. Li Tianxuan knew that you were in trouble at that time. Those experts were at the Nether Passage realm, but Li Tianxuan was smart. He acted weak to lure them in and then suddenly activated the formation, managing to kill one of them. The others immediately fled. We managed to heavily injure them before having a chance to come and save you. It's a good thing you were strong enough to last until now. This was a seamless scheme, sighed the Patriarch. The Patriarch felt that he himself had gotten old. He couldn't keep up with the junior generation. Of course, to him, the junior generation included Li Tianxuan. Being in the Dao sect, Li Tianxuan had immediately realized that this attack was only a diversion. Their target wasn't the Dao sect but Long Chen. Nevertheless, Long Chen's own intelligence also wasn't inferior to Li Tianxuan's, and he was powerful. The Patriarch couldn't help but feel that other than his cultivation base, he had no other use. Just at this moment, countless runes within the spatial gate crumbled. It slowly closed. In just a few breaths, the huge gate completely closed, and the world returned to calm. If there wasn't such a wrecked battlefield, it would seem like nothing had happened. According to reason, the spatial gate had been stable enough to last for several more hours. However, this capital gate was the result of Heavenly Fate Island sacrificing some kind of unknown pagoda to forcibly prop it open. Clearly, that pagoda's energy had run out, resulting in the gate quickly closing on its own. How is the Dao sect? Asked Long Chen. Tidy up the battlefield. We can discuss it when we're back. The Patriarch didn't directly reply. Lu Ruyan swept through the entire battlefield before they all entered the Xuantian Tower and flew back to the Xuantian Dao sect. Inside the Xuantian Tower, Long Chen counted the survivors and then sighed with relief. Although over 2,100 people had been injured, with 1,517 being seriously injured, no one had died in the Dragonblood Legion. The serious injuries were the result of the corrupt experts detonating their divine items. Those explosions contained their divine power, and that had invaded people's yuan spirits. As it was more difficult to deal with, it would take some time to heal. Long Chen sighed with relief. Fortunately, he had brought back blood soul stones from the netherworld. That had strengthened everyone's yuan spirits. Otherwise, the ordinary Dragonblood warriors might have all died from those immense explosions of divine power. Heavenly Fate Island's scheming was truly seamless. Each of his steps had been within their calculations. If others hadn't helped, the entire Dragonblood Legion might have died on this battlefield. Long Chen, was that person Xiao Chen? Messaged Meng Qi. Yes, it was her. However, don't tell anyone else. Keep everything about her secret, replied Long Chen. Long Chen had never expected Yu Xiaochen to suddenly appear at this time. Furthermore, at that critical moment, she had helped him annihilate the Empyrean winged blood devils. Although she had immediately vanished afterward, her help had decided the fate of the Dragonblood Legion. If those divine items had exploded amongst them, the results were unthinkable. I actually fell to 7th place. However, at least I'm in the top 10. Ha ha ha, the name of Guo Ran will definitely spread through the world. Guo Ran suddenly thought of the Devil Slaughter rankings and checked his rank. He then laughed delightedly. Look at boss's rank. With the battle over, everyone finally had time to check the Devil Slaughter rankings. Chapter 17:11 Shang Yunfei's provocation. Boss's first place, ha ha ha. Everyone looked at the Devil Slaughter rankings to see Long Chen's name at the top. His name was completely different from others. It was a dazzling rainbow color. Originally, Long Chen's name had already fallen to who knew where. Although he had taken first place several times, those times had always been short-lived. Even once he had defended the main channel himself, although he had gotten many kills, when compared to the monstrous existences at the top of the Devil Slaughter rankings, he hadn't gotten that many points. Moreover, the Empyrean winged blood devils had seen how great his offensive power was, and so they had focused their forces on the other two channels. Hence, even at that time, Long Chen's ranking hadn't been high. In truth, the only time he had truly slaughtered a huge number of Empyrean winged blood devils was at the very end with his double dragon destruction. With Yu Xiaochen's help, those Empyrean winged blood devils had been unable to move and defend, resulting in all of them dying. Seeing that Long Chen ranked first, everyone cheered. The Devil Slaughter rankings had brought out the supreme geniuses of the martial heaven continent. For Long Chen to take first, the Dragonblood Legion's name would truly shake the world. This was the entire Dragonblood Legion's glory. Look at the other people's rankings. After a moment of excitement for Long Chen, they finally continued looking at other rankings. 10th place was the representative of Pill Valley, the Pill Fairy. She had 963 kill points, which really represented 963 trillion. That was because after reaching 1 trillion points, your points would instead be shown according to how many trillions you had. The Pill Fairy was an alchemist. Fighting was not her forte, yet she had managed to kill her way into the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter rankings. 9th place was from the northern Zan region, Yi Ziqiu. She had 984 kill points, just a bit more than the Pill Fairy. However, the Pill Fairy had a powerful divine item, the Day-Night Furnace. For Yi Ziqiu to surpass the Pill Fairy meant she had to not only have shocking combat power, but also a divine item of her own. In 8th place was the Ancient Races, Shang Yunfei. He had 1067 kill points. He was clearly a top expert that the Ancient Races had sent to win them glory. Not only was he strong himself, but he had to have powerful trump cards. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent him. Powers like the Ancient Races, the Corrupt Path, the Bloodkill Hall, and the Zon Beasts were not allied with the Righteous Path. They would normally only send 1 or 2 top experts to fight for the top places of the Devil Slaughter rankings. If they sent more, that would be helping the Righteous Path, when in reality, they were fighting for themselves. They didn't care about the Righteous Path or if the devil creatures charged onto the surface. That was why the representatives that they sent would always be experts amongst experts, people they were confident in when it came to getting in the top 10. So it was natural that someone from the Ancient Races would take 8th place. 7th place was Guo Ran. He also had 1067 kill points, but his ranking was above Shang Yunfei's. With each kill point representing 1 trillion points, it was unknown whether they were only a few hundred apart or a few billion. In any case, Shang Yunfei was simply unlucky. Guo Ran blessed his luck inside. Originally, his kill points had been stuck at 835 when he had run out of the black water, and that was not high enough to get into the top 10. However, he had managed to gain more points toward the end when the Dragonblood Legion had moved to defend one of the side channels. At that time, the Empyrean winged blood devils had been charging out, and blocking them had been difficult. Guo Ran had panicked. He had taken out all his exploding arrows and shot them using his army breaker divine crossbow. In just a dozen breaths' time, he had launched 160,000 arrows. That kind of shooting speed was not what the army breaker divine crossbow had been designed for. In the end, its runes had crumbled, making it unusable. However, that one crazy burst had slaughtered the Empyrean winged blood devils that had charged out. No one had been in the mood to check how many points a life star level Empyrean winged blood devil was worth, but in any case, he had managed to muddle his way into 7th place. 6th place was Hufeng. His ranking had always been tumultuous, but he had ended in 6th place with 1188 kill points. When they saw the kill points that 5th place, Mo Nian, had, everyone couldn't help but gasp. 6,666. He had 6 times the points of Hufeng. 4th place was from the Zan beasts, true immortal Zhaoqi, with 6,781 kill points. Mo Nian was just a bit below him. It was a pity he hadn't managed to surpass him. 3rd place was Dong Mingyu from the Bloodkill Hall. When they saw her kill points, everyone jumped in shock. 18,543 kill points. That was almost 3 times greater than Mo Nian and true immortal Zhaoqi. As for 2nd place, Lang Yuyan had 19,895 kill points, suppressing Dong Mingyu. What? Where are boss's kill points? Everyone was comparing the kill points of these experts. Before this, they had just been checking the rankings, but now that they were paying attention, their jaws dropped when they saw Long Chen's kill points. There was no number, it was just a blood-colored line, and they didn't know what that meant. Could it be maxed out? Everyone's hearts pounded. Long Chen's number had vanished. That was probably something that would only happen when he had maxed out, or there was no way to calculate how many he had killed. Just at this moment, the jade plate in Guo Ran's hand with the devil slaughter rankings on it shook slightly. A design appeared on it, one that looked like a blank piece of paper. Guo Ran was dumbfounded, but just at this moment, the same thing appeared on Long Chen's jade plate. This is a special reward given only to the top 10 of the devil slaughter rankings. You have the right to leave behind some words for future generations. Take out a drop of your essence blood and you can write whatever you want to write. These words will be forever imprinted on the devil slaughter rankings. Furthermore, your words will appear on the main palaces of all the major powers on the continent for 10 days. It's a chance to shake the entire continent, said the Patriarch. Even the Patriarch couldn't help but feel emotional. 2 of the top 10 on the devil slaughter rankings came from his Xuantian Dao sect. This kind of glory made it so he couldn't stay calm. Haha, there's such a good thing. What should I say? Well, it doesn't matter because boss will definitely write something even mightier and grander. Guo Ran laughed and scribbled away on his jade plate. In just a short while, everyone's jade plates quivered. The experts have all left behind their words. Everyone quickly looked at what had been written. The first words came from the Pill Fairy. I hope the world will have no more slaughter, no more sorrow, and no more pain. We can live peacefully and happily. Seeing that, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others felt emotional. The Pill Fairy's words were very simple, yet it showed her dislike of fighting and how she yearned for there to be peace. It was the men who felt so competitive and aggressive that they wanted more fighting. They thirsted for power, to use that power to take, to kill, as if that was the only way to prove that they were strong. After they took, after they killed, others could only bitterly endure, satisfying these so-called experts' need for glory. Even if they beat you, you had to endure. If you didn't, they would kill you. Battle created the strong, but it was unknown how many unknown people were brought to pain because of that battle. However, in this world where the weak were prey to the strong, being strong was the truth. Even if you disliked it, you had to endure it if you wanted to live. The Pill Fairy's words touched all their hearts, especially the women's. Unfortunately, they all knew that this was just a beautiful dream. Unless someone grew so strong that they could overturn this whole world and establish a new order, it was just a fantasy. Seeing those words, Meng Qi and the others all felt that the Pill Fairy was the same kind of person as them. 9th place's words then appeared. Yi Ziqiu was the same as before, and she barely said anything. I'm waiting for you. Others might not know what that meant, but Long Chen and the others did. They were also full of anticipation for Yi Ziqiu's return. Shang Yunfei left a message that was beyond arrogant. Long Chen, you only relied on external power or some shameful method to take first place. The human race really is despicable. The Dragonblood warriors were enraged. with Guo Ran furiously saying, "Fuck your mother, I should have sent my entry in later. I'd directly kill you with my words, you ancient race bastard." Unfortunately, Guo Ran had already submitted his message, and each person only had one chance. It couldn't be changed. Guo Ran almost crushed his jade tablet in his fury. This ancient race idiot was really hateful. The Dragonblood Legion had gone through so much to obtain their current accomplishments, yet this person wildly guessed that they were cheating. "Don't be so angry." To use the boss's words, "If you can fight, don't waste time with words. The ancient races have suffered so many times at our boss's hands, but it seems they don't have a good memory. We'll make sure they remember it next time," said Ji Yuyong. Only then did Guo Ran feel a bit better. When the Dragonblood warriors looked at the words that he had written, they couldn't help feeling a bit moved. The Dragonblood warriors are closer than blood. Brothers, we will fight through heaven and earth, leaving behind a name that will last through eternity. Everyone knew that Guo Ran liked to show off. It was practically his life. They had thought that he would write something to that effect, but unexpectedly, he didn't even mention his own name, instead choosing to represent the entire Dragonblood Legion and their brotherly emotions. Long Chen smiled. Guo Ran's display today was not bad. Although he liked showing off, at least he had some propriety. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on making Guo Ran get the first place. Everything had been going according to plan until they had been sabotaged. As a result, Guo Ran had fallen from first place to 7th place. Hu Feng has finished as well. Just at this moment, everyone saw Hu Feng's words. "Ancient race idiot, do you think you were born from a stone? Without the human race, where do you think you'd have come from? Do you think you're so powerful that you don't even need to acknowledge your ancestors?" Chapter 17:12 Original Heart. Well said. The Dragonblood warriors all gave Hu Feng's words a thumbs up. This Hu Feng was fairly amazing. There was no prefix to his name. That meant he was a rogue cultivator. For a rogue cultivator to get into the top 10 was definitely difficult. But more amazing than that was that he dared to talk back to the ancient races as a rogue cultivator. For him to say such a thing, Hu Feng was definitely from the human race and disliked the ancient races, arrogance. As for that Shang Yunfei of the ancient races, he really was an idiot. Saying something like that was offending all humans. Hu Feng's words had just appeared when Mo Nian's message followed. "I heard the ancient races had quite a few powerful figures throughout their history. Just wait, once your grandpa Mo is done over here, I'll go have a stroll through your ancestral tombs as well." Seeing those words, everyone's expression became a bit odd. Is Mo Nian a grave robber now? What is he doing going through other people's ancestral tombs? Ji Yuyong was speechless. It really isn't clear. The rumors say that this little fellow has appeared in the eastern, western, southern, northern, and central Zan regions during the past few years. It's only recently that he settled in the western Zan region. Apparently, his stay in the western Zan region is like a calamity for the western ancient families, as many of their ancestral tombs were excavated by him. Some say it's revenge, while some say he's stealing their karmic luck to strengthen himself. Others say that he is destroying their feng shui with the intent of severing their ancestral line. However, Mo Nian himself has never said the real reason, so no one knows what he's doing. Long Chen shook his head. He had had Zheng Wenlong investigate what was going on with Mo Nian, but Mo Nian had been too secretive during these past few years. No one knew his goal. However, a few details had been confirmed. Mo Nian had two peerless skills. One was gravitating, while the other was fleeing for his life. The entire ancient family alliance was after him, and they had offered a high reward for his capture, but he was still living happily. That could be called a miracle. Mo Nian's name was known to everyone in the western Zan region. His fame was about the same level as Long Chen's in the eastern Zan region. Even when it came to the Central Plains as a whole, they were famous figures. Mo Nian's words were also targeted toward the ancient races. That Shang Yunfei had offended all humans. 4th place's words quickly appeared as well. True Immortal Jiaoqi's message was, "Long Chen, don't be too arrogant. Next time we meet, I will personally take your head." It was yet another provocation. The fact that Long Chen had killed Hu Xiaolin in the Grand Han had angered the Zan beasts. This matter had been suppressed by Ku Jianying, but that didn't represent that the Zan beasts were willing to swallow this anger. They were just waiting for their chance. This true Immortal Jiaoqi is asking for it. Ji Yuyong was also enraged now. The ancient races and the Zan beasts were provoking them. Ignore him. Next time we meet, We'll directly beat him and turn him into a stew for everyone. Long Chen flapped his hand indifferently. Hearing that, everyone laughed. They knew Long Chen was also angered by these provocations. If Long Chen found him, that true immortal Jiaoqi wouldn't have a good ending. Dong Mingyu also left behind 2 words, original heart. These 2 words were short and unclear. No one knew what they meant. Long Chen felt a slightly familiar feeling from these 2 words, but he didn't understand what they meant. Lang Yuyan's words followed. There's nothing to say. It was also a very willful message. The patriarch couldn't help but shake his head, feeling like he had truly grown old. In the past, the messages of the top 10 were always about expressing their feelings or heroism. But today's geniuses didn't seem to treat this chance to have their name shake the entire continent as anything important. Long Chen's words also appeared. When they saw those words, everyone let out a startled cry. Idiots from Heavenly Fate Island, just wait for me. If I don't beat the piss out of you, you can count yourselves tough. Long Chen had actually used this chance to directly challenge Heavenly Fate Island. Boss is domineering. Boss is mighty and domineering. The Dragonblood warriors laughed. Heavenly Fate Island had sabotaged them, almost causing their deaths. Long Chen's words were very satisfying. This is the Devil Slaughter rankings. You're treating it too indifferently. The Patriarch was speechless. Long Chen was actually using the Devil Slaughter rankings to challenge Heavenly Fate Island. That was childish. It could be imagined how Long Chen's words were now seen by every major power on the Martial Heaven continent. This would cause huge waves that even the Patriarch was unable to predict. Everyone would see this. Furthermore, these words would stay within every large sect for 10 days. The central plains were about to be shaken. However, after bitterly smiling, he didn't say anything more. The current world was no longer his era. It belonged to his juniors. He had already decided to let go of control, allowing Li Tianxuan and Long Chen to mess around as they pleased. Long Chen looked outside the top 10 to see that 11th place was Ziyan. That surprised him a bit. He had a feeling that Ziyan had not used her full power. Others might be unaware of her power, but he knew that once Ziyan activated the 7-string C suppressing zither, her sound waves would be a terrifying area attack. She definitely had the power to get into the top 10. However, thinking of her character and how she didn't like to compete, she should have intentionally let others get ahead of her. Chu Yao was ranked 37th. This was also an amazing accomplishment. In truth, Chu Yao possessed the power to compete for the top 10. Either Chu Yao or Lu Ruyan would have immense killing power and area attacks if they were fighting alone. Furthermore, they had immense spiritual yuan and life energy. However, they had fought with everyone else rather than being solitary heroes. Their wide range and flexibility meant that they were the strongest shield protecting the Dragonblood Legion. That was why the majority of the time, they had been focused on defense. Despite that, they were still able to get such a high ranking on the Devil Slaughter rankings. That was a testament to their power. Tang Wan was ranked 63rd. When it came to offensive power, her wind blades were extremely sharp. However, she lacked endurance. Tang Wan could explode with power, but she couldn't maintain that for too long, at least not compared to wood and earth cultivators. Furthermore, her power had only explosively grown recently, and she was not fully adapted to it. So her attacks were still a bit wasteful. By the time the spatial gate had been forced wider, everyone had been running out of energy. Tang Wan had been almost out of spiritual yuan, so she hadn't been able to kill that many life star level Empyrean winged blood devils. If she had still had some energy left at the end, she would also have a ranking as high as Chu Yao. Meng Qi, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan also had decent rankings, just outside the top 100. They all had immense power, but as the core of the Dragonblood Legion, they hadn't been able to fight alone, causing their ranking to drop. Yu Zifeng's rank was outside the top 100. After all, he had no divine item, no heavenly Dao energy, and no manifestation. Using an ordinary sword, he had still managed to reach this level. No one else on the Devil Slaughter ranking was capable of such a thing, so this accomplishment was worth being proud of. As for Ji Yuyong, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to even look. Ji Yuyong had had to rely on swinging a single spear to get points. That was too pitiful. Ji Yuyang's combat style was only good for 1-against-1 fights. Long Chen intentionally looked for Di Xin, only to find that he hadn't even gotten in the top 500. Clearly, he had been completely flung aside toward the end. That was because at the end, it had mostly been a competition of divine items. With the channel slowly closing, all the experts had exploded with power. That was the best moment to climb. However, Long Chen was confident that Di Xin did not have a divine item, or if he didn't have one that suited him. Even if he was Di Long's son and Di Long could find him another divine item, Di Xin was a water attribute cultivator, and his new divine item might not suit his nature. Furthermore, even if he had obtained a suitable divine item, wanting to gain its approval in such a short time was very difficult. For him to be able to unleash its power wasn't very likely. The illustrious son of the leader of the ancient family alliance didn't even manage to get in the top 500. It would have been better if he hadn't attended at all. At least, it wouldn't have been so embarrassing. If Long Chen were Di Xin, he wouldn't have attended. But Di Xin's head really was special. After searching a long time, Long Chen managed to see Sha Chen's name in the 800s. He couldn't understand how someone who had been first place could fall to this position. Continuing down, he saw Bao Buping, Chong Hao, and other names. Although they had only appeared for a short while, the ones that they had killed were the Life Star level Empyrean Winged Blood Devils. That allowed them to get into the top 1000. It went without saying that when Split the Heavens was merged, it was truly vicious. Looking through the top 1000 experts, Long Chen saw that 60% of them came from the central Zon region. When he looked at the top 500 alone, he saw that 80% were central Zon region's experts. Their foundation was truly something that the other 4 regions couldn't compare to. In any case, Long Chen had managed to complete his mission with flying colors. The Xuantian Dao sect alone had blocked the entire eastern Zon region's devil abyss. Although the devil creatures had appeared above ground at the end, they had all been slain. No innocent commoners were killed. Long Chen and Guo Ran had gotten into the top 10, with Long Chen even taking the top spot. They had definitely won Ku Jianying some face this time. The Xuantian Tower quickly flew, and they arrived at the Xuantian Dao sect in a short while. When Long Chen saw the current state of the Xuantian Dao sect, his expression immediately became ugly. The Dragonblood warriors were filled with killing intent. These bastards really deserved to die. Chapter 17:13 Being surrounded. What infuriated Long Chen and the others was that the Xuantian Dao sect, whose construction had almost been completed, was now in ruins. The soaring pavilions and unending mountain range had been destroyed. There's no need to be so angry. As a leader, you can't always let your emotions affect you over some minor things. It will affect your judgment. Li Tianxuan's voice rang out, and he walked out of the mountain gate. All the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples walked out along with him. When they saw Long Chen and the others return safe and well, these disciples' eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. They had thought that they would never see them again. When they returned to make their report of what had happened, they found that the Xuantian Dao sect had met a surprise attack from the corrupt path. At that time, when those corrupt experts retreated, they had said to wait for Long Chen's corpse. Those disciples had turned cold. They knew that the target of these experts was Long Chen. Now seeing that he was alive, they all cheered emotionally. After fighting together for over 2 months, their bonds had been reforged with blood, as well as the sacrifices of many lives. These kinds of bonds could only be understood by them. Long Chen was also extremely moved to see these disciples' emotions. He cupped his fists toward them. Li Tianxuan was still as calm as ever, as if he couldn't see the damage to the Xuantian Dao sect. He patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Good job. You've won face for the Xuantian Dao sect, the Eastern Zon region, and the Martial Heaven continent. What face? It seems more like we lost all our face this time. It's my first being beaten so miserably by someone's schemes. If it weren't for... I won't say it, it's too infuriating. Long Chen clenched his teeth. This time had been truly dangerous. It made an alarm go off in Long Chen's head. Being targeted by Heavenly Fate Island meant he would have to be especially careful in the future. We were just about to finish the construction of the sect, and those bastards destroyed it all. Fuck, let's charge into the corrupt path right now and kill them all. Raged Ji Yu Yang. Li Tianxuan smiled. What you're seeing is just some superficial damage. The foundation of the Dao sect isn't harmed. Actually, this was all done deliberately by me. Let's go. We can talk inside. Li Tianxuan led them inside while the disciples cheered. Deliberately? You mean? Asked Long Chen. If I didn't do this, how do you think I could trick the corrupt path's 3 devil kings? How else do you think I could cripple one of them? The damage to the surface is rather bad, but the foundation is fine and the formation is undamaged. The formation diagram that Sha Chen sent us is even stronger than we expected. It supports the Xuantian Tower, giving it enough power to almost kill one of the Devil Kings. We destroyed his physical body, and while he got away in the end, his Yuan spirit is essentially crippled. He was on death's door when he fled. Crippling one of the 3 great Devil Kings of the corrupt path will win us a giant reward from the Martial Heaven Alliance, which is more than enough to make up for this damage. Most importantly, we managed to show our power, and no one will be able to shake our position as overlord of the Eastern Zan region. Those rumors that the Xuantian Dao sect is an empty shell have all collapsed. As for you, Long Chen, you managed to get first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings. It can be said that the Xuantian Dao sect's glory has surpassed all previous generations. Toward the end, Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch's eyes were filled with pride. This was an indescribable glory. As the sect leaders of the Xuantian Dao sect, they had had a mission to revive the sect's glory. Now, that had been made reality during their time. They couldn't suppress their pride. They all told me what happened. You did very well this time. Even if I was personally leading, I wouldn't have been able to do any better. Li Tianxuan patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Li Tianxuan didn't specialize in fighting, he specialized in control and planning. In the Devil Abyss, Long Chen had led his troops steadily, without any trace of the carelessness of youth. During the battle between heavenly geniuses fighting for first, Long Chen hadn't shown any competitiveness. He had given orders based on the big picture. That was the style of a general. Zan Master, if I didn't know you better, I'd think you were being ironic. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Just as they were speaking, they arrived at the core of the Xuantian Dao sect. Only now did everyone see that while the damage looked terrible from the outside, it wasn't actually that bad. The broken mountain ranges were deliberate. As long as the formation was activated, they would be restored. The broken buildings only had their top floors damaged. Their foundation hadn't been rattled at all. Upon returning to the Dao sect, the disciples that had fought returned to their residences to rest. Healing experts had already examined all of them to see if there were any hidden injuries. Hidden injuries were the worst because they weren't sensed at the time. And if they weren't healed soon enough, they would flare up at the worst of times or gravely affect your cultivation speed without you being aware. The Dragonblood warriors returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain. This battle had been hard on them. The explosion of divine items at the end had shaken all their Yuan spirits. Some of them were injured, and healing injuries to the Yuan spirit would take a long time. Long Chen urged Bao Buping and Chong Hao to stay for a while, only for the 2 of them to say that they had to leave immediately. The Netherworld's mark on the old man's head was starting to grow faint, meaning that he was currently at a critical juncture. Boss Bao and the others were defending him and didn't dare to leave. Hence, Bao Buping and the others had to return to their home. The sudden sneak attacks during this battle had made Bao Buping and Chong Hao mature a great deal. They were no longer as careless before. Even Long Chen, with his intelligence, had almost been killed by the scheming of others. That gave them a great sense of danger. If someone attacked the heaven-splitting battle sect at this time, it would be troublesome. Bao Buping and Chong Hao left with their disciples through one of the Xuantian Dao sect's transportation formations. They agreed that once the old man woke up, they would properly celebrate. After sending them all off, Long Chen, Li Tianxuan, and the Patriarch returned to the Xuantian Tower. Long Chen narrated what had happened this time. Zan Master, didn't you say that Heavenly Fate Island would not be able to calculate anything about me? But this time, their trap was seamless, and I almost died. Long Chen couldn't understand. It was because Li Tianxuan had guaranteed that Heavenly Fate Island couldn't read his fate that he hadn't cared about them. They are definitely unable to calculate anything about you. However, they can try to read the fate of the Xuantian Dao sect, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples, the Eastern Zan region's karmic luck, or even the disciples that you led inside. These are all their chess pieces. By reading the fate of multiple chess pieces from multiple angles, they can calculate your path. Their fates are all intertwined with yours. But in order to do this, I'm sure Heavenly Fate Island had to pay a heavy price. To calculate so much that affects so many geniuses and powers would take a huge amount of manpower and resources. As for the pagoda that they sacrificed, its name is the Space-Splitting Pagoda. It is a special divine item used to travel across planes, and its value is on par with half-step divine items. I really didn't expect Heavenly Fate Island to go so crazy as to waste so much effort to kill you. Unfortunately for them, the calculations of man are not as great as the calculations of the heavens. They have interfered with the heavenly Taos and will sooner or later meet a miserable end. With his final sentence, Li Tianxuan's mouth twisted into a disdainful sneer. Before this, he had thought that Heavenly Fate Island was a sacred land. They achieved enlightenment of mysteries known only to the heavens. They were transcendent. Zhan Jizi was an outcast, someone who Heavenly Fate Island had kicked out. That hadn't affected his view of Heavenly Fate Island. However, this time, Li Tianxuan was forced to reconsider his view. Just why would Heavenly Fate Island waste so much effort to eliminate Long Chen? The most incomprehensible part of it all was that they would do this despite Long Chen being a heaven defier. Could it really be that they didn't realize what he is? Anyone who tried to calculate Long Chen's past, present, or future would die. Even if they were able to use other means to find out his next move, that still meant that he had to have an extraordinary origin. Why did they want him dead so badly? Long Chen, it's not a good idea for you to fight Heavenly Fate Island for now. After all, you have no proof that this incident was done by them. As for those hidden experts, they didn't reveal themselves. The only ones to openly reveal themselves were the corrupt path, and they can attack us without giving a reason. If you attacked, you wouldn't have a justifiable cause, warned Li Tianxuan. Heavenly Fate Island's scheming had been flawless, and they hadn't left a trace. Long Chen could only take it. Leaving behind his challenge to Heavenly Fate Island on the Devil Slaughter rankings was nothing more than venting, telling them that he knew it was them. Actually attacking them was not possible. He would just fall into their trap and be besieged from all sides. I know this. This is my diplomacy. I've clearly expressed my attitude toward them. It's my warning to the people in Heavenly Fate Island that if they don't want to die, they should think of some way to leave. I won't let them cry that they're innocent when I do go annihilate Heavenly Fate Island. I'm giving them a chance right now, and if they don't want to grasp it, that's their problem. I'm not so kind-hearted as to not avenge my enmities. In any case, I'll be making Heavenly Fate Island pay a price for their actions this time. I also suspect that they were asked to do this by others, said Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was surrounded by enemies. This was also a mark of a heaven defier. The world did not want him, let alone other people. If the corrupt path, the ancient races, the Zhan beasts, the ancient family alliance, Pill Valley, and the Blukel Hall all teamed up together to ask Heavenly Fate Island for help, what reason would they have to refuse? Li Tianxuan did not know that a large figure from Heavenly Fate Island had had his heavenly eye destroyed when he had tried to kill Long Chen. The counterattack from the Divine Gate Star resulted in that person hating Long Chen. Long Chen didn't care what reason they had though. All he needed to know was that they wanted to kill him. If he didn't want them to achieve their goal, he would need to fight back. The cultivation world had no justice. If he wanted to live, he had to fight. Reporting to the Zhan master, the Dao sect had been surrounded. Suddenly, an elder's frantic cry rang out, startling the three of them. Chapter 17:14 The Xuantian Tower's Power. Outside the Xuantian Dao sect, many war chariots surrounded the gates. Each of those war chariots emitted powerful divine pressure. Each of them was a divine item, and the pressure was so suffocating that the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were pale. Although they had yet to enter a battle state, just seeing so many powerful war chariots was frightening. Each chariot had its own specific mark. The lead chariot was marked with a giant pill furnace. That was Pill Valley's mark. The valley master, Yu Xiaoyun, was standing in the air, his hands clasped behind his back. He looked down at the Xuantian Dao sect, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Not far from the valley master was another war chariot. Inside was a large man with a violet gold crown on his head. His clone had previously been destroyed by Long Chen. He was the ancient family alliance's head, Di Long. Di Long's expression was icy today. The destruction of his clone had not been forgotten by him. He would never be able to escape the humiliation of having Long Chen destroy his clone, so there was no way to describe his hatred for Long Chen with words. On the other side was a giant man with explosive blood qi. It was like the power of his flesh was about to erupt out of him. Just standing there, the space around him twisted as if the world could not contain him. He was almost 10 meters tall, with bulging muscles. His arms were bare, and it was possible to see divine runes flowing on his skin like countless wriggling serpents. This person was from the Zhan beasts. His pupils were vertical like a crocodile's, cold and merciless. Beside this expert from the Zhan beasts was a white-haired elder, the leader of the ancient races. His aura was well concealed, and even though he was standing there, people were unable to sense his existence. His cultivation technique was extremely strange. Other than Pill Valley, the ancient family alliance, the Zon beasts, and the ancient races, there were also chariots of some sects from eastern, western, southern, and northern regions. Hundreds of them were blocking the sky. A flash of light came from the Xuantian Tower. Long Chen, Li Tianxuan, and the Patriarch appeared in the sky, facing those experts. Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch stood behind Long Chen without saying anything. Looking at the scene before him, Long Chen smiled coldly. What? After a sinister scheme fails, you want to fight openly? Scram, you aren't qualified to speak here. Seeing that the one to speak was Long Chen, Di Long was the first to find it unendurable. His voice was backed by the life and death energy of a nether passage expert. It rang out like thunder. Runes appeared around the Xuantian Dao sect as the protective formation was activated, blocking Di Long's roar. If that energy was allowed to invade the Xuantian Dao sect, a lot of disciples wouldn't be able to endure it. They would all be injured. How does someone who I've slapped and whose clone I've killed still have the face to cry about qualifications? If I were you, I'd have long since killed myself out of shame. For you to still be alive, did you spend all your years of cultivation on thickening your skin? Long Chen wasn't affected by Di Long's roar at all. He glanced at him indifferently. Everyone looked toward Di Long. The news that Long Chen had slapped Di Long and killed his clone had shaken the entire continent. They saw that Di Long's body was trembling. He was on the verge of exploding. Are you having an epilepsy episode? What are you shaking about? For you to come here in such force, didn't you want to quarrel? You don't need to find a sanctimonious excuse. Come at me directly. Let's see who dies, sneered Long Chen. Brat, die. Di Long suddenly roared. A huge hand reached for Long Chen. Li Tianxuan shook his head. This Di Long was really an idiot. Not even his acting skills were up to par. How could an alliance head be so easily provoked? He was definitely acting. To use Long Chen's words, he truly was shameless. Di Long was as quick as lightning, but Long Chen, Li Tianxuan, and the Patriarch simply stared at him calmly. At that instant, a bone claw appeared in his hand. That bone claw didn't release any aura. Adding on his great speed, it was easy for others to miss it. Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch didn't do anything, but Long Chen's divine ring manifested and 5 stars appeared in his eyes. As a pillar of light soared into the sky, he raised his right hand. What is he doing? Is he really trying to fight a nether passage expert? These experts from the various large powers of the continent were filled with shock. Had Long Chen gone mad, he would be blown to pieces instantly. Seeing Long Chen's aura rise, Di Long sneered. As long as he killed Long Chen in one attack, his humiliation would be wiped away. However, just as his hand was about to reach Long Chen, a light barrier appeared in front of him. It's the Xuantian Tower. Startled cries rang out. The Xuantian Tower was shining brightly. This barrier was clearly placed by it. You're looking down on me. Die. Di Long smiled. The bone claw in his hand suddenly appeared, whistling forward. He had long since anticipated the Xuantian Tower's defense. A true dragon bone claw. People finally saw that bone claw. Rumor was that it belonged to a true dragon from ancient times. It possessed dragon might. It required the bloodline of the true dragon race in order to use. This true dragon bone claw was not a divine item, but its power was even more terrifying than a divine item. It was a priceless treasure. It tore through the Xuantian Tower's barrier. The disciples' hearts rose into their throats. However, just as Di Long thought that he could kill Long Chen in one attack, his expression changed. His bone claw suddenly felt like it had crashed into something solid, something impossible to move. His hand hurt from the impact, and he was unable to push any further. There were only 3 inches between the bone claw and Long Chen's chest. However, there was no way to shorten the distance any further. Just at that moment, Long Chen, whose right hand had been raised in anticipation, struck, slapping Di Long across his shocked face. The immense power caused a sonic boom. A visible ripple spread on Di Long's face when Long Chen struck it. Di Long was sent flying back like a shooting star, crashing into a giant mountain hundreds of miles away. The mountain collapsed, and broken bones flew out in every direction. All the experts were filled with disbelief. Following the first mountain, the earth bulged. An entire mountain range expanded and then crumbled. Those experts were gobsmacked. Just how much power had Long Chen used? He had not only sent Di Long flying, but even once Di Long crashed into the ground, he was still unable to steady himself and continued to fly through the ground. Was this a level of power a human could possess? Let alone the others, even the giant from the Zon beasts was filled with disbelief. The huge mountain range continued to surge. Thousands of miles away, it suddenly exploded, and a figure flew out of the ground. Di Long's face was covered in blood, and half of it had caved in, revealing bones. He appeared frighteningly sinister. People couldn't help being shocked. How could a nether passage expert be slapped into this state? Just how much power had Long Chen used? Di Long was no ordinary nether passage expert. Well, it had to be said that Di Long was also unlucky. Long Chen had been holding back his anger for a long time now. Upon seeing Di Long, that suppressed anger was all released through this slap. This slap had not been purely used for humiliation. After all, this was an attack enforced with his divine ring and 5-star battle armor. It could be said that this was the most powerful slap he had ever done. Your skin is really thick. In all my years, I've seen many things, but I have to give you first place when it comes to the thickness of the skin. Long Chen sighed and swung his arm a few times, flinging off the blood. He gave Di Long a big thumbs up. The blood on his hand was not Di Long's but his own. A nether passage expert was truly powerful. Just the counterforce was enough to cause his skin to split open. The nether passage realm was still in existence he could only look up to. This praise of Long Chen's was clearly an insult. Di Long roared. Black and white lines surged around his body, and the world began to tremble. Even the stars in the sky were quivering. He had actually activated his life and death energy, the true power of nether passage experts. With a flash, he vanished from his original location. Di Long's body had just vanished when a golden ray of light shot through the air. Shockingly, blood mist appeared there. Following that, space twisted and Di Long reappeared. Di Long now had a large hole in his chest. It was possible to see the scenery behind him through that hole. That bloody hole still had some golden light in it that was invading the rest of his body. Di Long looked down at the hole in his chest, then to the Xuantian Tower in disbelief. Countless runes had condensed within the Xuantian Dao sect, forming a giant tower. The Xuantian Tower itself was shining brightly and slowly revolving with a shocking aura. It seems you were in too much of a rush to learn the real reason why the corrupt path retreated. Don't you think that was stupid? Or is it that the corrupt path had no intention of telling you the true reason? Long Chen smiled coldly at Di Long and the others under the illumination of the Xuantian Tower. Chapter 17:15 Wild wakes up. Isn't the Xuantian Tower supposed to be strongest in terms of defense but weak offensively? How can it have such power? All the experts' expressions changed. They looked at that tower soaring in the sky and emitting waves of divine pressure. The Xuantian Tower's power stunned all of them. That power made even nether passage experts quiver. They didn't know that the Xuantian Tower's offensive weakness had been made up for by the formation. The current Xuantian Tower was in full possession of both offense and defense. That first attack was a warning. Di Long, if you dare to take another step, I will make sure that the martial heaven continent no longer has a Di Long, said Long Chen. Di Long's aura was still rising, and the bone claw in his hand was also starting to emit a powerful divine pressure. Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you're trying to scare? Di Long sneered. Just now, he had been injured because of overconfidence. However, he wasn't afraid. He wanted to activate the bone claw to test the Xuantian Tower's power. Long Chen let out a smile full of contempt. Then you can try it. The reason he dared to ignore Di Long's power and even slap him was because of the Xuantian Tower. The Xuantian Tower was just an item spirit, but even it was angry now. It also wanted to make a show of its power. Since this many people had come to destroy the Xuantian Dao sect, it would not accept such bullying. The Xuantian Tower was the personal weapon of the first-generation Zon Master, the founder of the Xuantian Dao sect. It had personally witnessed the rise and fall of the sect. However, while there had been countless small fights, there had never been this many experts at its doors. So the Xuantian Tower had given Long Chen a message. There was no need to be afraid because it was ready to kill as well. If they were obstructed at such a time, it would affect their future karmic luck. They couldn't turn cowardly now. That was why Long Chen dared to give his strongest and most satisfying slap in all of history. The rise of an expert was never the result of praying. If you wanted to get stronger, you had to advance over the corpses of countless other experts. There was no other path. The current Xuantian Dao sect could not retreat. HMPH, little brat, you're so arrogant. Then let's see if you can still be so arrogant once I destroy your Xuantian Dao sect. Surprisingly, the expert from the Zon beasts opened his mouth. His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded like divine lightning. If you want to brag so much, then there's no need to waste words. We can directly start fighting. Evilmoon appeared in Long Chen's hand. He pointed it at the Zon beast expert, his sharp aura slowly rising. In the face of a 12th ranked Zon beast, he was filled with battle intent. When it came to other Nether Passage experts, Long Chen might not have the power to fight them, but the Zon beasts did not cultivate life and death energy. They only cultivated their power and divine abilities. As for this expert, he was clearly a power-type fighter. Long Chen wanted to see just how powerful 12th ranked Zon beasts were. That Zon beast sneered, but just as he took a step forward, a furious roar rang out, shaking the sky. A terrifying aura exploded like a wild divine beast had been awoken. Even the Nether Passage experts got goosebumps. A huge figure suddenly flew out of the Xuantian Tower. It charged directly at the Zon beast expert. That figure shocked everyone. It was even larger than the Zon beast expert. It was a person covered in divine runes, with 2 horns on their head and a completely wild aura that surged out of control. That was not the aura of a human. The Zon beast expert snorted and smashed a fist at the incoming figure. He was a Zon beast, and he instantly recognized that this person was not human. Furthermore, this incoming person's aura made him a bit afraid. That was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Long Chen and the others were startled. That giant figure charging over was Wild. Wild's eyes were scarlet as if he had gone insane. His body might be huge, but he also looked so thin that he wasn't much more than a skeleton. The current Wild gave off a very foreign feeling to them. Long Chen was about to fly over to help Wild against the Zon beast expert. But just at that moment, Wild let out an angry roar. I want meat. In front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, Wild grabbed onto the Zon beast expert's arm. As for the Zon beast expert, he was stunned to find that his fist only caused an explosive sound upon landing on Wild's chest. The sight of Wild exploding that he had expected didn't appear. In fact, he didn't seem injured at all. Having grabbed the Zon beast expert's arm, Wild refused to let go. No matter how the Zon beast tried to fling him off, he failed. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded eyes, Wild opened his mouth and took a big bite into the Zon beast expert's shoulder. The Zon beast expert let out a miserable howl. A large hunk of his flesh was bitten off by Wild. People's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That was a 12th ranked Zon beast. His body was comparable to divine items, but Wild was actually able to tear out a piece of his flesh. What gave them a chill though was that Wild swallowed that hunk of flesh immediately and then took another bite. Another piece of his flesh was torn away. The Zon beast expert roared and crazily battered Wild with his other fist. However, Wild simply used one arm to protect his head as he continued biting. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out and Wild was blown away. When they looked at the Zon beast expert, they saw that one of his arms had vanished. His shoulder was a mass of pulp. In the distance, Wild was holding a giant arm 100 meters long. He was crazily eating it. Wild's mouth seemed to have some kind of spatial power to it. He finished eating the whole arm in just a few breaths' time. Both friend and foe looked at Wild in stunned silence. After devouring the arm, Wild's withered body plumped up a bit. His eyes shone as he looked at the Zon beast expert. With a roar, he charged over again. That Zon beast expert had just used a secret art to restore his arm when Wild charged over again. Suddenly, a golden light shot out of the Zon beast expert's forehead. The golden light was like a celestial sword slashing down. It was one of his powerful divine abilities. Long Chen immediately slashed Evilmoon at the golden light. His divine ability was blown apart by Long Chen's saber. Divine light filled the air. The expert's present couldn't help being moved. Long Chen's saber hadn't just been powerful, but his control was so great. Although he had attacked second, his attack landed first, and with shocking precision at that. It struck right where the Zon beast expert's attack was weakest. It even stunned the old monsters that had lived for countless years. They finally realized that Long Chen hadn't climbed to his current height due to luck. This one attack showed them that Long Chen was a true expert. The Zon beast expert had no time to attack again after his attack was broken by Long Chen. He suddenly let out a heaven-shaking howl. When the golden light faded, people finally saw a scene that made them quiver. Wild was holding the Zon beast expert's leg and crazily biting it, like a hamster that had been starved for hundreds of years and had finally found corn. The Zon Beast expert was attacking Wild, but this position made it so he was unable to use his full power. Furthermore, the immense pain from his leg was also an issue. A tempest of punches rained down on Wild's back, but it was like beating a drum. The explosive sounds shook the air. Suddenly, Wild was sent flying by one of the punches. He landed in the distance, raising a cloud of smoke. Heavens, this is too vicious. All the experts that had come with the Zon Beast expert felt icy cold sweat on their backs. The Zon Beast expert's leg had vanished. Fresh blood was still spurting out of the wound. In the distance, Wild was holding a mountain-sized leg covered in black fur. He was devouring it quickly, and in just a few seconds, it was fully consumed. Wild was practically a man-eating monster. Even a 12th-ranked Zon Beast was eaten by him. Was there anyone more savage than him? He ate his opponent alive. This scene was barely endurable to the spectators. Having had his arm and leg eaten, the Zon Beast expert was infuriated. His body suddenly grew larger, and he transformed into a black gorilla tens of thousands of meters tall. The explosive blood heaven-piercing gorilla race. Startled cries rang out as they recognized this Zon Beast expert's true form. It was a very terrifying race amongst the Zon Beasts. They had berserk blood flowing within their veins. Once it was activated, their power grew explosively. They also had innate divine abilities that were said to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Even divine items could be suppressed by them. This Zon Beast expert was completely infuriated and almost went crazy. He was a grand 12th ranked Zon Beast, but he had actually been eaten. This kind of humiliation was even worse than Long Chen's slapping of Di Long. He roared, and following his roar, the world shuddered. A fist as large as a mountain smashed toward Wild. The Xianxia tower activated, unleashing a golden shield that blocked the punch. Golden light flowed, and Wild was pulled back. Attacked together to destroy the Xianxia Dao sect. Suddenly, Di Long roared. His bone claw lit up, and he charged forward, taking advantage of when the Xianxia tower was blocking the Zon Beast expert. Interesting. I want to see who has such guts. Suddenly, a woman's icy voice rang out. Di Long and the others' bodies stiffened. They looked up in the sky. Chapter 17:16 Original Devil Race, Exposed. Alliance Head. Upon seeing that figure, the Xianxia Dao sect's experts cried out excitedly. That woman was Ku Jianying. Ku Jianying was standing in the sky, looking coldly at the experts surrounding the Xianxia Dao sect. I, Ku Jianying, have not yet died, and you are not able to threaten the Xianxia Dao sect. If you really feel so bored, then I don't mind immediately activating the martial heaven order so we can have a decisive fight. What do you say? Ku Jianying's expression was dark, and she was overflowing with killing intent. Her words conveyed her fury. This time, Long Chen had taken first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings. That had greatly excited Ku Jianying. The glory that the Martial Heaven Alliance had not dared to hope for had become reality under her command. She had just been preparing to gather the entire Martial Heaven Alliance and have a celebration, taking advantage of this opportunity to raise the Alliance's morale and unity. Hopefully, that would eliminate all the unsavory rumors. However, she quickly received word that the Xianxia Dao sect had been surrounded. Long Chen had only just taken first place when Pill Valley, the ancient races, the Zon Beasts, the Ancient Family Alliance, and many other powers had gone to the Xianxia Dao sect, saying that they would destroy it. How could Ku Jianying not be infuriated? She had been preparing for a celebration, so if Long Chen was killed by them, it would be a clear slap in her face. Even in the face of the likes of Yu Xiaoyun, Di Long, and the other experts, she could not contain her fury despite her best efforts. All those familiar with Ku Jianying knew that she was prepared to launch a war. Hearing her mention the Martial Heaven Order, Yu Xiaoyun, Di Long, and the others' expressions changed. The Martial Heaven Order was the highest order of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Once activated, all sects belonging to the Martial Heaven Alliance had to instantly gather for a life-and-death battle. It was an order to be used only when a great calamity was about to befall the Martial Heaven continent. Ku Jianying, I don't believe you would dare to do so. You know the consequences of activating the Martial Heaven Order, shouted Yu Xiaoyun. HMPH, there are many things that you don't believe. Although the Martial Heaven Order is for fighting off invaders from other worlds, I can still activate it if others want to bully the Martial Heaven Alliance. Having repeatedly accommodated you, it seems you think yourselves invincible. Since you aren't afraid, why should I be? It just means we have to fight until one side dies. Rather than thinking of how to fight off the invaders, You lot spend all day scheming against us, the ones who should be united. If you're just going to weaken us anyway, then we might as well settle things now. Let's see who lasts longer. Ku Jianying's voice was frosty. No one doubted her determination. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out, and the Zon Beast expert was forced back by the Xuantian Tower. The divine light filling the air retracted, and the Xuantian Tower returned to its original state. Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch stood beside Ku Jianying, coldly staring at Di Long and the others. Ku Jianying had clearly come to intimidate them. Long Chen ran over to Wild. Wild's body shrank until he was around 3 meters tall. Long Chen was both delighted and surprised to see Wild. He had unexpectedly woken at such a time. Brother Long, how long have I been sleeping? I feel so hungry, like my stomach is burning. It feels a bit better after I got that snack. What are these things on my head? Wild was still as simple and straightforward as before. He touched the horns on his head with a confused expression. It's nothing. In a bit, your brother Long will bring you hunting. Just try to endure the hunger for now. Long Chen patted Wild on the shoulder with a smile. When his hand touched Wild's shoulder, Long Chen was shocked to find that Wild's skin was like a dragon's hide. It was incomparably tough. Every inch of him was filled with explosive power. The current Wild was like a volcano that could explode at any moment and destroy the world. All right, I'll listen to Big Brother Long. Brother Long, that fellow's meat tastes very good. Wild pointed toward the distant Zon Beast expert. He involuntarily gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Long Chen was speechless. He understood that Wild lived for meat. The stronger the flesh, the more delicious it would taste. I loathe this bastard's race. Suddenly, Evilmoon's voice rang out in Long Chen's head. I'll warn you that this foolish brother of yours will eat anything. He will bring you countless enemies in the future, so don't blame me for not warning you. Long Chen was dumbfounded for a moment. He suddenly said, does his race eat your kind as well? Evilmoon snorted and didn't reply. Long Chen jumped in shock. Just what kind of race was Wild to be able to even consume dragons? However, upon thinking about Wild's brain, if he was hungry, then he would eat anything with meat on it. He wouldn't care what race it was. Ji Yuyong and the others had been shocked to see Wild's new appearance, but seeing that he was the same person as before, they relaxed and went over to greet him. Ku Jianying, do you really want to stubbornly cling to the wrong side, all alone? Aren't you throwing the world's peace into danger? Demanded Di Long. The world's peace. Why does that sound like such a joke when coming out of your mouth? When have you, Di Long, cared about the world's peace? So many disciples sacrificed their lives to stop the devil creatures from charging out of the devil abyss. They fought for the martial heaven continent. But you have decided to bring an army to destroy the Xuantian Dao sect. Is this your so-called world peace? Sneered Ku Jianying. We have our reasons, raged Di Long. What reasons? Asked Ku Jianying contemptuously. Long Chen colluded with the original devil race. People have already released the proof. Di Long swung his arm, activating a photographic jade. An image of the Dragonblood Legion fighting the devil army appeared. In it, a veiled woman was floating in the sky. There was a clear devil character on her forehead, and it was shining brightly. This was the scene of Yu Shaochen helping Long Chen to destroy the devil army. HMPH, don't tell me that you don't recognize the original devil race's innate divine ability. That woman is clearly one of Long Chen's allies. On the martial heaven continent, colluding with the original devil race is punished with the death penalty. We are fighting for the continent's peace. Is there a problem with us coming to investigate this matter? Demanded Di Long. The image in the sky caused all the experts' expressions to change. The original devil race was forbidden on the martial heaven continent. Rumor was that they were true fiends intent on destroying the martial heaven continent and enslaving everyone. It was said that the dark eras had been caused by them. The original devil race was the entire continent's enemy. Any person, any power found to be colluding with them would be killed. Furthermore, the original devil race's experts were very easy to recognize. When they were using their full power, a devil character would appear on their foreheads. This was conclusive proof. If Long Chen had really colluded with the original devil race, he would be doomed. If the Xuantian Dao sect tried to protect him, the Xuantian Dao sect would also become the martial heaven continent's enemy. Ku Jianying's expression also changed. Clearly, the news she had received was limited to Long Chen getting first place. She hadn't been told the process. Suddenly, the sound of someone clapping rang out. Long Chen slowly walked over with a disdainful smile as he looked at the fierce Di Long. I'm admiring you more and more. It's no wonder slapping you hurt my hand so much, your sin is truly thick. Tell me, who gave you that photographic jade? Do you dare to tell me? HMPH, you want to silence the witness. Do you think I'd fall for that? No one can protect you, so don't even bother, sneered D Long. Long Chen's smile grew. I knew that you were a coward. Even after I slapped your clone, killed it, and then slapped your true body, you still don't dare to kill me. I sympathize with you. For the ancient family alliance's leader to reach this point, it's probably something unprecedented in all of history and impossible for any future generations to surpass. Long Chen, don't try to change the subject. The question is, why did you collude with that woman from the original devil race, and what is your relationship with her? Don't you think you should own up to your sins by now? Yu Xiaoyun suddenly interjected. Valley Master, you shouldn't randomly say things, nor should you randomly accuse others. Where did you see me collude with that woman? Asked Long Chen innocently. HMPH, you greeted that woman and then immediately shut your mouth. Do you think we didn't see it? You shouted Xiao, clearly greeting her. Is this really the point that you want to argue? Sneered Yu Xiaoyun. Valley Master, it seems you've been in seclusion for so long. You've already forgotten how to act like a human and instead think everyone's a beast. It seems you've forgotten your roots. Long Chen intentionally glanced at the Zon Beast experts and the ancient race experts. The meaning behind that glance could not be clearer. The Zon Beast and ancient race experts were infuriated. This was a clear insult. Before they could say anything, Long Chen continued, just because I said Xiao, it means I know her and colluded with her. What a huge joke. I was calling her young lady. What's wrong with that? Valley Master, if I call you junior brother, does that mean we're colluding? Leader of the ancient races, if I call you a little idiot, giant fool of the Zon Beasts, if I call you a damn brat, D Long, if I call you a piece of trash, would that mean that we are colluding? Fuck off. Since we're all colluding according to your logic, why did you bring so many people to destroy my Xuantian Dao sect? Are your heads filled with crap? Long Chen pointed at all of them, cursing them loudly. His voice grew louder and louder, his spittle flying through the air. The Xiao in Yu Xiaochen is Xiao, meaning small. All the following names he gave the leaders in this paragraph included the Xiao character. Chapter 17:17 You little brat. Long Chen pointed at the opposing experts, cursing them on the nose arrogantly. These people were all supreme experts, people who could stand amongst the likes of Pill Valley's master, the head of the ancient family alliance, etc. They were all figures that could shake the martial heaven continent. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were stunned to see Long Chen cursing these experts so directly, yet they also had worship in their eyes when they looked at him. Who else in this world was as domineering as Long Chen? A soul transformation disciple cursed Netherpassage experts into bastards. If news of this were to spread, it would shake the entire world. Long Chen, watch your words. Hu Jianying jumped in shock at Long Chen's cursing. If these people were fully angered and went crazy, she wouldn't necessarily be able to protect him. Oh, sorry, my sincere apologies. I was just making a comparison. Hee, if I angered anyone, I'm truly sorry. Although Long Chen was apologizing, that arrogant laughter of his didn't contain the slightest apologetic tone. You're clearly twisting logic to cover up your collusion with the original devil race. D Long was red with fury. He pointed at Long Chen angrily. Am I the one trying to cover up the truth, or are you the one trying to frame me? How did saying a standard greeting become collusion? In fact, I didn't even give a full greeting, and that is still considered collusion by you. Now who's the one twisting logic? If you wanted to, you could directly say that since I looked at her, we must be colluding. That glance must have been a case of love at first sight. Long Chen continued to spout nonsense. He naturally wouldn't admit to such a thing. Now he knew why Yu Xiaochen hadn't let him speak to her, and why she had vanished after helping with one attack. She must have noticed the people hidden in the surroundings. What nonsense. If you had no relationship with her, why would she help you out? Demanded D Long. Are you an idiot? Why would you ask me that? How am I supposed to know why she would help me? Long Chen looked at D Long contemptuously. Hu Jianying was standing beside him. Even with this many Netherpassage experts at such a close distance, Long Chen truly didn't have anything to fear with Hu Jianying, the patriarch, and the Xuantian Tower as his shield. I think I might know. Suddenly, a voice that startled everyone rang out. Guo Ran walked forward apologetically. I'm sorry boss, I'm a righteous man, and there are some things that I just can't keep quiet. My apologies. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were greatly shocked. Was Guo Ran planning on becoming a turncoat? Only the Dragonblood warriors looked at him oddly, not quite sure what he was thinking. Di Long and the others smiled delightedly, thinking Guo Ran had been bought by one of them and was coming forward to testify against Long Chen. What do you know? As long as you tell us, no one would dare to hurt you, said Di Long. Guo Ran nodded. In truth, when it comes to this matter, you've overlooked one detail. What detail? Asked Di Long. The detail that the veiled woman was a female, said Guo Ran confidently as if it were some secret. Di Long and the others' expressions sank. Who was this idiot? Anyone with eyes could tell that it had been a woman. That was his so-called detail. So what? Demanded an ancient race elder. It seemed the others no longer wished to speak with this fellow, so he could only thicken his face. Do you not know? My boss Long Chen is a handsome man, of great suave and style. He is a genius of literature, culture, and martial power. Rumor is that he began practicing literature at 3, training in martial arts at 4, mastering the arts of poetry and song at 5, slaughtering chickens at 6, slaying dragons at 7. Hold it, what is the point of all of this? Someone finally interrupted Guo Ran, feeling like they had gone off track. What I'm saying is that this woman must have been affected by my boss's great charisma, which is why she suddenly helped him. Perhaps the rest of you might still be mystified by this, but a wise man like myself saw through this detail from the start. Di Long finally couldn't bear it anymore. A powerful sound wave surged toward Guo Ran. Guo Ran was sent flying, blood pouring from his nose, eyes, and ears. Di Long had attacked so suddenly, that despite the Xuantian tower summoning a golden barrier that blocked most of his power, Guo Ran was still coughing up blood. Fuck off, do you think my brother is someone you can touch? Di Long had yet to shut his mouth after his roar when Long Chen appeared in front of him like a phantom, slapping him once more. He was as quick as lightning and borrowed the counter force to return to his original location. People had barely seen him move before it was all over. The fact that Di Long would attack Guo Ran was already out of everyone's expectations, but Long Chen's attack was even more surprising. Di Long sneak attacked Guo Ran, and Long Chen sneak attacked Di Long. Guo Ran was bleeding from his 7 orifices, while Di Long had been slapped. Both sides had odd expressions. Boss, well struck, beat that bastard, I was just testifying my view based on facts and reason, and he suddenly sneak attacked me. Di Long, you're fucking garbage. Guo Ran pointed at Di Long furiously as he cursed. Guo Ran hadn't expected Di Long to suddenly attack. Without the Xuantian Tower's protection, he'd have been killed just now. Although there was no danger to his life, his head felt like it was splitting, and his Yuan spirit was injured. Originally, this was just a chance for him to show off and liven up the atmosphere, but he had almost lost his life. How could he not be infuriated? However, Long Chen was really interesting. His vicious slap of Di Long's face could count as compensation. At the very least, this now served as a warning to Guo Ran. If he wanted to show off, there was danger involved. Di Long was knocked several meters back. This time, Long Chen hadn't had his divine ring or battle armor, which limited his slap's power. It wasn't even enough to injure Di Long. However, compared to the pain of the flesh, the pain of the mind was much worse. Just how many times had Long Chen slapped Di Long now? It was like he was beating a child who wasn't listening. The experts were all stunned each time Di Long was struck by Long Chen's slap. When he saw their curious gazes, Di Long felt like killing himself. Adding on Long Chen's words, he went berserk and was about to charge out. However, he was held back by Yu Xiaoyun. Yu Xiaoyun looked at Long Chen coldly. No matter how you quibble, it doesn't change the fact that you colluded with the original devil race. How laughable. Your Pill Valley really likes to interject itself into everything, huh? Do you think you're the bailiffs of this world? Let me use a phrase that you like to use so often: all things require proof. If you want to say I committed a crime, you have to bring out real proof, or you're just farting into the air. A recording of me saying half a greeting is not enough to say I colluded with the original devil race. Valley Master, I originally thought you had some intelligence, but it seems you're only so-so. Next time you want to frame someone, make sure to gather more proof, or this kind of game will only end up with you embarrassing yourself. Other than that, please tell those idiots from Heavenly Fate Island that the calculations of man cannot surpass the calculations of the heavens. No matter how refined a scheme is, it will always have some hole. Tell them to be careful. Because once I grasp that hole, I'll become a wild dog biting their throats until they die. Looking at the surrounding experts, Long Chen continued, there's no point in continuing this. If the Alliance head wasn't present, perhaps you could have obtained your goal, killing me with some random grand excuse and then slandering my corpse while covering up your crimes. However, you missed your best chance to eliminate me. Furthermore, this time, I can clearly see your determination to eradicate me. That's very good, it means none of us will need to keep acting in the future. We can just directly fight. Let's see who kills who in the end. Time will tell. Hey, what are you still doing here? Scram, are you planning on shamelessly staying here and begging for a meal? They had expressed their attitude, so he was expressing his. They would be true enemies in the future. You kill me, I kill you. This was right and proper. There was no need to find any excuse. They could simply fight to the death. Yu Xiaoyun, Di Long, and the other experts were all gloomy. Some of them had some worry and fear in their eyes. They recalled how the Eastern Zan region sects had been destroyed one by one. What if Long Chen suddenly came to their sects as well? Would they be able to stop him? Quite a few experts began to regret coming here. They hadn't expected things to end up like this. They were stuck between two hard choices. I feel like there's no need to rush a judgment while things are not fully clear. We can continue investigating. If this is a mistake, it would be best not to harm the peace, said an elder, clearly a bit afraid. That's right, we need to investigate the matter of the original devil race before coming to a conclusion. We definitely won't let off a bad person, but we definitely won't wrongly accuse a good person. Others immediately began to agree with that person's words. More and more of the experts began to say that they had to consider this matter at length, and that fighting amongst themselves was foolish. They would become laughingstocks in history. In the end, Di Long, Yu Xiaoyun, and that expert from the Zan beasts conversed secretly for a while before saying that they would definitely investigate this matter. Hu Jianying smiled, knowing that the three of them were trying to find a way out of this predicament for themselves. She also said that the Martial Heaven continent would do a full investigation. After that, Yu Xiaoyun and the others scattered. The Xuantian Dao sect returned to its original calm. Upon returning to the Xuantian Tower, Hu Jianying, whose expression had been calm, suddenly tried to grab Long Chen's ear and twist it. You little brat. Chapter 17-18 Duan Tianya. As soon as Di Long, Yu Xiaoyun, and the others left, Long Chen had felt that Ku Jianying's gaze was a bit off, and so he had been on guard. As soon as Ku Jianying's arm had reached toward him, he had turned and dodged behind the patriarch, hiding. You little brat, you dare to dodge? Raged Ku Jianying. Alliance head, if there's anything to say, we can talk about it properly. Long Chen is already grown up, and treating him like this is a bit unsuitable, said the patriarch. Since the patriarch was the only one whose cultivation base and seniority were high enough to say such things to Ku Jianying, he could only thicken his face. What, once he's grown up, I can't beat him? Just because he obtained first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings, I can't admonish him. You little scoundrel, I was in the midst of thinking how to reward you when you stirred up such trouble. He gave me that much trouble so quickly, why can't I set him straight? Raged Ku Jianying. This matter can't be blamed on Long Chen. It was entirely those people who went too far. Even the Xuantian Tower couldn't bear it, explained the patriarch hastily. Don't bring up such useless things. I'm more aware of Di Long and Yu Xiaoyun's intentions than you are. I simply find this little scoundrel to be displeasing. So what if I want to vent? Ku Jianying glared at Long Chen. Alliance head, I worked so hard to get first place for you. How can you find me displeasing? Said Long Chen in an aggrieved manner. Do you still not realize that these two matters are unrelated? You're a typical case of a child who will start tearing out roof tiles if you aren't disciplined every day. If I let you off so easily, sooner or later you'll cause such trouble that even I won't be able to handle it. Casting Long Chen a sideways glance, Ku Jianying added, as for that woman, you should be careful. As soon as anyone catches solid proof, you will immediately become the enemy of the world. Your enemies won't let that opportunity go. When the time comes, even if I were to sacrifice my own life, I wouldn't be able to protect you. Ku Jianying's words gravely emphasized the danger. Long Chen's argument clearly hadn't tricked her, nor could it trick Di Long, Yu Xiaoyun, and the others. The only reason Yu Xiaoyun and the others had left was because they had no solid proof, and with Ku Jianying and the Xuantian Dao sect fully supporting Long Chen, there was no way for them to use force against him. Just because they had left now didn't mean that they had given up. It was the opposite. They would be keeping a close eye on him in the future, and if he slipped up, then the venomous viper that had been lying in wait for so long would strike, killing him in one bite. So Ku Jianying had to admonish him, or it would be too late if Long Chen were to act without thinking of the consequences. However, even Ku Jianying did not ask the truth about Yu Xiaochen. Clearly, this topic was taboo even for her. I understand. Long Chen knew that Ku Jianying was doing this for his own good. The four of them sat down. Long Chen once more told the whole story of what had happened. Although that matter had passed, Long Chen's fury still ignited when he explained how someone from Heavenly Fate Island had sabotaged them. Alliance head, I don't understand. Why would Heavenly Fate Island do so much to target Long Chen? That's not their usual style, asked Li Tianxuan. Because the old master of Heavenly Fate Island went into seclusion 800 years ago, and during this time Duan Tianya is in charge of Heavenly Fate Island. You know Duan Tianya's relationship with Zhan Jizi, correct? Said Ku Jianying. Li Tianxuan was startled. You mean the rumors are true? Zhan Jizi is Duan Tianya's secret bastard child. It's most likely true. Otherwise, considering how Zhan Jizi harmed others in the past, then according to Heavenly Fate Island's rules, he'd have been executed. The fact that he was only expelled and even managed to establish the Grand Heavenly Fate Pavilion in the Grand Han definitely has Duan Tianya's shadow behind it. Then Zhan Jizi suddenly vanished, while that matter of Long San suddenly appeared in Pill Valley right while Zhan Jizi was there. Even without the ability to read fate, I know this matter was done by Long Chen. Duan Tianya has hundreds of ways to determine the true cause of Zhan Jizi's death. Long Chen, tell me, am I correct? Ku Jianying looked at Long Chen. Cough, actually, it wasn't done by just me. I did it with the Pill Fairy. If we were splitting the merit, she would be the main culprit, said Long Chen awkwardly. He really hadn't known that Zhan Jizi had such a background. He guessed that the Pill Fairy also hadn't known. It must be a secret only the senior generation knew. After a moment's hesitation, Long Chen finally decided to ask. He greatly longed to know the secret of the original devil race and why they had become enemies with the entire world. Alliance head, when it comes the original. This isn't a question you should ask. It's taboo. It would be best if you never mentioned it. Ku Jianying immediately interrupted him. She then profoundly added, there are no absolute rights or wrongs in this world. You've already grown up, and you know your responsibility. The reason I normally admonish you is in hopes that you will be more cautious in the future instead of always leaving a pile of crap for your seniors to clean up after you. After all, you've also grown into a large tree capable of blocking the wind and rain. You have to consider the big picture instead of being hot-tempered and charging forward blindly. However, when it comes to your choice, both myself and your sect leader support you. You must form your own opinion and determine your own responsibility. As long as you think your choice is right, then you do it. However, in that process, it would be best if you left yourself a path out so that you can survive while you still haven't grown to your peak state. Otherwise, the next time Heavenly Fate Island sneak attacks you, you won't be this lucky. Ku Jianying reached out and straightened Long Chen's collar. The current Ku Jianying didn't have any of the imposing dignity of the leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Instead, she seemed like an elder kindly teaching a child. Many thanks, Alliance head. Long Chen was moved inside. From the start, Ku Jianying had viewed him as her own child. What is there to thank? If that old man heard you thank me, he'd break your leg. Ku Jianying smiled faintly, but that smile contained a trace of worry. The odds of failure when attempting to break through the Nether Passage realm were extremely high. No one was guaranteed to pass. Right now, all she could do was wait. Senior Ku, how should we handle Heavenly Fate Island? Asked Li Tianxuan. There's no need for us to do anything. Let them continue. They are interfering with the heavenly Taos, so they won't have a good end. People like them walk the precipice between the inside and the outside of the heavenly Taos. Having made such a huge movement that interferes with the natural order of the heavenly Taos will definitely not let them off easily. HMPH, when the time comes, their deaths will definitely be miserable ones. Ku Jianying shook her head. Heavenly Fate Island cultivated the ability to see through the heavens. This kind of profession seemed amazing, but it was like dancing on the tip of a blade. If they only viewed things from the perspective of a bystander, perhaps it would be better. However, if they tried to interfere with fate, the heavenly Taos would immediately lock onto them. That was why Heavenly Fate Island didn't have many true disciples. Many of them died to heavenly tribulation because once you were locked onto by the heavenly Taos, when the time for your tribulation came, your heavenly tribulation would turn into heavenly punishment. Countless experts longed to be able to know the future while not imagining the danger involved. Each year, millions of disciples would enter Heavenly Fate Island to cultivate, but the number that could become core disciples was less than 1 in 10,000. Heavenly Fate Island didn't even need trials to wash out their disciples. If they could survive their tribulations, then they could continue studying the way to peer into the heavens. Many disciples committed a taboo of the heavenly Taos without even realizing it. When their tribulation transformed into heavenly punishment, they were turned to dust. So training in heaven-peering arts was like standing on a raised pole above a 30,000-meter cliff. Whether you went left or right, if you went past a limit, you would fall. An old monster like Duan Tianya definitely wouldn't be so foolish as to personally do anything to Long Chen. Most likely, he had used a large number of disciples to collect information about Long Chen from many different angles. That was the only possibility as to how he had made such a perfect scheme. He might not be as affected, but all those people who obeyed his orders would definitely die when their tribulations came. However, if Heavenly Fate Island wants to, can't they reuse these people? Asked Li Tianxuan. After all, they would die in any case. Using them once meant they died, but using them 10 times also meant that they died. Why not use the same people over and over again? You're overthinking it. They will only have one chance to do such large-scale calculations against Long Chen. Such large movements will definitely draw the attention of the heavenly Taos. The heavenly Taos will protect themselves, screening the lines of fate from those people. Duan Tianya would have to use another batch of people. However, if he does that, ignoring whether or not he cares if there will be any disciples left to carry out Heavenly Fate Island's inheritance, he himself will not get off lightly. If he tries to undergo such a large movement again, with him in charge twice, the heavenly Taos will lock onto him. Although he's at the Nether Passage realm and has no hope of further advancements, the heavens have other ways to punish people. His longevity will shorten by hundreds or even thousands of times. Do you think he would dare? Ku Jianying smiled. So that's the case. Li Tianxuan and Long Chen understood now. No wonder Ku Jianying dared to say that they wouldn't be able to pull off such a scheme again. In truth, Heavenly Fate Island was just a group of people that were full of tricks. But the heavenly Taos were merciless, and if they interfered with the heavenly Taos, they would invoke karma. However, even if Heavenly Fate Island does not try to read your fate again, you can't be careless. They have great influence, so be careful of them setting you up for something. In any case, just make sure not to give them anything they can use against you. You can leave the rest to me. As long as there's no proof, you can mess around as much as you want. I'll handle them, said Ku Jianying. Long Chen smiled. The feeling of having someone supporting him was truly good. However, some enmities had to be avenged personally. He had to give Heavenly Fate Island a painful lesson. Alright, let's not talk about these things. Aren't you interested in the reward for this battle? As soon as Ku Jianying said this, Long Chen's eyes began to shine. Money. Chapter 17-19 Terrifying Dong Mingyu. The Martial Heaven Alliance controlled a huge part of the entire continent's wealth. The Martial Heaven Alliance had its own ores and businesses. Originally, the Martial Heaven Alliance was established by all the continent's righteous sects. Although the Martial Heaven Alliance had such a huge amount of health, they were only in charge of overseeing it. They did not have the authority to directly use it. A portion of the Martial Heaven Alliance's wealth came from a yearly tax each large sect had to pay. Another portion came from the Martial Heaven Alliance's own mines and businesses, and another portion came from battle spoils won in battles against the corrupt path. This wealth was jointly owned, and each sect would pay tax according to its scale. Considering just how many righteous sects there were, the total sum was an astonishing amount. After all these years, the amount of wealth that it had accumulated could only be described as terrifying. However, this wealth had to be spent on defending the righteous path, raising geniuses, and rewarding merit. Furthermore, any large expenditures had to have the alliance head's personal nod of approval, as well as the elders. That was to avoid anyone being selfish or corrupt and abusing that wealth. Now, Long Chen had led the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples to defend the entire eastern Zan region's Devil Abyss. That meant that the Xuantian Dao sect was receiving all the eastern Zan region's reward. In the past, each time the Devil Abyss erupted, it would mean the sacrifices of countless disciples. The compensation for these disciples went to their sects. A single region's sects numbered in the tens of thousands. Each sect was given a reward based on their accomplishments, and just those rewards were extremely plentiful. Because the rest of the Eastern Zon region's sects had been instigated by others to not participate in the Devil Abyss, all their reward was going to the Xuantian Dao sect. What shocked Long Chen was that the reward set for the Eastern Zon region was a staggering sum of 15 billion spirit crystals. However, thinking about it, when 15 billion spirit crystals were split between tens of thousands of sects, just how much could each sect get? It wasn't just the sum that was shocking, but it also allowed Long Chen to see the power of the Martial Heaven Alliance. After all, the Eastern Zon region was just one of the 4 weaker regions. The Central Zon region's reward was definitely even greater because it had more sects and more devil creatures. Long Chen, I actually have to apologize for this matter of the rewards. Because the rewards for the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern regions always have to stay the same according to the rules. Hu Jianying couldn't help apologizing. This rule was based on the Devil Abyss's formation that split the devil creatures into several channels. The Central Zon region was always the main force, so it got a larger reward, while the rest of the devil creatures were split between the other 4 regions equally, so the reward was split equally as well. However, Long Chen had killed an even larger number of the devil creatures due to Heavenly Fate Island's sabotage. According to reason, he should obtain an even greater reward. Unfortunately, that matter was an accident, something unexpected. So if she wanted to reward Long Chen, she would have to go through the elders and have this matter fully investigated first. Heavenly Fate Island was so crafty, and they couldn't have left behind any evidence. Since this matter would remain murky and unclear, it would be very difficult to give Long Chen his big reward. Furthermore, Long Chen's kill points had explosively grown, to the point where there was no longer a number. That was also something that had not occurred in the history of the devil slaughtering rankings. Hu Jianying was clearer than anyone just how strict the reward system of the Martial Heaven Alliance was. Without bringing out all the evidence, obtaining the reward was very, very difficult. That was why Long Chen's current reward was just the base reward. The aftermath of Heavenly Fate Island was not taken into account, so those life-star level winged devils he had slain were not counted. If Long Chen wished to persevere in chasing after that reward, the Elder Hall of the Martial Heaven Alliance would send experts to investigate this matter, but with their strict rules, the chances of him obtaining the reward were slim. Hu Jianying disliked these strict and unbending rules, but there was nothing she could do about them, as they were passed down from countless years ago. Furthermore, without these strict rules, many people would be able to pull tricks with the reward, leading to greater corruption and greed. At that time, the day of the Martial Heaven Alliance's collapse would not be far. So despite how much Long Chen had done, she couldn't help him, making her feel guilty. It's fine. In any case, this is enough money for me. Long Chen smiled. The reason he lacked money was because he needed to rebuild the Xuantian Dao sect. 15 billion spirit crystals was more than enough. After discussing it with Li Tianxuan, they decided to split the 15 billion spirit crystals into 3 even portions. One portion would go to the Heaven-Splitting Battle sect. Li Tianxuan told Long Chen that in truth, the Heaven-Splitting Battle sect was so poor that they had nothing to eat. They had been reducing the number of disciples they were recruiting with each passing year. However, the Heaven-Splitting Battle sect cared far too much about face. If Li Tianxuan were to give them this money, they definitely wouldn't accept it. It would be up to Long Chen to handle that. Both the Heaven-Splitting Battle sect and the Xuantian Dao sect were united, and they were like Long Chen's family. Considering their absolute trust in him, Long Chen wouldn't let them suffer. Of course, there was no way that he could give his own money to the Heaven-Splitting Battle sect. With the old man's character, he would definitely beat Long Chen. However, when it came to splitting this reward after all the hard work had been done, there was no reason for the old man to refuse. The second portion of the money would go to the Xuantian Dao sect. It was enough to finish the construction and more. As for the remaining portion, Long Chen proposed splitting it amongst the families of the disciples who had died in the battle this time. This kind of compensation was too generous. It made even Hu Jianying nod with approval. It was no wonder so many disciples would follow Long Chen to death. After all, based on the current situation, just taking out 1 billion spirit crystals as compensation would be a stunning move. Long Chen, Yu and Guo Ran both entered the top 10. There are more benefits to that than you realize. As for what they are, you'll see soon. Ku Jianying smiled. Other than the reward for defending the Devil Abyss eruption, there is also the reward for dealing such a blow to the corrupt path. Little Li Tianxuan, you did well. This situation will be quickly verified, so it won't be long before we can confirm the damage done. In any case, you know what to do. Whether it's spirit crystals, divine items, or other spiritual objects, just request what you want. Many thanks, Senior. Li Tianxuan smiled. It wasn't just Long Chen who had put in work this time. Li Tianxuan had also dealt a blow to the corrupt path's netherpassage experts, and that came with a plentiful reward. So even though Long Chen had practically given away 5 billion spirit crystals to the families of the fallen, Li Tianxuan didn't mind. That money had been earned by Long Chen, and he could spend it however he pleased. Also, the Xuantian Dao sect's grand formation would be completed soon, so they wouldn't need that many spirit crystals anyway. Using a scheme, Li Tianxuan had managed to heavily injure the corrupt path's 3 devil kings. Once that matter was investigated, he would get his reward. After all, he had crippled a netherpassage expert. Alright, that's all the rewards I have. When I leave, try not to cause so much trouble. However, before leaving, let me warn you first, Long Chen. Don't think that taking first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings means that you can look down on the other experts, warned Ku Jianying. Don't worry, I definitely won't get a big head from this. After all, the reason I got first place was largely due to luck. Long Chen nodded. If it hadn't been for Yu Shaochen unleashing a divine ability that had completely stunned those life star level Empyrean winged blood devils, making them lose their ability to defend, his double dragon destruction wouldn't have been able to annihilate them. At most, he would have managed to kill the ones in the core region, but beyond that, it would be difficult to kill any more. Furthermore, other people had been killing Empyrean winged blood devils that were only on the soul transformation level, while he had been killing those on the life star level, giving him more points. It could be said that he had practically been cheating. If everyone had been in a similar situation, he wouldn't necessarily have gotten first place. So he didn't feel any superiority or confidence from getting first place. Ku Jianying nodded. Sometimes, Long Chen was still reliable. Then let me say this. All those who entered the top 10 are extremely powerful existences. That Leng Yuyan from the corrupt path is someone you want to be extremely cautious of. Rumor is that she possesses the spirit body of the corrupt god and will inherit the corrupt god's will in the future. You've already seen her killing power, but based on the information I gathered on her, she has no supreme area attacks. In other words, she got those kill points by swinging her sword. Furthermore, her kill points rose at a very steady rate, meaning she didn't unleash any large moves. That's the most terrifying part, the fact that she got so many kill points while barely trying. The fact that Leng Yuyan's kill points had risen at a steady pace showed that she hadn't released her full power. In that kind of scenario, she had still taken second. So Ku Jianying used the word terrifying to describe Leng Yuyan. That Leng Yuyan is a supreme expert of the corrupt path and upholds the corrupt god's mission. She is fated to be your mortal enemy, so don't be careless, warned Ku Jianying. Long Chen nodded. He had always felt her to be a formidable opponent capable of taking his life. He was even a bit afraid of her. Inside, he didn't want to be enemies with her. However, they were on opposite sides. Sooner or later, they would face each other, and one of them would die. Although Leng Yuyan had said that she would no longer try to kill him, that was relating only to their personal relationship. It didn't mean that she wouldn't attack if it was a battle between the righteous and corrupt paths. That kind of clash was unavoidable. Unless there came a day when Leng Yuyan betrayed the corrupt path, or Long Chen betrayed the righteous path, they would have to face each other with weapons in hands. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Long Chen's hatred toward the corrupt path would never change. Although he also didn't have any good feeling toward the righteous path, as there were far too many idiots inside it who fought amongst themselves all day long, he also knew that not everyone in the righteous path was like that. It was just that the control of many sects was in the hands of a group of idiots. In any case, his own position would not change, and Leng Yuyan's position would not change. The two of them had not encountered each other in a long time, but when that time came, it would probably be a battle to the death. Although Leng Yuyan is frightening, I'm still not that worried about her. The one I'm most worried about is Dong Mingyu. Before the eruption of the Devil Abyss, Dong Mingyu assassinated a netherpassage expert. Ku Jianying's expression was grave. But how is that possible? Long Chen was shocked. Chapter 17:20 Spirit Immortal Formation Sect and Gambling Heavenly Dao. Dong Mingyu was actually able to kill Nether Passage experts. Even Long Chen felt incomparably shocked. Even now, although he was strong enough to slap Di Long in the face repeatedly, that was when Di Long was caught off guard and had no defense up. If a Nether Passage expert were to use their full strength, then Long Chen would be sending himself to his death if he fought them. Even his chances of getting away alive would be very low. Hence, it was absolutely shocking to him that Dong Mingyu could kill a Nether Passage expert. You don't need to be too shocked. Dong Mingyu can assassinate a Nether Passage expert, not kill one. There's still a difference between them, said Ku Jianying. Assassination relied on opportunity, while killing relied on power. However, even in that case, managing to sneak attack a Nether Passage expert in control of life and death energy definitely couldn't be done entirely by luck. Let alone assassinating a Nether Passage expert, just holding the slightest hostility toward them as you approached would be instantly sensed by them. Assassinating one of them was essentially impossible. However, Dong Mingyu had done it. Rumor is that Dong Mingyu has awakened the killing god's blood mark, and her assassination arts are unmatched. She is the strongest killer in the history of the Bloodkill Hall. As you are already classified as a target that she must kill, you absolutely must be careful. An assassin is the most troublesome existence, warned Ku Jianying. Long Chen nodded, but he wasn't afraid. Having fought against the Bloodkill Hall so much, the 9-star hegemon body art had practically memorized their aura. He wasn't afraid of their assassinations. However, he definitely had to be careful of this Dong Mingyu. She was an assassin who did not specialize in group fighting, nor did she specialize in power, yet she still obtained third place. That meant that her one-on-one killing power had to be on an extreme level. Otherwise, there was no way she could assassinate a Nether Passage expert. Speaking of which, who did Dong Mingyu assassinate? Asked Long Chen curiously. Ku Jianying's expression became odd. Her own master. Her master. Yes. The Bloodkill Hall has this kind of inheritance where apprentices will try to assassinate their masters, while the masters will also try to assassinate their apprentices once the latter manage to threaten their position. These kinds of ancient conventions aren't something outsiders like us would understand. In any case, assassins assassinating assassins is very normal to them, said Ku Jianying. Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch seemed to have expected that result. They understood more about the Bloodkill Hall than Long Chen. Then does that mean that the Bloodkill Hall's Nether Passage experts are more terrifying than other Nether Passage experts? If even her own master couldn't avoid being killed by her, couldn't she kill other Nether Passage experts easily? Asked Long Chen with disbelief. Ku Jianying shook her head. You can't extrapolate this matter that way. The Bloodkill Hall's disciples and masters are constantly scheming against each other. It includes their habits, how they prefer to attack, their patterns, their flaws, all of it is a constant whirlpool of scheming. Their profession's unique point is that other than the killing god and themselves, they won't trust anyone else. Everyone else is an enemy. When they see others, they are constantly calculating their flaws and how to kill them. So the Bloodkill Hall's assassins prefer to be carrying out missions rather than staying in the Bloodkill Hall, because if they stayed for too long, others would have more chances to secretly observe them, and it would be even more dangerous. That's why the fact that Dong Mingyu could assassinate her Nether Passage master is because she is very familiar with her master. Of course, we can't know if she relied on power or scheming to kill her master, but in any case, she is very dangerous, even more dangerous than Lang Yuyan. I understand. Long Chen nodded. As for that true immortal Jiaoqi, he's quite an amazing figure. He possesses two different bloodlines, one from the Heavenly Blood River Drake and the other from the Storm Wind Qilin. The Storm Wind Qilin might not be the true divine beast known as the Qilin, but it contains a trace of the Qilin's blood. Their speed is shocking. As for his father, he's a supreme expert from the Heavenly Blood River Drake race, one with an extremely pure bloodline. This race specializes in power. In fact, their power approaches the power of dragons. So true immortal Jiaoqi was born with practically divine power. He inherited the divine abilities of the Heavenly Blood River Drake and the speed of the Storm Wind Qilin. He possesses both great power and speed and is a very terrifying existence amongst the Zon beasts. If you face him alone in the future, it might be difficult to avoid a fierce battle. Be careful. Ku Jianying was solemn when it came to true immortal Jiaoqi. He also wasn't ordinary. After talking about true immortal Jiaoqi, she continued, as for Mo Nian, there's nothing to say, correct? I heard you are good friends. Yes. More accurately, we should be classified as life and death brothers. Long Chen nodded. All right then, you flipped the eastern Zan region, while Mo Nian caused chaos in the western Zan region. You two really are a pair of brothers. The two of you have been called the eastern madman and the western wretch. He really is wretched. He actually calls himself a scholar, a pioneer of archaeology and an explorer of geology. He says he is unearthing the civilization and the culture of the ancients. But in truth, he is just doing shameful things all day. Many years ago, the Mo family was majestic and grand. Now, this little fellow has fallen to the point of digging up tombs to vent. It makes one sigh. Hu Jianying really did sigh, her expression one of sorrow. Alliance head, are you saying Mo Nian's family was very amazing back in the day? Asked Long Chen. Of course they were. Back then, the leader of the ancient family alliance was the Mo family. The Di family only took their place later on. As for what happened then, you don't need to ask. Something as messy and chaotic as that. Gives me a headache as soon as it's mentioned. Hu Jianying waved her hand. She clearly was very discontented with the Di family, and her voice seemed to contain a kind of disdain. She didn't wish to talk about it. Since you call him your brother, it is fated that you will go against Di Long. It's no wonder Di Long would be so shameless in an effort to eliminate you. HMPH, after finding something to rely on, does the Di family think they can get away with anything? Does he not realize that once he loses that support that he relies on, he will have become so weak himself that he won't be able to stand? Whatever, that's not your affair. Just talking about these things is irritating. Long Chen, just be careful. Don't get tricked by the devil slaughter rankings, said Ku Jianying. Tricked? Yes, don't think that the strongest geniuses are on the devil slaughter rankings. First of all, the ancient races, Zan beasts, corrupt path, ancient family alliance, and other powers only chose to send a single representative. Those representatives have amazing area attacks that give them an advantage when it comes to the devil slaughter rankings, but that doesn't mean that those people are necessarily the strongest, said Ku Jianying. Long Chen nodded. I know, not everyone powerful is skilled in group fighting, and not everyone likes standing out. If I had a choice, I also wouldn't want to take first place. From the start, he hadn't been planning on taking first place. His goal had been for Guo Ran to have it. However, his plans had been forced to change. Many people were definitely thinking like him, so the devil slaughter rankings could not be used to say that those were the strongest geniuses of this world. At most, it could be used as a rough reference. Ah, I almost forgot, you should also take note of that Hu Feng and Sha Chen. I've investigated Sha Chen, and he should be the heir to the Spirit Immortal Formation sect from ancient times. This sect had essentially vanished for tens of thousands of years, but now it has reappeared. Rumor is that the Spirit Immortal Formation sect has no actual combat power, so they don't like to reveal themselves. However, once they establish a formation, it is capable of overturning the land and sea. Even peak experts, no matter how high their cultivation base or combat power, will end up dying if they fall into their formation. As for Hu Feng, he's also a marvel. He should be the one to inherit the legendary Gambling Heavenly Tao. The heirs of the Gambling Heavenly Tao all have a strange nickname, the 50-50s. The 50-50s. Long Chen didn't understand what that meant. Li Tianxuan was the one who explained, it seems the Great Era has truly started to descend if even the Gambling Heavenly Tao's heir has appeared. The Gambling Heavenly Tao's heirs live off gambling. It's a very strange sect. It is said that they do not cultivate magical arts or spiritual yuan. Instead, they cultivate luck. It's an ancient sect, one that was mysterious even in the ancient era. There are very few recordings of them. In each generation, there will only be one heir, and there is no need for a master and apprentice to pass down the inheritance. Sometimes, a new heir will appear after a few hundred years, and sometimes there might be no news of them even after thousands of years. However, one thing is certain. That is that all the Gambling Heavenly Tao's heirs have heaven-defying luck, and it is very difficult for them to be killed by someone. When they encounter an opponent, no matter how high that opponent's cultivation base, no matter how strong they are, they will always have a 50% chance of winning. But why does that sound so completely unreliable? Long Chen couldn't believe it. If this Hu Feng encountered a Nether Passage expert at the Sea Expansion realm, he would still have a 50% chance of winning. Yes, this is the power of the Gambling Heavenly Tao. Even if Hu Feng was just at the Shantian realm, he would still have a 50% chance of winning. However, due to their heaven-defying luck, it's almost impossible for them to encounter enemies that are stronger than them. That's the only reason this strange nickname of 50/50s appeared. Even in the entire cultivation world, only the gambling Heavenly Dao's heirs have such heaven-defying abilities. Long Chen, there are all kinds of marvels in this world. With the Great Era silently descending, sects that belonged only in legends have started to awaken. All kinds of monsters are being born. You cannot be overconfident. That's correct. Even the heirs of the Spirit Immortal Formation sect and gambling Heavenly Dao have appeared. More monsters like them will appear. This is an era of marvels, as well as an era of blood. No one knows who will be the one to walk to the peak of the martial path and dominate this era, added Ku Jianying. I understand. For some reason, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure. Instead, he felt a grand feeling. This era was growing more and more interesting. Ku Jianying said a few more words before leaving. She had too many things to handle, and that made Long Chen sigh. If she was so busy, how did she have time to cultivate? Reporting to the Zan Master, a man calling himself Sha Chen had come asking to see senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Chapter 17:21 Sha Chen joins. He was a thin and somewhat frail-looking man, with a fair complexion. He didn't look like a martial artist but rather almost scholarly. If he wore a scholar's band and held a white fan in his hand, he would look even more like one. That was the first impression that Sha Chen gave Long Chen. Long Chen could sense his aura and knew that he was definitely a soul transformation expert. However, the fluctuations of his spiritual yuan were very weak, so weak that Long Chen found it unimaginable. They were even weaker than a foundation forging expert. Are you surprised? In a private room, Sha Chen faced Long Chen with a slight smile. I really am a bit. No wonder you were unwilling to reveal yourself until now, said Long Chen. It's not that I was unwilling, but that I didn't dare. I'm very afraid of dying. Sha Chen smiled bitterly. A formation cultivator didn't necessarily have a good life. They could only move within the protection of their own formations. If they left their formations, they would be like plucked hedgehogs. They would lose all ability to resist. It was a rare profession in the cultivation world. They had both amazing powers as well as fatal weaknesses. Long Chen knew that Sha Chen couldn't reveal himself easily, as that was exposing himself to danger. Even the weakest of Empyreans would be able to easily slay him. I've never had a chance to thank you. However, I also don't like such formality, so if you have any difficulties, just tell me, said Long Chen. Whether it was the barrier in the Grand Sha or the formation diagram he had gifted to the Xuantian Dao sect, those were huge favors. A single word of thanks was unable to make up for it. Brother Long, you're as direct as the rumors said. Yes, I came to ask if you have any of the devil cores of the Empyrean winged blood devils that had reached the life star level. Sha Chen also spoke directly upon seeing Long Chen was so straightforward. I do. Long Chen thought for a moment. I'm not too sure on the exact number, but it should be over 100,000. It was Lu Ruyan who had cleaned up the battlefield. Long Chen didn't know how many devil cores she had gathered, but he knew how many of the Empyrean winged blood devils he had slain. Those Empyrean winged blood devils had been extremely strong, and their devil cores were priceless treasures. Even the devil cores belonging to those at the soul transformation level had managed to survive the touch of the black water, so the ones belonging to the life star level should be even harder to destroy and must have mostly survived. Over 100,000, Sha Chen gasped upon hearing that number. He then bitterly smiled. No wonder your Dragonblood Legion is so powerful, the #1 legion on the Martial Heaven continent. This kind of money-making ability is unrivaled. The value of the devil cores from soul transformation level heavenly winged blood devils was extremely high, while the devil cores from those at the life star level were absolute treasures. The total price of the devil cores in Long Chen's hands was not lower than the reward Ku Jianying had given them. You came for the life star level devil cores? Asked Long Chen. Sha Chen smiled with a touch of embarrassment, but he thickened his face and nodded. Alright, then I'll call someone over to get them all for you. The devil cores might be treasures, but they weren't valuable when compared to lives. Back in the Grand Han, if it hadn't been for Sha Chen's barrier, it was unknown how many Dragonblood warriors would have died. So if Sha Chen needed the devil cores, Long Chen would give them all to him without hesitation. He immediately called for someone. Wait a moment, Sha Chen hastily waved his hand. Sha Chen was conflicted. He sighed, in truth, I shouldn't have come to the Xuantian Dao sect. Why is that? Asked Long Chen curiously. I've long since heard about your magnanimity and grandness that gives you the charisma to win over others. I didn't want to see you because I didn't want to be won over as well. I made all kinds of preparations before coming, but I didn't expect to fall into your trap with just a word from you, said Sha Chen. Long Chen couldn't help but smile. He understood what Sha Chen meant. I'm not such a good person, but I know how to repay favors. If someone helps me, I'll remember them. Didn't you also help me because I helped your Grand Shah? Money is just a worldly possession, and compared to the lives of my brothers, these devil cores are worthless. Of course, if you were to join the Dragonblood Legion, we would all be brothers, and we would welcome you with open arms. If you would rather continue being a lone operator without any constraints, I won't force you either. We would still be friends and brothers. However, I feel like the Dragonblood Legion suits you very well. If you were to join, your weakness would be made up for by others. By joining a group, you would become a real expert. Sha Chen bitterly smiled. Sorry, I rather like being alone. That's fine. Even if we aren't together, we can still cooperate. There will still be chances to fight alongside each other in the future. Long Chen didn't mind Sha Chen's refusal. Top experts always like to be solitary. They were used to it, and it was very difficult for them to join a group. This was just their habit, and they felt a revulsion toward groups. Just as the two of them were speaking, Guo Ran came into the room, holding a spatial ring in his hand. Let me introduce you to. This is Guo Ran, one of my brothers, said Long Chen. I've long since heard the great name of the Golden Armor Warrior. You even managed to leave your name on the Devil Slaughter rankings this time. Congratulations. Sha Chen cupped his hands toward Guo Ran. Wait, the Golden Armor Warrior. I actually have such an amazing nickname. I didn't even know. Brother, no, big bro, my dearest brother, do you know any other stories about me? Please, let me hear them. Here, I'll pour some water right now. Guo Ran immediately forgot everything else after hearing this nickname. Stop messing around and give the spatial ring to Sha Chen, said Long Chen. Sha Chen, you're Sha Chen. Guo Ran jumped. Long Chen took the spatial ring from Guo Ran's hand and gave it to Sha Chen. All the life star level Empyrean winged blood devil's devil cores are in here. Sha Chen received the spatial ring. After that, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You win. I wish to join the Dragonblood Legion. Sha Chen was a generation's genius and the heir of the Grand Spirit Immortal Formation sect. However, he had been completely won over by Long Chen's methods. The reason he had refused to join the Dragonblood Legion before had just been a test. However, even though he had refused to join, Long Chen had still given him all these priceless devil cores. That had won Sha Chen over. Ha ha ha. Fool, you've fallen for it. Guo Ran suddenly laughed. From outside the door, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and Yu Zifeng walked in. They cupped their fists to Sha Chen. Congratulations on joining the Dragonblood Legion. After greeting Sha Chen, they unwillingly bowed toward Guo Ran and said, Boss Guo Ran. What are you fellows up to? Demanded Long Chen. Sha Chen was startled and suddenly looked at the spatial ring in his hand. Only now did he look inside it to see that there were no devil cores inside. Instead, there was just a piece of paper. That paper had a single line of ugly writing on it. Congratulations on joining the Dragonblood Legion. Starting today, we're all brothers, so don't take offense from this little joke. Ha ha ha, wasn't I right? What hero could possibly resist boss's charisma? Those who can resist aren't heroes. You didn't believe me when I said this, but look now. Your boss Guo Ran's prophecy has come true. Guo Ran laughed, extremely pleased with himself. It seemed that they had already received word that Sha Chen had come. Guo Ran had prophesied that Sha Chen wouldn't be able to run away after coming. He would definitely join the Dragonblood Legion. Ji Yuyong and the others had felt that Sha Chen joining them would be very difficult. After all, he had always been a solitary figure. Even if he could become friends with Long Chen, it wasn't likely that he would join the Dragonblood Legion. As a result, they had made a bet, and Guo Ran had won. Sha Chen's expression was odd while Long Chen was speechless. He scolded, Guo Ran, this joke of yours is a bit too much. It's not too much at all. Big brother Sha Chen definitely won't get angry, right? Guo Ran laughed and nudged Sha Chen. Let me tell you, joining the Dragonblood Legion is definitely the best decision of your life. With your divine formations and my forging arts, plus boss's wealth, we can accomplish anything. You want to merge my formations with your forging? Sha Chen's eyes suddenly began to shine. Exactly. Adding your formations onto my concealed weapons and then adding my concealed weapons into your formations. That kind of power. Guo Ran involuntarily gulped. His fervent expression was very frightening. I haven't thought of that. If we could merge your explosives into my formations, their power would multiply. However, I haven't managed to merge my formations with martial weapons. I don't know if it will work, but we can try it. Sha Chen was also excited. This kind of thinking was absolutely wild. It was practically a fantasy. However, Guo Ran felt that it was possible, and the two of them clicked instantly. There's no time to lose. Let's start testing right now. Guo Ran was a fanatic when it came to testing new things like this. He didn't even want to waste a second. Don't. We have to have a celebration for Sha Chen first, said Ji Yuyong. There's no need for a celebration. I feel like some of Guo Ran's ideas might really work, and I also want to test them out. Sometimes inspiration is fleeting, so we can't wait. No one had expected Sha Chen to also be such a fanatic. He and Guo Ran were birds of a feather, and they vanished like a puff of smoke. Long Chen and the others looked at each other. This ending was so sudden that they didn't quite know how to react. Guo Ran and Sha Chen had actually hit it off so easily. I feel like with those two fellows together, they'll be able to create some extraordinary unique things. Ji Yuyong looked in the direction the two of them had left. The others nodded profoundly. With Guo Ran's crazy ideas, he could come up with anything. Adding formations into the mix, who knew what he would make? Chapter 1722 Strengthening the Dragonblood Legion. Sha Chen really stayed just like that. It's hard to believe. Ji Yuyong and the others felt that this was too sudden. He wanted to join from the start. It's just that experts always have to find an excuse so they won't embarrass themselves. Long Chen smiled. Ji Yuyong gave him a thumbs up. Boss is wise. Long Chen shook his head. There's nothing wise about it. Even if he didn't join, I would do my best to help him when he needs it. Sha Chen is like us and doesn't like owing favors. Considering our compatible characters, we'd sooner or later be one family. As soon as Long Chen had seen Sha Chen here, he had essentially seen through the latter's thoughts. Although Sha Chen was strong, he was isolated from the rest of the world and wasn't able to hide his emotions as well as others. As for Long Chen, having had to deal with all kinds of people since childhood and enduring countless setbacks, he could guess a person's character and thoughts with just a glance. So he wasn't surprised that Sha Chen would join at all. However, the fact that Guo Ran would be so excited about Sha Chen joining was a bit of a surprise. The two of them had hit it off as soon as they met, so much so that it was like they regretted not having met earlier. The only bad side to Sha Chen joining was that the pressure on Long Chen to make more money had increased. He had long since heard that formation cultivator was a profession that burned the most money in this world. Furthermore, it was the kind of profession that cost greatly but didn't get any return. Most of the time, a formation cultivator's income would come from being hired by others to establish or design formations. The Dragonblood Legion was full of warriors. They might be good at fighting, but making money was not their forte. Fortunately, the best money-making profession was alchemists. As long as Long Chen continuously refined pills, he would be able to raise this huge legion. Long Chen told Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch that Sha Chen had joined the Dragonblood Legion. The Patriarch was shocked, while Li Tianxuan was calm as if he had long since expected this. Li Tianxuan was extremely clear on the charisma Heaven to Fire had. That kind of charisma was difficult to resist for men and women. As soon as Sha Chen had come, Li Tianxuan had known that he wouldn't be able to leave. The next day, Sha Chen and Guo Ran excitedly ran over to Long Chen. Guo Ran shouted, boss, we spent all night formulating some formations for the troops. It can increase the battle power of the Dragonblood Legion by over 10 times. 10 times? Long Chen almost jumped out of his chair. The Dragonblood warriors had already gone through the tempering of the Blood Soul Stone and the Blood Essence Stone. Their power had been raised to a terrifying level already. If their power was increased by another 10 times, wouldn't they be equivalent to Empyreans? Sha Chen nodded. With my formations plus Guo Ran's armor and weapons, if the two are made to complement each other, it will form a natural cycle of strengthening. 10 times is just an initial hypothesis. If we can reach the point where all 10,000 are one, the power that can be unleashed will be enough to shake heaven and earth. Sha Chen was confident and full of excitement. Formation cultivators didn't only have solo formations but also had formations for troops. Of course, Sha Chen had no troops under his command before this. Now that he had the most elite legion on the continent, the dream he had never been able to obtain had finally become reality. Just as Long Chen had said, Sha Chen greatly wished to join the Dragonblood Legion but didn't know how to. Long Chen's actions had given him a way to join without losing face. The Dragonblood Legion was the most suitable place for him in this world. Here, he would be able to show his greatest splendor. This is a good thing. What do you need from me? Asked Long Chen. Money. Sha Chen blushed, while Guo Ran was very direct. No problem, I can give some devil cores to Zheng Wenlong and the money will flow in, said Long Chen. We can't. These devil cores are priceless treasures that we need. We can't sell them. Boss, you should go tell the Zan Master that the sect's 5 billion spirit crystals should be given to us. I'll finish the construction of the Dao sect's formation, and that will increase its power even more than what it would have been otherwise. It will also save some money, proposed Sha Chen. All right, I'll go mention it to the Zan Master. It would be best if the Dao sect's construction progresses along with the Dragonblood Legion's upgrade. We aren't lacking money, we're lacking time. If you run out of money, just tell me and I'll think of something. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. Haha, do you see? This is our boss. We just have to do our own work. There's no need for us to bother with anything else. Guo Ran patted Sha Chen on the shoulder, laughing. Sha Chen was a bit emotional. Not needing to worry about money really feels good. I've had so many bitter days of being broke and lacking confidence. If it weren't for that, I'd have definitely gotten in the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter rankings. However, fortunately I chose not to try, or I'd have gone bankrupt. Sha Chen had always been a solitary figure. The materials for his formations had been purchased by himself, and they were very expensive. Although he had obtained some materials when he had gained his inheritance and had always been very meticulous with his formations, he had always been low on money. Now that he had found a big money bag called Long Chen, he felt how blessed the days when he didn't have to worry about money were. Speaking of which, other than to show off, are there any other benefits of getting into the top 10? Asked Guo Ran suddenly. There are. I heard it's an amazing reward, which is why I tried to get into it, but my wallet couldn't handle the price. Sha Chen shook his head. If he had had money, he was confident he could have gotten into the top 10. Who distributes that reward? Asked Long Chen. No wonder Ku Jianying had said that there would be another pleasant surprise. I'm not sure. It seems to relate to some kind of secret. All I know is that once the reward comes, the top 10 will instantly soar, said Sha Chen. Long Chen nodded. Since that was the case, they just had to wait for the good news. Long Chen immediately went to talk to Li Tianxuan. Li Tianxuan naturally didn't refuse Sha Chen's plan, so Long Chen arranged it. In truth, Long Chen could have directly taken this money. Li Tianxuan had said that this money would belong to the Dragonblood Legion because the reward for heavily injuring the Corrupt Path's Devil Kings was enough to rebuild the sect. However, the reward for injuring the Corrupt Path would take some time to come, so Long Chen had been planning on using the spirit crystals to rebuild the sect first. Now that there was a formation Grand Master present, there was no need to worry about it. They didn't even need to pay for outside labor. They only needed the Dao sect's people to work together to finish it off. It was convenient and cheap. Sha Chen changed some vital portions of the formation. The places that originally would have required spirit crystals to power had been switched with devil cores. These devil cores, most amazing point was that they were still alive in the sense that they continuously absorbed energy from the air that could be extracted to power the formation. Those ancient formations didn't have this ability and would instead require a huge amount of spirit crystals to function. Each time the formation was activated, it would cost a huge amount of spirit crystals. An ordinary sect wouldn't even be able to afford that cost. However, after being switched to devil cores, not only did that allow the formation to be activated to a certain level at all times, but any extra energy could be stored, saved for a real fight. It could also be converted to other kinds of energy. That was why these devil cores were such priceless treasures. Sha Chen immediately began working with Guo Ran. He spent half his time rebuilding the Dao sect, while the other half was spent refining the Dragonblood Legion's battle formation. He was also working with Guo Ran to invent new armor and weapons that were connected to the formation, allowing the Dragonblood Legion to unleash even greater power. Although the two of them had come up with the basic principles, going from theoretical to practical required constant testing. It was a long and arduous process. Fortunately, both of them were shockingly talented in this regard, and both worked hard. The formation gradually took shape, and the Dragonblood warriors were drilling with them. They gradually began to feel just how powerful this formation was, exciting them. They were filled with anticipation for their future accomplishments. While the two of them were busily working, the news that the Xuantian Dao sect had obtained a 15 billion spirit crystal reward spread throughout the eastern Zan region. The fact that Long Chen had split that reward into 3 equal portions also spread. The entire region was shocked that he had given one portion to the heaven-splitting battle sect and one to the families of the dead as compensation. It had to be known that many sects only had a few hundred spirit crystals in total. Possessing a few million spirit crystals would make them a first-rate sect. As for the Xuantian Dao sect, it had instantly obtained 15 billion spirit crystals. Countless sects were jealous, as well as regretful. They had listened to other people's enticement and decided not to participate in the Battle of the Devil Abyss, allowing the Xuantian Dao sect to devour the entire reward itself. How could they not be jealous? The heaven-splitting battle sect had only sent 3,000 people. None of them had died, but they had been given 5 billion spirit crystals. As a result, some people began to criticize Long Chen for his favoritism. The Xuantian Dao sect had lost tens of thousands of disciples, while the heaven-splitting battle sect hadn't even lost one, yet both sides were getting the same 5 billion spirit crystals. Wasn't he saying that the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples were more valuable than the others? Some experts even began to instigate trouble with the families of the dead, telling them to come out and criticize the Xuantian Dao sect. Regretfully for them, those families ignored them. It wasn't as if they were fools. The current Xuantian Dao sect was an enormous existence that they couldn't do anything about. Furthermore, their compensation for the deceased disciples was already too generous. Although some people might be affected by some rumors and feel a bit of dissatisfaction, they were well aware of Long Chen's temper. Whoever dared to cause trouble for the Xuantian Dao sect would be wiped out without hesitation. He wouldn't mind reuniting them with their dead family members. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain those rumors. Li Tianxuan also sent word that the Xuantian Dao sect was allied with the heaven-splitting battle sect, and the heaven-splitting battle sect would fight to the death for them. According to reason, the reward should have been split in 2 ways. The only reason it was split in 3 was because of their generosity to the families of the deceased. The compensation that the Xuantian Dao sect had paid out was definitely over 10 times what the other regions had given. If people didn't believe that, they could go check and confirm for themselves. With just that, those voices instigating trouble fell silent. Li Tianxuan's words were absolutely correct. Any dissatisfaction was only because they hadn't compared themselves with the other regions. As soon as they did, they realized how generous the Xuantian Dao sect had been. However, just as the first wave of rumors were placated, another piece of news caused new waves. Chapter 1723 The Skyscraping World. Heavenly Fate Island had made a public announcement to the Martial Heaven continent. This announcement was sharply pointed at Long Chen. It criticized Long Chen for starting slanderous rumors toward Heavenly Fate Island, groundlessly accusing them of crimes that they hadn't done in order to ruin their reputation. In order to defend their reputation and dignity, Heavenly Fate Island demanded Long Chen to admit to his mistakes and retract what he had said. Otherwise, to protect their reputation, they would be forced to impose sanctions on him. It was an announcement that lacked any substance. This was just the natural move done by any party who knew the other side had no proof. All they had to do was refuse to admit to their own actions, and without proof, no one could do anything to them. The reason they made this announcement was because Long Chen had broadcast that Heavenly Fate Island had intentionally sabotaged him in the Devil Abyss. That news had caused large waves in the Martial Heaven continent. Long Chen's message on the Devil Slaughter rankings had been a challenge to Heavenly Fate Island. Considering that Long Chen was the one who had first accused Heavenly Fate Island and made their feud public, the majority of people believed that his challenge wasn't based on nothing. After all, if it weren't for a deep enmity, who would be willing to be enemies with Heavenly Fate Island? Heavenly Fate Island was an existence countless sects were afraid of. Now, Heavenly Fate Island had made their own voice heard, but the majority of people didn't believe it. This was just a standard response to such an accusation. Everyone had seen this kind of sequence countless times. In the face of Heavenly Fate Island's announcement, Long Chen's only reply was, "Just wait." He couldn't be bothered to play this game with them. Right now, he still didn't have the power to destroy them. However, He wouldn't just bottle his anger up inside. He had already expressed his anger, and when the time was ripe, they would have to face his rage. It just wasn't that time yet. Other than Sha Chen's arrival, another pleasant surprise to the Dragonblood Legion was that Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, and Li Qi had already felt a change in their heavenly Tao manifestations. Long Chen just stared blankly when he heard this news, but Li Tianxuan went wild with joy. He told Long Chen that this was a sign that their manifestations had started to awaken. They should immediately go into seclusion. After experiencing this life and death battle, Meng Qi and the others' mental realms had risen greatly. They had never been as close to death as they had been this time, particularly when the corrupt experts had launched their suicidal attacks. Under that immense pressure of death and after the baptism of the blood soul stones, they had actually broken through a heavenly Tao bottleneck. Long Chen was also delighted when he realized what this meant and immediately told them to go into seclusion. Once their manifestations awoke, their combat power would rise to a new level. This was practically their biggest gain from the Devil Abyss. "Brother Long, I'm hungry. I want to go out." Just as Guo Ran and Sha Chen were busy working while the others went into seclusion, Wild suddenly came to find Long Chen. Long Chen jumped in fright when he saw Wild's current state. After just a few days, Wild had gotten even skinnier. He looked like he was skin and bones. That arm and leg from the Zon Beast expert he had eaten had been used up just like that. "Okay, I'll accompany you and get you food. But before eating, come with me to a certain place." The Xuantian Dao sect was calm now. The formation was being completed perfectly thanks to Sha Chen. Meanwhile, the Dragonblood warriors were hard at work drilling their new battle formation, and Meng Qi and the others were in seclusion. Right now, there was nothing he needed to do here, so Long Chen wanted to take a trip to the eastern Zon city. After telling Li Tianxuan, Long Chen and Wild got on a transportation formation that brought them to the eastern Zon city. Wild stayed in a flying boat, while Long Chen had changed his appearance. They stealthily found the stronghold of the original devil race. This was a place that Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen had agreed to meet. In the Devil Abyss, Yu Xiaochen had helped him before immediately vanishing. He had to go see her. "The sacred daughter has returned to the clan. She implored me to bring you to the skyscraping world as soon as you came." Within the secret stronghold was a life-star elder of the original devil race. "Did something happen in the original devil race?" asked Long Chen solemnly. Last time, the seventh elder had been forced to leave hastily due to something happening. This time, Yu Xiaochen hadn't even had time to stay a few days. It sounded like something serious had happened. "Yes, it's an issue with the skyscraping world. Do you want to start going now and talk on the way?" Long Chen nodded, and with that elder, they began flying toward the martial heaven sea ring on a flying boat. On the way, the elder explained that the skyscraping world was a minor world, and now that the Great Era was descending, the martial heaven continent's world energy was squeezing it, causing cracks to appear in many parts of it. Those spatial cracks opened the path for demonic beasts to invade. The demonic beasts had started coming a year ago. The original devil race had sent blockades to the spatial cracks to kill the demonic beasts that came out. However, it wasn't that they were too strong, but that they came in an unending tide. As time passed, the spatial cracks grew larger, and stronger demonic beasts started to appear. There were now over 10 major spatial cracks in the skyscraping world. The largest one was over 1,000 miles long. Powerful demonic beasts were constantly pouring into the skyscraping world, forcing the original devil race to defend day and night. The majority of the original devil race's energy was being taken up by the demonic beasts. Even some of their experts that had been out on missions had been called back. "Are the demonic beasts very powerful?" asked Long Chen. "Their actual killing power isn't very great, but their numbers are too high, and there's no break to it. It has been over a year already, and it's exhausting. However, there's no easy solution," sighed the elder. Long Chen's eyes brightened. He looked behind him at the sleeping Wild. He smiled. "Perhaps my brother can resolve this problem of yours." The flying boat continued onward. Wild was still sleeping in the back. As there was nothing to eat, Wild stayed in this state to conserve energy. Other than being active and awake on the first day, Wild had been listless after waking up. Long Chen had examined his body and found that it was entering a similar state to when Long Chen had first met him. The majority of his cells were once more starting to fall into slumber, with only a small portion being active. In other words, putting it like how a human cultivated, Wild had advanced a whole level and was at the early stage of a new level. After advancing, Wild required even more meat than ever before. That Zonbeast expert had been at the Nether Passage realm, but even an arm and a leg from him had only been enough to fuel Wild for a short while. The current Wild was a real monster. The flying boat quickly flew to the northeastern part of the sea ring. After a few days, the elder had Long Chen stop at a certain coordinate within the sea. It was a very unremarkable location. The elder took out an ancient bone talisman and made a stroke with it through the air. A resplendent light enveloped the flying boat. Long Chen felt the flying boat enter a current of space. The elder made another stroke through the air with the bone talisman, bringing the flying boat into a different current. Long Chen knew that this was an extremely complicated method of transportation. Even if others found the location, without knowing the spatial nodes, they would never find the real entrance. This was 100% safe. After 9 times, a transportation formation appeared ahead in the air. This transportation formation was actually in the sky, completely out of Long Chen's expectations. He had thought that the final transportation formation would be at the bottom of the sea ring. Once they were there, Long Chen saw 4 more elders sitting cross-legged in the air like 4 statues. They only opened their eyes when the flying boat approached. The devil character appeared in their eyes. These 4 elders might only be at the Life Star realm, but the pressure they exuded was startling. Long Chen's flying boat had its own defenses, but their eyes seemed to be able to see through anything. After looking at the flying boat, the 4 of them formed hand seals, causing the transportation formation's runes to light up. It formed a channel, and Long Chen's flying boat was drawn out of his control. The flying boat shuddered. The world in front of Long Chen's eyes changed. He felt an aura that was completely different from the martial heaven continent. This was a barren land with unending mountains and no tall trees, only some short vegetation. Most places were covered in bare rock. Those rocks looked like they had experienced many years. The aura of powerful experts still lingered on them. There were even some faint red marks. It seemed that the blood of experts had seeped into these rocks. The skyscraping world was originally a sacred and holy land, but after experiencing countless battles, it's gained its current appearance, said the elder sadly. Why has our original devil race become the target of all the martial heaven continent's experts? Long Chen had wanted to ask this many times on the way here, but he had endured. Seeing the scene in front of him, he could no longer hold back his curiosity. He knew that this was most likely the original devil race's greatest secret. There had never been a good time for him to ask, but when Yu Xiaochen had helped him annihilate those Empyrean winged blood devils, he had thought of a certain possibility. You should personally ask the sacred daughter this question. The story's too long, and having an old man like me tell it would make it sound tedious. The elder smiled faintly. His eyes contained a different kind of meaning. The flying boat continued onward. The remnant pressure lingering on the ground grew stronger, and countless gorges appeared in the ground. Along the dark red rocks, it was like everything was shouting that this had once been a battlefield. After half a day, they finally arrived at a giant gate. This gate was so tall that it reached the clouds. A giant devil character was carved into the top of it. That devil character shone with divine light. It was like it was the mark of a god. In front of the giant gate was a beautiful woman, waiting with a smile. Long Chen also smiled. He finally got to see Yu Xiaochen again. Chapter 1724 Yu Xian. Today, Yu Xiaochen wasn't wearing a veil. Standing there, she was surpassingly beautiful as she watched Long Chen's flying boat approaching her. When Long Chen walked out, the elder had wisely left. Only Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen remained standing in front of the gate. Their eyes locked, calmly looking at one another. After parting in the eastern wasteland, they hadn't seen each other for several years. Although Yu Xiaochen had appeared for a moment in the last battle, she had only been there for a moment. I missed you. Long Chen opened his mouth several times, in the end only capable of forcing out a few words. Yu Xiaochen's smile deepened. Her eyes turned into crescent moons, and those crescent moons had beautiful dewdrops inside them. Let's go. I'll bring you to my mom. Yu Xiaochen blushed slightly, but she still brazenly held Long Chen's hand, unable to conceal her delight. Ah, can you get someone to look after the flying boat? Wild is still sleeping inside. Long Chen pointed to the flying boat with a smile. He didn't want to wake Wild up for nothing. Once he woke up, he would be using up even more energy and feeling incredibly hungry. To Wild, hunger was a kind of torment. Don't worry, within the skyscraping world, everything is safe, said Yu Xiaochen. Holding hands, Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen slowly walked through the gates. Once he was through, Long Chen saw 7 colored clouds and mist flowing through the air. Long Chen, you really are the original devil race's lucky star. Look, even the skyscraping world's clouds are welcoming you. Yu Xiaochen smiled brightly. I feel like you're my lucky star. As long as you're by my side, I feel at peace. Long Chen greatly admired how erudite Yu Xiaochen was. It was like she knew about everything. With her present, there would be no unsolvable puzzles. Yu Xiaochen reddened even more. Her grip on his hand tightened. Was my daughter tricked out of her heart just like this at the start? Just at this moment, the clouds and mist parted, and a teasing voice rang out. A beautiful woman in her 30s appeared. Her hair was wrapped into a high bun, and there was a violet gold devil character on her forehead. She held a wooden staff in her hands. Long Chen jumped in shock upon seeing her. He hadn't sensed any aura. However, looking at her, he felt an innate nobility, as if anyone would have to be ashamed of their own inferiority to stand by her, as if just looking at her was blasphemy. He felt a god-like air around her, as if the world's laws were prostrating themselves toward her. This was a feeling that Long Chen had never felt before. Without her aura or any pressure, she made people feel an urge to prostrate themselves toward her in worship. She was definitely an extremely powerful existence. He had only felt something similar from the high priest, but this woman's aura was even more special, with an immortal air to it. Yu Xiaochen blushed, as red as an apple. She lowered her head, incapable of looking at Long Chen. Long Chen knew that this powerful expert in front of him was Yu Xiaochen's mother. She was also the leader of the original devil race. However, even someone as grand as her didn't throw him off. He bowed. This junior greets senior. Senior's vision is omniscient. I precisely use this mouth of mine to con people so I can eat. However, when it comes to Xiaochen, your words are only half right. I still haven't managed to win Xiaochen's heart, but don't worry, I will definitely do my best. The woman laughed. What a shameless fellow. You can actually say such a thing without a hint of embarrassment. Although Yu Xiaochen and her mother looked somewhat similar, there were still differences between them. Her mother's beauty was one of nobility, one that was tranquil yet still invoked respect. As for Yu Xiaochen, her beauty was one that could steal a person's soul just by looking at her. Long Chen had felt that his soul was being drawn away the first time he had seen her. That kind of beauty was very dangerous. It could easily consume a person, making it so that they couldn't extricate themselves. Just like Meng Qi, Yu Xiaochen was as beautiful as a celestial immortal, but the latter possessed a kind of soul-charming nature. Yu Xiaochen was as red as an apple, but she was still holding Long Chen's hand. Senior overpraises me. I only have this little bit of ability. Long Chen smiled mischievously. If you weren't shameless, just how could you pick up girls? To pursue a beauty required a thick enough skin. The woman nodded slightly. Putting away her smile, she suddenly became a bit grave. Long Chen, if I entrust Xiaochen to you, are you willing to look after her for a lifetime? I am willing. If anyone tries to hurt her, they'll have to step over my corpse, promised Long Chen. Although he and Yu Xiaochen had never explicitly shared their feelings for each other, they each knew the other's heart. Long Chen naturally wouldn't be ambiguous at such a thing. This was what he thought in his heart, and this was what he said with his mouth. Yu Xiaochen had been expecting such an answer, but hearing Long Chen personally say it still made her emotional. Back in the Julie secret realm, when they had just met, Long Chen had stood between her and the skeleton of the barbarian race expert that they couldn't possibly defeat. At that time, Long Chen had already left a seed in her heart. It was because of this seed that Yu Xiaochen's tender heart had been occupied by this man. In the immemorial path, during her tribulation, she had been implicated by 4 mysterious experts and almost killed by her lightning tribulation. Long Chen had furiously counterattacked, becoming enemies with the very heavens and tearing through their dome. That act had completely won her heart. Even if you have to become enemies with the entire world to be with Xiaochen? Asked the woman profoundly. Long Chen suddenly smiled. Even if it weren't for Xiaochen, I am already surrounded by enemies. Nowadays, a few more enemies don't mean much to me. This smile was a bit bitter and helpless, but it was also grand. So what if he was surrounded by enemies? He had this one life. He would fight with it. Yu Xiaochen's mother nodded. She praised, perhaps in this world, only an heir of the 9 stars could say something so grand and domineering. Suddenly, the space behind Yu Xiaochen's mother surged, and countless experts appeared behind her. They actually numbered in the millions. I am Yu Xian. I command all warriors of the original devil race to pay respect to the heir of the 9 stars. Yu Xiaochen's mother solemnly bowed toward Long Chen. As for all the original devil race's experts behind her, they all went on one knee, their hands collapsed in front of their chests. Even Yu Xiaochen went down on one knee, her expression serious. Long Chen panicked, not knowing what this was. Yu Xiaochen's mother slowly got up after completing the rite. The others also stood. Don't call me senior in the future. You can call me Aunt Han. Actually, the original devil race was originally your family. Yu Xian smiled emotionally. Well, we'll be one family in the future, but how are we originally one family? Asked Long Chen. Because the original devil race has a close connection with the 9-star line, said Yu Xian. Then, do you know the secrets of the 9 stars? I know a bit, but I can't tell you, so you don't have to ask. Actually, there's no need for you to ask. The karma involved in this is far too terrifying, to the point that no one can endure it. Consider this. My original devil race is hunted down by the entire world. As for you, Long Chen, for just Xiao Chen, you are willing to trust us without any hesitation. Do you not find it curious? Long Chen was silent for a moment. It really is a bit curious. Back when I learned Xiao Chen was from the original devil race, despite knowing it is a taboo, my intuition told me I could trust her. Are you saying, that's why we are one family? From the moment Xiao Chen returned from the Julie secret realm, I knew about you. I didn't let Xiao Chen go find you afterward because we didn't want to hold up your growth, but then a problem occurred in Xiao Chen's cultivation. A random girl who snuck into the Eastern Wastelands Pill Tower to find medicine actually ended up encountering you. At that time, I knew the relationship between the two of you was fated, so I no longer blocked you from having dealings with the original devil race. The facts show that you are the savior of the original devil race. Your arrival has ushered in a new era for us, said Yu Xian. Long Chen had given them heavenly Dao fruits, which had allowed the original devil race to enter the martial heaven continent without worry about being discovered. They had then started to obtain the continent's resources, as their own resources had almost been exhausted. Therefore, Long Chen had been the crux that had revived the original devil race from the brink of death. Do you know what this represents? Yu Xian pointed to the resplendent violet gold devil character on her forehead. Chapter 1725 Blood Barbarian, Emperor of Barbarians. Devil. This character should be malevolent and sinister, one that invoked hatred and fear. However, when it was present on the original devil race's people, it seemed grand, righteous, and imposing instead. This devil is actually a divine seal. It is also a mark of glory, as well as a symbol of things done and things to be done. The divine seal of the original devil race is what allows us to unleash our divine power. All ordinary devil races will be suppressed by it. This is why Yu Xiaochen was able to help you suppress those Empyrean winged blood devils. Now do you understand? Yu Xian's voice contained immense confidence and pride in what she said. The sacred light of the mark on her head covered her. This divine mark was the greatest honor of the original devil race. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. A mark of honor, capable of suppressing all devils. Putting it like that, the original devil race was not a devil race, but a race to suppress the devil races. Are you curious? Our original devil race once suppressed the invaders. We once protected the martial heaven continent and its peace. Why would the continent's people suddenly start hunting us? Yu Xian looked at Long Chen and sighed. Long Chen nodded. He was truly unable to comprehend this. The martial heaven alliance and the devil races were mortal enemies. Based on the principles of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, they should be allied with the original devil race, but instead, they hunted the original devil race down. I truly wish to tell you. However, now is still not the time. Furthermore, since you trust us so much, whether or not you know it won't change anything, said Yu Xian. Long Chen could only nod again. If Yu Xian didn't want to say, he wouldn't continue asking. Even since returning from purgatory, he had felt the ephemeral existence known as karma more strongly. Some things were forbidden by the heavenly Taoes, and speaking of them would bring frightening consequences. Suddenly, furious roars came from the distance, and the ground began to shake. The original devil race's experts' expressions changed. The beast tide is erupting again. Everyone, get into position, shouted Yu Xian. Long Chen and the others flew over. Long Chen saw over 10 giant spatial cracks in front of them. Some of them were only a few miles long, while the largest was 1,000 miles. Endless magical beasts were boring out of those cracks, their roars shaking the sky. 10th tier magical beasts, and even 11th rank ones. Long Chen was amazed by what he saw. The original devil race experts were used to it though, and they raised their weapons. However, there were far too many magical beasts. They were practically endless. Wild, wake up! Long Chen was both startled and delighted to see these magical beasts. He immediately woke Wild up. When Wild saw the sea of magical beasts, his eyes became like those of a hungry wolf. An 11th rank magical beast was instantly smashed through the head, and its body exploded into bloody mist. A powerful shockwave spread and annihilated all the surrounding magical beasts. This is the power of the blood barbarian race. Wasn't that race annihilated a long time ago? Yu Xian was shocked upon seeing Wild attack. Wild's attack also caused Long Chen to jump. The power of Wild's physical body was so terrifying. It was comparable to the attack of a divine item. Wild, go lighter or you won't have anything to eat. Wild was just standing there foolishly, blankly staring at the bloody mist in the air. Long Chen had no choice but to give him a reminder. Wild might have grown more powerful, but his head was still as slow as before. It seemed he still didn't understand what had just happened. Wild didn't seem to understand how his body had changed after his awakening. After Long Chen's reminder, Wild seemed to react and try to hold back. However, the 11th rank magical beasts in front of him were still blown apart by each of his attacks. He killed several 11th rank magical beasts without obtaining a single complete corpse. Wild was infuriated. He suddenly opened his mouth and breathed in like a whale absorbing water. A large whirlpool appeared in the air, sucking up the bloody mist. Wild repeatedly attacked and inhaled, blowing up magical beasts and absorbing their blood. That appearance was a bit frightening. Wild, aim for the ones with darker red bodies and stronger spatial fluctuations. Those are peak 11th rank magical beasts, shouted Long Chen. If Wild continued like this, he would be using up more energy than he consumed. It wouldn't be long before he would collapse and feel even hungrier. From the start, Long Chen had noticed that the magical beasts with dark red bodies had more powerful auras. Those were peak 11th rank magical beasts. Just by appearances, early, mid, late, and peak stage magical beasts were very difficult to tell apart. It was their auras that made it easier for people to differentiate. However, Wild didn't even know what an aura was, so Long Chen had taught him to recognize color and spatial fluctuations. Listening to his instructions, Wild began to target the strongest peak 11th rank magical beasts. Finally, a giant python's head was blown apart by Wild's fist, but its body was strong enough to survive after its head exploded. With a complete body, Wild delightedly took out a silver bowl. The bowl's runes lit up and sucked the giant python's body into it. This bowl was something Guo Ran had forged for Wild. Guo Ran had specially arranged it so that as long as Wild aimed the bowl at a magical beast's corpse, it would be automatically sucked in. The huge python was as small as a loach in the bowl. Wild gulped it down in one bite and went after other strong magical beasts. With Wild targeting the strongest magical beasts, the other magical beasts also had a bad time. Each of his punches caused powerful shockwaves that blew them apart. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out from within the spatial crack. A blood-colored lion came out. Its body was several times larger than the other 11th rank magical beasts. The other magical beasts actually quivered and fled from it. A half-step nether passage magical beast. Long Chen was startled. This lion's aura was shocking and already starting to reach the 12th rank. Once it successfully advanced, it would be comparable to nether passage experts. However, this half-step nether passage lion was now covered in fresh wounds. Blood was still gushing out of them. Looking from the half-step nether passage lion to the spatial crack, Long Chen instantly understood that the spatial crack would not allow magical beasts of this level to pass. This lion had to have forced its way through, causing it to be badly injured. Seeing that lion, Wild roared and charged at it. The lion's mountain-sized claws smashed toward Wild. The ground was blown apart, and powerful chi waves slaughtered the surrounding magical beasts. However, the half-step nether passage lion let out an angry roar after its attack landed. It pulled up its claw, which was now covered in blood. Wild's body had transformed. He was now a 300-meter-tall giant. He had grabbed hold of the claw and was crazily biting it, tearing away its hard exterior, flesh, and bones all at once. The lion roared and flung Wild away. However, Wild shot after it again, clamping down on its throat and taking a big bite. Wild's mouth was now giant considering his size. His bloody teeth had a cold sparkle to them as he bit down. The half-step netherpassage lion had huge chunks of its flesh ripped out by Wild over and over again. Even its tough defenses were completely useless against Wild's sharp teeth. It was like he was biting into meat buns. How terrifying. How savage. The original Devil Race's experts were all stunned. This kind of battle scene had surpassed their imaginations. The blood barbarians are truly worthy of being the emperors amongst the barbarian race. This kind of power is unimaginable. Even Xian sighed emotionally upon seeing that the half-step netherpassage lion was unable to shake Wild off at all as he tore into its flesh. "Senior, how much do you know about the barbarian race?" asked Long Chen. He was very curious about Wild's origins. "I don't know much. The barbarian race is extremely powerful and very terrifying. They're called the wildest warriors of the 10 planar worlds. They don't need to cultivate, they just eat. Other than humans, they eat anything, and they're split into 77 different races, including the power barbarians, spirit barbarians, bone barbarians, walking barbarians, and more. However, it is the blood barbarians that possess the most terrifying bloodline and the most terrifying combat power. They lead the barbarian race. As for Wild, he is a blood barbarian and is in his second blood morph. It seems his blood chi is still very lacking, so his transformation isn't complete. There are many innate divine abilities that he has yet to awaken," explained Xian. Just as Xian was explaining, Wild had already bitten the half-step netherpassage lion to death and was now finishing up its body. The blood barbarians' devouring and biting abilities are innate. Their teeth become stronger with each transformation. Even divine items can be shattered with a bite, said Xian. This kind of talent was frightening. They essentially grew a mouthful of divine items in the form of teeth. After finishing off the lion, Wild suddenly let out an excited cry and charged toward the largest spatial crack. Chapter 17:26 Tender Emotions. As Wild charged through the spatial crack, it rumbled and shook. Spatial blades exploded out of it. This spatial crack was like a flowing river. Going from the other side to this world was following the flow, but now Wild was going against the current. It was similar to how Guo Ran had been kicked through the spatial channel before. He needed to endure extreme spatial pressure. Back then, even Guo Ran's armor had been deformed. However, as Wild charged through, those powerful spatial blades all bounced off his skin, unable to cause the slightest harm to him. Just relying on his physical body, Wild charged through the spatial blades. Wild's physical body had to be even stronger than Guo Ran's armor. With a final intense shudder, Wild managed to charge into the other world. His figure vanished from sight. Once he was in the other world, the magical beasts charging out of the spatial cracks dropped in number. It could be imagined how Wild had drawn all those magical beasts' attacks. However, Long Chen wasn't concerned about Wild's safety at all. Tossing Wild into a sea of magical beasts was like tossing a tiger amongst rabbits. Those magical beasts weren't able to cause any real injuries to him. Furthermore, as he continued to eat, his power would grow. Perhaps Wild would be able to obtain enough energy to fully satisfy his second form. Starfall. With Wild gone, Long Chen tossed out a ball that exploded amongst the magical beasts. Golden flames devoured them. The magical beasts on the battlefield were cleaned up in an instant. The warriors of the original devil race didn't have to face any more pressure. "Aunt Han, are these magical beasts useful to our original devil race?" asked Long Chen. With Xian's power, she was more than capable of annihilating these magical beasts with a wave of her hand. In fact, he estimated that her power was more than enough to seal some of these spatial cracks. Sometimes just words had the magical effect of drawing two people together quicker. Long Chen's words made it sound like they were already one family. Xian nodded. "In truth, these small spatial cracks were opened by me." Long Chen was startled, not understanding why she would do this. It sounded like she had been bored and looking for trouble. Xian looked at Long Chen emotionally. She continued, "Our original devil race has been hunted down by the continent for so many years. We were unable to replenish many of the resources that we used up, and we've long since lost our former glory. But with your help, we are finally able to walk on the continent again and do business. We're starting to get many resources that we lacked. However, rejuvenating the race requires a baptism of blood and fire, or even if we're stronger, we would still just be stronger prey. So this is tempering for them. I calculated the spatial nodes and tore open the space to allow these magical beasts to invade, using them to temper the geniuses of the original devil race. Although they are very talented, without experiencing true life and death battles, their true combat power will always be limited. It's just that I didn't expect that after I opened a few cracks, suddenly they combined into one giant crack. The cracks I opened were originally perfect and would have only allowed early 11th rank magical beasts through. Any stronger ones coming would cause the spatial channel to react and unleash spatial blades to kill them before they could pass. It was a safe and convenient way of training, but this giant spatial crack was not within my expectations. Now Long Chen understood. Any race needed a powerful enemy to train themselves with. The martial heaven continent might be their enemy, but they still didn't have the power to fight back. Without any fighting, even geniuses would rot into trash. They would never become true warriors. Yu Xian's decision was the right one, but many things in this world never went according to plan. Fortunately, this current situation was still within her control. Since Yu Xian was capable of opening these cracks, she should be capable of closing them as well. This was an even faster way to temper their junior generation. It was to make them feel a sense of crisis, like they were needed to protect their home. Long Chen saw that the warriors fighting were at the soul transformation realm and below. The Life Star Elders would only go help during dangerous times. They were there just to make sure there wasn't anything unexpected that caused huge casualties. Just now, because of the sudden surge of magical beasts, with a particularly large number of 11th rank magical beasts, even the elders had been having some trouble handling them. Fortunately, Long Chen and Wild had resolved that. Seeing that Long Chen was capable of annihilating these powerful magical beasts with just a wave of his hand, the original devil race's experts were stunned. Although they had long since heard of Long Chen, for many of them, it was their first time seeing him. This casual attack of his had won him their profound respect. Although they were also in the soul transformation realm, Long Chen's combat power could only be described as monstrous. He could kill such powerful existences without batting an eye, as if it was an incredibly minor thing. Xiao Chen, why don't you take Long Chen to the ancestral lands for a stroll? Seeing that the current situation was handled, Yu Xian turned to Yu Xiaochen. Yu Xiaochen nodded, and then she suddenly blushed. Right in front of Yu Xian she brazenly held Long Chen's hand. The two of them left, leaving Yu Xian with only a faint smile. She didn't say anything. The two of them progressed deeper into the skyscraping world. Long Chen hadn't expected the skyscraping world to be so marvelous. It was like the spirit world. However, a large part of it was now a barren wasteland. Yu Xiaochen explained that there had once been a terrible battle, a battle strong enough to influence the laws of this world. The vitality in those barren wastelands had been stripped away, and their situation had been extremely bleak. Especially with the inability to get more resources from the martial heaven continent. Originally, the skyscraping world was a sacred land. Based on the historical murals, it was filled with beautiful ancient forests and wonderful sights. Unfortunately, all of that was destroyed in battle. Battle really is the most frightening thing. No matter what you have, battle will mercilessly strip it from you. Your resources, your wealth, your inheritance, and even your life. That's why I hate battle. Yu Xiaochen suddenly stopped. She held Long Chen, resting her head on his chest. For some reason, she began to cry. I'm afraid that one day, battle will also take you from me. I'm very afraid. Yu Xiaochen tightly held on to Long Chen. Long Chen immediately understood that she knew of his battles during these years. He had been constantly fighting, going through constant danger. She was afraid he would die. Long Chen was extremely moved. Just this simple, I'm very afraid, was superior to millions of oaths of eternal love. In this chaotic world, nothing was eternal. No one knew if they would live to see the sun set the next day. No one knew the future. Battle was that cruel. A bright smile could die in an instant. This was something everyone was helpless about. The majority of people were peaceful, but those who wanted peace were weaker, targets to be preyed on. So when the weak asked for peace, it was a joke. If they really wanted peace, they had to get stronger so that they could protect everything they wanted to protect. Long Chen also disliked battle, but he had to fight. He had to stand with his blade, becoming a demon king. Long Chen held Yu Xiaochen tightly and rubbed her cheek. He gave her a soft kiss on the forehead. Don't be afraid, I promise, no one will be able to take me from you, not even a death god, not even the heavens. Yu Xiaochen trembled, her face growing even redder. She didn't dare to look up at him, so she just held him tightly, listening to his powerful heartbeat. The sound made her feel safe. It was like with him present, even if the sky collapsed, he would hold it up for her. After a while, Yu Xiaochen finally raised her head. She had finished crying, but she still had some tears left on her face. Those tears were like pearls trickling down white jade. Xiaochen, you're beautiful. Unable to control himself upon seeing this beautiful, charming face, Long Chen held Yu Xiaochen as his fiery lips met her wet ones. Chapter 1727 Original Devil Ancestor. Yu Xiaochen's body shuddered. Her arms tightly held Long Chen's waist as they immersed themselves in that feeling. Eventually, the two of them slowly parted. Yu Xiaochen still had wet marks on her face, and she didn't dare to look at Long Chen's fiery gaze. Instead, she plastered her face into Long Chen's sturdy chest, feeling his wild heartbeat. Her heart was doing the same. It's like a drum. Yu Xiaochen suddenly smiled. Long Chen's heartbeat really was like a drum. It's like a honey peach. Long Chen also made a comparison. What? Yu Xiaochen looked at him in confusion. Long Chen wriggled his eyebrows at her and licked his lips. Fragrant and delicious. Scoundrel. Yu Xiaochen couldn't help lightly hitting him a few times for that joke, making Long Chen laugh. Stop, otherwise, I'll tell my mom you bullied me. That's just what I was looking for. If she knew, would she immediately urge us to finish our marriage vows? HMPH, that's a nice dream. If an outsider wants to marry one of the original devil race's women, they need the approval of xianxia, our god. Then they'll need to accomplish 3 missions and get the approval of the entire race. Furthermore, the original devil's race inheritance is matriarchal. Doesn't that mean our children would have my surname? Yu Xiaochen laughed. Xiaochen, aren't we one family? What do you think about reversing this sequence? What sequence? What I mean is, let's make it simpler. Let's first have children before dealing with the rest. Scoundrel. You wish. Yu Xiaochen ran away. Long Chen's words were too roguish. Long Chen laughed and caught up to her. Holding hands, the two of them continued onward. Xiaochen, I thought you knew how to read minds. It seems you can no longer read mine, said Long Chen. Back in the Julie's secret realm when he had first encountered her, Yu Xiaochen seemed to be able to read all his thoughts. HMPH, I told you that it wasn't a mind-reading art. It was just guessing a person's thought process based on their spiritual fluctuations, heartbeat, eyes, aura, blood flow, movements, etc. It's only useful against strangers. My mom taught it to me back then so I wouldn't get tricked by strangers. Now that we're already this familiar with each other, it's useless. Yu Xiaochen glared at Long Chen. Long Chen was delighted to hear that. Then wouldn't he be able to continue teasing other beauties without worry? He walked alongside her, feeling her warm hand and smelling her scent. He felt relaxed and content. Long Chen, don't you feel tired from fighting and killing all day in the martial heaven continent? Aren't you sick of it? I am sick of it. I got sick of it a long time ago. There are so many idiots who have had water get into their brains. They buzz around me like house flies all day. As for being tired, it's not that bad. When I think about it, all my efforts are so the people I love will feel happier and safer. Yu Xiaochen's hand tightened around Long Chen's. Leaning against him, she felt like he was the one who made her feel safest in this world. 2 huge mountains appeared as they were walking. They formed a natural gate. Here, Yu Xiaochen let go of Long Chen's hand and her expression grew solemn. This is the ancestral land. Follow me. Yu Xiaochen and Long Chen passed through the 2 mountains. After a dozen miles, they reached a giant palace. It was an ancient palace, one that was grand and imposing. Although some areas were damaged and some looked like they had been patched, that did not hide its sacred air. Inside the palace was a statue 297 meters tall. It looked as if it had been made using bright jade. Its expression was vivid, and it looked like a real person. The statue was of a woman sitting cross-legged. She looked to be in her 30s and had a faint smile. A devil character could be seen on her forehead. It was rainbow-colored and flowing with divine light. This is the original devil ancestor. Yu Xiaochen respectfully knelt down and paid respect to the statue. The etiquette she used was one of worship and offering sacrifice to an ancestor. In the cultivation world, many times when people offered sacrifices to their ancestors, they were actually offering sacrifices to their heroic spirits, using their devout faith energy to preserve those spirits so that they could protect their descendants. In the secular world, there was a similar ritual, but it was simpler. They offered sacrifices to their ancestors as a reminder to themselves of how they had ended up in this world. Without their ancestors, they wouldn't exist, so this was a form of thanks. Of course, in the secular world, there were no heroic spirits remaining. That was why many cultivators turned their noses up at this secular rite, not realizing that they were the ones that had forgotten their roots. This woman was Yu Xiaochen's ancestor. Sooner or later, Yu Xiaochen would be Long Chen's wife, so this person could also count as Long Chen's elder. Hence, Long Chen also followed along with Yu Xiaochen's etiquette. However, he had just moved when Yu Xiaochen's expression completely changed and she grabbed onto him, preventing him from moving. Her face was pale. What is it? Long Chen also jumped in fright. Long Chen, you have to remember, as the heir of the 9 stars, no one is qualified to receive your kowtow other than your parents and closest family. Even heaven and earth, even gods are not qualified. If you did kneel to them, the heavens would crash, and the earth would wither. Even gods would fall. Yu Xiaochen's frightened expression had yet to fade even though she had managed to stop Long Chen in time. Is the heir of the 9 stars so amazing? Long Chen, none of us can divulge too much about the secrets of the 9 stars. The more we tell you, the worse it will be for you. It would be harming you. But you need to understand that the heir of the 9 stars is the most respected existence in the world. You cannot lower your head to anyone, not even heaven or earth. Perhaps you've already sensed some clues. You are not accepted by the heavens because. Suddenly, divine pressure and angry light exploded out of the ancestral statue, interrupting Yu Xiaochen's words. Ancestor, please calm your rage. I know I was wrong. Yu Xiaochen hastily knelt toward the statue again. Once she admitted her fault, the divine pressure and light faded. It seemed that it had been a warning. Long Chen, many things about you are taboo, so don't blame the ancestor. She is doing this for you. Yu Xiaochen saw that Long Chen's expression was a bit angry, and she knew it was because he was feeling resentful toward the statue for scaring her, so she hastily explained. Long Chen felt a bit better from that explanation. In his heart, Yu Xiaochen was already his woman, and he wouldn't let her suffer. Yu Xiaochen began to pull Long Chen away. In the end, Long Chen only cupped his fists toward the statue. After all, it was still Yu Xiaochen's ancestor. Once they were past the statue, they entered a long corridor. The 2 sides of the corridor were filled with ancient murals. Many of them were motley, and some places had been damaged too badly to be understood. However, nothing had been repaired at all. They were still in their original form. These murals were carved by the ancestors of my race. However, so much time has passed, and it's unknown just how many wars the skyscraping world has gone through. This is the place enemies wanted to destroy, so some places are already incomplete. The material used to create these carvings is very precious, and the ancestors' wills and divine charm are still present within them. With our current level, it's impossible to restore them, so we don't even dare to try, sighed Yu Xiaochen. Her voice contained respect for those ancestors, as well as sadness for the original devil race's decline. Things decline and prosper. When things get so bad that they can't get any worse, they can only get better, comforted Long Chen. He knew that Yu Xiaochen was actually carrying just as many things on her back as he was. Having a powerful sense of responsibility, she wanted to help the original devil race to escape its current predicament. That was immense pressure. In truth, there were quite a few areas where Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen had things in common. That made Long Chen understand the hardships she was under and feel more love for her. Although he had more things on his back, he felt that as a man, he had to face those things. These difficulties, they were a whetstone to temper himself on. As long as he used them well, they would become his stepping stones to grow. Xiaochen, don't worry, I will help you carry this burden. Trust me. Xiaochen smiled happily. Now she had someone she could rely on. Furthermore, Long Chen's shoulder always made her feel at peace. They continued onward through the corridor. Suddenly, Long Chen paused as he saw a shocking scene. Chapter 1728 Skyscraping Ancestral Land. The murals here were mostly of scenes of the original devil race fighting against the devil creatures. There were all kinds of devil creatures depicted in the murals. The number of different creatures shown numbered in the tens of thousands. Some were as large as mountains, while some were as tiny as flies. There were mountains of corpses depicted. Some were the devil creatures, while some were warriors from the original devil race. It was a bloody and cruel sight. They quickly reached the end of the corridor, and there, Long Chen saw a scene that made his heart shake. It was a giant mural, with millions of the original devil race's experts kneeling on the ground. Their leader was a beautiful woman, also kneeling, her hands crossed before her. She was looking up, her expression sacred. A brush was pressed against her forehead, leaving behind a 7-colored divine rune. That divine rune was the devil character. Long Chen instantly understood that this devil character, this divine rune, was not innate to the original devil race. It was something that had been bestowed upon them. What was truly shocking though was that the person holding the brush had 9 stars behind him. The 9 stars were unleashing brilliant divine light, and even through the mural, Long Chen felt a terrifying pressure that transcended through time. Regretfully, the divine light was too bright, it was blinding. Those 9 stars were like blazing suns, and their light drowned out the appearance of that person. Long Chen could only see a single hand through that light. The hand was also covered in divine light and difficult to see clearly. It was hard to even say whether it belonged to a man or a woman. Upon looking at those 9 stars, Long Chen's aura began to slowly rise. The 9-star hegemon body art began to circulate on its own. Long Chen closed his eyes and felt a kind of summons. Perhaps he would be able to learn some secrets relating to the 9 stars. Regretfully, when he opened his eyes, that feeling of being summoned had vanished. The 9 stars in the mural were the same and he felt a resonance, but all he had was a close feeling with them, a feeling like coming from the same source. He couldn't help being disappointed. He knew too little about the 9 stars. That made him lack confidence. "Who is this person, can you say?" asked Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen merely shook her head. Long Chen nodded. Many things were forbidden, but looking at this mural, it seemed the original devil race's divine mark had been bestowed to them by this person. He examined the person. The 9 stars revolving around them threw the laws of heaven and earth into chaos. They were so powerful that they could penetrate the cosmos. It was as if all things had to bow down before them. Although it was just a mural and the leftover artistic will was from the original devil race's experts, Long Chen still felt that compared to the entire cosmos, he was an incredibly insignificant speck of dust. The two of them were in different dimensions, and it was impossible to compare their power. Is this the realm that is obtained when all 9 stars are activated? Long Chen sighed. Without seeing the real thing, he couldn't learn anything. The 9 stars were too brilliant. This was just a mural. Hence, Long Chen only felt a slight feeling but was unable to understand anything from it. The divine seal, the devil character, was awarded to us by a supreme existence. It is an immense honor, as well as an immense responsibility. After countless years of fighting against the devil race, our divine seal has a great suppressive effect against them. That's why I could help you suppress those Empyrean winged blood devils. However, I'm too weak, and using my divine seal on such a scale exhausts all my energy. I can only keep it up for a short moment. If it had been my mom instead, then with just her divine seal, she could have annihilated all those Empyrean winged blood devils in an instant. Yu Xiaochen smiled proudly when she spoke of her mother. Clearly, she worshipped her mother. But then, why didn't anyone use their divine seals against the magical beasts just now? Did you not permit them to use it for training purposes? Asked Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen shook her head. No, magical beasts are not part of the devil race. Their bloodlines are completely different, so magical beasts are not suppressed by our divine seal. Let's keep going. The 10,000 devil blood pool is up ahead. The two of them walked down a twisting stone path that wound around the mountains. In a region where 9 mountains formed a circle, there was a blood-colored pool. This pool was as flat as a mirror, and there wasn't the slightest ripple on it. However, Long Chen felt an immense amount of energy within it. This is the 10,000 devil blood pool. It is where our original devil race trains. Do you want to try it? Yu Xiaochen smiled. How do I try it? Asked Long Chen. This pool was created using the essence blood of 10,000 devils. Through the formation inside, it can duplicate a person. That person will have the exact same combat power, techniques, and cultivation base as you. In other words, you will be fighting yourself. It's a very tough trial. It took me 3 tries to pass it, but it can really stimulate a person's potential, said Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen shook his head. Then never mind. I already went through such a trial in the immemorial path. It's useless for me. In the immemorial path, he had ended up in a mysterious underground trial. It was extremely terrifying. That trial had created a version of himself that was just slightly stronger than him in every single way. However, the formation in the trial was unable to duplicate the 9-star hegemon body art. In the end, he defeated it and met the Eastern Wasteland Bell. This blood pool was similar to that trial, but there was no danger of dying here. It really was a good place to train. If he could bring the Dragonblood warriors to try this, he thought it would be very beneficial. Yu Xiaochen didn't force him to try it. Although she had been looking forward to seeing that kind of immense battle, it wasn't that important. They passed the blood pool and could see a giant altar ahead of them. Here, countless divine runes were circulating all over the place, making them feel like they were at the bottom of a sea. This is the skyscraping divine altar, the most sacred place for our original devil race. It is what maintains the skyscraping world's karmic luck, similar to the divine pools in the sects of the martial heaven continent. Long Chen nodded. It seemed that this place was the core of the original devil race. It was no wonder there were so many battle scars outside. Those people's goal had been to destroy this divine altar. Back in the heaven-suppressing magic sect, Long Chen had destroyed their ancestral statue and their divine pool, causing them to decline. Now, there was no longer a heaven-suppressing magic sect in this world, and there would never be one again. If he hadn't destroyed their ancestral statue or divine pool, then with their foundation and considering that a great era had descended, they would have ended up becoming a behemoth. However, with their divine pool destroyed, their karmic luck had run out. Even their divine item was implicated. Although karmic luck sounded illusory and without substance, it existed. If the original devil race's divine altar was destroyed, the original devil race would also fade away. Yu Xiaochen and Long Chen walked onto the altar. Divine light flowed here, wrapping around the two of them. They felt like they were being immersed in sunlight. All their pores opened, and they felt relaxed enough to sleep. I can sense you again. Just as Long Chen was feeling relaxed, that ancient and familiar voice rang out in his head. So what if you can feel it? You can't even hear me, and I don't understand what you're saying. Long Chen brushed off this irritating voice. It doesn't matter if you can't understand me. All you need to know is that if you continue like this, you and every person beside you will die to others. Furthermore, their deaths will be very miserable, responded the voice. You can hear me. Don't talk about such meaningless things. Long Chen, although our connection has been sporadic, we have been paying close attention to you from the start. You are too weak, or perhaps I should say that you are too soft. Even now, you aren't cultivating according to the will of the 9-star hegemon body art. Geniuses are solitary figures, only mediocre people grouped together. Do you still not understand the meaning of the hegemon body? Asked that voice rebukingly. Perhaps I really don't know what the true meaning of the hegemon body is. But I am clear about my own goals. If a person abandons the ones they love in order to get stronger, they will lose their future motivation and path. What's the point of being a hegemon if you've lost your path? Long Chen had already stopped caring about this voice. He had lost his initial curiosity a long time ago. In fact, he even felt a bit of disgust toward it. Each time, it only told him to hurry up but never cared about his feelings. Each day, he was fighting on the border of death, and he was under enough pressure. However, this voice kept urging him on, not giving him any useful information. Perhaps, I am not qualified to criticize the great heir of the 9 stars. However, I have a responsibility to warn you. Your time is running out. Your enemies have passed through the wall of reincarnation, and they are searching for you through all kinds of tiny traces. Once they find you, you and the people beside you, and perhaps everyone on that star, will be annihilated. They will not permit any heir of the 9 stars to exist within the 10 planar worlds, sighed the voice. Long Chen calmly considered this information for a moment. Tell me, who am I? You are you. Then why have I been thrown into this chaotic vortex? Because you are the chosen son of fate. You have no way out. You can only get stronger or die. Furthermore, your life and death relates to the entire 10 planar worlds, to the continuation of millions of stars. As the heir of the 9 stars, you have this heavy burden. You buzz. Just as the voice was still speaking, Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his head. An unfamiliar voice stabbed into his soul like a needle. Hee, I've finally found a 9-star heir. Just wait for your death. The voice's demonic laughter made Long Chen's blood turn ice cold. At the same time, he felt this person leaving behind a mark in his mind see. However, the mark had just formed when a cyan light and a black saber light exploded. Evilmoon and the heaven flipping seal worked together to destroy the mark. Long Chen's body shook. When he opened his eyes, the voices in his head had vanished. His face was a bit pale, but there was a sharp light in his eyes. Chapter 1729 Ninth Heaven Stage of Soul Transformation. How dangerous. That person was able to reach you from a whole other world, discarding any spatial restrictions to leave a spiritual mark. Evelmoon's voice contained a trace of shock. It had immediately sensed something wrong and worked together with the heaven-flipping seal to erase the spiritual mark, but this had still made it jump. Long Chen, what is it? Asked Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen should have been bathing in this place's blessing. This place was greatly beneficial to the soul. The environment here was similar to the blessing of the life god tree in the spirit world. However, Long Chen had just closed his eyes for a moment before being startled awake, startling Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen told Yu Xiaochen not to worry, but inside, he was shocked and enraged. He was now certain he had been drawn into a terrifying vortex. Clearly, some terrifying expert had managed to eavesdrop on his conversation with that mysterious voice. That expert was also able to leave a mark on his soul from a different world. This kind of technique was something he had never heard of. Long Chen had no idea who those people were, or what they wanted. That made him feel uneasy, as well as angry. Don't worry, although that fellow is so powerful that they are beyond our imagination, the heaven-flipping seal and I destroyed their spiritual mark instantly, so they won't be able to pinpoint your location. However, you also can't be careless. That person was able to leave a spiritual mark on you from an endless distance away, without you even being able to resist. They won't be able to lock onto any of the stars, but they'll be able to narrow it down to one area. It's just that we have no idea how narrow that area is. Either way, you are really pressed for time, said Evelmoon gravely. How strong do you feel that person is? Asked Long Chen. I can't tell. Perhaps only sovereigns would be able to block them though, said Evelmoon after a moment's pause. It couldn't be sure. Long Chen shook his head. Sovereigns were legendary existences on the martial heaven continent. Only 5 had ever appeared in history. Just how powerful had Evelmoon been back then? Despite that, it hadn't been able to even receive a single blow from sovereign Yunshang and had been forged into a divine weapon. Furthermore, Evelmoon said that sovereigns would only be able to resist, not win. That level of power was enough to cause despair. When the mark on Long Chen's soul was destroyed, he also lost his connection to the mysterious voice. Long Chen guessed that the voice had sensed that it was being watched by someone else, which was how that terrifying expert had found him in the first place. Now that Long Chen had been noticed, that voice probably wouldn't contact him again for fear of implicating him. Long Chen, that voice is correct. Although I don't understand your cultivation technique, I can sense that you are suppressing it. Like this, you are cultivating in the opposite direction the cultivation technique is trying to go, and you naturally won't be able to cultivate as fast. You need to fully release yourself, said Evelmoon. I know the 9-star hegemon body art better than you, and I know that I'm suppressing it, which is why my cultivation speed is slower. However, you can't feel just how domineering this technique is. It far surpasses your imagination. If I unleashed it, it would control me, not the other way around. Sooner or later, I would be its slave. I can be domineering, but I have to maintain my rationality. I can kill, but I have to maintain my bottom line. I can be arrogant, but I can't go too far. Even being domineering has to have a limit. If I overdo it, I won't just harm my enemies, but I will also harm my friends and family. My cultivation path will become one where I love only myself, where I only care about myself. That kind of domineeringness is the opposite of my will. The 9-star hegemon body art's domineering will is one that demands I be the only strong person in this world, that everyone else should kneel down before me, regardless of friend or foe. I can be domineering to my enemies but not my friends. So I need to suppress the 9-star hegemon body art's influence on me, said Long Chen helplessly. Currently, he was walking on a tightrope. He had to cultivate carefully. He knew how terrifying the 9-star hegemon body art was. If he cultivated according to its will, he would be unstoppable. However, it was too domineering, to the point that even the master would become a slave to it. Long Chen didn't want to be a combat maniac who forgot about everything else. Then he would lose everything that he loved. No matter how strong a person was, if they didn't have even one person that they cared about, they would just be a terrifying monster. They couldn't be called a real human. Your human race's emotions are really troublesome. In any case, I don't understand them. However, what you're saying seems to have some sense to it. Evilmoon didn't quite understand the emotions Long Chen was talking about, but it acknowledged his logic. After being together for so long, Evilmoon had gone from first snorting derisively at the people Long Chen tried to protect, to feeling something it had never felt before. That feeling was trust. Experts were solitary figures. Long Chen's way of doing things was against this world's normal way. However, the Dragonblood warriors all followed him with unwavering trust. He had united the hearts of over 10,000 people, allowing them to unleash endless power. That had shocked Evilmoon. The dark evil dragon race relied on devouring all lifeforms to get stronger. They not only had to be on guard against other races, but they also had to be wary against their fellow dragons, even their fathers, mothers, brothers. They all had to be on guard against each other. Since they devoured other races to get stronger, including other powerful enemies, they became strong very quickly. It was precisely because Evilmoon had grown so strong that its confidence had overinflated, and it had decided to challenge a sovereign. The reason why Evilmoon was in its current state was precisely due to its wild arrogance that had swallowed its rationality. If it had been like Long Chen, it wouldn't have ended up like this. So even Evilmoon had to acknowledge Long Chen's words. A person couldn't be too arrogant, or it would be all too easy for sudden calamity to befall them. What you said has given me a clue about another way I can try to cultivate. Long Chen turned toward Yu Xiaochen and said, "Xiaochen, can I stay here and cultivate for a few days?" "Of course, but why cultivate here? This place is designed to cleanse the heart and soul. It puts you in a fetus-like state, so how can you cultivate like that?" asked Yu Xiaochen. This fetus-like state was similar to a deep sleep. In that state, you wouldn't be able to form your own thoughts, let alone cultivate. I have my own plans. I want to use the spiritual blessing of this place to resist the 9-star hegemon body art's influence on me. During this time, Long Chen hadn't been eating medicinal pills to increase his cultivation base, not because he hadn't had time, but because as his cultivation base grew, the power of the 9-star hegemon body art also grew, and its influence over him increased. Right now, the 9-star hegemon body art's influence had reached a grave level. Sometimes, the tiniest provocation would make Long Chen feel an urge to kill. In fact, he even felt a desire to slaughter anyone who went against him, a will to dominate the world alone. That was a frightening desire. If a person was so conceited that they couldn't even see themselves clearly, they would become completely lost. That was the greatest danger. In Long Chen's eyes, those who were devoured by their own power were all idiots. He had encountered many such idiots who thought themselves to be unrivaled, people who thought that the world should bow toward them, people who thought that anyone who went against them was blaspheming them. They both should and would be killed without feeling the slightest feeling of responsibility or guilt. It was precisely because he didn't want to become such a person that Long Chen was resisting the 9-star hegemon body art's influence. If he allowed his cultivation base to rise too quickly, he would be unable to suppress it. However, this place was blessed by the original devil race. It could strengthen his suppression of the 9-star hegemon body art. Yu Xiaochen didn't ask too many questions since Long Chen was confident. She stood outside to guard him. With Yu Xiaochen outside, Long Chen took a deep breath. His divine ring appeared behind him, and 5 stars lit up in his eyes. Ripples began to spread through the air. As expected, with the hegemon will suppressed by the blessing here, I can increase my cultivation base. Long Chen nodded. This was the best method to increase his cultivation base right now. He sat down and opened his mouth. The medicinal pills in the primal chaos space began to pour into his mouth like a river. These medicinal pills were the result of Huo Long refining day and night. There were giant mountains of them in the primal chaos space. Before this, he hadn't dared to increase his cultivation base too quickly, but now he had no more worries. He activated the devouring ability that Evilmoon had taught him. A vast aura grew. Long Chen's cultivation base instantly reached the 5th heaven stage of soul transformation. This devouring ability belonged to the dark evil dragon race. It could devour heaven and earth and refine all things. Another 2 hours passed, and Long Chen's cultivation base advanced once more. That made Yu Xiaochen jump. This kind of speed was too shocking. 6 hours, Long Chen advanced once more. The altar's space began to twist due to Long Chen's aura. Every few hours, an explosive sound would ring out. After 2 days, Long Chen opened his eyes. I've finally found a shortcut to cultivating the 9-star hegemon body art, ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed, his laughter shaking the sky. His surging aura showed that he had advanced to the 9th heaven stage of soul transformation. Chapter 17:30 Heaven Shaking Divine Might. Long Chen stood, his aura causing his clothes to billow. His eyes looked like two sharp blades that could pierce through space, so sharp that people wouldn't dare to look at them directly. In the distance, Yu Xiaochen, who had been protecting him, felt a painful pang in her soul when she looked at him. The current Long Chen was like a sharp sword. He was so sharp that it hurt her. He had changed, becoming even more imposing and domineering, more like a battle god who could look down on all. This is the hegemon side of the 9-star hegemon body art that Long Chen described. Yu Xiaochen was deeply shaken. She was even a bit afraid. The current Long Chen was so domineering that it blocked out all emotions. He was heartless, a death god looking down on its subjects. Yu Xiaochen felt that this was no longer the Long Chen she knew. She finally understood why Long Chen did not dare to cultivate the 9-star hegemon body art according to its true essence. This kind of domineeringness was something that didn't allow others to approach him at all. Even from such a distance, she felt like his aura was so sharp that it would slice her as soon as she got closer. This was a merciless and domineering side, one that would annihilate anyone who resisted regardless of their motives. Long Chen calmly sensed the changes in his body. A faint smile appeared on his face. As an ocean's worth of medicinal pills had poured into his stomach, his cultivation base had reached the 9th heaven stage of soul transformation. He had many times more spiritual yuan than before. He had borrowed the blessing of the altar to resist a portion of the 9-star hegemon body art's hegemon will. If he hadn't run out of medicinal pills, he could have advanced another level, to the 10th heaven stage. However, the 10th heaven stage would have been his limit for sure. He had to slow down and get used to this level because as his power grew, so did the will of the 9-star hegemon body art. At the 9th heaven stage, he could still control it easily. It wouldn't be a problem. The divine ring appeared behind him again, and 5-colored light lit up the sky. It was even more majestic, stunning, and domineering than before. Ripples began to appear in the air once the divine ring appeared. All the surrounding energy was being forced to worship him. It poured toward him. So I was wrong as to the divine ring's usage before. I don't need the approval of the heavenly Taos to get their energy. The divine ring will force the world to give me its energy. I am the ruler of heaven and earth, and the world must bow to me. If it refuses, then I will destroy and overturn this world. That's the meaning of being a hegemon. It doesn't matter if it's a god or a devil, heaven or earth, they have to submit to me. Follow me and prosper, defy me and die. Long Chen clenched his fist, feeling the power the divine ring gave him, experiencing that will of forcing everyone else to submit. He finally knew that his previous fighting styles had all been wrong. No wonder the heavens want to destroy me. It doesn't want to submit to me, so it naturally wants to kill me. Now he knew why his luck was so bad, why his tribulations were always full of destruction, thousands and thousands of times more difficult than the tribulations of other cultivators. The heavens didn't want to be destroyed, so they didn't want him to live. His existence threatened the heavens, so the heavens wanted to eliminate him. Just the 9-star hegemon body art is enough to make the heavens terrified. Hence, just how terrifying are the true origins of the 9 stars. Originally, he had been an ant struggling at the bottom level of the secular world. Due to the pill sovereign memories, due to the 9-star hegemon body art, he had walked to his current position. Perhaps I shouldn't complain. Without the 9-star hegemon body art, I'd have long since died a terrible death. My path is still long and covered in mist. Before reaching the end, how can I say whether it's a good thing or not? All I want is to live with a clear conscience. Since I am accompanied by a group of hot-blooded brothers and beauties, I can die without any regrets. So what do I, Long Chen, have to be afraid of? I will not give this life of mine to the heavens, nor will I give it to the 9 stars. My life is mine. A determined light appeared in his eyes. The world wanted to kill him, while the 9-star hegemon body art wanted him to become a merciless hegemon. Neither of those was his choice. Since this was the case, he would control the 9-star hegemon body art, he would control heaven and earth, and he would control his own fate. Suddenly, Yu Xiaochen let out a soft cry, her eyes full of worry. The current Long Chen made her feel afraid. He seemed strange. I'm fine. Because I increased my cultivation base too quickly, the will of the 9 stars is coming out. I can't restrain it just yet, but it'll be fine in a while. This place is practically perfect for my cultivation. I've already told Huo Long to start refining more of the pills. Once I have enough, I can attempt to reach Life Star here, said Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen was still a bit pale. Long Chen's current aura was difficult to bear. Although the aura of his cultivation base had been retracted, something else was coming from the depths of his soul and he couldn't fully control it. Fortunately, he hadn't had enough pills to advance another level, otherwise, his aura would be even sharper, to the point where Yu Xiaochen wouldn't be able to bear it. Long Chen did his best to suppress that aura, while Yu Xiaochen got used to it gradually. The air of the 9 stars really is terrifying. Just this aura is enough to subdue enemies, said Yu Xiaochen. Great power was always the greatest charisma. This current state of mine isn't a good thing. If I can't control my own aura, it will be a constant strain on my soul. I'll need to spend a few days getting used to my new cultivation base before I can control it perfectly, said Long Chen. You can go into seclusion. Don't worry, I'll guard you, said Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen nodded. He needed to get used to his new cultivation realm. This was definitely not a suitable state to fight in, as he was constantly leaking energy in this state. 3 days later, the raging aura around him began to fade, and after a week, it finally vanished. Long Chen opened his eyes again, but the sharp light within them had been pulled back. It was like a divine sword that had been hidden in a sheath once again. Long Chen looked about the same as before, but now, each of his movements seemed to contain a domineering air to them. This was something that not even Long Chen sensed. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen held hands once more as they returned down the path. Yu Xiaochen was smiling sweetly, a smile that made Long Chen's heart melt. When they passed the statue of the ancestor, Long Chen cupped his hands again in thanks. He had made great gains here that he hadn't expected. They returned to the battlefield. The spatial cracks were still open, and the original devil race's experts were still fighting intensely against the magical beasts. Long Chen suddenly clapped himself on the forehead. I really am dumb. I even forgot something so important. Xiaochen, here are many rank 9 heavenly Dao fruit. You can distribute them so you can be more confident in the martial heaven continent. Long Chen gave Yu Xiaochen a spatial ring packed with the heavenly Dao fruits he had gathered. Of course, he kept the Empyrean level ones for himself. The entire Dragonblood Legion had become rank 9 celestials, so these extra ones were useless to him. Just now, he had been reminded by the sight of the original devil race's experts fighting. They hadn't unleashed their manifestations. I don't know how useful these are to you, but they are useless to me in any case. Long Chen smiled. Back then, he had given heavenly Dao fruits to the original devil race so their disciples could roam the continent without the worry of exposing their identity. Before having the heavenly Dao fruits, those disciples would only be able to unleash a portion of their combat power without exposing their divine seal, and every bit of energy they used up would be lost until they returned to the skyscraping world since they weren't able to recover their energy in the martial heaven continent. Sometimes, despite being perfectly disguised, disciples of the original devil race were forced to allow themselves to be killed just to prevent them from being exposed. With the heavenly Dao fruits, they didn't have to worry about that. They could use the status of celestials to roam the continent, and they could also fight using the heavenly Dao manifestations. Of course they're useful. Being celestials not only allows us to roam the continent, but it also gives us a second kind of energy, making us even a bit stronger than we are in the skyscraping world. Furthermore, they can also upgrade our talent heavens. There are so many. Yu Xiaochen jumped when she saw the mountain of fruit in the spatial ring. This was the result of Long Chen's most recent expeditions. He had fought many large battles in a row and killed many experts. Due to how busy he had been, he had almost forgotten about them. Long Chen, thank you. Yu Xiaochen hugged Long Chen's neck happily. This gift was truly immense to the original devil race. There were over 100,000 high-level heavenly Dao fruits inside the spatial ring. That was enough to give birth to many geniuses in the original devil race. Don't worry about it, since our children have to have your surname, why don't we research exactly how we can have a child? Long Chen rubbed Yu Xiaochen's soft back. He started to get an itching feeling in his pants. That kind of feeling was like a certain area had formed a primal urge. Ah! Yu Xiaochen suddenly let out a startled cry. They were so close together that she had felt that change. She immediately ran off. You really are evil. Yu Xiaochen vanished. Isn't it only a matter of time? This is called planning ahead. Hey, wait for me. I want to check whether Wild has eaten his fill. Long Chen shouted from behind without the slightest shame, looking like he was about to chase after her. Chapter 1731 Fighting a 12th rank magical beast. Long Chen quickly caught up to Yu Xiaochen. Her shy appearance was so enchanting, making Long Chen's heart grow itchier by the second. The two of them quickly moved toward the battlefield. Long Chen wanted to see how Wild was. Had he finally managed to fill his stomach? When Long Chen arrived at the battlefield, he saw more magical beasts than before. There was even a half-step netherpassage magical beast that had just been slain by a dozen of the original devil race's elders. Long Chen was surprised. According to reason, such a powerful magical beast would have been immediately targeted by Wild. "Elders, may I ask what happened to my brother?" asked Long Chen. He didn't see any sign of Wild. Wild hasn't come back through the spatial crack ever since entering. "We are unable to go through, so we don't know how he's been doing," answered an elder. "At first, we could still hear his shouting, but 10 days ago, he stopped saying anything. We reported this to the leader, but she told us not to worry. Wild is definitely fine," added another elder. Hearing that Yu Xian also knew of this matter put Long Chen at ease. Yu Xian knew more about Wild than he did. If she said he was fine, he was definitely fine. However, the number of magical beasts on the battlefield was growing increasingly greater. This didn't quite make sense. If Wild was on the other side, he should be drawing the attention of the magical beasts, and the number appearing here should be dropping. The elders were only here to oversee the battle and would only attack when half-step netherpassage magical beasts appeared, quickly killing them. It was the disciples of the original devil race who were busy. The soul transformation disciples constituted the main force, with Jade Core disciples assisting. Even some weaker disciples were present, and they weren't lazing around. They were tidying up the battlefield, transporting the magical beast corpses away and stripping them of their hide, bones, blood, cores, etc. After all, each part of a powerful magical beast was an expensive resource. By gathering so many, the original devil race could make quite a profit if they sold them in the martial heaven continent. The rarer and higher level the magical beast, the more value they had. The amount that they could get for these resources was definitely not one bit inferior to what they obtained from their businesses. Not only were they training their disciples, but they were also making money. Yu Xian's decision had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. The original devil race's experts were very powerful. Their attacks contained a unique kind of mysterious energy that increased their power. They were several times stronger than experts on the same level in the continent. If these disciples managed to grow up, they would become a terrifying army. Clearly, Yu Xian wanted to raise a powerful force, and the leader of this force was definitely Yu Xiaochen. She was the future hope of the original devil race, bearing a heavy mission. After so many days of training, the disciples, whose movements had been a bit sluggish and unrefined, had completely transformed. They were fighting smoothly and easily now. After looking over the battlefield, Long Chen said, "I don't like that my foolish brother has disappeared. I'm going to go find him." Yu Xiaochen was startled. If you were to go against the flow of space like that, you would have to survive the spatial tearing force. Wild could make it because he has the body of a blood barbarian. You will definitely be injured if you try it. No problem, I want to try. Long Chen walked toward the giant spatial crack. Only through that crack could one manage to go against the flow and enter the world on the other side. When Long Chen was close, the spatial crack began to rumble intensely. Countless spatial blades began to gather and clash inside. That destructive power made everyone else's hearts shake. This was a law of heaven and earth. Long Chen snorted. His divine ring suddenly appeared like a blazing sun. Even heaven and earth were shaken by his divine ring. A powerful aura surged out of Long Chen, condensing into a giant pillar of light that soared into the sky and blew apart the clouds. When Long Chen's vast divine pressure erupted, all the experts of the original devil race, whether they were elders or disciples, looked in shock at him. As for the roaring, crazy magical beasts, they instantly became frightened rabbits. They knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Even as they were slain by the disciples, they didn't move. The divine power of the 9 stars. How many epochs has it been? He has finally appeared again. This world is going to change at last. Yu Xian stood at the top of the original devil race's main palace. Her eyes looked across an immense space to see Long Chen. She muttered to herself, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. This was the true pressure of the 9-star hegemon body art, one that forced all other lifeforms to kneel. This was the hegemon Tao that superseded the heavenly Taos. As his divine ring revolved, he felt the laws of the world. They formed millions of tiny dots of light that bowed toward him. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented feeling of grandness. This was a feeling of being above heaven and earth. Even they had to listen to his orders. As he walked into the spatial crack, even the spatial blades inside seemed to be afraid of him. They actually retreated slowly as he advanced. Yu Shaochen looked at that in awe. The current Long Chen was so domineering that even the spatial laws didn't dare to go against him. As he advanced, Long Chen heard an even louder rumbling as if something was roaring at him to intimidate him. However, he ignored it, continuing to walk forward slowly. The spatial blades were also rumbling, but they didn't attack him. This feels amazing. No good, I can't laugh. I have to look calm like I'm being low-key. Long Chen had an urge to raise his head and laugh to unleash this feeling of being unrivaled, but he endured it. He had to suppress that desire. If he allowed that feeling to inflate, sooner or later he would become crazy, blinding himself with his own power. Fuck, Guo Ran is really lucky. He gets to show off whenever he wants. Long Chen cursed inside. He even began to envy Guo Ran. Guo Ran never gave up any chance to show off, but Long Chen had to suppress that desire. It was too unfair. However, no matter how Guo Ran showed off, his confidence wouldn't overinflate. That was because there was the Dragonblood Legion to suppress him if he did. Guo Ran also knew this, which was why he was free to show off without the slightest worry. Eventually, Long Chen had advanced so far that it seemed he had reached a limit. The spatial blades finally surged toward him. Long Chen smiled faintly. His divine ring unleashed waves of divine light that formed a protective barrier around him. The spatial blades bounced off his barrier without inflicting the slightest damage. I really do understand too little about the 9-star hegemon body art. I'll need to continuously experiment. Long Chen was excited to see this result. This move was something he had suddenly thought of when he had advanced to the 9th heaven stage of soul transformation. The divine ring was capable of suppressing everything. Then he should be able to use that effect. He had tested it, resulting in this barrier. Waves of light continuously came from the divine ring in addition to the barrier, blowing the spatial blades apart. Exploding lights filled the air, a dazzling and dangerous sight. An incense stick's worth of time after the first spatial blades attacked, Long Chen finally reached the end of the spatial crack. As soon as he arrived in this other world, before he could even see where he was, a heaven-shaking roar rang out and the sky darkened. A giant claw from the sky came at Long Chen. Before it even reached him, its immense power had compressed the space around him until it was deformed. A nether passage magical beast. Long Chen immediately activated the celestial lightning body blink. Lightning runes appeared all around him, and he dashed away from the claw. However, although he had dodged the claw, it still crashed against the ground, shattering the ground for thousands of miles. Terrifying astral winds slaughtered all the magical beasts in the surroundings. Right after a moment of joy, I get this crap. Long Chen cursed. This magical beast was so huge that half its body was covered in the clouds, so he couldn't see its appearance. But there was no way he could be mistaken about its aura. It was definitely a 12th rank magical beast, a magical beast that had reached the nether passage level. Long Chen's current aura might be able to scare away 11th rank magical beasts, but it was useless against a 12th rank magical beast. He had almost been turned into a meat patty just now. The magical beast let out a roar, and its huge head came down from the clouds. A golden ball of light shot out of its mouth. Only now did Long Chen get a chance to see its head. It was similar in shape to an earth dragon. However, he had no time to examine it any closer. A huge golden sphere was falling toward him like a shooting star. Fuck, how did I get so unlucky? Cursed Long Chen. How was it that as soon as he arrived, there was a terrifying 12th rank magical beast waiting for him? Lightning spread throughout the land, and Long Chen's figure vanished. In the next instant, the huge golden sphere exploded where he had just been. This move instantly cleaned up the battlefield. A wave of earth spread in every direction. The surviving magical beasts fled for their lives, while the rest died. Long Chen came flying out of the ground, spitting out dirt. It wanted a fight. Fine, it would get one. Chapter 1732. Who needs a saber? A 12th rank magical beast was on the same level as a nether passage expert. Although magical beasts were unable to control divine items, their innate divine abilities made it so their combat power wasn't much inferior to human race nether passage experts. Long Chen's fury was starting to soar at being attacked continuously. He didn't know if it was because of the 9-star hegemon body art, which refused to allow him to lose, or because he had been suppressed by nether passage experts for too long. Either way, he wanted to have a real fight against an existence on this level. The huge claw smashed down once more. Evilmoon transformed into a crescent fang that slashed into it. However, what shocked Long Chen was that his saber image was instantly blown apart upon contact with the claw. What is this thing? How can its defense be so tough? Long Chen was speechless. The difference was a bit too immense, wasn't it? You can't beat it. It's the sword spine armor dragon. Amongst the middle-class dragon races, it stands at the top. Although its bloodline isn't pure, and it doesn't have any powerful divine abilities, its physical strength and defensive power are excellent in its class. Fellows like this were just snacks to me before, but now I don't think we can win. Its skin is too tough. Even before, I would have to skin it before eating it. We should just leave. It's not that fast, so as long as you want to leave, it won't be able to stop you, said Evilmoon. Even Evilmoon had no choice but to admit that they couldn't do anything to it. It might not pose a fatal threat, but its immense defensive power and physical strength meant that they also didn't pose a fatal threat to it either. The sword spine armor dragon continuously attacked Long Chen, but Long Chen had filled the surroundings with lightning runes and was blinking across them, dodging its attacks. In front of its giant body, Long Chen was like a tiny ant. However, the sword spine armor dragon's attacks were all very accurate, surprising Long Chen. How can it lock onto me? Asked Long Chen. If you were just an ordinary soul transformation expert, it probably wouldn't even see you. Since its vision is only a bit better than a blind person's, it uses its nose to sense things. The reason it's attacking you isn't because of the 9-star hegemon body art, but because it smells the true dragon essence blood flowing in your veins. That true dragon essence blood might only be from a green dragon, but it is incomparably pure. Amongst the millions of dragon races, only the true dragon is able to shake off the restrictions of any laws and live forever. Other dragons would drool at true dragon essence blood. Even I want to devour your essence blood. Although devouring it has no use to me, it's practically an instinct, said Evilmoon. Fuck, I treat you as a brother, and you treat me as food. When you get bigger, are you going to eat me? Demanded Long Chen. HMPH, the great dark evil dragon race cares more about promises than any other race. When have I ever lied? Raged Evilmoon. Long Chen curled his lip. When I first saw you, didn't you try to con me? I just didn't fall for it. However, didn't all those people that fell for it die? Bullshit. I promised that if they helped me break my seal, I would fulfill one of their desires. That's the same as what I promised you. However, aren't I still under my seal? They didn't hold up their end of the bargain, so who cares if they died? Fuck off, I'm ignoring you. Handle it yourself. Long Chen was in the midst of blocking the sword spine armor dragon's attack when his weapon suddenly vanished. Although Long Chen immediately dodged, he was still sent flying by powerful shockwaves. He almost coughed up blood. Evilmoon, you almost conned me to death. Raged Long Chen. Don't worry, you won't die. If you can't beat it, then run. However, the heir of the 9 stars is such a badass, isn't he? Why would such a person run? Go ahead and kill it. Evilmoon had already returned to Long Chen's spiritual space and refused to leave. Evilmoon was truly a bit angry. However, its anger was also a bit of embarrassment. Back then, in order to escape its seal, it had truly used some shameless methods. That was definitely a bit disgraceful to the name of the dark evil dragon race. Long Chen was picking at that scab, making it angry. That was its lesson to Long Chen and a warning that he better not bring this up again to mock it. The sword spine armor dragon was very strong, but it had its own clear weaknesses. Evilmoon refused to believe that Long Chen wouldn't be able to recognize those weaknesses with his combat experience. As long as he didn't fight directly, he wouldn't be in danger. HMPH, who needs your help? I can kill it myself. Even without Evilmoon, Long Chen didn't give up. Long Chen saw the sword spine armor dragon's weaknesses clearly. However, he had his own bitter troubles. Having advanced to the 9th heaven stage of soul transformation, he clearly felt a change in his mental state. His arrogant side had grown stronger. Just after having his power increase, along with his confidence and arrogance, he encountered such a powerful existence. If he fled, Long Chen had a premonition that it would be a serious blow to his confidence. The 9-star hegemon body art had very unique points. If, just as his confidence was surging, he encountered such a huge setback, it would be a heavy blow. so Long Chen wanted to defeat it somehow. However, he was speechless toward Evilmoon's pettiness. It had just been a joke, but Evilmoon had turned away from him. Without Evilmoon, Long Chen didn't even have a chance to attack. He was constantly dodging in the air. The sword spine armor dragon's huge body only occasionally revealed itself to Long Chen at the last moment through the dust and smoke from its attacks. It was similar to the earth dragon in that it had 2 giant wings. Long Chen had narrowly avoided being struck by its wings several times. The greatest difference between them though was that the sword spine armor dragon had 20 sharp bone spurs growing out of its back. Each of them was thousands of meters long. Those 20 bone spurs were where its energy was condensed, similar to a human's dantian. They were incredibly tough, and even divine items couldn't easily damage them. After repeatedly attacking, the sword spine armor dragon was getting angrier and angrier at not being able to hit Long Chen. Long Chen was like a mosquito that was flying around its body, but it couldn't manage to hit him. All the other magical beasts continued fleeing further and further away. They didn't even dare to get closer to the spatial crack now. In the skyscraping world, due to the lack of reinforcements, the magical beasts on the battlefield were all slain quickly. The original devil race's experts were staring in shock at the spatial crack. As long as nothing was passing through it or disturbing it, it was possible to see through the spatial crack. They could clearly see what was happening on the other side. Seeing Long Chen fighting a 12th rank magical beast stunned them all. He was only at the soul transformation realm but was actually able to fight a nether passage level magical beast. They had thought that their fight against 11th rank magical beasts had been an amazing battle, something worthy of pride. Yet, those disciples would be in great danger if they faced a half-step 12th rank magical beast, and they needed the elders to handle those. However, Long Chen was also in the soul transformation realm, but he was fighting a true 12th rank magical beast fearlessly. Truly worthy of a 9-star heir. He doesn't even use his saber. He's fighting it completely barehanded. Praised an elder. They had only gotten a clear view of what was happening just as Evilmoon had vanished, causing Long Chen to fight barehanded. They practically prostrated themselves toward Long Chen in admiration. Of course, if Long Chen knew what they were thinking, he would cry, "No matter how arrogant I was, I wouldn't be arrogant to such an idiotic level. If Evilmoon doesn't want to help, what am I supposed to do?" With only his bare hands, Long Chen could only rely on the celestial lightning body blink to dodge through the sky. He was familiarizing himself with its attack patterns. If they fought directly, his chances of winning would be no greater than 10%. He wasn't such a fool. This was an existence that could match nether passage experts. Fortunately, its huge body made it a bit clumsy, and its attack speed wasn't that great. Otherwise, Long Chen would have been forced to run for his life. With all its attacks missing, the sword spine armor dragon's eyes turned scarlet, and it entered a berserk state. It opened its mouth, condensing a golden sphere once more. This is the moment. Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Instead of retreating, he advanced right over to its mouth. Yu Xiaochen jumped in shock. This action was practically sending himself to his death. The sword spine armor dragon had released this golden sphere attack several times now, and its power was practically apocalyptic. Even nether passage experts struck by it would definitely die. Blaze Dragon Spear. A black spear appeared in his hand, one composed of black flames. It was filled with a berserk and explosive power, like it was a compressed volcano. The black spear shot out of Long Chen's hand, striking the golden sphere. As soon as he released the spear, Long Chen's figure vanished, reappearing behind the sword spine armor dragon. The spear was like a detonator, while the golden sphere was like a bomb. It was like a star had exploded. The golden sphere had yet to leave the sword spine armor dragon's mouth before it exploded. Chapter 1733. This is called intelligence. The huge sphere exploded in the sword spine armor dragon's mouth. Its mouth became a bloody pulp, but it didn't die. It was only a somewhat serious injury that wasn't fatal. The sword spine armor dragon flipped back, smashing a large hole in the ground. It seemed the explosion had affected its mind, and it couldn't even tell different directions apart. Its claws, wings, and tail randomly attacked everywhere. What a tough body. No wonder Evilmoon said I couldn't beat it. Even its own attack was unable to kill it. If it was an ordinary magical beast, causing their own full-strength attack to explode inside them would definitely be enough to kill them. However, the sword spine armor dragon's defensive power far exceeded its offensive power. It was too tough. Furthermore, With a magical beast's natural recovery abilities, it wouldn't be long before this injury healed. The sword spine armor dragon's wild attacks were an instinct. It wanted to make sure Long Chen couldn't get close during this moment to launch a fatal attack. It was buying itself time. Suddenly, a cyan brick appeared in Long Chen's right hand. He spun through the air 3 times, concentrating all his power. Little heaven, show Evilmoon your power. Don't let it look down on you. Long Chen suddenly threw the cyan brick at the sword spine armor dragon. Evilmoon refused to work with him, so Long Chen took out the heaven flipping seal. The heaven flipping seal had gained an initial level of control over its power thanks to Evilmoon's guidance. The heaven flipping seal explosively grew once Long Chen threw it. It was like a giant mountain as it smashed into the sword spine armor dragon. The entire world shuddered. Then everything became calm. There was a huge cyan brick deeply imprinted in the ground. The sword spine armor dragon was beneath it, with only half its tail sticking out. Its tail was constantly twitching. Long Chen jumped in shock. He hadn't expected the heaven flipping seal to be so powerful. It had actually crushed the sword spine armor dragon in one attack. Fool, how many times have I told you not to use your full power unless it's a life and death moment? All that energy you saved up during this time has been wasted. Evilmoon's furious roar rang out. The heaven flipping seal transformed back into an ordinary cyan brick and returned into Long Chen's mind sea. It was like a child that had made a mistake, just floating there in front of Evilmoon, not daring to move. Long Chen sensed that the heaven flipping seal's aura had plummeted after this one attack. It had used up over 90% of its power. I was the one who made Little Heaven do this. You refused to help, so why can't Little Heaven help me? Long Chen immediately moved to protect Little Heaven. In truth, its power had made him jump as well. That kind of power could only be described as terrifying. The heaven flipping seal immediately stopped acting so afraid with Long Chen's support. It hid behind Long Chen. You fool, the sword spine armor dragon is just a troublemaker. Congratulations on killing it. Tell me, how much do you think you actually got out of it? How much money? You are no longer a rookie, and I am still sealed. Little Heaven is a life-protecting talisman, but you wasted all its energy on something useless like the sword spine armor dragon. How are you going to protect yourself against the truly dangerous enemies in the future? Demanded Evilmoon angrily. Evilmoon had been constantly teaching and training Little Heaven to control its energy. It firmly warned Little Heaven that it couldn't easily attack. In fact, even Long Chen hadn't realized how powerful the heaven flipping seal was, which was intentionally done by Evilmoon. It didn't want Long Chen to form a dependence on the heaven flipping seal. The heaven flipping seal was only there to save his life at a critical moment. If he used it nonchalantly, it wouldn't have any energy to help him when he needed it. For example, the spiritual seal that the terrifying expert had left on Long Chen's mind sea was something that Evilmoon would require a long time to fully erase with just its own power. That amount of time was more than enough for the master of the seal to lock onto Long Chen's position, and Little Heaven had been the trump card that had managed to break the seal instantly. Now, this powerful trump card had used up all its energy on a useless sword spine armor dragon. Naturally, Evilmoon was infuriated. Hearing all this, Long Chen finally understood Evilmoon's thinking and also gained a greater understanding of Little Heaven. It was an item spirit he had given birth to from the Aldeval monster's soul essence. It was like a child, and when it got excited, it wouldn't have too many thoughts in its head. It's fine. Experience is what leads to wisdom. If Little Heaven hadn't used its full power, it wouldn't even know how strong it is, let alone know how to control its own power. It's not a bad thing. I will ask Sha Chen if he could create a formation too. Let Little Heaven recover its energy faster. We're not lacking money. As long as we have money, what can't we do? Laughed Long Chen. Evilmoon's anger faded. Recovering divine energy required a very long time. However, a formation master could make a formation that could make this process quicker. Furthermore, it was true that Little Heaven needed to experience its full power in order to learn how to control it. Just theory with no practical practice was no good. The sword spine armor dragon was not dead yet. If Little Heaven had used its power properly, it would have killed it. However, it had unleashed its power a bit too early, before it had been concentrated perfectly, resulting in it wasting 30% of its power. Now, the sword spine armor dragon was constantly twitching. It was unknown how many of its bones were broken. Its defensive power was truly astonishing. Even with its whole body deformed, it wasn't in danger of dying. It had just fallen unconscious. If it was an ordinary person, the divine power contained in the heaven-flipping seal's attack would invade their body. Many people died from the invasion of that divine power even if they survived the actual attack. On the other hand, the sword spine armor dragon might be heavily injured and unconscious, but its natural recovery had kicked in. If left like this, it would fully recover. Is this sword spine armor dragon really useless? Don't try to trick me. I've read plenty of books. Long Chen's gaze landed on the sword spine armor dragon's head. Such a powerful magical beast was actually called trash by Evilmoon. Of course it's useless. A magical beast's spirit blood contains a chaotic aura, and their intelligence is so low. They can't even compare to Zon beasts, let alone real divine beasts like the true dragon. Its bloodline is too muddled. The dragon breath attack is innate to the dragon race. Low-class dragon races are only capable of the simple dragon breath. Middle-class dragon races can breathe stars. The so-called star breath is comparable to the level of a real star at its stronger point. When I was at my peak, my star breath was enough to destroy an entire minor world. As for its breath, TCH, it's as weak as my spit, said Evilmoon disdainfully. One attack to destroy an entire minor world. Long Chen was shocked inside. He knew Evilmoon's character, and it would disdain to lie. However, someone as terrifying as Evilmoon was unable to receive a single attack from Sovereign Yun Shang. Just what level of existence was a sovereign? Other magical beasts have their divine abilities concentrated in divine runes on their skulls, which can create a crystal bone. A 12th rank magical beast's crystal bone is essentially a quasi-divine item. However, this sword spine armor dragon's bloodline is too impure, and its divine ability is not only linked to its crystal core and the runes on its skull, but it also requires the 20 bone spurs on its back to activate. A quasi-divine item requiring all of those big things is useless. What exactly are you going to use it for? Tell me, don't you think you're a fool for wasting so much effort? Evilmoon's rage began to boil once again. You can't put it that way. It might be trash to you, but it has great use to me. Long Chen laughed sinisterly. Actually, he knew he was in the wrong, but he thickened his face to say that it was useful. Otherwise, Evilmoon's anger would just continue to grow. What are you going to use it for? Stew, snorted Evilmoon. It clearly wasn't so easy to trick. Hee, if Wild was present, I would naturally give it to him. However, I don't think this sword spine armor dragon is as useless as you say. I can always bring it back and study it. Speaking of which, can I put a slave mark on it and turn it into my housepit? Long Chen had a sudden thought. If he had a nether passage housepit, the first thing he thought of was giving it to Meng Qi. Cloud's speed and attacks were unparalleled. Her only weakness was defense. If this sword spine armor dragon was given to Meng Qi, then with Cloud in charge of attacking and the sword spine armor dragon in charge of defense, Meng Qi would become the most terrifying asset in the Dragonblood Legion. Nice try. You are treating a 12th rank magical beast too simply. That is an existence on the same level as a nether passage expert. First of all, let's ignore whether or not you have enough spiritual strength to place a slave mark on such a powerful existence. Even if you did, it would easily manage to struggle free. I know you have some special methods to put a special slave mark on it and make it so that it can't escape, but I'm telling you, you won't be able to control it. The sword spine armor dragon is the result of inbreeding. It's the product of the sword spine nether dragon and the sword spine earth dragon. Its head is chaotic, and it has almost no mind. It does not differentiate between friend or foe in battle. With such a housepit, you'll sooner or later play yourself to death, sneered Evilmoon. The earth doesn't give birth to nameless grass, and the heavens don't give birth to useless people. Everything in this world has its own usefulness. The only question is whether you use it properly. Long Chen suddenly smiled sinisterly. Why is your smile so evil? Have you thought of some sinister moves? Asked Evilmoon. What do you mean, sinister moves? This is called intelligence. Yes, correct, this is intelligence. Long Chen sat on the sword spine armor dragon's head. He formed a hand seal, and his spiritual strength surged. A giant spiritual mark slowly condensed. Chapter 1734 Lost Wild. That is a soul-bewitching rune. What are you planning? Evilmoon was startled. The spiritual rune that Long Chen had condensed was not a slave mark. It was more similar to hypnosis and would keep the spine sword armor dragon asleep. Long Chen wouldn't be able to control it like this. With this kind of spiritual seal, the sleeping sword spine armor dragon might technically count as his housepit, but as soon as it woke up, the seal would be dispelled. Maintaining this seal would be a constant drain on his spiritual strength. If he didn't keep it up, it would wake up. Evilmoon couldn't understand why Long Chen would choose such an option. I already said that all things in this world have their own use. Even dung can be used to nourish trees. However, if it lands on a person's face, sometimes, it's even more powerful than a martial weapon, laughed Long Chen. What is that supposed to mean? Demanded Evilmoon. That evil tone of Long Chen's told it that Long Chen was up to no good again. Evilmoon truly wanted to know. Suddenly, it had a thought. What the fuck, I understand now. You evil scoundrel. Hehe, we don't produce magical beasts. We're just in charge of transporting them throughout the world. Why would you call that evil? HMPH, fine, I admire you. But, hehe, I really want to see who the unlucky bastard will be, laughed Evilmoon. Long Chen smiled and didn't respond. He continued to pour in his spiritual strength. The huge spiritual rune was constantly fluctuating until it shuddered one final time. The seal was complete. Long Chen wasn't skilled in spiritual arts, so although he had an ocean's worth of spiritual strength, it took him a long time to condense the seal. If it had been Meng Qi, she would have completed it in the blink of an eye. The seal slowly merged into the sword spine armor dragon's head, and its whole body shook intensely. Its wings slammed on the ground repeatedly. However, after a moment of struggling, it stopped moving. The spiritual seal took effect. The sword spine armor dragon's huge body vanished as it was sucked into Long Chen's spiritual space. It was chained by many spiritual seals and kept in a deep slumber. Nice work. Long Chen clapped his hands a couple of times and smiled. This was a killer trump card. If he used it well, it could bring him endless benefits. The original Devil Race's experts that were watching cheered loudly upon seeing Long Chen subdue that sword spine armor dragon so easily. The distant magical beasts hiding in the distance were too scared to approach. Although their intelligence was low, they had seen Long Chen suppress the sword spine armor dragon. Even the several half-step netherpassage magical beasts didn't dare to approach. They hid in the distance, letting out low growls. The reason magical beasts could not be classified as top-class lifeforms was because of their low intelligence. Their bloodlines were too impure, so there was no way for them to compare to Zon beasts. Although they were both beasts, the Zon beasts kept their bloodlines very pure, and their intelligence was on the same level as humans. As for magical beasts, no matter how high their intelligence, they were still dumb beasts. Furthermore, magical beasts were easily bewitched by the Zon beasts. In the Devil Abyss, a sudden army of magical beasts had appeared and attacked the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen was sure it was done by the Zon beasts. Only they had the ability to control such a huge army of beasts. After putting away the sword spine armor dragon, Long Chen didn't bother with the half-step netherpassage magical beasts. Flying high into the sky, he quickly saw a long path stretching into the distance. It was a bloody path, filled with destruction and blood. Long Chen immediately began to follow it. This bloody path was the remnants of Wild's fighting. As long as Long Chen followed it, he should be able to quickly find Wild. With his divine ring active, all the surrounding magical beasts were forced away by his divine might. They obediently kneeled in the distance. Long Chen followed the path for a large part of the day. Standing at the peak of a tall mountain, he looked over the remnants of a ruthless battlefield. There was a skeleton here that was emitting the pressure of a netherpassage magical beast. It looked to be a tiger or leopard-shaped magical beast. However, only its skeleton remained, so he couldn't tell its exact appearance. He landed on the skull and saw a crystal core. The crystal core still had powerful runes revolving within it, and he could hear some kind of angry roar coming from it as if it was echoing its anger and unwillingness right before its death. Beside the large skeleton was a dozen other small skeletons. He looked over their crystal cores and found that they were all of the half-step netherpassage level. Wild would only eat the skeletons when he was starving to death. Normally, he only ate the meat. As a result, this child didn't recognize the crystal cores as treasures and had tossed them aside. Long Chen gathered the crystal cores and flew back into the air. He looked at the bloody path. Oh no, Long Chen bitterly smiled. Wild had definitely gotten lost. He saw that the path now crossed in many places as Wild traveled around randomly. Wild had gotten lost here and had run around, searching for his way back. As a result of his frantic running, he ended up covering up the path he had come from. With Wild's intelligence, it would be very difficult for him to find his way back. The thing that made Long Chen speechless was that many bloody paths were stretching so far into the distance that he couldn't see their ends. He could imagine how frantic this child was after realizing he was lost. He had to be rushing around randomly, resulting in his path growing more and more chaotic. Now, there were so many paths that Long Chen had no idea which direction Wild went. Well, if he's lost, he's lost. He can eat as much as he wants. Maybe one day he'll eat his way back to us. Long Chen was speechless. If he wanted to find Wild, it would take a long time. He didn't have that much time. In any case, Wild's power was not inferior to his own. That mouth of his was even capable of biting netherpassage magical beasts to death. There was no need for Long Chen to worry about him. Long Chen returned along his original path. When he came out of the spatial crack, Yu Xiaochen asked, "Where is Wild?" "Lost," sighed Long Chen. "What? Don't joke. It's the truth." Long Chen bitterly smiled and told Yu Xiaochen about what had happened inside. Upon learning that Wild had somehow gotten lost inside, Yu Xiaochen also became speechless. The giant spatial crack should have been a giant beacon to Wild, but even with such a giant reference point, Wild still managed to get himself lost. Even magical beasts could have found their way back, but not Wild. The skyscraping world's aura was constantly passing through to the other world through the spatial crack. The magical beasts on the other side take that as a threat and a provocation, so they charge over. Hopefully, Wild will be able to follow those magical beasts back, said Yu Xiaochen. I doubt that's possible considering who he is. Wild's blood mark is still in Guo Ran's hands. I have handed that to him back in the immemorial path so it would be easier to find Wild, but I didn't bring it with me this time. Just let Wild eat as much as he wants for now. If he doesn't come out during this time, I'll have Guo Ran make me something that can track him down, said Long Chen helplessly. After a moment's hesitation, he apologetically added, Xiaochen, the Dao sect still needs me for many things. I have to go back. I know, I understand. Go back and say hello to my sisters. Tell them that Xiaochen misses them. Xiaochen couldn't help crying. They had just reunited and were about to be separated again. On the martial heaven continent, endless dangers meant that they couldn't be sure how long this parting would be. Perhaps it would be eternal. Just as Long Chen was at a loss as to how to comfort her, an ancient voice rang out. Xiaochen, don't grieve. The two of you will forever be together. No one will be able to separate you. Greetings, great prophet. Greetings, race leader. The original devil race's experts all knelt. From the distance, Yu Xian slowly walked over while supporting an old woman. The old woman looked like she already had one foot in the grave. Her face was covered in wrinkles. She looked like the slightest breeze would knock her over. She had no aura at all, like she was someone who hadn't cultivated. However, Long Chen was shocked to see how bright her eyes were. They were clearly intelligent. It was like her eyes could see through all the mysteries of heaven and earth, as if they could see through the past and future. Her eyes were like a mirror that reflected the world. Greetings, great prophet. Seeing that this woman was being personally escorted by Yu Xian, Long Chen could tell that this woman's position was probably even greater than Yu Xian's in the original devil race. Grandma. Yu Xiaochen hastily went over to support the old woman. Unexpectedly, this prophet was actually Yu Xiaochen's grandmother, Yu Xian's mother. The old woman's withered hand gently caressed Yu Xiaochen's cheek, wiping away her tears. I thought that you had forgotten your grandma after seeing your boyfriend. Grandma. Yu Xiaochen pressed her hand against the old woman's arm. She blushed. Your grandma was also young back in the day. What is there to be embarrassed about? Look, Long Chen's completely at ease. The old woman smiled kindly. You overpraise me. This little one's skin was built up over thousands of trials. It's thick enough to not be embarrassed. Long Chen hastily went up. This was his future grandmother-in-law. To obtain her granddaughter, he had to obtain her approval. Not feeling embarrassed is a good thing. People who don't get embarrassed aren't so fake. They say what they want to say, do what they want to do. Good child, come here and let grandma touch your face. I want to see the face of my granddaughter's future husband. The old woman reached out her two withered hands and gently touched Long Chen's face. When her hands touched Long Chen's face, they transformed, becoming plump like a young maiden's hands. At the same time, glowing lines appeared on her palms. Long Chen's heart shook. This is Chapter 1735. I'll have to look down on you. The original devil race's prophet gently touched Long Chen's face with her hands. Long Chen immediately felt his soul shake, and the divine gate star activated on its own, instinctively resisting. Long Chen hastily stopped the divine gate star. However, huge waves rose in his heart. It was just that he didn't say anything. Good child, you're very handsome. Your future children with Xiao Chen, whether they're boys or girls, will definitely be very cute. The original devil race's prophet pulled back her hands. When they left Long Chen's face, they returned to their normal, withered state. The only difference was that the prophet was smiling brightly now. Child, don't let a romantic relationship stop you from doing what you need to do. Sometimes, a good result needs a bitter process. However, as long as you can get that result, all that bitterness will be worth it. The bitterness will become your most perfect memories. However, if your hesitation over the process affects the result, if it causes you to fail, it will only bring you endless regret. All your efforts are for that goal. If you don't achieve it, then everything fades away. When you reach the end, you will only find emptiness. Long Chen bowed to the prophet and Yu Xian. He then hugged Yu Xiaochen before being led away by one of the elders. When Long Chen's figure vanished, Yu Xiaochen, Yu Xian, and the prophet left as well. The roar of magical beasts began to ring out once more as they continued charging into the skyscraping world. Mom, what did you see? Yu Xian looked at the prophet. She and Yu Xiaochen were supporting her. They had arrived at a pavilion at the top of a mountain. The prophet looked like she had aged a great deal. Her breathing was a bit unsteady. As soon as she sat down, she began to cough intensely. Yu Xiaochen and Yu Xian hastily poured a cup of water for her. Her coughing eased a bit after drinking some water. Grandma, why did you have to look at him? Doing so is suicide. Yu Xiaochen was crying as she looked at her grandmother. Child, which person doesn't die? Death is another form of life. You need to learn this point from your mother. After giving up my position as the leader of the race, I sacrificed my cultivation base, transforming it into prophetic power so I could see further, see clearer. Although it was a sacrifice, it was worth it. Last time, I managed to see that Long Chen would be in trouble and I sent you just as a test. However, you really did manage to help him at a critical moment. At that time, I knew that no matter how strong I was, I would never be able to read the fate of a 9-star heir. The fact that my prediction actually ended up true means that Long Chen's fate is deeply intertwined with the fate of the original devil race. So how could I give up this chance? The prophet smiled, but then she immediately began to cough fiercely again. Yu Xiaochen hastily pushed the water closer and gently patted her back. After a moment, the prophet continued, I'm very gratified. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Our original devil race has not been wiped out. I saw many more branches living in different star fields. Really, that's great. Yu Xiaochen and Yu Xian were both delighted. They had always thought that after the mother star had collapsed, the others had all died, leaving behind only their one branch of the original devil race. This news was the best news they could have gotten. Did you see which star fields they're in? Can we communicate with them? Can we restore the original devil race's glory? Asked Yu Xian, her voice trembling with emotion. The prophet shook her head. The cultivation technique of an heir of the 9 stars is too domineering. Although I only tried to see information relating to our race, I still received a backlash. If Long Chen hadn't suppressed it, I wouldn't have been able to see anything at all. Xiao Chen, hurry and tell the others this news. Let everyone be happy as well. Yes. Yu Xiaochen immediately rushed away. Mom, Yu Xian suddenly looked at her mother in shock. She wasn't as naive as Yu Xiaochen. The prophet's smile vanished, replaced by complete seriousness. She slowly said, I wasn't able to hold back. In the end, I still glanced at Long Chen's future. Mom, Yu Xian let out a startled cry. She looked at her mother closely and couldn't help but cry. The divine seal on her mother's forehead had completely faded. That meant her life force had run out. I just praised you for understanding the Tao of life and death. I said that Xiao Chen should follow your example, and you act like this, sighed the prophet. She continued, Long Chen is different from the 9-star heirs from the legends. He lacks a kind of true domineeringness. It's a very strange scenario. No one in this world can train in this cultivation technique and still control themselves, but he has done it. In all the historical records, 9-star heirs are solitary figures who fight against heaven and earth. They never form companionships. However, Long Chen is completely different. That's why I couldn't hold back from taking a peek at his future. Unfortunately, I saw something that I shouldn't have. What did you see? Death, darkness, endless death and endless darkness. All life was extinguished. Within that endless darkness and death, I couldn't see the slightest glimmer of hope. Are you saying that Long Chen's fate is to die? I don't know. My ability is limited. I could only see this much. The prophet suddenly touched Yu Xian's cheek. A faint glow appeared on her face. Don't wear yourself out. You only have to do your best. We are just a speck of dust within this cosmos, and we follow the waves. If a star's destiny reaches an end, we can only be destroyed along with it. You wouldn't be able to do anything about it regardless, so don't feel so bad. Just as I said, death is not an end, but another kind of life. Mom. The prophet closed her eyes and silently collapsed into Yu Xian's embrace, still having a faint smile on her face. The old leader of the original devil race passed away just like that. Long Chen was quickly led out of the skyscraping world by an elder from the original devil race. He had no idea that the original devil race's prophet had peeped into his future and thus left the mortal world. Once he left the original devil race, Long Chen went toward the eastern Zan city. There, he saw that things were exceptionally lively. Walking along the large path, he saw experts from different regions. The restaurants were packed. Was there some kind of festival? Why were there so many people? Long Chen curiously perked his ears up. HMPH, that Long Chen really is trash. Either someone helped him or he used some shameless method to get his Dragonblood Legion to occupy 2 spots in the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter rankings. In my opinion, that is no different than cheating. Long Chen was just randomly listening to the conversation when he heard a voice come from within a restaurant. This voice wasn't very loud, but it wasn't quiet either. Anyone in the surroundings of the restaurant could hear it. It was clearly intentional. Someone's causing trouble for me again. Long Chen suddenly stopped. However, that theory was wrong. He was wearing a cloak and had concealed his spiritual fluctuations. His appearance had also been changed. No one should realize who he was. Just as he was questioning his disguise, another voice came from the restaurant. You're right, Long Chen really is shameless. Ignoring how he cheated his way into the top 10, he even colluded with those demons from the original devil race. Although no one has absolute proof, Long Chen's wild ambitions are abundantly clear. Even though everyone is speaking out against him, he's hiding in his sect like a turtle. If he doesn't have a guilty conscience, why would he do that? This voice was just as loud as the first. It was clearly being said so that others would hear it. Long Chen, if you keep enduring like this, I'll have to look down on you. Evilmoon's voice rang out in Long Chen's head. Clearly, it disapproved of Long Chen's indifference. Long Chen didn't reply. He had walked past the restaurant, but now he returned. He also wiped off the disguise on his face, revealing his true appearance. However, he was still wearing a hood that covered most of his face. There were countless people on the street, so no one paid any attention to him. Shang Yunfei has already come to challenge Long Chen, even building a martial stage right outside the eastern Zan city, and Long Chen doesn't even dare to come out. It's been a month, and there hasn't even been a peep from the Xuantian Dao sect. HMPH, when he encounters a real expert, Long Chen runs like a dog. Don't compare Long Chen to a dog. At least, a dog will bark a few times when they encounter an enemy, but Long Chen doesn't even dare to make a sound. There's no comparing the two. Long Chen slowly walked up the stairs. After hearing the two of them echo off each other, a cold smile appeared on his face. The two of them were clearly doing it intentionally to provoke him into coming. The Dragonblood Legion was in seclusion in the Xuantian Dao sect, and Li Tianxuan definitely wouldn't allow them to learn of this news. That was why there was no response from the Xuantian Dao sect. When it came to the outside world's suspicions, Long Chen and Li Tianxuan's attitudes were almost the same. They would walk their own path, and any dogs yapping in the background could yap away. However, this time, Long Chen felt irritated, and the flames of fury slowly began to grow in his heart. He didn't know if he had been suppressed for too long or if it was the influence of the 9-star hegemon body art. However, he was unable to remain indifferent. In my opinion, Long Chen is just. 2 rank 9 celestials at the peak of soul transformation were sitting at a window table, chatting happily when they saw a certain person walk up. Their expressions immediately changed. Chapter 1736 Ancestral Blood Arrow. There were only a few dozen tables at the highest floor of the restaurant. They all had windows beside them so the customers could experience the beautiful sight of eastern Zan City. The number of seats on the highest floor was low, but since it was extremely expensive, the seats weren't completely full. Amongst the customers were two large men with swords on their backs. They were chatting arrogantly, and the others ignored them. However, when a black-robed man walked up the stairs, everyone's expressions changed. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The only thing they could hear was their own heartbeat. Long Chen. Everyone gulped. They actually didn't say this name out loud as they were struck dumb. However, this terrifying name echoed in the deepest depths of their hearts. In your opinion, I, Long Chen, am what? I really want to know. Long Chen's gaze swept through the people here. The majority of these people came from other regions, and he could tell this from their robes. The situation was clear. Since he hadn't come out to fight in a long time, the other side was helpless to do anything other than slander him, using the most shameless yet also the most effective method to force him to appear. Now, he had appeared. Seeing their astonished expressions, Long Chen could tell the situation. The two people talking saw Long Chen smiling faintly as he walked slowly toward them. One of them suddenly hurled their table at Long Chen. The two of them instantly fled for the streets. The first one was quite crafty and knew that experts like Long Chen cared about status. They wouldn't let themselves get soaked in the wine and food on the table. You didn't even answer me before leaving. Don't you think that's a bit rude? Get back here. The first rank 9 celestial only saw his vision darken for a moment before a large hand slapped across his face, blowing him back into the restaurant. Long Chen was standing in the air, his hand raised. A lightning arrow shot out, killing the other rank 9 celestial who had fled in the other direction. He instantly exploded into dust. Heavens, Long Chen really appeared. The entire eastern Zan city was shaken. Countless experts began flying over from every direction. Ha ha ha, I've long since said that Long Chen is the strongest expert of our eastern Zan region. There's no one he's afraid of. Nice, it'll count as payment for cutting off my arm. In the distance, a one-armed man laughed delightedly. Long Chen ignored what was happening outside. He slowly walked up to the rank 9 celestial whose head was half destroyed. This was a serious injury. His soul was shaken, and his yuan spirit had been heavily injured. He was on the verge of death. My cultivation base grew too quickly. I can't even control my own power. Long Chen had been planning on learning a few things from this person's mouth, but that wasn't going to work now. He decided to directly point a finger at that person's head, killing him instantly. So that's the case. Long Chen finished his soul search and learned what was going on. Coincidentally, someone had arrived as soon as Long Chen had left the eastern Zan city to go to the skyscraping world. That person was 8th on the Devil Slaughter rankings, Shang Yunfei. He was an expert from the ancient races. Shang Yunfei did not directly go to the Xuantian Dao sect for his challenge. Instead, he made a large announcement in eastern Zan city and then built a martial stage, saying that Long Chen's reputation was undeserved, and he wanted a real fight against Long Chen to expose his inferiority. At that time, Long Chen had arrived in the skyscraping world and had no knowledge of the challenge, so he naturally hadn't come over. However, in the martial heaven continent, the news of Shang Yunfei's challenge had long since spread throughout all the various regions. Experts from all over had come over in anticipation for this battle. Unfortunately, Long Chen refused to reveal himself, and those experts gradually lost patience. Some became jittery and began saying that Long Chen had to have cheated his way to his current position, which was why he didn't dare to have a real fight. In eastern Zan city, quite a few people supported Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was their top expert in the junior generation in the eastern Zan region. So there were quite a few arguments and lots of cursing between the two sides, eventually resulting in conflict and deaths. As the conflict grew, this matter ended up even disturbing Ku Jianying. She had directly made an order that experts within eastern Zan city were not allowed to fight with martial power, or they would be given the death sentence. The experts from the other regions were cowed and stopped fighting. Ku Jianying's power and status were not unearned. If they offended her, they really would lose their lives. Ku Jianying's orders were clearly to protect the eastern Zan region's disciples. That was because the eastern Zan region's top geniuses were all gathered in the Xuantian Dao sect. The remaining so-called geniuses were only second-rate, and they would sooner or later be eradicated by the experts from the other regions if she didn't protect them. As a result, these foreign experts only dared to mock and ridicule others inside the eastern Zan city, and not actually attack. As for the experts native to the eastern Zan region, they also recognized the difference between them and endured, doing their best to ignore the other party. Now that Long Chen had appeared, the native experts cheered. Your master Long has returned. Those who want to die should hurry up. If you miss this chance, you won't get another. I might not be skilled in curing other illnesses, but I specialize in handling arrogant people who can't accept the truth. I guarantee my medicine will be effective. It will be effective, quick, and painless. You'll be able to report that you're cured the very next day. Long Chen's shout spread through the streets. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and a berserk will soared out of him without restraint. Long Chen really came. He's even more terrifying than the rumors. I actually can't help feeling a sense of worship. I want to follow such an expert. Long Chen's domineering air affected every single person's heart. My body's quivering out of my control. Even my soul is. I feel like a clear spring is falling and cleansing my heart. I can't even stop it. Fuck your clear spring, get away from me before you piss yourself. One man angrily kicked away a man beside him who was constantly quivering. More and more experts gathered. Some people were excited, while some watched coldly from the side. Long Chen's name had resounded throughout the martial heaven continent due to the devil slaughter rankings. Many people here were curious as to what kind of person he was. They wanted to see if Long Chen was really strong enough to get first place. You've finally come. If this is your speed, then I, Shang Yunfei, will definitely kill you today. A heavy shout came from outside the city. It thundered through people's ears. Shang Yunfei is also still here. He's waiting outside the city. Haha, now there'll be a good show to watch. Long Chen will definitely die. A winged ancient race expert was in the midst of sneering when a bolt of lightning struck his head, causing it to explode. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen, how dare you indiscriminately kill people? Roared another ancient race expert. Long Chen didn't even glance at that person. He pointed a finger, and a lightning arrow flew. That ancient race expert also exploded. Do you need a reason to kill people? If that were true, how could the ancient races destroy so many sects when they arrogantly expanded their territory? What, does this law about no indiscriminate killing only apply to others, but not yourselves? However, if you have to have a reason, fine, I'll tell you. My mood is not good, so I killed a couple of people to vent and show off my power. Does this reason satisfy you? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen had previously been able to ignore other people's mocking, not because his self-restraint was so great, but simply because he was worried about being influenced by the 9-star hegemon body art. That had made him tighten his control. This time, his cultivation base had increased by too much, and he clearly felt that he was unable to suppress his anger after being provoked. HMPH, showing off your power. How arrogant. Does stealing first place on the devil slaughter rankings with your despicable methods mean you're unrivaled? Laughable. An eccentric voice rang out. The Western Zan region's Luo Changtian. He's also come. Quite a few recognized this newcomer. He was quite famous in the Western Zan region. That strange voice of yours, is that the result of Mo Nian robbing your ancestral tomb? Long Chen looked at that person disdainfully. Seeing that this person came from the Western Zan region, Long Chen was just making a random guess, but it really turned out to be true, as this person's expression immediately darkened. Suddenly, that person opened his mouth, and a blood arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. It reached Long Chen in almost an instant. Ancestral blood arrow, he's actually launching his ultimate move right off the bat. Anyone would die upon being struck. This blood arrow was actually a kind of ancestral curse. If it touched someone, that person would be cursed and have their life force rapidly fade away. It was an extremely sinister poison. HMPH. Long Chen raised a hand and directly caught the blood arrow. Chapter 1737 Reaping What You Sow. Long Chen caught the blood arrow in front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Although not everyone understood curse arts, the sinister runes on the blood arrow caused a stabbing pain in people's souls even when they just looked at them. They definitely couldn't and wouldn't allow such a thing to touch them. Seeing Long Chen catch it, the expert from the Western Zan region laughed. Ha ha ha, what an idiot, this ancestral blood arrow is. Before he could explain just how amazing his ancestral blood arrow was, Long Chen clenched and the arrow exploded. Ah, the instant the arrow exploded, that expert let out a miserable screech. Black lines covered his body. They were like thousands of vipers wriggling over, and a bloody hole appeared in his head. Blood spurted out of that expert's head. The surroundings experts fled for their lives, afraid of being touched by the blood. When the blood landed on the ground, each drop caused a hole to appear in the bricks. Furthermore, each hole had a locust-like rune still wriggling within it that corroded the brick rapidly. Even stone was being cursed. That expert from the western Zan region tried to form a hand seal to control his own curse, but his arms had already corroded. As he wasn't able to resist, his body slowly collapsed. This terrifying curse made everyone shiver. Those experts that had been close just now were especially terrified. They didn't even dare to touch the blood. That expert let out an unwilling roar. His legs and arms had both corroded, and the rest of his body was melting like snow. There was nothing he could do. Now when I tell you I was showing off my power just now, is it still laughable? Long Chen looked indifferently at this expert, who was now just a head lying in a puddle of black blood. Furthermore, there was a large hole in his head that had black runes crawling out of it. Each time a new rune crawled out, his yuan spirit weakened. This curse was absolutely terrifying. It not only destroyed a person's physical body, but it also crushed their soul. However, no matter how amazing the curse was, it was unable to harm Long Chen, who was protected by divine lightning. He had used his spiritual strength to transfer the curse back to its master. This expert specialized in curses. He was like a poisonous bug keeper. As his curses were his core energy, when Long Chen had made his core energy detonate, it caused a backlash that made him eat his own attack. Save me, save me. I don't want to die. As long as you crush my head, my yuan spirit can survive, pleaded the expert. Right now, his head was like a furnace protecting his yuan spirit. However, as the curse continued to eat away at it, it wouldn't be long before he died in body and soul. His plea fell on deaf ears. What kind of joke was that? They weren't even his allies, so who would dare to take the risk of saving him? Ignoring the fact that Long Chen was right there, who would dare to crush his head? If they were touched by a single drop of his blood, they would meet a similar end. Even a long-distance attack wasn't an option. That would cause the blood to splatter everywhere. If that implicated others, wouldn't they have become a killer? With his pleas being ignored, that person suddenly shouted at Long Chen, "Long Chen, I know you're a good person. You care about others, right? A hero like you can save me. I'm willing to be your slave." In the face of his death, he was so afraid that he even turned to Long Chen for help. Long Chen shook his head. "No, you're wrong, I'm not a good person. As for caring about others, that depends on who it is. Even if I was more generous, I wouldn't save someone who wants my life. So, hurry up and get going. Your voice grates on my ears." Long Chen tossed a flame sphere that landed on that person's head. The blood around him was incinerated, and the black runes within it turned into thick black smoke. Both the blood and the head were incinerated. Long Chen didn't bat an eye after killing this person. He slowly started walking out of the city. All experts in the eastern Zan city made way for him. There wasn't a single person on the path in front of him. They all hid behind the buildings. The foreign experts from the other regions looked at Long Chen with shock. He had killed a genius from the western Zan region who was famous in his own right. Furthermore, Long Chen had killed him with one attack. This kind of combat power was simply terrifying. All the experts that had been cursing Long Chen for being a coward now felt cold sweat drip down their heads. In order to see a good show, they had intentionally provoked Long Chen. They wanted their words to reach the Xuantian Dao sect and make Long Chen come out and face the challenge. Now, he really had come. They thanked their luck that they hadn't been the ones that Long Chen had caught. Those two fellows that Long Chen had killed had essentially saved them from a similar fate. Suddenly, quite a few heads exploded in the crowd, raising startled cries. The instant those heads exploded, a lightning rune appeared on them. Then they were instantly killed. A loose tongue causes trouble. Did you not know this? Those who insult others will be insulted back. Unfortunately, my time is precious, so I have no time to insult you back. Sorry, I can only kill you. More and more heads exploded in the crowd as Long Chen advanced. This bizarre scene horrified the people watching. When he had heard the first two people talking ill of him, he swept his divine sense through the entire city, recording who had been cursing him. Long Chen was now settling accounts with them. If it was before, Long Chen might have let them off after killing the first two, but he was no longer able to remain as calm as before. His killing intent was especially provoked when he heard them insulting his brothers and lovers. These people might not be skilled at other things, but their ability to infuriate others was exceptional. Sometimes, words left worse injuries than physical damage. They were even more difficult to endure. More and more heads exploded, and people could only look on in horror. They quickly realized that the ones dying were the ones who had cursed Long Chen viciously. His accuracy sparked disbelief. "What kind of domain is this? Why can't we sense anything?" exclaimed one expert. They were able to feel the slightest trace of strange energy causing spatial fluctuations, but they were unable to sense the source. All they felt was an invisible blade that pressed against their necks. Some people were spared, but some weren't. In truth, this was Long Chen's celestial lightning domain. It was a technique he had gained insight into after cultivating the celestial lightning body blink. He hid lightning runes throughout this space, forming an invisible domain. Within this domain, he could freely move to any of the lightning runes. Later, he had changed this domain a bit, transforming the spatial runes into killing runes, making a powerful killing domain. It was just that he had never had a chance to test this domain before. Having been infuriated by this crowd, Long Chen activated it, silently killing those people that had angered him. "We were being used by others. It's not our fault." An expert that had loudly cursed Long Chen was terrified at this sight, but his shout didn't save his life. He was still killed. "I had no enmity with you, so why did you have to force me? Did you think that offending me meant nothing, that I couldn't do anything in retaliation? A person should cherish their life. If you don't cherish your own life, why should I cherish it for you? Is harming others in the dark very satisfying? Then go ahead and be satisfied." More heads exploded and corpses collapsed to the ground. The other experts were all pale, not even daring to move. Even Empyreans didn't dare to. They found that they were within an invisible domain, and their lives were in Long Chen's hands. If he wanted to, then no matter how they struggled, they wouldn't be able to escape death. They had finally experienced Long Chen's domineering terror. "Long Chen, slaughtering innocent people doesn't make you a hero. If you have the guts, then come out of the city for a fight. Why make things hard on the weak? Is that the only ability you have?" Shang Yunfei's voice rang out in the distance. "Who do you think you are to criticize me? Don't be in such a rush. As long as you don't run, I will cut off your dog head," replied Long Chen with a snort. He didn't charge out to meet Shang Yunfei, but he also didn't continue killing these people. He had essentially killed them all. A few had managed to slip away, but Evilmoon had taken Long Chen's place to kill them. Not one managed to run. Evilmoon said Long Chen was finally acting like a man. Long Chen was walking toward the exit of the city when he suddenly looked at his left. Narrowing his eyes, he slowly pointed a finger. A lightning arrow shot out at a distant building. Chapter 1738 Shang Yunfei. A tall building that was still in the midst of being built exploded. Everyone jumped in shock. Before this, when Long Chen had killed the experts that cursed him, he had used 5-colored lightning. But this time, he had used a violet lightning bolt, although there had been no chance for them to get a good look at that bolt of lightning. For the brief instant it had appeared, they had sensed a terrifying divine might, one that stabbed their souls. They had felt that intense destructive aura. Long Chen usually used 5-colored tribulation lightning to kill others, but this time, he had used divine lightning. Divine lightning was equivalent to Lei Long's core energy. It recovered slowly, so Long Chen wouldn't easily use it. Lei Long and Huo Long both had a kind of core energy. Lei Long's core energy was divine lightning, while Huo Long's core energy was the black illusion dragon flame. Normally, Long Chen would use 5-colored tribulation lightning or the heaven incinerating flame to fight because those two forms of energy used up very little of Lei Long and Huo Long's energy, and they also recovered quickly. They were good for long-term battles. However, their power was lower than their core energies. Long Chen. A furious roar rang out from the dust of the destroyed building. The Bloodkill Hall. When people saw the elder who had roared, they let out startled cries. That elder was wearing the Bloodkill Hall's robes. His killing intent was obvious now, but he had no aura. That was the specific ability of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins. It was so that others couldn't sense their existence. "You really have some guts. Last time, I destroyed your divine statue, and now you've come again. It seems being an assassin is very profitable," said Long Chen. As Long Chen had been walking, he had suddenly sensed something wrong. He had noticed the aura of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins in the distance. Considering his enmity with the Bloodkill Hall, he didn't even need to think about it. He had then sent a bolt of divine lightning to destroy their new stronghold. The reason he had used divine lightning was to destroy the killing god's statue within. "Go back and tell your master that whenever I encounter people from the Bloodkill Hall, I will kill them. If I find your strongholds, I will destroy them as well." You can scram now. Long Chen glanced at the elder coldly before continuing on his way as if he had done something incredibly minor and unimportant. The elder of the Bloodkill Hall was covered in blood, and half his body was black. Just now, he had been lucky to be on the edge of the attack. Furthermore, he had been strong enough to survive. There had been thousands of other experts from the Bloodkill Hall in this building, and they had all been annihilated by Long Chen's attack. This elder's eyes were red. He had long since lost the calm an assassin needed. In the end, the elder clenched his teeth and vanished. He didn't even leave behind any vicious words as a goodbye. The experts present all stared in shock. As expected, evil people were best handled by evil people. Just how mighty was the Bloodkill Hall in the martial heaven continent? They were so terrifying that not even the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, Pill Valley, or the Zon beasts would be willing to provoke them. They were too difficult to deal with. They came and went like the wind, and their assassination arts were unrivaled. They were an extremely special existence. However, even the domineering Bloodkill Hall wasn't able to do anything to the even more domineering Long Chen. He had destroyed their temple and killed their people, and the only survivor left without even daring to let out a fart. The Bloodkill Hall was truly unlucky. Last time, Long Chen had found their headquarters in the eastern Zon region and destroyed their killing god statue. Now, they had managed to secretly reconstruct a new stronghold when it was destroyed by Long Chen just as it was about to be finished. That was also a reason the elder was so enraged. That was because he had been sent to be the master of this branch. He had just arrived today, but before even getting a chance to sit down, this calamity had struck. However, the fact that he hadn't died should count as good enough luck for him. When it comes to being domineering, no one can compare to Long Chen. Last time, he also walked this path alone with no one being able to stop him. Blood dyed the street red. This time, he's walking the same path, like a king returning to his kingdom. To be able to live in the same world as such a figure, I have no regrets about this life. Within the crowd, a rank 9 celestial couldn't help sighing emotionally. Last time, Long Chen had killed his way out of the eastern Zon city. That image was still deeply imprinted in people's minds. Now, even with heavenly geniuses soaring and monstrous figures everywhere, Long Chen was still as domineering as ever. Last time, many people had refused to accept him, and they had been slaughtered in droves. Now, no one dared to stop him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, eliminate that idiot Shang Yunfei. Let him know our eastern Zon region isn't so easy to bully. Kill him. Who asked him to act so arrogantly here? Beat him until his mother won't even recognize him. Those people swaggering on the streets just now, didn't you feel like you were very badass? Come out again and see if senior apprentice brother Long Chen can knock you into the wall so hard that you can't even pull yourselves out. Seeing how imposing Long Chen was, seeing how the arrogant experts from the other regions were so intimidated that they didn't even dare to make a sound, the experts native to the eastern Zon region all began to criticize them. Before Long Chen had arrived, those foreign experts hadn't just cursed Long Chen, but they had also provoked the flames of fury of the entire eastern Zon region's junior generation. Those experts truly had looked down on the disciples of the eastern Zon region. Those disciples were truly just weaker, so being looked down upon was normal. Those disciples finally had a chance to vent with Long Chen's arrival. So it was also very normal for them to curse back at those people. Those foreign experts felt a burning sensation on their faces as if they had been slapped. However, they chose to act like they couldn't hear anything. Long Chen quickly reached the end of the main path and arrived outside the city. He saw the uneven ground outside and couldn't help but recall his fight here against Yi Qingguang, Sha Guangyan, and Peng Wansheng. Yi Qingguang had even summoned his lightning tribulation at the end. If Long Chen hadn't intentionally provoked the lightning tribulation and drawn it away, it was unknown how many innocent lives in the city would have been lost to it. Now, the same story was replaying. Those three were dead, replaced by someone from the central Zon region. Long Chen, sinner of the human race, hurry up and face your death. Long Chen had just stepped outside the city when Shang Yunfei's voice rang out again. On a distant mountain peak stood a young man. He was tall and muscular. His skin was copper-colored and covered in many tiny runes. Just by standing there, the power of his blood qi caused the space around to rumble. Shang Yunfei is a top expert of the ancient races. He possesses the ancient barbarian mammoth bloodline, which gives him immense power. It is said that in the immortal era, Such experts were capable of tearing apart stars. Although those legends aren't very believable, considering Shang Yunfei's immense blood qi, he could probably kill other Empyreans with a single punch, said an elder within the crowd. I don't think it's just that. After Shang Yunfei's talent awoke, he relied on his whole race to undergo an ancestral restoration sacrifice. The spirit of his ancestor was pulled into his body. He not only has his own power, but he also has another kind of forbidden power, said another elder from a foreign region. Then you mean his race has hedged everything on Shang Yunfei? That was a huge gamble. If Shang Yunfei died, their ancestral spirit would disappear with him. Then their race would quickly decline until it vanished like smoke in the wind. This was no joke. A great era has already descended. Countless monsters are awakening, and sects that have been missing for tens of thousands of years are reviving. If they don't gamble at this time, then what are they supposed to wait for? Some powers have the capital to gamble, while many powers can only watch as others gamble, sighed the elder. He was actually the leader of a sect, and he also had powerful heavenly geniuses rising within his sect. It was just that his sect's foundation was too weak, and he was unable to raise a true monstrous genius. He was helpless to do anything about it. Geniuses required something that was much more important than talent. It was resources. To put it even more frankly, it was money. A whale couldn't be raised in a fish tank. A dragon couldn't be raised in a pig pen. Without money, everything else was useless. Without the support of resources, even geniuses would become mediocre. This was also one of the cruel laws of the cultivation world. Every time you open your mouth, you bring up the human race. That sounds so strange to my ears. Do you not even recognize your ancestors anymore? Mocked Long Chen. The ancient races were the descendants of the human race and the Zon beasts. Back in that era, the human race was very powerful, and they possessed a sovereign who blinded the world with their radiance. In that era, the Zon beasts were merely the human race's subordinates. They were the ones who had taken the initiative to marry into the human race. Some of the Zon beasts had even treated marrying members of the human race as an absolute honor. However, when the final sovereign vanished, the human race declined to the point that the Zon beasts viewed their intermarrying with the human race as a mistake, a humiliation. They not only split ties with the human race, but they also kicked out the results of the intermating. Back then, the human race had accepted those that had been kicked out. However, those people also saw that the human race had declined, so they decided to form their own name, calling themselves the ancient races. The ancient races worshipped the strong, and so they worshipped the Zon beasts. They said that they were the descendants of the Zon beasts, while refusing to accept that they also came from the human race. They had once started large wars against the human race, resulting in much blood. The ties between the two were fully severed. Perhaps the ancient races were truly good loyal dogs. In the end, while the Zon beasts did not acknowledge them, they also did not kick them away. They still had some relations between them. That made the ancient races feel an even greater sense of belonging amongst the Zon beasts, so they felt that the human blood flowing in their veins was a disgrace. They were full of hatred toward the human race. As for Long Chen, he didn't care about their reasoning. He directly talked to them as if he was their ancestor. That refreshed quite a few human experts present. Long Chen, your ignorance will come with a painful price. Shang Yunfei's copper-like eyes stared at Long Chen as he walked closer. Killing intent surged out of him. Chapter 1739. Your guts aren't small. I'm ignorant. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Perhaps, but even if I'm ignorant, I'm not so ignorant to the point of not knowing the history of the ancient races. You don't even dare to face your own origins, instead kneeling below the feet of the Zon beasts. Do you think that can change the fact that the human race is your ancestor? If you don't even dare to face history and instead brainwash yourself with fantasies, do you think that will bring you a sense of accomplishment? Long Chen's words weren't polite at all. They made countless human experts cheer inside. These experts came from all the various regions, but the majority of them were still human. They were all fed up with the Zon beasts' ridicule and the ancient races' loathing. However, none of them dared to be like Long Chen and say such things directly to them like this. Originally, quite a few people had some suspicions about Long Chen. Some were even of the opinion that Long Chen had cheated to take first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings. However, these words of his stunned them. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't dare to say such words. Shang Yunfei's manifestation burst into existence. The world shook as a tsunami-like pressure soared. Shang Yunfei's hair stood on end like an angry lion. Don't play such useless things with me. A few loud sounds aren't able to scare me. Long Chen slowly walked forward as he spoke, ignoring Shang Yunfei's power. The ancient races have the blood of the human race and the Zon beasts. The Zon beasts ignore you like slaves, while the human race dislikes you for your beast nature. To suck up to the Zon beasts, you try to act like a tyrannical ruler in your own right instead of acting like a slave, but let me tell you, a dog will always be a dog in the end. No matter how fierce it acts, it can't become a lion. Each of Long Chen's words was like an arrow stabbing into Shang Yunfei's heart, making him almost go crazy with rage. Long Chen's words were also very satisfying to the experts present. His words were right on the mark. The human race was the most complicated race. It was a mix of good and evil, and there were people with all kinds of natures. Even a single person would have their character constantly change in different environments. For profit, a good person could become a devil, and sometimes to protect their family, a coward could become a fearless warrior. This kind of complicated nature was inherited by the ancient races, along with the Zon beasts' domineering wildness. So the ancient races were also a complicated race, and the Zon beasts viewed them as too cowardly, so they didn't want them. Of course, saying such things in front of members of the ancient races was taboo. Many people knew it inside but didn't dare to say it. That was why the experts from the various regions almost cheered from having their thoughts put into words. Inferior human, all your race knows how to do is spout nonsense. Today, I'll teach you that the prestige of the ancient races isn't something a weak race like yours can provoke. Shang Yunfei could endure no longer. He charged forward, unleashing a punch at Long Chen. I heard that you claim to have an unrivaled physical body. Then I'll use my fists to beat you into a pulp to teach you that in terms of physical strength, the human race is nothing more than a group of trash. Shang Yunfei's powerful punch caused the world to quiver. Space wildly twisted around his fist, and his entire body began to shine. What terrifying power! And this is just from his physical body. These experts had long since grown irritated with Shang Yunfei and how he insulted the human race, but when he attacked, those people were horrified. Just the power of his punch was even more terrifying than the human race's magical arts. The power of his physical body was something their bodies couldn't possibly endure. You want to mock the human race? If it weren't for the human race, you half-bloods would have never appeared. What qualifications do you have to mock us? Since you want to compete, I'll also use just physical power. Long Chen stamped on the ground and also shot toward Shang Yunfei, unleashing a fist. Startled cries rang out. As a human, rather than using the magical arts that the human race specialized in, Long Chen was actually using his physical body to compete with a top expert of the ancient races. The world shook violently. Even the sun in the sky suddenly darkened and astral winds unfurled. Within that hurricane of astral winds, two figures had their fists locked against each other. Under the blazing sun, they looked like two battle gods competing. He received it. Impossible. Amongst the crowd was a horned expert. He was also from the ancient races, and due to his understanding of Shang Yunfei, he couldn't believe his eyes. People not from the ancient races were also unable to believe it. They all looked up at the sky in shock. As expected, they were right. You have just the slightest power worth noticing. You haven't disappointed me. Shang Yunfei smiled cruelly at Long Chen. He clearly knew a bit of information about Long Chen. I don't have just this little bit of power, but you're right when you say I definitely won't disappoint you, said Long Chen indifferently. Shang Yunfei's power was swelling like the tide, rising with each second. However, this kind of power was not enough to shock Long Chen. Then I'll let you experience the power I awakened upon inheriting the talent of the Zon beasts. This is a power a human wouldn't be able to achieve even if they cultivated for 10,000 years. Shang Yunfei's manifestation suddenly began to boil like water. It was rolling and rumbling. A huge figure gradually appeared within his primal chaos manifestation. The figure grew more and more solid. It had 4 limbs, and its nose was raised to the sky. A giant mammoth immediately let out a resounding and thunderous cry. The power of Shang Yunfei's manifestation soared. If his aura had been like a rising river, now it was like a wild sea. Long Chen began to be pushed back. The space beneath Long Chen's feet cracked and creaked as if it were about to explode from this power. Not good. In the end, Long Chen's still from the human race. He can't match Shang Yunfei when it comes to power. People's expressions changed. The majority of these people here were from other regions, and they didn't have the slightest relationship with Long Chen. However, since they were also members of the human race, they hoped for Long Chen to win. HMPH, Long Chen's just a frog at the bottom of the well. Shang Yunfei is the strongest existence when it comes to power in the ancient races. When he goes all out, even Netherpassage experts would have to regard him seriously. Haha, Long Chen said so much before, but he's just an ant in front of Shang Yunfei. Now, he should know how garbage he is, sneered someone from the ancient races. Long Chen, do you only have this little ability? If that's the case, you really have disappointed me. Shang Yunfei was smiling sinisterly. Even as Long Chen put forth all his power to resist, he was forced back. He was being forced back further and further away from the eastern Zan capital. As Long Chen retreated, the space around him twisted wildly. Clearly, he was using immense power, but the difference between them was too great. However, Long Chen's expression was like a ripple as well. No one knew what he was thinking. Acting profound, thinking of your next move. Let me tell you, in front of absolute power, all schemes are useless, sneered Shang Yunfei as he increased his power. The runes around him blazed like suns and spread, surrounding Long Chen so that he couldn't escape. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Are you trying to anger me? Or do you think I'm as dumb as you? Don't use your half-beast intelligence to judge the intelligence of your ancestor. I refuse to believe you didn't gather any information about me before this challenge. You should know some of my trump cards and be very clear that I have yet to use my full power. Right now, I'm just wondering what your goal is. Or, putting it another way, no matter what meticulous trap you laid down here, in my eyes, it's nothing more than a dog turd. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, are you trying to act tough before your death? I don't need to act tough. You are not capable of causing me to panic. At the very least, I've figured out two things. Do you want to hear what they are? Your enlightened words before your death. Mocked Shang Yunfei. Long Chen didn't mind his words. He said, first, you drew me out as a trap. Hidden in this place is a supreme tortoise, am I correct? Shang Yunfei's expression twitched. Idiot, who cares about your nonsense? Shang Yunfei's manifestation shook, and immense power burst out of it. Long Chen was sent flying. Long Chen stabilized himself, as calm as ever. Not only is there a large tortoise hidden, but there's also a heaven-enveloping formation. Your goal is to capture me alive. Ha ha ha, however, it seems your side's brains could only come up with something like that, so I'll drop it. Let's talk about you instead. HMPH, what is there to say? I really admire you. It's too late to beg for mercy. Unless you kowtow to me, sneered Shang Yunfei. You misunderstand. What I mean is, your guts aren't small. Long Chen suddenly let out a roar, and his huge divine ring appeared behind him. He smashed a powerful punch at Shang Yunfei. Chapter 1740A Competition of Physical Strength. Long Chen's divine ring suddenly manifested, and an incomparable divine pressure appeared with it. That divine pressure was like a hammer smashing everyone's heart. Long Chen's punch smashed into Shang Yunfei's arms, and it immediately reversed the tides. Long Chen had gone from being forced back to almost breaking Shang Yunfei's arms with this one punch. The latter was sent flying, and huge ripples appeared in the air. Even a clone dares to act mighty in front of me. I admire you, truly. Long Chen shot after Shang Yunfei like a wild gale, slamming his foot down at Shang Yunfei's head. Shang Yunfei had yet to recover from the shock at this sudden turn of events before Long Chen's foot arrived in front of him. Now he was angry. This attack was clearly intent on humiliating him. Even a clone is enough to kill a little human. Shang Yunfei's manifestation shook. His entire body began to shine, and an elephant cry rang out. His arms instantly thickened as he let out a punch. Long Chen's foot and Shang Yunfei's fist collided. As a result, Long Chen felt a twang of pain from his foot, surprising him. He was knocked back, his ankle broken. He didn't recall ever being injured by someone using pure physical strength in the past few years. Of course, this little injury was nothing to Long Chen. The primal chaos space unleashed a bit of life energy, instantly healing him. Shang Yunfei staggered back from Long Chen's kick. He felt a burst of pain from his wrist. Your bragging isn't bad. Since that's the case, I'll cut down this clone of yours today. Long Chen stamped on the ground. He vanished from his original location, reappearing right in front of Shang Yunfei and unleashing another simple punch. It was purely a fight of physical strength. Shameless arrogance. Shang Yunfei also let out a punch. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of limbs repeatedly struck each other. Each time they clashed, it was like two stars colliding. The world was constantly shaking. Not good, the eastern Zan city's protective formation is being torn apart. The city walls are crumbling. Everyone had been paying attention to the battle, but now someone saw that the intense battle was shaking the earth so badly that even the underground formation protecting the eastern Zan city was being torn apart. Without the formation, the eastern Zan city will be torn apart. The expressions of the native experts changed. They were just about to tell the weaker people to run. Just at that moment, a divine light lit up from a building at the center of the eastern Zan city. The light transformed into runes that enveloped the eastern Zan city. It's the Huayan sect. Startled cries rang out. That building was the Huayan sect's stronghold in the eastern Zan region. This move of yours wasted quite a bit of money. On the top floor of the Huayan sect's building, an elder stood behind Zheng Wenlong, faintly smiling. It's not a waste. Long Chen is my biggest client. This can count as strengthening his prestige, and he'll owe me a favor. You should know just how valuable a favor from Long Chen is. Other than that, this is a good chance to show off the wealth of the Huayan sect. What we spend today, we'll get back twofold. It's an investment. Zheng Wenlong also smiled faintly. The current Zheng Wenlong appeared to be steadier, like a confident strategist capable of winning battles without even setting foot on the battlefield. Zheng Wenlong's actions drew cheering from the eastern Zan city. The eastern Zan city was the largest city in the eastern Zan region, but over 80% of the people inside possessed low cultivation bases and would definitely die from the shockwaves of the battle. They would have been forced to flee for their lives. Now, they didn't need to worry and could watch the intense fight. They might never get a chance to see a fight on this level ever again. Hence, these people were grateful to the Huayan sect, as well as admiring them. Many of them wanted to have future collaborations with the Huayan sect. Zheng Wenlong's foresight was quite amazing. While the Huayan sect were summoning a barrier, on the other side, Long Chen and Shang Yunfei were still fighting intensely. It was a pure and simple battle of physical strength. It could also be called the most senseless kind of battle. Yet, their power was so great that each time they collided, space exploded, mountains were torn asunder, and the sky and ground were shaking. This was practically an apocalyptic scene. If you didn't personally witness it, who would believe that their physical bodies could reach such a realm? We were really frogs at the bottom of a well, sighed one person. The speaker was actually a powerful Empyrean. Even he had to admit that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. The others felt even more profoundly powerless. The ones feeling powerless were experts that had reached the level of Empyreans. People like Celestials didn't feel any pressure because they knew that they weren't on that level. Fuck, that's amazing. Just a punch is 100% capable of destroying a city. I'm going to keep this photographic jade to myself and make it my family's ancestral treasure. I'll be able to brag about this for a lifetime. This is definitely worth me paying such a huge sum to come over from the western Zan region. The people watching were growing more and more excited. Long Chen and Shang Yunfei's speed had increased to the point where the spectators could only catch glimpses of them vaguely. Neither their eyes nor their spiritual strength could lock onto them. Even Celestials were unable to track them and had to rely on the spatial twists in the sky to tell where they were. Only Empyreans were able to barely keep track of their locations. That's about enough. Long Chen's lazy voice suddenly rang out from the sky. What is that supposed to mean? Shang Yunfei didn't pause his attacks at all as he coldly responded. I mean, the warm-up is done. It should be time to bring out your full power, right? What? All the experts watching were unable to believe their ears. This kind of intense, practically world-destroying battle was a warm-up. Long Chen was joking, right? It's been a long time since I've fought only with my physical body. I was feeling rusty, but now I'm feeling better. It seems you like to show off, so just let me take the initiative for you. The divine ring behind Long Chen's back suddenly began to spin rapidly. In that instant, it felt like an ancient monster had woken up in Long Chen's body. An explosive sound rang out as a figure shot out of the sky, smashing into the ground. He left a large hole that unleashed a wave of earth flying. Heavens! The experts present all stared in shock, their jaws dropped. Long Chen was still in his punching posture. However, he appeared different now. Long Chen was now covered in green dragon scales that were emitting majestic divine might. It's been a long time since I've used the green dragon battle armor. I had almost forgotten this feeling. Although its increase in power isn't as great as before, it's still very powerful. Long Chen smiled. He suddenly vanished. Shang Yunfei had been smashed into the ground. He hacked up blood, and one of his arms was broken. He had yet to stabilize himself. Long Chen appeared in the air above Shang Yunfei. He stamped his foot on the ground, causing it to splinter, and then shot after Shang Yunfei. Shang Yunfei felt like he had been struck by a meteor. He was hit with such power that he was knocked out of the ground and into the sky. He coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood in the sky, causing an uproar amongst the spectators. Shang Yunfei has been injured. He was defeated so quickly. Perhaps, but he should have more trump cards. No one had thought that Shang Yunfei would be injured so quickly. Although an injury did not represent defeat, it did mean that he was at a disadvantage. Bastard, that's not the human race's power. You really are cheating. The shameless human race only knows how to rely on tricks, roared Shang Yunfei angrily as he looked at scale-covered Long Chen. Your words really are laughable. Power I can control is my own power. Using my own power is cheating. Do you know what the greatest difference between the human race and beasts is? I'll tell you, it's that the human race knows how to use tools, how to obtain power. Power doesn't refer to just your own body, but all power that you can control. I'm using the power that belongs to me, so how can it count as cheating? Then what power belongs to you? If you're going to be like that, then please hand over your human bloodline, and I'll stop my green dragon battle armor, said Long Chen mockingly. You're twisting words. As expected of someone despicable and shameless, roared Shang Yunfei. The ancient races had the blood of the human race flowing within them. If they expelled that bloodline, their intelligence would sharply drop. It was true, a great deal of their power came from the Zon beasts and the divine abilities they inherited were also from their bloodline. However, plenty of their abilities also came from the human race's bloodline. HMPH, without your human blood, you'd become a pack of animals who wouldn't even know how to cultivate. Remember your ancestors' words, the power you obtain belongs to you. Don't bring up such childish words about cheating, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen, you son of a bitch, you're the son of a bitch. Long Chen suddenly roared angrily and charged straight at him, smashing out with a fist. Chapter 1741 An insignificant skill. Long Chen furiously let out a powerful punch. Shang Yunfei blocked with his full power, but both his arms were broken. He coughed up blood and flew back. However, just as he was flying back, Long Chen's foot landed heavily on his chest, causing it to cave in. Do the ancient races only know how to insult others? Long Chen repeatedly attacked. Shang Yunfei became a punching bag, repeatedly coughing up blood and retreating. How is this possible? Shang Yunfei doesn't even have the ability to retaliate. Everyone was shocked. Shang Yunfei looked miserable as he repeatedly coughed up blood. No, this is... An ancient race expert's eyes suddenly lit up. Long Chen, watch out. He's doing this on purpose. The barbarian mammoth race has a kind of divine ability that can absorb. Someone in the crowd shouted out a warning. Haha, it's too late. Die. Shang Yunfei, who was being forced back miserably, suddenly smiled. One of his fists struck like lightning. Space seemed to stand still. Heaven and earth became silent, and thin cracks appeared on Shang Yunfei's fist. Those weren't divine marks but spatial fractures. His power had surpassed what the surrounding space could endure. Most shocking of all, Shang Yunfei's attack also contained Long Chen's aura. It was fierce and domineering. He actually absorbed Long Chen's attacks, concentrating all their power into one. How would you even handle such a move? The people who saw through the clues were especially stunned. Shang Yunfei was actually using Long Chen's power to attack Long Chen. How was someone supposed to receive the sum of so many of their own attacks? This move was definitely terrifying. TCH, an insignificant skill. When it comes to using your enemy's power against themselves, the human race is the real founder. Long Chen suddenly smiled as well. Instead of retreating, he directly caught Shang Yunfei's fist with his hand. A muffled sound rang out. That world-shaking punch of Shang Yunfei's looked like it had landed on cotton. There was no intense explosion. However, people did see that when Long Chen caught Shang Yunfei's fist, his divine ring grew ever so slightly. Take some tips, this is how you borrow power from others. Long Chen's slightly bent arm suddenly straightened. His divine ring shrank, and a burst of energy exploded out of his palm like a volcano. Bloody mist filled the sky along with a sound like a star exploding. Shang Yunfei was blown back, half his body blown out of existence. Impossible! Shang Yunfei roared crazily as he glared at Long Chen. He was unable to believe that Long Chen could actually absorb all the energy he had secretly stolen. Long Chen had then instantly presented it as a gift to him. If he hadn't fled fast enough, this attack would have taken his life. His manifestation activated, rapidly healing his destroyed body. In just half a breath's time, he had fully recovered. This was one of his innate divine abilities. This kind of recovery divine ability was something the ancient races had inherited from the Zon beasts. This was one of the most terrifying aspects of the Zon beasts. Their self-recovery abilities were ridiculous. Long Chen didn't pursue him after that attack. He looked at Shang Yunfei indifferently. I said that humans are the ancestors of tricks. How many tricks could a beast have? Your little tricks just make others laugh at you even more. Just how much battle experience did Long Chen possess? As soon as Shang Yunfei had faked being at a disadvantage, Long Chen had sensed what he was thinking. The power Long Chen had unleashed came from the green dragon battle armor. This power was something only he, someone who possessed the blood of a true dragon, could control. That was why he hadn't been worried about the move at all. When Shang Yunfei had launched his attack, Long Chen had simply taken back his power and added some more to it. It went without saying that Shang Yunfei was very powerful. Even though Long Chen had planned this perfectly, Shang Yunfei had still sensed something off at the last moment and almost instinctively moved his vitals out of the way, saving his life. Although Long Chen was absolutely clear on what had just happened, Shang Yunfei felt like he was going insane. This was one of his peerless moves, and it had never failed before. The only exception was today, where using it had almost cost him his life. This is why if you don't want to die, you should bring out your real power. Otherwise, this clone of yours will be forever lost to you, said Long Chen. Suddenly, the sky shook. Although it was the middle of the day, countless stars covered heaven and earth. It seems to be a formation. But we didn't sense anything at all before. People panicked because this starry formation covered even them. Everyone, don't worry. The core of this formation is the battlefield. We are just on the edge. When it truly activates, Long Chen will be the main target. We aren't even qualified to be caught in its net, said an Empyrean as he looked at the endless stars. He was completely calm. He clearly had a certain understanding of this formation. In the Huayan sect, Zheng Wenlong calmly looked at the formation. He was lost in thought. Has Long Chen really reached the level where his foes will do anything to eliminate him, even if they have to become enemies with the Martial Heaven Alliance? Right now, Long Chen wasn't just the hope of the Xuantian Dao sect. He had also become the #1 figure amongst the Martial Heaven Alliance's junior generation. He was someone Ku Jianying regarded the highest, no different from her own disciple. Whoever dared to attack Long Chen would have to face Ku Jianying's temper. No matter what power they were from, Ku Jianying would immediately kill her way to them. The rumors of Long Chen collaborating with an expert from the original devil race had caused quite a bit of noise in the past few days, but there was no solid proof. No one had been able to do anything to Long Chen over it. Zheng Wenlong had thought that Long Chen would be safe, but then, unexpectedly, Shang Yunfei had come out to challenge Long Chen. This was clearly no simple competition between experts, but a trap. Should we alert the headquarters? Whispered the elder behind Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong shook his head. There is no need. Long Chen is brazen but also scrupulous. He knew this was a trap, yet he still jumped into it. That means he has his own trump cards and isn't afraid of the trap. But that hidden person, it's fine. I understand Long Chen far too well. Don't worry about it. Zheng Wenlong waved his hand dismissively. The flickering stars enveloped the world. Furthermore, the sun was still blazing high in the sky. This sight was bizarre. Wait a moment, I want to personally suppress Long Chen. When those stars appeared, Shang Yunfei let out a furious roar. The mammoth in his manifestation suddenly let out a cry and began to move. Its trunk pointed toward the sky. His manifestation is moving. That's a sign his manifestation is on the verge of fully awakening. When his manifestation fully awakens, Shang Yunfei will be a true Empyrean. Seeing the mammoth in his manifestation roar at the sky, the Empyreans present were all filled with wild jealousy. Only when they fully awakened their manifestations would they be true Empyreans. Born from the heavens, sent to uphold the will of heaven and earth, and standing above all other geniuses. Only such figures were true heavenly geniuses. Currently, 99% of Empyreans on the martial heaven continent only had a simple primal chaos manifestation. Those whose manifestations had started to awaken were as rare as a phoenix feather or unicorn horn. Empyreans with awakened manifestations had a powerful suppressive effect on ordinary Empyreans. If the heavenly Taos were like sunlight, then ordinary Empyreans were wheat, while Empyreans with awakened manifestations were trees. The trees blocked the majority of the sunlight, so the ordinary wheat couldn't enjoy the nourishment of the sun. There was no way for them to compete. As for Shang Yunfei, his manifestation was on the verge of fully awakening. That meant he was just one step from growing into a heaven-soaring tree. As Shang Yunfei's manifestation shook, his blood qi also soared. His muscles bulged, and his skin became a tough hide that looked like the bark of an old tree. However, it was still possible to vaguely see his blood flowing out of him. Shang Yunfei is activating the barbarian mammoth spirit possession divine ability. However, since he's just a clone, he only has 80% of his true body's power, so even his clone is unable to bear this power. Shang Yunfei's entire body was bloody. His eyes were scarlet. He glared at Long Chen like a crazed magical beast. Suddenly Shang Yunfei's body inflated, which caused many blood tears to spread all over his body. Blood slowly flowed out, but it didn't fall to the ground. It was instead absorbed by his tough hide. Long Chen didn't stop Shang Yunfei, nor did he react to the starry formation trapping him. His hands were clasped behind his back as he patiently waited for Shang Yunfei to finish. Suddenly, Shang Yunfei let out a furious roar. His arms were now thicker than a normal person's waist. The power of his blood qi was exploding out of him. Long Chen, even a clone is more than enough to kill you. Shang Yunfei's voice was harsh and as ugly as scraping metal. I don't believe you. Long Chen shook his head. He clenched his fist, his divine ring spun, and a 5-point star gradually appeared within it. At the same time, his 108,000 stars inside him began to unleash their own power. Shang Yunfei and Long Chen's fists collided, and a giant wave of light exploded. Everywhere that light passed, destruction followed. The ground was torn asunder. The experts inside the eastern Zan city were all horrified. If that light wave struck them, it was unknown just how many of them would survive. Before the light even arrived, the Huayan sect's barrier took the initiative. It expanded, attacking the light wave. As a result, people were horrified to see the barrier explode. Just as they thought that they were doomed, another light barrier shot out. Continuously explosive sounds rang out as a total of 18 barriers were destroyed in order to cancel out the shockwave of their exchange. After the shockwave had passed, everyone finally sighed with relief and wiped off some cold sweat. They all looked gratefully at Zheng Wenlong before looking back at the battlefield. However, when they saw the battlefield, they couldn't help being astounded. Chapter 1742 Replicated Divine Items. Long Chen's figure hadn't moved at all in the sky. He was still standing in his original location. One of his hands was behind his back, while his other fist was blocking Shang Yunfei's giant fist. Intense astral winds buffeted Long Chen, blowing back his hair and robes. However, he was like a boulder. Shang Yunfei's power was causing the space around him to wildly twist. Long Chen's position was like the calm eye of the hurricane. The space around him was whirling fiercely. However, as Long Chen's divine ring spun, Shang Yunfei was unable to push him back. No matter how he tried, he was unable to shake Long Chen. Just how strong is Long Chen? He's absolutely heaven-defying. None of the experts present could believe their eyes. Shang Yunfei's attack just now had shaken heaven and earth, capable of easily slaying Empyreans. None of the experts present felt that they could block it on their own. They would die no matter what. However, such a terrifying attack was received so easily by Long Chen. Shang Yunfei's eyes were practically spurting flames, and his face was growing more and more twisted. He was both shocked and infuriated. He hadn't expected Long Chen's power to be so great. Before this, he had just been testing Long Chen. However, now he felt despair. Your clone only has 10% of your true body's bloodline power. Its actual power is less than 80%. There are many divine abilities that you can't unleash. I really don't know where you got so much confidence to try and kill me with such a clone. Your arrogance has no foundation. Whatever, let's end things here. Long Chen's fist suddenly became a claw that caught Shang Yunfei's fist, and he sent a kick at Shang Yunfei's crotch. Even in this kind of scenario, he can still easily change attacks. Long Chen's sudden movements caused everyone's jaws to drop. Shang Yunfei's power was all concentrated in his fist. According to reason, even if Long Chen was acting indifferent, all his power had to be blocking Shang Yunfei's fist. In other words, if he wanted to attack Shang Yunfei, he would have to force him back or get out of the way. This sudden kick of Long Chen's made no sense. To be able to attack like this overturned all common sense. Is this to say, Long Chen has still yet to use even 50% of his power? Someone made a brazen guess. Everyone's hearts shook. Perhaps that person's guess was right. The only way Long Chen could attack so freely was if he had so much power left that he could block Shang Yunfei's attack and still launch his own attack. If that really was the case, just how powerful was Long Chen? Shang Yunfei hastily blocked with his leg. A muffled bang rang out, but in that instant, he sensed something wrong. Long Chen's kick didn't contain any power. Fuck, it was fake. Shang Yunfei immediately sensed it, but when he did, it was already too late for him to block. He wanted to dodge, but Long Chen's hand was clamping on his fist. He couldn't dodge, and it was too late to block. Long Chen's left fist smashed into his eye socket. Boom, Shang Yunfei's skull caved in. However, his head didn't explode, and he didn't die. Shang Yunfei's head was as hard as a divine item. Shang Yunfei forcibly tore his hand from Long Chen's grip. He was a powerful expert, and by instantly relaxing his arm, he managed to pull it away from Long Chen. However, just as he did, before he could run, Long Chen's other hand grabbed his hair, and Long Chen's hard kneecap slammed toward his nose. A sour sound rang out that made others wince. Shang Yunfei's nose was smashed in. His head was completely deformed. Long Chen repeatedly smashed his knee into Shang Yunfei's head. Blood splattered, making everyone else wince. They didn't wince out of sympathy, but out of reflex. They felt like their own noses were being struck. Some people almost teared up. Suddenly, one of the stars in the sky transformed into a sharp sword that slashed at the back of Long Chen's head. This sword was composed of the formation's runes. It came without the slightest warning. By the time people reacted, it had already reached the back of Long Chen's head. Blood splashed. However, the sword didn't strike Long Chen, but Shang Yunfei. When Long Chen dodged, Shang Yunfei managed to escape from his grasp. It was just that now there was a bloody hole in his chest. Shang Yunfei roared. His entire body lit up. His half-crushed head and bloody chest healed in just a moment, and his aura didn't drop at all. What terrifying recovery abilities! Does he possess an undying body? Startled cries rang out from various experts. This kind of recovery speed was completely abnormal. Shang Yunfei suddenly formed rapid hand seals, and the manifestation behind him split open. 108 long white bone spears appeared. Those 108 bone spears were miles long, like celestial pillars capable of supporting heaven and earth. Endless divine pressure surged out of them, resonating with the world. Heavens, the pressure of divine items. Are these 108 half-step divine items? No, they aren't true half-step divine items. They should only be classified as quasi-divine items. They're replicas of the heavenly bone spears left behind by one of the barbarian mammoth race's supreme experts. The true half-step divine items must be in Shang Yunfei's true body's hands. Although the individual power of each replica isn't on the half-step divine item level, when joined together, their total power is definitely much greater than ordinary half-step divine items. These bone spears were created from the teeth of one of the barbarian mammoth race's top experts, and they can be activated with a corresponding bloodline to unleash even greater power, said someone. Just as everyone was stunned by the 108 bone spears in the air, Shang Yunfei sent them shooting at Long Chen. Mammoth god-killing blow. So you don't want to just use physical strength, but also magical arts? Don't blame me for bullying you. Long Chen sneered. At some point, a long and sinister-looking black saber had appeared in his hand. An evil aura came from the saber. It was like a fiend coming from hell. Today, I'll be your doctor and pull out your teeth. The first bone spear exploded with a single swing. It was like a black starry river had fallen onto the bone spear, turning it into bone fragments that fell to the ground. Long Chen's figure was like a phantom's as he repeatedly slashed Evilmoon. Each slash of his shattered a bone spear. They were practically garbage in front of Evilmoon. What the? Oh, they're mammoth bones, and your dragon bone. Long Chen was also surprised by Evilmoon. Today, it was cooperating so nicely. Had the sun risen from the west today, it had taken the initiative to help him out with its own power, or his attacks wouldn't be able to break these bone spears so easily. However, That didn't conform to Evilmoon's character. Long Chen suddenly thought of the crux of the problem. He wants to compete which one of our bones is harder. How's that any different than courting death? Crush this idiot, sneered Evilmoon. It was clearly looking down on the white bone spears. These bone spears had runes carved into them. They were offensive runes, allowing them to pierce through ordinary divine items. However, when they crashed into Evilmoon, they ran into an unfortunate calamity. It was like Shang Yunfei was throwing eggs at a rock. The results were obvious. How is this possible? Shang Yunfei let out a heaven-shaking roar. These bone spears might just be replicas of another divine item, but their power was still immense. He had used them to slay countless experts. This was also one of the reasons why he dared to use his clone to challenge Long Chen. These bone spears were extremely hard. Their hardness was comparable to half-step divine items. What he didn't know was that it was precisely because his bone spears were so hard that they had provoked Evilmoon. Perhaps if they were a bit weaker, they would have been fine. Star Shift, 10,000 flying spears. Shang Yunfei had already lost 18 bone spears. His heart was dripping blood. His bone spears stopped shooting at Long Chen and instead merged together into one giant bone spear. His previous attack from all sides had been to make sure Long Chen couldn't run. He would kill with the sudden torrent of attacks from his bone spears. However, that wasn't possible anymore. Now he was switching to a head-on attack again. What? There's this many. Long Chen saw all the runes on the bone spears actually merge into one complete object. This attack was definitely powerful. Seeing the merged bone spear shoot at him, Long Chen actually chose to turn and run. What the fuck are you running for? Kill it. If you run like this, you won't have any time to store up energy. Aren't you going to be cut down from behind like this? Evilmoon roared angrily upon seeing Long Chen run. What do you know? I naturally have my own reason, responded Long Chen as he fled. Shang Yunfei was delighted to see Long Chen run. If Long Chen had instead used his full power to block, he had no assurance that this attack would be able to kill Long Chen. It would most likely only heavily injure him. However, now that he had run, he had set himself up for death. There was no way he could unleash a big move while running, as he couldn't store up energy while doing so. Running had essentially cut off his only chance at surviving. Keep dreaming. You can't get away, sneered Shang Yunfei. His giant bone spear shot after Long Chen. In the end, Long Chen's speed wasn't as great as the bone spears. It slammed into him, unleashing a huge wave of earth. Dust filled the air. Suddenly, a startled cry came from the void. At the same time, the stars covering the sky transformed into arrows that shot toward Shang Yunfei. However, it was too late. A black saber silently appeared behind Shang Yunfei and ran him through. Chapter 1743/U as a test. Evilmoon stabbed straight through Shang Yunfei's body. People saw Long Chen holding Evilmoon behind Shang Yunfei. This sudden turn was too abrupt. Just now, Long Chen had been fleeing and at an absolute disadvantage, about to die. How had he suddenly beaten Shang Yunfei? Shang Yunfei looked at the saber stabbing out of his chest with disbelief. He felt a vast energy sealed within the saber. As long as Long Chen willed it, that power would explode and blow him to bits. Do you dare to try moving? Long Chen smiled coldly. However, he wasn't speaking to Shang Yunfei, but to the air. Just as Evilmoon stabbed through Shang Yunfei, a giant blade condensed of stars appeared behind Long Chen. That blade didn't dare to move. It stopped right there in the air. Long Chen, release Shang Yunfei, and I'll spare your life. A harsh shout came from the void. It was the same voice that had warned Shang Yunfei before. However, that person had still been one step too slow. Long Chen had struck first, and Shang Yunfei's life was in his hands. Now, he didn't dare to act rashly. TCH, someone who doesn't even dare to expose their face isn't qualified to threaten me. It would be best if you obediently didn't move, or you'll only have yourself to blame. Long Chen sneered at the voice. This person was hiding in the void and was the one in control of the formation. Long Chen had been prepared from the start, knowing that if he wanted to kill Shang Yunfei, he had to avoid this person. Now he had succeeded. So you ran on purpose, while what I killed was just a clone. Your true body launched a sneak attack while I was caught up in that. What a despicable trick, raged Shang Yunfei. You're wrong. True experts disdain using clones. That was just an afterimage. You really are an idiot. I intentionally unleashed flashes of lightning while running, but you actually thought that meant victory was in your grasp. You didn't realize that my true body had already escaped your attack. When you killed my afterimage, it was fated that you would die today. I told you that I would kill your clone. Even if you have someone helping you, it's useless, said Long Chen indifferently. Shang Yunfei's loss was caused by his overconfidence. He believed the information his bone spears had given him and had been completely tricked by Long Chen's lightning afterimage. The expert hidden in the void hadn't been tricked, but he had been one step too late to stop the results. Ha ha ha, so what, I'm just a clone. Even if you kill me, will you be able to stop the astral blade behind you? I admit I was careless, but if this is all you have, you wouldn't even be able to receive 10 attacks from my true body. Although I lost, I don't believe you dare to kill me. I don't believe you would sacrifice your own life for my clone, sneered Shang Yunfei. Shang Yunfei's life was in Long Chen's hands, but there was an astral blade behind Long Chen. It had already locked onto him. If Long Chen really attacked, he would immediately face an apocalyptic attack. He would have no chance of running. That was why Shang Yunfei felt no fear. He refused to believe Long Chen would choose to die with his clone. That was impossible. I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. To tell you the truth, if it wasn't because I wanted to see your abilities, then even with that big tortoise guarding you, I'd have long since killed you. However, my luck today has made a heaven-defying reversal, so you haven't disappointed me. You've given me such a big gift before your death. I'll accept it, and there's no need to thank me. I will make sure to take good care of it in your place. Well, everyone's busy, so goodbye. Evilmoon's 2 dragon images lit up, and a sharp saber image pierced into the sky. Shang Yunfei's body was torn to bits. Heavens, Long Chen really did kill Shang Yunfei. All the experts jumped in shock. Just what was Long Chen doing? Die. Just as Long Chen killed Shang Yunfei, a furious roar came from behind him. That person also hadn't expected Long Chen to attack. The astral sword behind Long Chen unleashed endless divine light as it slashed at him. However, what shocked everyone was that Long Chen completely ignored the astral blade behind him. Instead, the black saber image of Evilmoon's grew even larger. Evilmoon's saber image tore through the clouds, revealing a thick chain in the void. It was severed by Long Chen's attack. The moment he severed the chain, the astral blade that was about to kill him dissipated. The stars in the sky faded, and the world returned to its original appearance. However, now there was a white-haired elder wearing a silver mask in the sky. He was staring lifelessly at the air, still yet to recover from his shock. As expected, it is a shameful fellow. You even have to hide your face with a mask. Long Chen laughed after destroying the grand formation. He was already flying away. Long Chen might not be a formation master, but Evilmoon had clearly seen the node of the formation. That was its fatal weakness. That was why Long Chen dared to be so brazen. Boom! Long Chen suddenly punched the ground, causing everyone to jump. They didn't know what he was doing. White bone spears shot out of the ground after having dug so deep thanks to Shang Yunfei's attack. Because of the battle, the land was deformed, and the originally flat ground around the eastern Zan city had risen. However, as the white bone spears flew out of the ground, they caused the raised land to crumble back down. Damn, so it was for these spears. Evilmoon now finally understood why Long Chen had fled from that attack. Are you joking? Each of these is a divine item. I still feel so much pain after destroying 18 of them. Long Chen waved his hand, instantly drawing those 90 bone spears into the primal chaos space. Having lost the control of their master, they couldn't resist. Haha, my gains today aren't bad. I didn't fight for nothing. Long Chen laughed delightedly. Having gained 90 divine items at once, he really had profited. Long Chen had just taken the bone spears when the world shook. The elder had finally reacted. He spread his arms. A black and a white ripple spread from him, transforming into a huge cyclone filled with the power of life and death. It's a nether passage expert. When that elder unleashed his aura, the world seemed to bow to his will as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth. With a thought, he controlled whether people lived or died. All the present experts knelt one by one. They didn't want to kneel, but in front of that terrifying spiritual pressure, they had no way to resist. Ah, the old tortoise is showing his might. As expected, the power of a tortoise is great. Let me slash you as a test. Just as the world was being controlled by the power of a nether passage expert and the experts present were involuntarily kneeling, Long Chen took a step forward. Evilmoon pointed at the sky and slashed down. He was completely unaffected by this pressure that rendered others unable to move. Bang! Long Chen's saber image didn't impact that nether passage expert in the slightest. It was directly crushed by the pressure of his domain. Long Chen was gobsmacked. He raged, "Wow, what a hard tortoise shell. This tortoise has already gained a spirit. I wouldn't want to provoke you, so I'll say goodbye." Long Chen had faced nether passage experts multiple times. He had even killed Di Long's clone. However, as he had never truly fought a nether passage expert going all out, he couldn't help but test himself. As a result, this attack of his didn't even manage to touch his opponent. There was no way for him to fight. If he still didn't run, he would be an idiot. Long Chen turned tail and fled. The life and death energy here had formed a powerful domain, but it didn't affect him at all. He vanished like a wisp of smoke. Keep dreaming. The nether passage expert let out a furious roar. A huge heaven-encompassing hand slammed toward Long Chen. A tortoise's claws are actually this long. Long Chen let out a startled cry. Without turning back, he slashed Evilmoon behind him. Split the heavens 6. Shockingly, Long Chen's attack cut the heaven-encompassing hand in two. It dissipated into runes, so it was just to frighten others. You're clearly an idiot from the ancient races who wanted to learn the human race's magical arts. If you want to learn, you should learn properly instead of using your dabbler arts to frighten others. You've lost the face of your human ancestors. Even I feel embarrassed by you. Long Chen had just been testing to see if he could break this attack, but as a result, this seemingly powerful attack was actually weak enough for him to easily break. He immediately understood that this was a magical art, not a divine ability. The ancient races, magical arts were learned from the human race. Due to the eventual fracture between them, the magical arts that the ancient races possessed were not top tier. Their actual power wasn't very great. As for Split the Heavens, it was extremely effective against any defensive magical art. It broke this magical art very easily. This attack from the nether passage expert instantly exposed where he came from. A human's magical art couldn't possibly be so garbage. As for the Zon beasts, they didn't use magical arts. It was completely obvious. The experts in the eastern Zon city were badly frightened. They couldn't help but be afraid of a nether passage expert in control of life and death energy. However, Long Chen was still indifferent, seeming to not place this expert in his eyes. Just that bravery alone made people want to prostrate themselves in admiration toward him. Furthermore, Long Chen had even attacked once before leaving. How badass was that? That nether passage expert actually wasn't able to stop Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen was about to escape his domain, he let out a furious roar. A giant figure appeared behind him. When that figure appeared, the nether passage expert opened his mouth and fiercely inhaled. Space crazily twisted and poured into his mouth. Long Chen felt his body come to a stop. Hence, he turned to look back. What the fuck, I didn't think that my mouth would be so accurate. Chapter 1744. Let's try another slash. Long Chen turned back to see a giant figure that had appeared behind the nether passage expert. The figure wasn't very clear, but it was really a black tortoise. The nether passage expert had unleashed a divine ability, and Long Chen felt a powerful suction force pulling him back. An old tortoise is actually able to gain a spirit. Amazing. Thunder force circulated around Long Chen. Bolts of lightning shot out of him as he fought back, but this time, the nether passage expert was not using a magical art, but a divine ability. This was one of his true killer moves. No matter how Long Chen struggled, he couldn't get away. Old tortoise, if you have the guts, fight a few rounds with your master Long. Shouted Long Chen as he struggled. That nether passage expert completely ignored Long Chen's mocking. His mouth was like a black hole, sucking up heaven and earth. Long Chen was rapidly being pulled in. However, when Long Chen was just 100 miles away, the nether passage expert suddenly sensed something and shut his mouth. Explode. Just as he shut his mouth, Long Chen let out a shout. The nether passage expert suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sparks of lightning flashed within that blood. He had clearly just been conned by Long Chen. Old tortoise, it seems you're not picky about your food. Is the taste of my lightning so good? Long Chen was enveloped by lightning. It looked mighty and had won him some breathing room. However, the truth was that this 5-colored lightning was only used to scare off others. His true killer move was not the flashy 5-colored tribulation lightning, but the violet divine lightning whose aura could not be sensed. After Lei Long had managed to absorb it, its divine might had been hidden, making it very useful for conning others. That nether passage expert had swallowed a lot of divine lightning runes while sucking up everything in front of him. Fortunately, he had sensed it quite quickly, or if he had continued absorbing the runes, he might have died. Despite that, plenty of divine lightning runes had been gathered in his stomach and were detonated by Long Chen. Even a nether passage expert couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Long Chen, who had been waiting just for this moment, felt the power of the nether passage expert's domain weaken. The attack he had been brewing this entire time slashed out. Evilmoon's runes lit up, and a black saber image slashed down like the Grim Reaper's blade. All of this happened seamlessly. Without the protection of his domain, the nether passage expert was startled. By the time he reacted, Evilmoon was already right in front of him. At a critical moment, he dodged his head out of the way, managing to avoid a hit to a vital area. Long Chen's saber slashed into his shoulder. Blood spurted out. Evilmoon slashed halfway down his shoulder before being unable to progress further. A thick golden tortoise shell had appeared on his back, blocking Long Chen's attack and causing a backlash that numbed Long Chen's hands. What a tough tortoise shell. Seeing that his attack couldn't kill the turtle, Long Chen left behind some words of praise before running away again. What kind of joke was that? Even in a perfect scenario when his opponent was caught off guard and without his domain, Long Chen hadn't even been able to cut off an arm. What was the point of still fighting? The nether passage expert was startled at being injured, as well as enraged. He hadn't expected a little soul transformation disciple to be able to injure him. Although this little injury was nothing to him, if he hadn't sensed the lightning fast enough, it would have really injured him heavily. He had never encountered such a powerful thunder force. Even his life and death energy had been unable to suppress it. This injury might be nothing to him, but it still infuriated him. If others knew that he, a grand nether passage expert, had been injured, it would be absolutely embarrassing. The nether passage expert transformed into a wild gust of wind, and life and death energy surged out of him. His speed was absolutely stunning. Where am I going, idiot? Do you think I'd tell you? Long Chen had already escaped the nether passage expert's domain. Activating the celestial lightning body blink, he vanished. When it came to fighting, he wasn't a match for this nether passage expert. However, when it came to speed, he was unafraid. This tortoise is actually quite fast. Long Chen was rushing away, lightning wings in full force. There was even lightning on his feet, and each step brought him hundreds of miles away. However, the nether passage expert was still getting closer. What the fuck? How can a tortoise be so fast? That makes no sense. Hey, what breed of tortoise are you? How come I've never seen a tortoise that can run as fast as you? Shouted Long Chen as he ran. Courting death. The nether passage expert's life and death energy suddenly transformed into a hurricane that pushed him on, increasing his speed even further. He almost caught up to Long Chen instantly. What? Back in my day, there were tortoises everywhere, but none were like this. Long Chen suddenly formed hand seals, turning the surrounding region into his lightning domain. He instantly dodged to the edge of the domain. Doing this repeatedly, he was essentially teleporting away. He pushed the celestial lightning body blink to its maximum power. Bastard, how can you be so fast? The nether passage expert roared furiously. After just a few blinks, Long Chen was almost out of the expert's vision. If this continued, he really would get away. Life and death gates, open. A black gate appeared in front of the nether passage expert. He charged through it, vanishing. Up ahead, in front of Long Chen, a white gate appeared which he reappeared out of. This move was somewhat similar to Long Chen's celestial lightning body blink. He wasn't as fast as Long Chen when it came to activating this art, but the distance he crossed was much greater. Like this, he was unable to catch up to Long Chen, but Long Chen was also unable to throw him off. The experts in the eastern Zan city saw Long Chen injure the nether passage expert with his saber before fleeing, while the nether passage expert roared furiously and chased after. The two of them instantly vanished from sight afterward. This speed. These experts were unable to describe this level of speed. They had never heard of this kind of speed, let alone personally witnessed it. Clearly, Shang Yunfei challenging Long Chen with his clone was just a joke. Long Chen didn't even use his full power to kill his clone. You're right, Long Chen knew there was a nether passage expert here and still jumped into their trap. Even in front of the guard of a nether passage expert, he still managed to slay Shang Yunfei's clone. He didn't even place that nether passage expert in his eyes. That means he still has many trump cards he has yet to reveal. He obviously didn't want to waste them here. Experts were all like that. If they didn't feel assured of killing their target or getting something out of it, who would foolishly expose their own trump cards? That was meaningless. However, Shang Yunfei also isn't weak. Although a clone would theoretically possess 80% of the power of the true body, due to his lack of bloodline power and heavenly bone spears, his clone was far weaker than his true body. That's true. Most experts only use their clones to increase their combat comprehension and cultivation insights. It's just that Shang Yunfei underestimated Long Chen. The destruction of his clone should cause a great deal of harm to him. He'll be missing part of his soul and blood. However, with the barbarian mammoth race's ancestral spirit protection, he should be able to recover. This kind of humiliation will definitely infuriate Shang Yunfei. There will be a true earth-shaking battle between them in the future. Heavenly geniuses were most afraid of having their Dao hearts shrouded. Shang Yunfei had now lost his clone to Long Chen, and that was sure to leave a shadow on his heart. If he didn't defeat Long Chen with his true body, it would very likely become a heart devil. That was why, whether it was because of Long Chen's enmity with the ancient races or because he had killed his clone, Shang Yunfei would definitely have a bloody battle against Long Chen. This was already set in stone. What do you guys think? Who's stronger, Long Chen or Shang Yunfei? Everyone fell silent, thinking about this. The majority of people shook their heads, unable to come to any conclusions. Is the world of heavenly geniuses a place people like us can step into? Don't waste the effort thinking about it. Just happily look up at them, said an Empyrean. He patted the dust off his clothes, summoned a flying boat, and left. Even a powerful Empyrean said such a thing. His voice had been full of bitterness and discouragement, causing the others to also feel sad. Wasn't that precisely the case? They weren't even close to the same level. They were fundamentally different existences. Even an Empyrean was given such a blow, let alone the Celestials. Even their excitement at having witnessed such a battle faded. You can't put it like that. The great era has come, and fate is in flux. We might be weak now, but who would dare guarantee that we might not soar like a shooting star tomorrow? So keep your dreams. After all, who said that you have to settle just because you weren't born in the right background or with good talent? Isn't Long Chen the best example of this? Zheng Wenlong. Everyone looked up to see that the speaker was standing at the top of the Huayan sect's building. Zheng Wenlong was smiling faintly. The Huayan sect doesn't let us gamble, but if we could, I, Zheng Wenlong, would gamble everything on Long Chen's victory. After saying that, Zheng Wenlong vanished from their sight. The battle had ended. Looking at the empty battlefield to the direction that Long Chen and the Nether Passage expert had vanished, everyone else also slowly scattered. Chapter 1745, Descending into the Ancient Races. Hey, you old tortoise, are you planning to have a game of the tortoise and the hare with me? Let me tell you, I definitely won't fall asleep, so just give up. Long Chen was running as fast as possible. Seeing the Nether Passage expert close on his tail, he let out a shout. As for the Nether Passage expert, he still had a mask covering his face, but the corners of his mouth were constantly twitching. He was clearly infuriated. The reason he wore a mask was to cover up the blood mark on his forehead. That would sell out his identity. However, even if he was wearing a mask, Long Chen knew that he was from some tortoise race, so he repeatedly called him an old tortoise, synonymous with calling him a bastard. Hey, you old tortoise, why won't you leave me alone? Hey, I'm talking to you. Is being a tortoise fun? You get to be a bastard and a cuckold for life. Hey, can you speak? As Long Chen ran, his mouth didn't slack off. No matter how Long Chen cursed him, that Nether Passage expert didn't take his bait and respond. However, his trembling mouth told Long Chen that he was going crazy with rage. He probably couldn't speak. Hey, you can't catch me, so you should just give up. Otherwise, if you fail, you'll feel so depressed that you might kill yourself. Why bother? Advised Long Chen. The Nether Passage expert finally coughed up a mouthful of blood from rage. Little brat, just wait for me to catch you. I'll definitely make you beg for death. Hey, why are you so angry? I'm just talking here. Tortoise blood is a good supplement, so don't waste it. Can you pack it up for me so I can use it to make wine? Shouted Long Chen. However, now he found that the Nether Passage expert refused to make a sound again strangely. You don't need to waste the effort. He has already blocked his ears and is only using his spiritual strength to keep a lock on your aura. Whether you shout or use spiritual fluctuations, he won't hear you. That wasn't a bad idea for him. Just now, when he coughed up blood, his life and death energy surged chaotically. It almost caused a backlash. You should know that if a nether passage expert's life and death energy becomes unbalanced, it will be very dangerous for them, especially if it's the death energy that erupts. If he didn't do this, he'd really die from anger. Evilmoon's voice contained a strange emotion now. Life and death energy was incredibly powerful, but it was a double-sided blade. If the user didn't control it properly, they would end up killing themselves. If that nether passage expert really did die from Long Chen's cursing, he would probably be recorded as history's most useless nether passage expert. Long Chen, what exactly are you planning? With your speed, you can easily throw him off. You couldn't be really planning on angering him to death, right? Asked Evilmoon suddenly. If Long Chen used his full power, his lightning domain would instantly grow and allow him to throw off this nether passage expert. That wasn't even difficult. We're already so familiar with each other, and you still don't know what I'm planning. You're hurting my feelings here. Fine, we've basically arrived. We're going to the territory of the ancient races. Just now, did I let you absorb a bit of his essence blood? Help me find this bastard's tortoise hole. HMPH, if I didn't give them a vicious blow, they would never remember not to mess with their master Long, laughed Long Chen. What the, so you're planning on? Damn, you're really evil. But I like it, hee hee, I feel like I'm being corrupted by you. Why does it feel so delightful to con others? Humans really are interesting, praised Evilmoon. Fuck off, it wasn't as if you were originally some nice and innocent person. When it comes to being evil, we're two sides of the same coin, snorted Long Chen. After all, Evilmoon belonged to the dark evil dragon race. It literally had the word evil in its name, yet it called Long Chen evil. What nonsense, my dark evil dragon race only cared about fighting directly with our actual power. Although we might be cruel, before meeting you, I didn't even know what a sinister plot was, said Evilmoon. HMPH, if you didn't even know what a sinister plot was, where did the evil part of your dark evil dragon race's name come from? Demanded Long Chen curiously. I actually don't know. There are over 300 branches of the evil dragons, and it's impossible to trace back our origins. As for the evil dragon race's history, TCH, who has time to study that? If I had time to study such a thing, I'd have long since been devoured by other evil dragons, said Evilmoon. Nice, we've arrived. Long Chen suddenly let out an excited shout. An endless range of mountains had appeared in front of them along with countless ancient buildings. These buildings were built into the mountains, which had many caves. It looked very primitive. This was the world of the ancient races. In all of history, there had been 4 cases of the ancient races expanding their territory. The ancient races split their territory amongst themselves, with each race getting their own land. It was easy to recognize the land of each race because they would have a giant statue at their front gates. That statue was their symbol and signified which race they were. Long Chen, let's have a good fight. We'll slaughter these ancient races. Evilmoon had an intense urge to kill, perhaps because it had been so long since it had had a satisfying slaughter. However, Evilmoon waited a long time without receiving a reply from Long Chen. It asked, "Did you hear me?" Long Chen still didn't reply. He was flying through the air, looking at the tribes living in the mountains. He saw groups of children playing by the waterside, and women not far looking over them. Seeing the naive and innocent smiles of those children, Long Chen was conflicted. He hated the ancient races. He wanted to kill all the ancient races, experts. He wanted to destroy those bastards who forgot their own ancestors and history and only knew how to kneel to the Zon beasts. However, when he saw those children, he was conflicted. He wanted revenge, but did that mean he had to kill these children who had just been born? Why are you wasting your time? Enemies are enemies and should be pulled up by the roots. You are going to kill their fathers and mothers, but if you don't eliminate the roots, then once they grow up, they'll kill your descendants, said Evilmoon, having seen through Long Chen's thoughts. So by destroying the roots, there won't be any more trouble? Asked Long Chen. Then tell me, your dark evil dragon race is cruel and vicious, and I suppose you subscribe to that principle of destroying your enemies by their roots. So tell me, do you have no enemies then? Evilmoon was silent. The dark evil dragon race had many, many enemies. Evilmoon, I don't know how you view me, but as long as someone can fight shoulder to shoulder with me, I can call them my brother, and you are no exception. Although you've lived countless years, even having once fought with a sovereign, there is just one thing I have to tell you. There are no absolute rights or wrongs in this world. Even a sovereign, even a god, cannot be absolutely correct. If a person really feels that what they do is absolutely correct, then they are not far from becoming a devil. I am enemies with the ancient races. Neither of us is wrong. They want to kill me, so I naturally must get vengeance. That is right. As for the ancient races, they don't get along with the human race and want to eliminate threats in preparation for the storm. 2. The ancient races, this is also right. They are right, and I am right. Then who is wrong? What's wrong is this era we live in. We were born in the wrong era. If a sovereign was still present to rule over the races, we would be at peace, with the races living in harmony. Our civilization would prosper. But that is not the case. I want to kill them. Right now, that's right. But 1,000 years from, it might not be. Most importantly, in the face of these innocent children, I just can't attack. Although I know you'll curse me for being stupid, please let me be this stupid, sighed Long Chen as he flew past. Evilmoon was silent for a long while. Fine, I don't quite understand what you're saying, but thank you for viewing me as a brother. Although it didn't quite agree with his principles, Evilmoon was still a bit moved by what he had said. After being with Long Chen for this long, it had already seen through his character. His emotions were simple and direct. When Long Chen flew over the territory of the ancient races, he drew the attention of countless experts. They flew into the air to stop him. Long Chen slowed down. As for the Nether Passage expert behind him, he also slowed down. Things became strange. He also didn't want to fight within the territory of the ancient races. However, even if Long Chen had slowed down, that didn't mean he was so slow that these Life Star experts could possibly stop him. He flew past them. Because he was so fast, many of those experts didn't even understand what was happening before his figure vanished from their sight. News has come from that side. The Patriarch is personally chasing that little bastard, so everyone should be prepared. Once the Patriarch captures him, we have to immediately activate the transportation formation disk. The little bastard will be transported here alone, and then we'll send him through 18 consecutive transportation formations all the way to the central zone region. After that, we'll immediately erase the spatial mark so that even if Ku Jianying comes, she'll have no proof. Don't be careless. Within the depths of the ancient races, territory, within a giant cave, a stern-faced elder was speaking. He didn't have a single hair on his head. Race leader, it has already been over an hour. Why has there still been no news from the Patriarch? Could something unexpected have happened? Asked an elder. What a joke. That little bastard's only at the soul transformation realm. With the Patriarch handling him personally, wouldn't he have to obediently be captured? Just patiently wait, shouted the stern elder. They didn't know that their Patriarch was so infuriated by Long Chen that to be safe, he had blocked off his senses and was focused entirely on chasing. He hadn't sent them an update, while they were still here, foolishly waiting. Just as they were foolishly waiting, a powerful explosion came from outside, shocking them. They all rushed out of the cave. Sorry for making you wait so long. I've come myself to your door. Up in the sky, Long Chen was smiling at the dumbfounded elders of the ancient races. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.